Chapter 100. A single thought, the world changes color, and mountains and rivers may be severed. In ancient times, the demon god, though powerful as a puppet, proved to be rather unwieldy. Not only did it require a significant expenditure of Han Fei's mental energy, but also exhibited a troublingly minute delay in control, which could potentially hinder opportunities on the battlefield. However, should the ancient demon god be completely refined into a manifestation of the dragon god, all these issues would be effortlessly resolved. Moreover, Han Fei would gain an additional means of self-preservation. As long as the dragon soul endures, even if Han Fei were to suffer a fatal injury, he would have the chance to reconstitute his physical form, devour all, and be reborn. Thus, Han Fei boldly wagered on the transformation of the demon god. In the boundless darkness, Han Fei's gaze shifted, and once more, the voice of the system echoed. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have successfully acquired the task of transforming the ancient demon god. Your dragon god domain has left an imprint upon the ancient demon god's body. The indestructible dragon soul now resides within. Ding! Your indomitable dragon soul has activated the ancient divine ability, Devour the Heavens and Earth, commencing the absorption of boundless demonic energy, a process expected to last 1 week. Current absorption progress, 0.01. Ding! Detection indicates the presence of the time divine scroll, divine sand flow rate. Within the host space, this ability is currently unavailable. Please attempt again once absorption progress reaches 30. Ding! Detection reveals a 30 failure probability in the transformation of the ancient demon god. Ding! Your dragon god talent, Fortune Unparalleled, has successfully activated, reducing the failure probability to 1. System notification. The failure rate of the ancient artifact transformation cannot be entirely eliminated. Very well. In the endless darkness, as Han Fei chose to initiate the transformation of the ancient demon god, his dragon form unfurled completely, allowing Devour the Heavens and Earth to operate freely, while he lay back in total relaxation. Faced with the 1 failure probability of the demon god's transformation, Han Fei remained unperturbed. After all, there was still a 99% chance of success. With such a considerable probability of success, if the ancient demon god were to suddenly shatter during the transformation, Han Fei would have nothing to say. In this game of chance with the entire eastern wilderness, he simply maintained a calm demeanor. Meanwhile, in the palm of the ancient demon god, the Black Shaman King was utterly dumbfounded in the face of the suddenly surging demonic energy of the world. What the hell? Hadn't I just completely submitted? Now, as a legitimate believer of the dragon god, why is the master unleashing such a formidable attack, intent on annihilating me? Surely you must have misheard. I chose to submit willingly. In the demon god's palm, confronted by the nearly tangible, relentlessly encroaching demonic energy, the Black Shaman King's face turned ashen, his spirit in disarray. He simply could not comprehend what he had said wrong during his submission to the dragon god, leading to such furious wrath from his master. We are but mere ants, on the verge of becoming a quasi-emperor. O mighty dragon god, you cannot treat me this way. In the boundless darkness, the Black Shaman King trembled in fear. It was only when the ancient demon god opened its gaping maw and began to devour the endless demonic energy of heaven and earth that the Black Shaman King abruptly realized the truth. This chaotic energy was not aimed at annihilating him, but rather at the ancient demon god. For the first time in his life, the Black Shaman King did not succumb to his own foolish emotion. Survival was of utmost importance. In a state of terror, the ancient demon god released its grip and roared toward the raging demonic energy. With a sudden release, the Black Shaman King, drenched in sweat, hastily sought refuge behind the dragon god. He dare not flee, but he certainly needed to hide. Amidst the pervasive darkness, facing the tumultuous demonic energy, the enormous form of the ancient demon god first tensed and then swelled, as cracks began to emerge upon its surface. As it seemed to be on the verge of collapse, a tremendous dragon roar suddenly erupted from the demon god, and then Han Fei's indomitable dragon soul took over the entire devouring process. The infinite demonic energy of heaven and earth was indeed terrifying. However, Han Fei's indomitable dragon soul possessed an insatiable appetite akin to a bottomless pit. Ding! Congratulations, host! Your indomitable dragon soul has successfully devoured 100,000 tons of demonic energy, earning you 100,000 energy points. Ding! Congratulations, host! Your indomitable dragon soul has successfully devoured 300,000 tons of demonic energy, earning you 300,000 energy points. The demonic energy, exuding an overwhelming chill, transformed into a fearsome heat upon entering the demon god's body. The ancient demon god's colossal form, akin to a clay statue, first cracked, and then, under the terrifying warmth of the demonic energy, its skin began to harden and become increasingly fortified. Simultaneously, a radiant dragon soul light erupted from the previously dull pupils of the ancient demon god. That gaze surveyed the surroundings with an air of superiority, profoundly intimidating. Consequently, Han Fei also acquired the ancient demon god's boundless vision in his mind. Is this the sensation of overlooking the entire realm with a 300-foot-tall body? Such a commanding and expansive perspective is truly splendid. With the aid of the demon god's vision, Han Fei's heart swelled with grandeur, and a regal aura of sovereignty erupted forth. The ancient demon god's indomitable spirit, which had fought against the heavens and the earth, swiftly merged with Han Fei's indestructible Pangu form and the endless dragon soul. Gradually, the ancient demon god's clay-like body became as solid as diamond, and within its once hollow form, muscles, bones, and flesh began to emerge. Time flowed unceasingly. Ding! The demonic energy absorption rate at the chasm reached 30, with a 45 fusion rate between the indomitable dragon soul and the ancient demon god. The host condition to activate the divine sand flow rate has been met. The divine sand flow rate automatically takes effect. Demonic energy absorption rate, 35. Fusion rate with the ancient demon god, 55. Demonic energy absorption rate, 65. The ancient demon god's fusion rate reaches 75. The celestial demonic aura's devouring rate stands at 99. The ancient demon god's fusion rate now reaches 99. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have successfully absorbed the celestial demonic aura from Tianqian Mountain. Your indomitable dragon soul has merged with the ancient demon god. Roar! Across the boundless heavens and earth, as the immense celestial demonic aura is devoured by the form of the ancient demon god, the endless forests of Tianqian Mountain are liberated from years of darkness, revealing the silhouettes of the peaks. Not far on the horizon, a radiant sun begins to rise slowly, accompanied by a resonant dragon's roar. Both Han Fei and the ancient demon god erupt in a dazzling golden light. Upon the emergence of this golden radiance, even the sun on the horizon pales in comparison. Here, Han Fei's dragon form and the ancient demon god stand majestically, side by side, their gazes cold and indifferent, surveying the entire southern landscape. The dragon form, imposing and proud, commands respect and awe. The demon god's form, towering and formidable, wields the divine weapon of god-slaying, ruling over a realm. With a mere thought, the heavens and earth shift in hue. With a mere thought, mountains and rivers may be severed. In this moment, with the power of two formidable bodies at his command, Han Fei stands as a sovereign ruler in the Southern Territories. Chapter 101. The 9 curves of the Yellow Springs Array descends upon Tianqian Mountain. The ancient demon god's avatar has been completely integrated. Under the influence of the indomitable dragon's soul, Han Fei can effortlessly switch perspectives, fully descending his consciousness into the demon god, eliminating any sense of delay in control. However, with such a colossal demon god, it poses a challenge to keep it by his side at all times. How to address this concern? With this dilemma in mind, Han Fei opened the system shop and scrolled through the options, eventually discovering a ring named Exhilarating. Exhilarating, an ancient imperial artifact with a unique storage space that can hold endless resources, accompanied by the skill Exhilarating Truth, which summons the boundless Exhilarating mountains to exert overwhelming pressure and attack adversaries. Required faith value for exchange, 31 million. Note, the special Exhilarating space of this ring can provide a training ground for the host's avatar, the ancient demon god. Currently, as the ancient dragon god, Han Fei possesses 3.6 million followers. During this burgeoning phase of development, he can earn approximately 10 million faith daily. Gazing at the Shumi seed in the system list, Han Fei nodded and added it to his collection, intending to exchange it as soon as his faith value is sufficient. This will likely occur within a day or two. Meanwhile, after forcefully absorbing the endless demonic aura of Tianqian Mountain, Han Fei directed his colossal dragon head towards the astonished Haisha, Ghost King, and spoke. The various minerals confirmed within Tianqian Mountain are estimated to be worth 90 billion low-grade spirit stones. In the foreseeable future, I shall dispatch personnel to excavate mineral resources within these deep mountains, at which point I shall require your esteemed, ghostly sect to provide security for my miners. Upon hearing this proclamation, the once transformed dragon god devotee, the Black Fiend King, could not help but exclaim, Master, safeguarding the heavenly abyss mountain is within my capability. However, given the vast expanse of this mountainous region, relying solely on my efforts is insufficient. Should you wish to summon all 10,000 disciples of the ghostly sect to this locale, I would be entirely supportive. Nonetheless, our sect is a mix of diverse elements, and even as the deputy sect leader, I cannot guarantee comprehensive oversight. Under such circumstances, entrusting the ghostly sect with the guardianship of this area may inadvertently invite calamity. At the utterance of the Black Fiend King's words, Han Fei nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, as the system had assessed, this devotee was rather dependable. However, the concerns raised by the Black Fiend King were not lost on Han Fei prior to deciding to develop the Heavenly Abyss Mountain. Integrating the entire ghostly sect into the guardianship of the Heavenly Abyss Mountain would undoubtedly pose management challenges. Yet, what if Han Fei were to possess absolute authority over life and death in this region? The dynamics would change entirely. The Ninshi Huangqian Jun. Not long ago, Han Fei had completed his trials at the Heavenly Abyss Mountain, earning a special mountain gate formation as a reward from a system. Once activated, this formation would require an annual expenditure of over 1 million low-grade spirit stones from Han Fei, but its efficacy rivals that of the Xiantian Great Formation. Under the control of the Ninshi Jun, not only would the entire ghostly sect be unable to rebel, but even if the formidable figures of the Xiantian sect were to launch an assault, they would likely be unable to fully seize this territory in the short term. Of course, as the divine beast of the Xiantian sect, Han Fei's standing meant that the leaders of the Xiantian sect had no reason to invade their own domain, unless those above had succumbed to madness. On another front, as a minor sect in the southern region, the ghostly sect would benefit significantly from being entrusted with the excavation of the mineral deposits at the Heavenly Abyss Mountain, outweighing any potential drawbacks. Should the members of the ghostly sect indeed contemplate rebellion, they must weigh their actions carefully, for in attempting to dismantle the Ninshi Jun, they would have to consider whether they are prepared to face the entirety of the Xiantian sect as their adversary. The mineral deposits at the Heavenly Abyss Mountain were initially discerned by Han Fei while utilizing skeletal soldiers for reconnaissance. Previously, many of these resources were buried deep within the earth, with poor extraction conditions. However, with Han Fei now in control of this area, its potential for development has become abundantly clear. As long as the ghostly energy here can be resisted, any miner could reap substantial profits. Previously, the Xiantian sect had repeatedly sent individuals to investigate the Heavenly Abyss Mountain, but alas, the master craftsmen who ventured here deemed the extraction value to be low, concluding that the profits gained from the minerals were unlikely to offset the resources expended in purging the demonic energy. Thus, the development of the Heavenly Abyss Mountain had remained outside the purview of the Xiantian sect. It is precisely for this reason that Han Fei found himself with the opportunity to seize an advantage on the territory of the Xiantian sect. Currently, Han Fei has purged the malevolent energy from Tianqian Mountain, and with the formidable defensive prowess of the Nine Curves Yellow Spring Array, which rivals that of the Xiantian Grand Formation, it would be exceedingly difficult for the prominent figures of the Xiantian sect to wrest control of Tianqian Mountain from Han Fei. As the guardian beast of the Xiantian sect, Han Fei is entirely justified in expanding his own territory. Within Tianqian Mountain, confronted by the Black Shot Ghost King's bewilderment, Han Fei's gaze shifted as he silently recited a mental incantation. In an instant, a terrifying array resembling a constellation emanated from his being, enshrouding the boundless spiritual energy of heaven and earth. instigating remarkable transformations within Tianqian Mountain. Upstream of Tianqian Mountain, a torrent surged forth, influenced by the array. The river's waters suddenly swelled 100-fold, crashing against the banks. The once tumultuous river instantly became infused with a dreadful aura of the underworld, exuding an endless demonic atmosphere along both shores. Simultaneously, propelled by the fearsome array, numerous peaks within Tianqian Mountain collapsed, while others rose majestically from the earth. The overwhelming changes in the world were akin to divine beings reshaping the landscape, evoking expressions of terror from the black-shot Ghost King and the Dragon Maiden. Astonishment 999. Faith 999. In a fleeting moment, the heavens were defied, and the landscape was remolded. What a remarkable feat by the Lord of the Dragon God. The concentration of underworld energy here is so profound that if my underworld sect were to cultivate within this realm, within a century, our sect's standing would ascend several levels. As the black-shot Ghost King gasped in astonishment, the transformation of the mountains and rivers continued unabated. The malevolent energy that had previously perished due to the devouring of ancient demonic deities surged forth once more, under the potent communicative power of the 9 curves yellow spring array. The river, which had swelled several times, had now entirely transformed into a river of the yellow spring, within which the anguished wails of countless ghosts resounded, and numerous skeletal warriors surged forth. Subsequently, boundless spiritual energy converged with the underworld aura, and tumultuous thunderstorms swirling together. Deep within the mountains, a formidable mountain gate array quietly took shape. This locale is the core of the 9 curves yellow spring array in the future. Should anyone dare to incite rebellion within Tianqian Mountain, the array shall enact retribution, unleashing terrifying underworld assaults and yellow spring thunderstorms that will instantaneously reduce even Emperor-level experts to mere bones. So, do you still doubt my control over the underworld sect? Han Fei inquired coldly within Tianqian Mountain. Chapter 102. The White-Shot Ghost King, the Ghost Seal of the Underworld. A superlative array capable of altering the terrain and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. A treasure trove worth hundreds of billions. Such a grand and expansive scenario, if it were to belong to any other faction, would signify the pinnacle of establishing a sect, akin to the revered ancestors of a prominent religious order. Yet for the Lord of the Dragon God, this is merely the commencement of his journey. Just moments ago, the Lord of the Dragon God posed a question to the black-shot Ghost King. Do you still believe I cannot govern the entire underworld sect? In response, the Black Shaman King expressed that being able to ally with the great Dragon God is the most fortuitous event in the history of the Netherworld sect, which has endured for millennia. The Dragon God possesses the capability to command the entire Netherworld sect. Compared to the remote territories currently occupied by the Netherworld sect, the chasm of the Yellow Springs, suffused with its ethereal essence, is undoubtedly one of the most exalted sanctuaries for cultivation in existence. In such a realm, thick with ghostly energy, the Black Shaman King is confident that within a century, he will undoubtedly be able to coalesce the Netherworld Ghost Dragon and astound the world. My lord, I am grateful for the opportunity you have bestowed upon the Netherworld sect to rise once more. I shall return immediately to arrange for the safeguarding of the chasm. Should the sect leader be reluctant, I shall unhesitatingly usurp his position. Moreover, I must mention that the current leader of our sect is my twin brother. I believe he will heed my counsel. If he refuses, I shall compel him to witness the might of the Dragon God. Upon hearing this, Han Fei expressed his satisfaction, nodding in agreement. This time, do not linger too long upon your return to the Netherworld sect. I will soon dispatch individuals to mine in the chasm. With that, Han Fei summoned his profound energy and forcefully activated the domain of the Dragon God. With a flick of his claw, a vast essence of netherworld energy was infused into the Black Shaman King. Before long, a voice from the system echoed in Han Fei's ear. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully unblocking the final obstructed meridian of the Black Shaman King and imparting the complete netherworld art to him. In the land of the god of burial, amidst the formidable aura emanating from Han Fei's dragon claw, the Black Shaman King levitated in midair, his entire being radiating a terrifying azure-black energy. Under the onslaught of this immense energy, A dragon's roar erupted from the Black Shaman King's lips. With a fierce glint in his eyes, he clenched his right fist tightly. Without the need for the soul-summoning banner, the energy in his right arm coalesced, and in an instant, a massive gray dragon burst forth, soaring into the sky and roaring in triumph. Though this dragon was slightly weaker than the one conjured by Han Fei, it nonetheless exuded an impressive presence and formidable combat prowess. Astounded by the remarkable changes within himself, the Black Shaman King wore an expression of sheer astonishment. Before long, he erupted into hearty laughter. Ha ha ha! Thank you, great dragon god, for bestowing upon me this supreme ability. With the complete netherworld art, I am confident that the White Shaman King will be able to comprehend my counsel. Upon my return to the sect, I shall sincerely persuade my younger brother to follow the dragon god and indulge in the abundance of life. With the complete netherworld art, the Black Shaman King's faith value surged by 999 and his loyalty increased by 20. Casting one last respectful glance at Han Fei, the Black Shaman King bowed deeply and transformed into a wisp of black smoke, vanishing into the boundless chasm, hastily returning to his sect to seek out his brother. As time flowed by, autumn faded into winter. In the chasm, after the Black Shaman King's departure, he toiled for nearly a month before returning, accompanied by the visibly enraged White Shaman King, to the chasm. Throughout the journey, the brothers of the Black and White Ghost Kings engaged in a lively chase and skirmish. Under the force of their fierce confrontation, numerous mountains within the Tinking Mountain range crumbled. Amidst this commotion, the Black Shaman King finally reached Han Fei, tossing a ghostly seal exuding a peculiar aura towards him, stating, "My lord, the White Shaman refuses to heed my counsel and stubbornly refuses to relocate the disciples of our netherworld sect. This seal you hold is the emblem of our sect's master. With it, you shall become the sovereign of the netherworld sect." The Black Shaman King had sprinted over with great urgency. Behind him, a powerful figure radiating the essence of the White Shaman was furiously pursuing him, seething with rage. Witnessing the Black Shaman King offering their sect's most treasured jade seal, the White Shaman King was struck with disbelief, spitting out a mouthful of blood in sheer frustration. He had witnessed extravagant losses before, but never had he seen anyone squander their legacy as the Black Shaman King had. This lunatic must have lost his mind. Is he truly willing to relinquish our ancestral heritage so easily? The White Shaman King was consumed with the desire to eliminate the Black Shaman. Within the boundless depths of the mountains, he surged forward, powered by an overwhelming momentum towards the Black Shaman King. Suddenly, he noticed a colossal dragon perched atop the peaks, alongside a towering demon standing firm at the mountain's foot. Upon spotting the dragon and the demon, the White Shaman King was momentarily taken aback and attempted to halt his advance, but it was too late. In midair, the ancient demon's immense hand descended upon him, seizing him with unyielding strength. Rendered immobile by the powerful grip of the demon, the White Shaman King glared at the Black Shaman King, his expression a mixture of fury and betrayal. "Curse you! I regarded you as a brother, and yet you seek to betray me." Meanwhile, the Black Shaman King could only look on helplessly, intending to calm his younger brother. But before he could speak, Han Fei had already activated the jade seal that the Black Shaman King had cast aside. With the force of the Golden Gaze and the Dragon God's aura, the prohibitions of the Netherworld sect's ghostly seal began to unravel one by one. The first layer of prohibition unleashed a torrent of ghostly energy. The second layer summoned vengeful spirits. The third layer awakened a legion of wandering ghosts. And at the 12th layer, the Netherworld Ghost City emerged. From beneath the ghostly seal, a city that had been imprisoned within the ancient jade seal for millennia suddenly manifested within the heart of the mountains. Oh heavens! The Black and White Ghost Kings stood in awe before the mysterious ghost city that had materialized from the seal. Remarkably, the 12 layers of prohibitions of the Netherworld Ghost Seal had, much like the Netherworld Sutra, never been breached within the sect for thousands of years. This was precisely why the Netherworld sect had remained a minor sect in the Southern Territories. Today, whether it was the furious and relentless White Sha Ghost King or the Black Sha Ghost King, who had long harbored intentions to ally with Han Fei, neither anticipated that the Lord Dragon God could shatter all the prohibitions of the Underworld Ghost Seal with just a single glance. At this moment, the white-shod Ghost King finally comprehended why, during the past few days, his elder brother had so frantically urged him to seek refuge with the dragon god of the Shantian sect. Aligning with Han, Fei could indeed usher in remarkable advancements for the underworld sect. This dragon god is truly extraordinary. Chapter 103. Wealthy and Prosperous. The Money Tree. Heavenly blessings deep within the treacherous mountains, as Han Fei activated the ghost seal of the underworld, a ghostly city, long concealed within the seal for millennia, emerged into existence. The 10,000 disciples of the underworld sect could effortlessly relocate to the abyssal mountain without incurring substantial costs. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully secured a stable territory, completing the milestone task of becoming a regional overlord. You have received a reward of 100 exquisite spirit stones. And the innate ability, bountiful winds and abundant rain, will now influence the abyssal mountain area. The bountiful winds and abundant rain has been amplified 100-fold by the system, significantly increasing the probability of rare mineral discoveries while greatly reducing the difficulty of extraction. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully transformed the underworld sect, gaining 120,000 devotees. The Yellow Springs Underworld Sect, a unique ghostly cultivation sect venerating the ancient dragon god, boasts 120,000 practitioners, including 2 quasi-emperors and 10 martial kings. Current host attributes: host, Han Fei physical form, quasi-dragon avatar, ancient demon god cultivation, peak of Chi Si realm technique, ancient dragon god art physique, indestructible panga body, emperor's battle body, radiant sun divine body abilities, frost wrath, dragon god's domain, golden gaze, tornado assault, vast fog, dragon reversal, one breath moves mountains and rivers, indestructible golden body, divine thunder punishment, frostfire of anomalies, supreme killing word technique, golden profound chi, exquisite star technique, endless sands, golden armor shield, gung metal anomalous fire, underworld technique, devouring heaven and earth talents, fury, soul suppression, unmatched fortune, tidal waves, cloud riding, wind calling, bountiful winds and abundant rain, flourishing martial fortune formation, celestial star array, ancient formation of the Xianming sect, 9 curves of the Yellow Springs array energy value, 4 5 3 2 1 faith value, 5 1 million evolution points, 11 devotees, 3 73 million items, guardian puppet, Xian snake crystal core, elemental crystal, ancient thunder whip, dragon binding lock, 173 spirit essence pills, purple gold glazed lantern, 9-star silver dragon ring, obsidian, 765 exquisite spirit stones, 100 radiant sun pills, Xian dragon soul, Xianming pill furnace, for methods of the azure dragon, god-slaying war halberd, 24 calming sea pearls, ancient god mask, and mustard seed of Shumi. Currently, the number of gathered dragon scales, 63011, unbeknownst to him. Half a year had passed since Han Fei departed from the sect. According to his prior agreement with the Shantian sect, he was to return as winter approached to unveil the Shantian secret realm, providing opportunities for the disciples of the Shantian sect. Simultaneously, he needed to solidify the allegiance of his numerous followers within the sect. Observing that the excavation of the mineral resources in the abyssal mountain was well underway under the guidance of the dual laborers, Han Fei decided to take his leave. Accompanied by the ancient demon god and the Ning sisters along with the dragon maiden, he set forth towards the dragon god lake. At this juncture, it had been 2 to 3 months since Han Fei last departed from the dragon god lake. Under the protective array of the Xianming sect, tranquility enveloped the dragon god lake, and no formidable beasts dared to rebel any longer. On this day, as Han Fei led the ancient demonic deity, towering over 100 zhang, through the realm, all the devotees within the dragon god lake were instantly awestruck. Oh heavens! After a period of absence, the Lord Dragon God appeared with an even more terrifying majesty. What could possibly account for the immense demonic figure, colossal as a mountain? The lake, over 200 meters deep, barely submerged the deity's chest. Could this formidable being be an ally of our esteemed master? Ding! Congratulations, host. Your presence has astounded the devotees. You have gained 999 points of faith. The passage of the dragon god has left 1,000 devotees in shock, and you have acquired 10,000 new followers. As Han Fei journeyed westward along the Nutsong River, He made no effort to conceal his movements or the ancient deity. By the time Han Fei and his entourage fully entered the forest, his followers had swelled to an impressive 5 million, and his faith points surged by over 10 million. Merely by showcasing such a colossal form, Han Fei was immensely satisfied with the success of his return journey. Once they entered the boundless forest, Han Fei stored the ancient demonic deity away and swiftly flew towards the direction of the Xiantian sect, accompanied by the Ning sisters, the Dragon Maiden, and others. In early winter, the forest was filled with a melancholic ambience. As they hurried towards the Xiantian sect, heavy snow began to fall from the sky, draping the world in a silvery cloak. This transformation stirred Han Fei's spirit. His dragon eyes widened as he let out a resounding dragon roar. With renewed speed, Han Fei soared through the vast expanse. The ancient dragon god's frost of wrath infused the forest with an extraordinary mystical energy. Under the dragon god's blessing, countless rare flowers and exotic herbs would surely flourish in the coming year, providing abundant opportunities for cultivation in this realm. Such is the formidable strength of the ancient dragon race. Han Fei was not only unmatched in combat prowess, but also a powerful divine beast, capable of bestowing good fortune upon nearly all who encountered a true dragon. At last on this day, Han Fei and his companions arrived at the gates of the Xiantian sect. Before them stood the majestic architecture of the sect, a testament to its 10,000 years of grandeur, leaving all who beheld it in awe. While the ghost city within the ghost seal of the Yuming sect was a remarkable presence in the southern lands, it still paled in comparison to the deep-rooted heritage of the Xiantian sect. Powerful, ferocious beasts approaching the Xiantian sect would typically trigger the sect's formidable defensive array, keeping such creatures at bay. However, who was Han Fei? He was the revered guardian beast of the Xiantian sect. Upon sensing Han Fei's presence from afar, the grand array did not impede him. Instead, it erupted with a heavenly aura of auspiciousness, joyfully welcoming his return. On this day, within the Xiantian sect, snow fell as a divine blessing, and the skies were adorned with radiant hues, a splendid scene befitting a sacred land. As Han Fei traversed the sect's grand array and entered the Xiantian territory, suddenly, the voice of the system resounded again. Ding! Congratulations, esteemed host, on the completion of the milestone task, attaining immense wealth, accumulating 1 million spiritual stones and 1,000 pieces of gold within a year. You have been rewarded with the ancient imperial treasure, the money tree. With the divine blessing of the heavenly officer, the money tree shall enable the host's wealth to burgeon rapidly, while the heavenly officer's blessing enhances the fortune of a nation, subduing its fate. The money tree, an ancient imperial treasure, once planted, can swiftly gather the ethereal energies of heaven and earth, elevating the grade of spiritual stones. It can transform inferior spiritual stones into medium-grade ones, and medium-grade stones into superior ones, with an annual conversion capacity of 1 million spiritual stones. Note: the activation of the money tree requires the consumption of rare celestial fire. Each money tree can be utilized for a century, and beneath its boughs, the probability of unique spiritual stones materializing is exceedingly high. At this moment, within the sect, when the Dragon God system suddenly presented a multitude of milestone rewards, Han Fei was taken aback. In the Eastern Wilderness realm, the various spiritual stones employed by cultivators are derived from mineral veins, formed from ancient spiritual energy through the pressure of the Earth's crust. If this money tree can genuinely elevate 1 million ordinary spiritual stones by 1 grade within a mere year, it would be akin to recreating a mineral vein. Chapter 104. The Empress ascends to the Emperor level. Regarding the money tree, Han Fei possesses both ice fire and metal fire. These two celestial fires can provide the essential foundation for the growth and transformation of special spiritual stones for the money tree. In the Eastern Wilderness realm, any special spiritual stone is worth over 100 times that of ordinary spiritual stones. A superior spiritual stone exuding an icy aura is sufficient for a master craftsman to forge a remarkable divine weapon, enabling a master of formations to create a top-tier killing array. Indeed, the money tree lives up to its name, capable of bestowing vast riches upon its owner. However, it is imperative to have a solid economic foundation. Only with wealth can the money tree truly resonate. Within the Xiantian sect, deep in the boundless forests, upon achieving the milestone of wealthy beyond measure, Han Fei's dragon eyes gleamed with determination, and he swiftly altered his course, heading towards the outer sect's apricot blossom pavilion. Now, Han Fei's form was colossal. when a fearsome dragon, towering over 70 zhang, descended from the heavens. Countless cultivators in the outer sect were instantly astounded. The aura it exuded was truly terrifying. What origin does this enormous dragon hail from, and how could it so silently breach the gates of our Xiantian sect? Surely, our sect will not be destroyed by this dragon. Gazing upon the formidable dragon that loomed like a mountain, the outer sect disciples trembled in fear. At that moment, among the disciples, a follower of the dragon god exclaimed in astonishment, "It is the dragon god, the giant dragon nurtured by the Empress, returning home." As the followers of the dragon god cried out, Han Fei's mountain-like form had already landed assertively upon the street. As the dragon's body touched down, the ground trembled on either side. Instantly, countless disciples marveled. Faith value, 999. Followers of the dragon god, 999. On the outer street, where Han Fei descended, a mere turn of the head revealed the fragrant pavilion of the Apricot Blossom Tower, rising 6 stories high. On this particular day, the proprietor of the Apricot Blossom Tower was initially within the warm pavilion, engaged in discussions with several wine merchants from the southern territories regarding the expansion of the Dragon God Workshop and the export of various alcoholic beverages. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted from outside the lofty building, startling the owners, including Tang. Hastily pushing open the warm pavilion, they stepped onto the balcony, only to behold a majestic dragon god, towering over 70 zhang, exuding an aura of authority, gazing at them with an expression of indifference. The business owners within the warm pavilion were taken aback. After a lengthy pause, Tang finally spoke. "Dragon god, you have returned." Han Fei nodded in acknowledgement. Earlier, the system had abruptly concluded the milestone task of wealthy beyond measure, leading Han Fei to realize that his wines had been selling remarkably well over the past 6 months. Consequently, he had planned to visit the Empress's palace, but decided to pause en route to assess the developments of his Dragon God workshop and to retrieve the surplus spirit stones from Tang's distillery for further investments elsewhere. At this moment, upon witnessing Han Fei's colossal dragon form, the wine merchants from the southern regions were utterly astonished. "Is this the dragon god you have been speaking of, Tang?" one exclaimed. "My heavens, the aura emanating from this dragon god is fiercely overwhelming. In all my years, I have never laid eyes upon a true dragon. Today has certainly broadened my horizons." In an instant, the merchant's fervor ignited. "Tang, regarding the tiger bone wine and plum blossom wine you mentioned, I shall take as many as you can provide, at the price you quoted. Furthermore, please ensure we are involved in the expansion of the Dragon God Workshop. I only require a 10% stake. As long as it yields profit, the rest shall belong to the Dragon God." Having cultivated relationships with wine merchants over the years, Tang had never before experienced such remarkable enthusiasm. As everyone surrounded him, brimming with excitement, Tang gradually parted the crowd, directing his gaze towards Han Fei, and humbly inquired, "Dragon God, what are your thoughts on the matters concerning the distillery?" Before Tang could finish his sentence, Han Fei lifted his gaze. Speaking in a calm tone, "You shall handle the export and expansion. I will leave 2 individuals with you. Please calculate the surplus earnings from the past 6 months and deliver them to me." With that, Han Fei's formidable limbs stirred the ground, raising a cloud of dust, followed by a resonant dragon's roar as he departed from the outer gate. Watching Han Fei's retreating figure, Tang was left in a state of astonishment, unable to refrain from shaking his head in awe. In just half a year, the Dragon God's power has grown even stronger. Meanwhile, after leaving the outer gate of the Xiantian sect, Han Fei did not divert to any other location, but rather slowed his pace, gliding steadily towards the Empress's palace. Along the way, he harvested a considerable amount of faith value. Before long, he arrived at the Empress's palace nestled within the snow-draped mountains, where silence reigned. The bamboo and cold plum trees stood resolutely against the biting wind. Within the imperial chamber, a group of maidservants moved gracefully, attending to the Empress as she bathed and changed attire in preparation for dinner. Just emerging from the hot spring, their gaze was drawn to a majestic dragon soaring on the horizon, causing the maidens to gasp in astonishment. As they turned to inform the Empress, a sudden realization struck them. This magnificent dragon was none other than the revered dragon god they had longed for. After a hiatus of 6 months, the dragon god had finally returned. In the Empress's chamber, to facilitate Han Fei's transformation into a dragon and allow his free passage, numerous structures had been dismantled at her behest, resulting in an expansive, unobstructed view atop the mountain, with ample space for Han Fei to alight. In the air, Before Han Fei could choose a suitable landing spot, a figure adorned in sheer fabric, with bare feet and unparalleled beauty, emerged from the hot spring palace, her face radiant with joy. Xiaobai, you have finally returned. After 6 months apart, the Empress, Nangong Yao, remained breathtakingly beautiful. Upon her swift exit, she embraced Han Fei's colossal dragon form, her expression brimming with delight. Han Fei seemed to have anticipated such an affectionate gesture from the Empress. After releasing a gentle rumble, he descended, carrying her into the imperial chamber. Raising his eyes to behold the Empress, draped in delicate fabric, her long, fair legs appearing even more pristine than the snow-capped mountains, Han Fei couldn't help but feel a surge of admiration for such exquisite beauty. In his past life, he could scarcely have imagined being in the company of such a stunning confidant. With a movement of his 70-odd zhonglong form, his commanding dragon gaze fixed upon the Empress, Han Fei remarked, "It seems you have advanced to the rank of quasi-emperor in my absence." To this, Nangong Yao smiled with narrowed eyes. "Indeed. My ascension is largely due to the dragon god domain and the flawless spiritual essence pill you left behind. So tell me, during your travels, did you suffer any hardships or face any bullies? If so, inform me, and I shall exact vengeance for you." Her concern for Han Fei was palpable. After a series of inquiries, the Empress could not resist adding, "It has been quite a while since we last met. You seem to have grown considerably. I dare say you must now be over 70 zhong. Xiaobai, how grand you have become." Chapter 105. The First Order of Business upon returning to the sect, suppressing Situ Lingshan outside the Empress's chamber. Upon hearing her concerned inquiries about Han Fei's well-being over the past 6 months, his 2 attendants exchanged knowing smiles. Truly, it was remarkable that the dragon god, with such formidable prowess, had not bullied others during his time away. It was inconceivable that he could have been victimized himself. Meanwhile, Han Fei's expression grew serious as he inquired of the Empress, "During my brief absence from the Xintian sect, has Situ Lingshan or the Gongsun family troubled you?" The Empress paused, taken aback by the question, before responding, "No, not at all. Over the past 6 months, I have spent most of my time in seclusion, leaving Situ Lingshan with little opportunity to cause me trouble." She continued, "Moreover, with my current quasi-emperor cultivation, any attempt by Situ Lingshan to confront me would only lead to her own humiliation." "That is reassuring," Han Fei replied, gazing at the Empress. Han Fei silently nodded before stating, "Over the past few months, although Situ Lingshan has refrained from disturbing you within the Xintian sect, she has dispatched a team to pursue me." Upon hearing this, the Empress's expression suddenly shifted, and she glanced at Han Fei's imposing figure, unable to suppress her concern. "Is that little white all right?" To this, Han Fei responded with a calm demeanor, "The individuals sent by Situ Lingshan possess average strength, insufficient to pose any threat to me." "That's a relief," the Empress said, gently placing her fair hands over her chest, her face reflecting a look of reassurance. Meanwhile, Han Fei's gaze grew intense. Situ Lingshan harbors a deep-seated desire for revenge. Allowing such a person to remain within the Xintian sect is ultimately a perilous risk. "Empress, after our meeting, I shall immediately address the matter concerning Situ Lingshan." As he spoke, a fierce killing intent enveloped him, radiating an overwhelming dragon might. Even the formidable Nangong Yao could not help but be startled in the face of such power. With a look of astonishment directed at Han Fei, the Empress quickly inquired, "Little White, what do you intend to do? The Xintian sect is filled with experts. Do not act impulsively." On the other hand, Han Fei slightly lowered his gaze, observing the Empress's worried expression, and replied, "Rest assured, I know my limits. It is merely a matter of eliminating Situ Lingshan. The experts of our Xintian sect cannot possibly hinder me." Upon hearing this, the Empress fell silent. She understood that Little White belonged to the ancient dragon lineage, and would retaliate fiercely against any wrongdoing inflicted by foes, showing no tolerance. Once Little White made a decision, even she would find it challenging to alter his course. "Upon returning to the sect, are you truly intent on stirring up a tempest? Little White, if you have resolved this, then I shall support you wholeheartedly. Here is the Empress's token of the Xintian sect. Take it to the Gongsun family and retrieve what you seek." Outside the Empress's chambers, gazing at the indifferent Han Fei, she promptly produced the Xintian token that symbolized her authority. On the other side, Han Fei was taken aback upon seeing the token. He had not anticipated such trust from the Xintian Empress. Aware that forcibly eliminating Situ Lingshan would undoubtedly offend the entire Gongsun family, she nevertheless resolutely supported his cause. This young lady truly feared no trouble. Beneath the gently falling snowflakes, Han Fei smiled faintly at the Xiantian token she presented, then stated, "It is merely a matter of suppressing Sidu Lingshan. There is no need to invoke the authority of the Xiantian sect as Empress. My own strength suffices." As he concluded, his gaze sharpened. "I believe news of my return to the Xiantian sect will soon spread throughout the sect. To ensure Situ Lingshan does not prepare in advance, I shall be on my way." As a member of the ancient dragon lineage, Han Fei exuded majesty and a combative spirit. In this world, he would not allow anyone who dared to offend the might of the dragon to live comfortably. Situ Lingshan had repeatedly attempted to take his life. Han Fei could not permit her to remain in the Xiantian sect unscathed. Thus, despite Han Fei having just returned to the Xiantian sect, he found himself inundated with numerous tasks on this day. Outside the Empress's palace, he cast a final glance at Nangong Yao before slightly turning to the Ning sisters and saying, "You two and the Dragon Maiden stay here and converse with the Empress about our experiences over the past 6 months. I shall return shortly." With that, Han Fei's formidable dragon form stirred, and before the Empress could react, he had already vanished into the clouds. The Empress initially intended to accompany Han Fei, but upon reflection, she recognized that after half a year apart, Xiao Bai had significantly enhanced his strength. Perhaps he truly possessed the capability to handle the matters regarding Situ Lingshan independently. Therefore, the Empress chose not to rush into the situation. Wishing to provide Han Fei with the space to assert his authority and allow Xiao Bai to establish his own prestige within the Xiantian sect. Should Xiao Bai encounter any difficulties, the Empress would be ready to arrive at a moment's notice to assist him, regardless of his location. As for the Empress's token, it mattered little whether Xiao Bai possessed it. Within the Xiantian sect, everyone knew that Xiao Bai was under her protection. Here, Xiao Bai's will would embody the Empress's intent, and she would not undermine his standing. In dealing with Sidu Lingshan, should anyone dare to trouble Xiao Bai in the future, they would have to confront her directly. Regardless, within the Xiantian sect, the Empress, Nangong Yao, was determined to be Xiao Bai's staunchest ally. Outside the palace, as she watched Han Fei's receding figure, the Empress chose to remain silent and turned her gaze to the Ning sisters, who were on the verge of breaking through to the martial king realm. She couldn't help but exclaim, "It has been a long time, and your cultivation has advanced so remarkably." The Ning sisters, upon noticing the Empress, hurriedly approached to greet her. Their bond had been quite close before Han Fei took them away, and their reunion was filled with nostalgic sentiments. While conversing with the Ning sisters, Nangong Yao remained unaware that despite her eagerness to support Han Fei, it was indeed the recently empowered Han Fei who stood as her most formidable ally. On the other side, after bidding farewell to the Empress, Han Fei swiftly arrived at the ancestral residence of the Gongsun family. Upon his arrival, without uttering a word, he unleashed his immense dragon might, causing the grand structures within the Gongsun manor to crumble under its weight. As the dragon appeared, a tempest of snow engulfed the area, shaking the very ground. In the midst of this tumult, the Gongsun family cultivators emerged, their faces etched with shock. Upon seeing Han Fei, whose form was as imposing as a mountain and whose expression was filled with fury, the Gongsun family felt a surge of anger. Among the crowd, Situ Lingshan's husband, Gongsun Hao, was the first to step forward, confronting Han Fei with a scornful tone. "You wretched creature, are you the dragon raised by the Empress? It has been a long time, and you have grown." Witnessing the destruction of numerous buildings within the manor, Gongsun Hao's fury reached its peak. "You scoundrel. Your audacity knows no bounds." Chapter 106. The Day of Birth, 9 Nether Thunder. Madam, exert yourself a little more. The child is about to be born." On this day, within the confines of the Xiantian sect, the cold wind howled and the snowstorm raged. Inside the Gongsun Manor, a young woman in her 20s, possessing a fair degree of beauty, was in the throes of labor. Her limbs were taut, beads of sweat adorned her forehead, and she emitted a series of agonizing cries. This woman was none other than Sidu Lingshan, who had wed Gongsun Hao a little over 6 months prior. On the day of their wedding banquet, when Han Fei revealed that Sidu Lingshan was with child, she had already secretly conceived for more than 3 months. Thus, given the passage of time, the fetus within her was now full term. On this fateful day, as Situ Lingshan prepared to give birth, she could not have foreseen that the white dragon, nurtured by the Empress, would descend upon her in a fit of fury. At this moment, she was consumed by rage at Han Fei's sudden arrival. Utterly distracted from the task of bringing forth her child, "Madam, Clench your teeth and focus. The child is on the verge of arrival. Give it your all. Inside the warm chamber, Situ Lingshan continued to wail in despair. Outside the manor, beset by the merciless snowstorm, Gongsun Hao gazed at Han Fei with an expression of cold indifference. Today marked the day of Situ Lingshan's childbirth, and Gongsun Hao was determined to ensure that the dragon raised by the Empress would not disrupt her. He lifted his gaze and coldly regarded the small white dragon, which loomed like a mountain, his face a mask of fury. Meanwhile, after forcefully intruding upon the Gongsun residence, Han Fei sensed a faint metallic tang in the air. And as his dragon-like eyes opened wide, he beheld the sight of Situ Lingshan, legs splayed, in the throes of labor within the warm chamber. The scene was so vivid that blood instantly clouded Han Fei's vision. How fortuitous that he had arrived today. Lowering his gaze and casting a cold glance at the wrathful Gongsun Hao, Han Fei could not help but smile and say, "Gongsun Hao, congratulations on your impending fatherhood." Oh, as the saying goes, one should not strike a smiling face. Just moments before, Gongsun Hao had been livid, rebuking Han Fei for his audacity. But upon hearing Han Fei's unexpected congratulations, his anger momentarily dissipated. He recalled his father's words, that the arrival of a true dragon during a time of joyful tidings was an auspicious omen. Though the dragon nurtured by the Empress was rather haughty, it was still a magnificent divine beast of the Shantian sect. Perhaps its presence today heralded that Situ Lingshan would bear a son. Thus, a smile crept onto Gongsun Hao's face as he addressed Han Fei with a degree of maturity. "Dragon brother, when did you return to the Shantian sect? Since you are here, do come to my home for a few cups of fine wine, as a gesture of hospitality." Upon hearing this, Han Fei was momentarily taken aback. So, Gongsun Hao had begun to temper his demeanor and act courteously? Was his earlier laughter the cause of some misunderstanding? This young man seemed somewhat bewildered by the situation. "Gongsun Hao, there is no need for such hospitality. I have come to your Gongsun family today for but one matter: surrender Situ Lingshan, or prepare for a war with your entire clan." As Han Fei uttered these words, his tone was calm yet undeniably authoritative. The message resonated with Gongsun Hao, leaving him in utter shock. His eyes widened in disbelief as he glared fiercely at Han Fei, exclaiming, "What nonsense are you spouting? The grievances between you and my wife were settled at the wedding banquet, were they not? I have chosen not to hold your previous disruption against you. Yet here you are, provoking me again? A mere nascent dragon dares to declare war on the entire Gongsun family? You should weigh your own worth before speaking so recklessly." As Gongsun Hao spoke, a long sword materialized in his hand, radiating an aura of authority. "This wretched beast, raised by the Empress, has repeatedly trespassed upon my family's dignity. Do you truly think the Gongsun family lacks formidable warriors?" Today marked the joyous occasion of Situ Lingshan giving birth to her first child. Gongsun Hao had already exercised considerable restraint in the face of Han Fei, but if this impudent individual dared to escalate matters further, he would not hesitate to slay him. Even if he were indeed the guardian beast of Shantian sect, Gongsun Hao, a martial king, equipped with the formidable 9 Nether Thunder array established within the estate after the wedding, was resolute in his belief that this insignificant dragon could not escape his grasp. With the sword in hand, amidst the blizzard, thunder roared, and the heavens themselves seemed to darken. The safety of his wife and child was gravely threatened. Inciting Gongsun Hao's fury, he had no interest in understanding why Han Fei had suddenly approached his wife. His sole focus was on one thing: to kill. Within the Shantian sect, any who dared to offend the Gongsun family would face merciless retribution. This was the true nature of Gongsun Hao. There was no room for politeness or restraint. Meanwhile, confronted with Gongsun Hao's sudden rage, Han Fei spoke up. "Are you prepared to drag the entire Gongsun family down as a sacrifice for Situ Lingshan?" In response to Han Fei's cold inquiry, Gongsun Hao offered no reply. The long sword in his hand crackled with ominous lightning as it lunged toward Han Fei's neck. Within the 9 Nether Thunder array, Gongsun Hao wielded strength that rivaled the peak of quasi-emperors, and if memory served, the dragon nurtured by the Empress had only attained a corporeal state at the last wedding banquet. Even if this dragon had improved over the past 6 months, how could it possibly survive a strike from someone of such overwhelming power? With a thunderous boom, amidst the blizzard, Gongsun Hao's sword lunged coldly toward Han Fei, a formidable attack that appeared truly striking from a distance. However, an extraordinary event unfolded as Gongsun Hao's sword made contact with Han Fei's neck. At that moment, as the sword touched the dragon scale beneath Han Fei's neck, an alarming sound echoed, and Gongsun Hao's sword shattered instantly. The tumultuous thunder did not leave a single mark upon Han Fei's body. How could this be possible? With the severance of his sword. A jarring pain surged through Gong Sun Hao's hand and arm. A crack echoed. Gong Sun Hao felt as though his arm had shattered. Amidst the blizzard, Gong Sun Hao let out a mournful wail, blood oozing profusely from his arm. It was at this moment that Gong Sun Hao perceived Han Fei's formidable figure silently retreating, followed by a terrifying aura capable of obliterating the heavens, crashing into his very being. A pair of razor-sharp dragon claws mercilessly pinned Gong Sun Hao to the ground. In an instant, Gong Sun Hao felt his ribs and spine fracture, a searing pain coursing through him as he spewed forth blood, succumbing to unconsciousness. Chapter 107. Relentlessly protecting one's own. The Gongsun family's defense with such a meager display of skill. I cannot fathom the source of your arrogance, Gongsun Hao. In the snow-drenched ground. After effortlessly subduing Gongsun Hao, Han Fei spoke coldly. Suddenly, amidst the expansive manor, several elite warriors from the Gongsun family rushed forth. Leading them was Gongsun Jinghong, the current head of the Gongsun clan, a master of the Emperor realm, with Gongsun Hao's father and uncles standing behind him. All the high-ranking martial artists regarded Han Fei with icy indifference. After a prolonged silence, Gongsun Jinghong finally remarked, "Dragon brother, it has been quite some time. I was unaware of your return. I apologize for not welcoming you properly." Gongsun Jinghong, a venerable elder of the Zentiangong sect, was of equal standing with the divine beasts of the sect. After exchanging pleasantries with Han Fei, Gongsun Jinghong's expression swiftly shifted, and he coldly admonished, "Even if I, Gongsun Jinghong, have been remiss in my courtesies, there is no need for you to display such anger, dragon brother. First, you crushed over 100 buildings of my Gongsun manor, and now you have harmed my grandson. Are you here to cause trouble today? If you, little dragon, do not provide Gongsun Jinghong with an explanation, you shall not leave here alive." As Gongsun Jinghong's words fell, the 9 nether thunder array erupted once more within the manor. Compared to the minor lightning stirred by Gongsun Hao earlier, the formation unleashed by Gongsun Jinghong was truly astounding. Under the might of an emperor-level expert, the very heavens and earth changed hue, as layers upon layers of ominous storm clouds enveloped the entire Gongsun manor like a shroud. Amidst the darkness, bolts of lightning rolled like great dragons. Han Fei's physique, considerable though it may be, seemed somewhat lacking when juxtaposed with the tempestuous thunder. This exemplified Gongsun Jinghong's extraordinary prowess. As an elder, I have shown you the courtesy of diplomacy. Now it is time for you to provide my Gongsun family with an explanation. On the other side, facing the imposing entrance of Gongsun Jinghong and his companions, Han Fei slightly raised his gaze, an aura of boundless dragon might radiating from his eyes. While Gongsun Jinghong's presence was indeed formidable, it was insufficient to intimidate Han Fei. As Han Fei raised his gaze, he activated the system space. In an instant, a puppet towering 6 or 7 meters high, with a somewhat vacant expression, emerged within the estate, dragging Lin Tian, Luo Jin, and others along with it. At present, Han Fei's strength was insufficient to completely dominate the Xintian sect. Today, his intention to trouble Sidu Lingshan was tempered not only by the need to consider the Gongsun family's reputation, but also by the opinions of the more than 10 elders from the Xuana Hall. Thus, he deemed it imperative to clearly convey to everyone in the Xintian sect the reason behind his intent to eliminate Situ Lingshan. The rationale was laid bare. Now it was time for action. Within the estate, faced with Lin Tian, Luo Jin, and the towering puppet, Gongsun Jinghong, and others were momentarily taken aback. Soon, someone in the crowd recognized Lin Tian and the others, whispering into Gongsun Jinghong's ear, "Father, these individuals seem to be guests of the Situ family. How did they end up in the hands of the nefarious dragon?" Upon hearing this, Gongsun Jinghong's expression changed drastically, realizing the gravity of the situation. Before Han Fei could speak, Gongsun Jinghong had already surmised the reason for Han Fei's sudden appearance. He looked up at Han Fei with a hint of astonishment. Meanwhile, as a member of the ancient dragon clan, Han Fei possessed remarkably keen hearing and had already caught the hushed conversation between the 2 Gongsun family members. Noting Gongsun Jinghong's surprised gaze, Han Fei spoke coldly, "Gongsun Jinghong, I ask you, what transgression is it to send your own guests to hunt down the guardian beast of our Xintian sect? Your granddaughter-in-law is undermining the very foundation of our sect." With these words, Han Fei unequivocally condemned Situ Lingshan's actions. The expressions of Gongsun Jinghong and the others shifted. It was common knowledge among the Gongsun family that Situ Lingshan harbored resentment against the little white dragon raised by the Empress, and their dispatching of guests to hunt down Han Fei was hardly surprising. However, no one anticipated that the individuals sent by Situ Lingshan would prove to be so inept, failing not only to eliminate Han Fei but also allowing him to capture them. Everyone understood that, given the cunning and shrewdness of the ancient dragon clan, there would be no room for error when seeking retribution from an adversary. Therefore, the Gongsun family would find it exceedingly difficult to exonerate Situ Lingshan in this matter. Oh, Situ Lingshan, how foolish. In the midst of the snowfall, a brief silence ensued. Gongsun Jinghong and the others recognized that the little white dragon of the Empress was inherently tempestuous, and Han Fei would not easily let this matter rest. Yet, Situ Lingshan was the granddaughter-in-law of the Gongsun family, currently bearing a grandchild for Gongsun Jinghong. Under such circumstances, how could the Gongsun family possibly hand her over without resistance? If the Gongsun family were to allow Han Fei to successfully claim her within the estate today, what future could they hope for within the Xiantian sect? Dragon brother, while my granddaughter-in-law's actions in dispatching guests to track your whereabouts were indeed unwise, given that your residence has been damaged and my grandson injured, might we consider settling this matter amicably? If you are still not appeased, I shall send you 100 exquisite spirit stones tomorrow as an apology. Gongsun Jinghong, a cunning old fox who has roamed the upper elder hall of the Xiantian sect for many years, cleverly chose to frame the pursuit as mere tracking when confronting Han Fei. He suggested that Han Fei's destruction of property and infliction of injury could be considered sufficient retribution. With a casual demeanor, Gongsun Jinghong aimed to downplay the situation, hoping to turn a major incident into a trivial matter. Had this been anyone else, they would have long been swept into Gongsun Jinghong's rhythm. After all, with the Empyrean-level strength of Gongsun Jinghong, anyone conversing with him would inevitably weigh their words carefully. Yet here stood Han Fei, the rightful heir of the dragon god. How could he be easily ensnared by Gongsun Jinghong's mere words? 100 exquisite spirit stones. Do you think I am a beggar? Today, I, Han Fei, declare that I shall annihilate Situ Lingshan, and I shall do so. Gazing at Gongsun Jinghong, Han Fei finally spoke coldly. Gentlemen, surrender Situ Lingshan, or prepare for war. Upon hearing Han Fei's declaration, Gongsun Jinghong and the others were momentarily taken aback. How audacious for a nascent dragon, scarcely a year old, to challenge the formidable emperors and quasi-emperors of the Gongsun clan. The little white dragon raised by the Empress, has she grown overly arrogant? Do you truly believe that with your meager cultivation at the Qi realm, you can stir chaos within the Gongsun family? Look at yourself, thin and frail, with your dragon horns not yet fully developed. Do you think you are worthy? Within the estate, a palpable aura of menace emanated from Gongsun Jinghong and his companions, under the control of the 9 Nether Thunder Array. The little white dragon from the Empress's house would undoubtedly be unable to utilize the Xiantian Great Array. Within the Gongsun estate, the little white dragon faced only a path to demise. Chapter 108. Is this the promised towering giant? What? You say Lin Tian and the others have been captured by that wretched dragon? In the warm chamber, upon hearing the hushed whispers of the events transpiring outside, Situ Lingshan was rendered speechless. A flicker of anger crossed her previously contorted, pained visage. Those 2 incompetent fools, what are they doing? No. The memory of the unreasonable dragon from the Empress's house at her wedding surged within her, igniting a frantic beating of her heart, accompanied by an ominous premonition. Grasping her maid's arm tightly, she commanded, "Quickly fetch that item my father left for me." The maid's hand turned bruised under Situ Lingshan's grip as she acknowledged and hurriedly departed. This maid had served Situ Lingshan since her days in the Situ family and understood her mistress's intentions well. Meanwhile, in the courtyard, faced with the overbearing Han Fei, the leaders of the Gongsun clan seethed with fury. However, before the impending battle, Gongsun Jinghong resolved to grant Han Fei one final opportunity. Should the little dragon from the Empress's house remain obstinate after this, Gongsun Jinghong would not hesitate to take decisive action. Raising his eyes to gaze at Han Fei, Gongsun Jinghong spoke coldly. "Brother Long, there is something you might not comprehend. Today, my daughter-in-law is in labor, and it is indeed inconvenient for her to meet anyone. Regardless of the grievances between you and Situ Lingshan, my Gongsun family acknowledges today's events. For now, allow my daughter-in-law to give birth in peace. Once the situation stabilizes, I shall personally bring her to you, Brother Long, to bow and offer my apologies. What say you?" Gongsun Jinghong's tone was remarkably courteous. As one of the 12 great families of Xintian sect, the Gongsun family had never before humbled themselves in such a manner. However, Han Fei, with an expression of indifference, lifted his head and replied, "No need. I am aware that Sidu Lingshan is in labor, but what I desire is her presence, irrespective of her current endeavors. Since the day they sent assassins after me, Sidu Lingshan has been prepared to pay the price." Upon hearing this, the members of the Gongsun family were nearly driven to the brink of fury. They had witnessed arrogance before, but had never encountered such brazen audacity as Han Fei's. "So, your implication is that there is nothing to discuss? Truly, you are ungrateful for the courtesy extended to you." Casting his gaze at the towering protective puppet standing beside Han Fei, even the composed Gongsun Jinghong could not suppress a laugh. "Little White Dragon, I have heard that during your return to Xintian sect, you brought along a colossal figure over 100 zhang tall, and this is what you present? From my perspective, your accompanying puppet is even shorter than you." As these words left his lips, Gongsun Jinghong had already assumed an offensive stance. Within the 9 Nether Thunder array, 3 mighty thunder dragons emerged behind him, each exuding an aura of unmatched authority, dwarfing Han Fei's mere 70 zhang stature. At this moment, Gongsun Jinghong no longer referred to him as Brother Long, but rather as Little White Dragon. In the snow, the members of the Gongsun family widened their eyes, tension crackling in the air. As one of the esteemed 12 families of Xintian sect, Gongsun Jinghong could hardly fathom how he could possibly lose today. Earlier, after Han Fei had wreaked havoc at Gongsun Hao's wedding, Gongsun Jinghong had expended considerable resources to construct the 9 Nether Thunder array within his estate, intending to create an opportunity to evade the Xintian Grand Array and eliminate Han Fei. Moreover, Gongsun family was already aware of Han Fei's recent return to Xintian sect and the matters concerning the 100 Zhang giant. To claim that the Gongsun family harbored no malicious intentions towards the sect's sacred beast would be met with disbelief. Meanwhile, as the Gongsun family activated the 9 Nether Thunder array, elders from all corners of Xintian sect rushed to the scene. Even the Empress made her appearance near the estate. Upon witnessing the 3 thunder dragons behind Gongsun Jinghong, the Empress could not help but exclaim, "Little White." Her eyes were filled with astonishment. In this moment, the esteemed elders from various prominent families were perplexed, yet inexplicably stirred with fervor upon witnessing the confrontation between the Little White Dragon of the Empress's family and Gongsun Jinghong. They could hardly contain their excitement, yearning for an immediate clash between the two. As the saying goes, when the clam and the snipe contend, it is the fisherman who benefits. The elders, brimming with enthusiasm, could scarcely refrain from cheering. The Little White Dragon, standing alone against a multitude of Gongsun clan's formidable experts, seemed to be courting disaster. The elders had long harbored discontent towards the Little White Dragon, and today, should Gongsun Jinghong successfully eliminate it, they would consider it a great service to the Xuaniangang, ridding them of a powerful calamity, a truly splendid outcome. The Little White Dragon of the Empress' family possessed a temperament that was anything but ordinary, and the elders were keen to avoid the day they might inadvertently cross its path. This encapsulates the current state of Xuantiangang, where sect interests and guardian beasts hold little significance. Mutual encroachment and oppression are the essence of the matter. However, as they eagerly watched the Gongsun clan, seemingly forgetting an important detail, the elders overlooked the fact that the forthcoming secret realm of Xintiangang would still require Han Fei to unlock it. The protracted internal conflicts spanning tens of thousands of years had rendered the elders exceedingly short-sighted. If this continued, it mattered not whether Xintiangang had a foundation of 100,000 years or even 1,000,000. It could just as easily face obliteration. Figures like Nangong Yao, past sect leaders, were merely puppets chosen after the elders' internal strife and compromises. With only the Empress's influence, it was impossible to alter the internal dynamics of Xuantiangang. It appears that for Xintiangang to stabilize and regain its former glory, it must give rise to a true sovereign endowed with both strength and strategy. And Han Fei stood as the most formidable candidate for dominance within Xuantiangang. At this moment, while Han Fei and Gongsun Jinghong faced off, none of the esteemed elders grasped the significance of this battle for the future of Xintiangang. Meanwhile, observing the intimidating Gongsun Jinghong, Han Fei chuckled. "Do you think 3 small thunderstorm dragons can intimidate me? Gongsun Jinghong, do not forget my identity. Comparing dragon might with a true dragon seems rather naive. Does it not? Amidst the tempest of thunder, accompanied by Han Fei's chilling voice, an expansive dragon god domain unfolded. Enveloping an area of 1,000 kilometers, its core radiating the pinnacle of imperial might, an awe-inspiring terror. Under the overwhelming dragon might, frost and fury surged forth. The four methods of the Azure Dragon, the Netherworld art, and the profound dragon's soul simultaneously erupted, manifesting as divine dragon attacks. Roaring towards Gongsun Jinghong and his cadre of experts. Chapter 109. System Task, Conquer the Ancestor Hall. What is this? Within the Gongsun Manor. Confronted by the overwhelming and howling onslaught of formidable attacks, the members of the Gongsun family were utterly taken aback. Gongsun Jinghong and his 3 thunderstorm dragons were indeed fearsome. Yet they paled in comparison to the multitude of colossal dragons that Han Fei unleashed in succession. The colossal dragons unleashed by Han Fei were enshrouded in fury, defiance, and boundless draconic majesty. As he beheld the multitude of dragons charging towards him, Gongsun Jinghong's eyes widened in astonishment. Instinctively, he raised the sword in his grasp. However, after nearly a century of cultivation, he found himself at a loss, unable to conceive of any divine technique that could counter the overwhelming torrent of mystical energy before him. In a fleeting moment of hesitation, the formidable assault arrived. Under the dual impact of the ancient imperial treasure, the 4 methods Azure Dragon, and the divine artifact, the profound dragon's azure soul, Gongsun Jinghong merely lifted his hand, yet before he could unleash a strike, his mystical energy was utterly dispersed. He was swiftly overpowered, pinned to the ground by the ferocious roar of the profound dragon's azure soul. Within the estate, tornadoes wreaked havoc, and the YUMing technique surged, causing several quasi-emperor level experts behind Gongsun Jinghong to succumb as well. How could this be possible? Gazing at the scene before them, the elders of the Xuantiangong and the Empress of Xuantiangong were left utterly dumbfounded. Shock value, 999. In a single move, more than a dozen experts from the Gongsun family were vanquished, and amidst this chaos, the young white dragon remained utterly still. What unfathomable power was this? This young white dragon, having only departed the sect for approximately half a year, had attained such terrifying strength? A dignified emperor-level expert could not withstand even a second before the young white dragon. Who in the entirety of Xuantiangong could possibly rival such a creature? Roaring with authority, Han Fei's countenance bore little joy as he faced the crumbling Gongsun Jinghong and his allies. He understood all too well that his ability to effortlessly obliterate Gongsun Jinghong was merely a boon derived from the profound dragon's azure soul artifact. In terms of one-on-one combat, he was certainly no match for an emperor-level warrior. Nonetheless, Gongsun Jinghong had indeed been powerfully crushed, all of which was entirely within Han Fei's calculations. Those who dared obstruct my path, even if they are emperor-level experts, shall be directly subdued. Within the estate, accompanied by Han Fei's formidable dragon roar, numerous structures of the Gongsun family were once again raised. In the blink of an eye, the birthing chamber of Situ Lingshan came into Han Fei's view. Fixing his gaze upon the opulent warm palace with its red bricks and green tiles, Han Fei's expression turned icy. He then raised his dragon claw. With his massive form bearing down, the entire palace trembled violently, its roof tiles and beams shattering into fragments. However, at that moment, within the palace, a woman dressed lightly and drenched in sweat, cradling a newborn child, suddenly tore open a scroll and vanished from Han Fei's sight. The one fleeing was none other than Situ Lingshan. Observing this scene, Han Fei's gaze sharpened, and a cold sneer escaped his lips. Activating the golden gaze divine technique and looking towards the heavens, he soon uttered coldly, a scroll capable of instantaneous movement. Situ Lingshan, you truly possess some means. But can you escape? As soon as the words fell, Han Fei's massive form soared into the sky, hurtling toward the peak of the Shintian sect in pursuit. Observing Han Fei's retreating silhouette, the Empress felt a stir in her heart and promptly followed suit. Meanwhile, the assembly of elders exchanged glances, and ultimately, in unison, they urged one another to pursue. All summoned their divine abilities and swiftly set off after Han Fei and the Empress. Within the estate, Gongsun Jinghong finally regained his composure, surveyed his surroundings, and, in a fit of agitation, uttered a few curses before he too joined the chase. The crowd trailed behind Han Fei's colossal dragon form, arriving at the peak of the Shintian sect. Bound by the sect's rules, all cultivators, including the Empress, ceased their flight upon reaching the summit and respectfully stepped into the sacred grounds of the main peak. Only Han Fei, recognized by the Xiantian Great Formation, remained unaffected. With a resounding dragon's roar, he continued deeper into the heart of the summit. Moments later, at the end of the palace on the peak, an ancient cave loomed before Han Fei, perched on the edge of a vast precipice. This was the very place where the founding ancestor of Xiantian's sect comprehended the laws of the saints, now the most enigmatic and formidable Hall of Ancestors. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully arriving at the Hall of Ancestors of the Xiantian sect and receiving a random mission to breach the defensive formation of the hall. Acquiring the sect's divine artifact, the Sunfire Divine Pearl, and the ancient legacy, Xiantian Battle Soul. The strength of the hall's defensive formation is 2 billion. The host is required to break through within the stipulated time, 12 hours. Ding! The system detects that the host's nemesis, Sita Lingshan, is currently hiding within the Hall of Ancestors. You have received a random mission to eliminate the enemy. Before the Hall of Ancestors of the Xiantian sect opens, compel Sita Lingshan to take her own life, and you shall receive 10,000 ancient dragon scales. Upon hearing the sudden call of the system, Han Fei's immense dragon form momentarily froze. Then, an astonished roar erupted from within him. What a surprise! System deity, you want me to assault the Hall of Ancestors of the Xiantian sect? What a daunting task. If I can conquer the hall within a day, that would be one thing. But if I fail, the hundreds of thousands of disciples of the Xiantian sect tear me apart? While pursuing Sita Lingshan and arriving at the hall, countless thoughts had traversed Han Fei's mind, contemplating how he might successfully enter the hall and extract Sita Lingshan from her hiding place. However, he never anticipated that the system deity would demand he dismantle the hall's protective formation with a staggering defense value of 2 billion. One cannot deny the audacity of this system deity. Faced with such a perilous task, did Han Fei falter? The answer is a resounding no. Is it not merely a matter of personally shattering the Hall of Ancestors? As a devoted disciple of the Xiantian sect, why should Han Fei hesitate? The reason for dismantling the hall is to restore the legacy of our ancestors to the light of day. What could be more noble? As an ancient dragon god, Han Fei held absolute confidence in his ability to breach the 2 billion defense of the Hall of Ancestors within a single day. Sita Lingshan. Do not presume that possessing a mysterious scroll granting you the ability to teleport renders you immune to consequence. Today, even if you hide within the ancestral hall of the Xiantian sect, I shall unearth you, no matter how far you retreat. Roar. Atop the Xiantian sect's main peak, the dragon god descends, heralding a tempest. A winter thunderstorm, interspersed with snowflakes, blankets the heavens and the earth in a chilling atmosphere. Just as Han Fei summons the divine power of calling wind and rain, the Empress, the Grand Elder, and Gongsun Jinghong arrive in haste. Chapter 110, The God-Slaying Heaven. The Pearl of Stabilizing the Sea, the Ancient Demon God. Atop the Xiantian sect's main peak, observing Han Fei's silent fury before the ancestral hall, the onlookers seem to have grasped the gravity of the situation. Gongsun Jinghong, unable to contain herself, remarks, Sita Lingshan, I had not anticipated that within such a brief span, you could take refuge in the ancestral hall. It appears I underestimated the depth of your C2 clan's heritage, which is indeed formidable. As Gongsun Jinghong's words resonate, nearly everyone present turns their gaze toward the ancestral hall. At that moment, Old Mo from the Medicine King Valley exclaims in astonishment. The dragon god is so enraged. He cannot be contemplating a forceful entry into the ancestral hall to retrieve that woman. Can he? Upon uttering this, Old Mo grows concerned, pondering. Yet, the ancestral hall is fraught with prohibitions. Even with the dragon god's recognition of the Xiantian Grand Formation, he may find entry challenging. His furious demeanor suggests he might indeed be considering a direct assault on the ancestral hall. In response, the Empress cannot help but chuckle. Nonsense, he is not that foolish. Before her words can fully escape her lips, Han Fei, amidst the storm, lets out a furious roar, subsequently unleashing the formidable One Qi moves mountains and rivers. In an instant, the entire Xiantian sect's main peak trembles, while within the ancestral hall, a resplendent golden light erupts, surging directly toward Han Fei's heart. The ancestral hall of the Xiantian sect venerates the statues of successive ancestors and is fortified with countless profound formations. Han Fei's strike has thoroughly incensed the ancestors enshrined within. Boom. On the main peak, Faced with the wrathful thunder emanating from the ancestral hall, a golden armor shield materializes around Han Fei, while the previously mocked guardian puppet stands resolutely before him. Under this dual layer of protection, Han Fei remains unscathed. At this moment, the guardian puppet before Han Fei is a reward from the system, granted over half a year ago when he activated the Xiantian Grand Formation to vanquish the C2 clan's Martial King. After receiving enhancements from the Xian Snake Crystal Core and Elemental Crystals, its defensive capabilities have become astonishingly formidable. Even the ferocious aura erupting from the ancestral hall, potent enough to cleave a quasi-saint in twain, is effortlessly repelled by the guardian puppet. A puppet capable of shielding its master from attacks is truly a commendable puppet. Even if the one currently before Han Fei appears somewhat dazed and stands merely 6 or 7 meters tall. On the other side, as Han Fei audaciously launched his unrestrained assault on the Ancestor Hall, the Empress and the elders nearby were left utterly astonished. Could it be that such a brazen individual existed within our Xiantian sect, daring to attack the Ancestor Hall in the presence of the Empress and esteemed elders? Surely, this little white dragon raised by the Empress must be lacking in judgment, seeking death by committing such a heinous act against his own masters. Boom. Facing the remarkable defenses of the Ancestor Hall, Han Fei, after invoking the technique One Chi moves mountains and rivers, did not pause. Instead, he summoned an astonishing colossal weapon from his storage space, the War Halberd, God-slaying heaven. Over the past few months, Han Fei had expended at least 30 million points of Dragon God faith to refine this divine weapon. Now, it had become an extension of his arm, a formidable force he could manipulate at will. This ancient artifact from the underworld sect served primarily as a siege weapon, and the moment it emerged, the heavens and earth shifted in hue. Just moments ago, while at the Gongsun family estate, Han Fei had refrained from using this divine weapon against Gongsun Jinghong. They should be profoundly grateful for that. Boom. Atop the main peak, with the ferocious onslaught of the god-slaying heaven, the Ancestor Hall's defense stood at 999. With another strike, it remained at 999. Witnessing this scene, the Empress and others were left completely speechless. If Han Fei's initial attack on the Ancestor Hall could be interpreted as a moment of fury and confusion, rather than a deliberate affront to the revered ancestors of the Xiantian sect, there might have been room for reconciliation. However, his relentless assaults now conveyed a different message. This little white dragon had truly lost his mind. Finally, the Empress could no longer restrain herself. With a swift leap, disregarding the prohibitions of the main peak, she soared into the air, her delicate form standing resolutely before Han Fei, her gaze unwavering and her tone icy. Little white, enough. You must cease this at once. Yet, in response to the Empress's entreaty, Han Fei remained unmoved. He audaciously cast a binding spell upon her, followed by a whirlwind that pushed the Empress away from him. Today, I am on a mission to assault the Ancestor Hall. Please do not interfere. Simultaneously, faced with the Ancestor Hall's increasingly fierce counterattacks, Han Fei summoned the 24 sea calming pearls recently bestowed by the system. These pearls could both attack and defend, once invoked. They radiated endless mysterious light, swirling rapidly around Han Fei. As the Ancestor Hall's counteroffensive surged forward, the sea calming pearls formed a protective line to shield against the assault. When the counterattack subsided, the pearls collided with the Ancestor Hall's defenses like a mighty dragon, shaking the very foundations. With the Ancestor Hall's defense at 999, the power was staggering. Atop the main peak, Han Fei's Dragon God talent stirred the winds and clouds ceaselessly. The siege of the Ancestor Hall was a monumental event within the Xiantian sect, and soon, alarms rang throughout the mountain gates. Countless sky-watching mirrors broadcasted the scene of Han Fei's assault on the Ancestor Hall from the summit, gazing at the unfolding spectacle within the sky-watching realm. The disciples of the Xiantian sect displayed expressions of astonishment, unable to contain their murmurs. Lord Dragon God, what is the meaning of this? Why attack the Ancestor Hall? Have you lost your senses? Some disciples, bewildered, could not help but inquire, Your Majesty, why the rebellion? The Dragon God, a divine beast of the Xiantian sect, could have thrived peacefully, reaping the finest cultivation resources. Under such circumstances, why would the Dragon God launch an assault on the Ancestor Hall? With a defensive value of 999, the Ancestor Hall stood formidable. The disciples were taken aback by the 999. Finally, atop the summit, the elders could no longer endure the situation. Little white dragon, you blatantly disregard the prohibitions of the Xiantian sect, attacking the Ancestor Hall time and again. Do you not acknowledge the existence of our esteemed ancestors? The elders, united in their indignation, declared, such a tyrannical dragon as yourself deserves to be vanquished. Little white dragon, prepare to meet your end. As the imperial dragon's audacity escalated, the elders simultaneously brandished their weapons, charging fiercely towards Han Fei. Yet, at that moment, a towering ancient demon god, over 100 feet tall, emerged behind Han Fei, blocking the onslaught with a single gesture, sending the elders flying away with a mere flick of its hand. They crashed into the distant cliffs, where they finally came to a halt. On the summit, as they beheld this suddenly manifested giant, Gongsun Jinghong's countenance shifted dramatically. He recalled a remark he had made not long ago within the Gongsun Manor. I heard that upon your return to the Xiantian sect, you bring with you a puppet over 100 feet tall. Is this it? Chapter 111. The Xiantian formation protects the dragon god. Thunder rumbled. Atop the Xiantian sect's main peak, torrential rains poured, mingled with hail, snow, and tumultuous primordial energy swirling boundlessly. Simultaneously, a terrifying demon god, exuding unparalleled majesty akin to an ancient deity, emerged fiercely. Its colossal form towered over 100 feet, standing before the ancestor hall like a mountain, menacingly bearing down. Witnessing this scene, the entire summit, Empress, elders, and all disciples throughout the Xiantian sect stared in astonishment, their eyes wide with disbelief. What was the nature of this ancient demon god? Was it here to annihilate our Xiantian sect? Why did its gaze resemble that of the dragon god? If one only observed its eyes, one might mistake it for the dragon god incarnate. Fellow cultivators, I feel my heart racing uncontrollably. The Empress was struck with shock. 999. The elders were equally astonished. 999. The disciples of the Xiantian sect echoed their disbelief. 999. Converted into faith value. Faith 999. Faith 999. At this moment, before the ancestor hall, various values continuously fluctuated within Han Fei's system list. In this moment, within Han Fei's gaze, aside from the towering defensive value of 2 billion surrounding the ancestor hall, there existed nothing else. With a thunderous roar, the ancient demonic deity unleashed a bellow that echoed through the heavens. Subsequently, it seized the chaotic war spear, the god-slaying heaven, which was relentlessly flying about Han Fei. This formidable weapon, a challenge even for the emperor-level cultivators of the southern region, appeared in the ancient demon's grasp as if it were a slender bamboo stick. Raising the god-slaying heaven high, the demon struck down upon the ancestor hall with tremendous force. Boom! The ground quaked and mountains trembled, the ancestor hall's defense value plummeting to 11,000. With another strike, the defense reached 20,000. Each consecutive blow intensified the effect. Observing the ancient demon's frenzied demeanor from afar, the elders felt as though they had plunged into an icy abyss. Those who had gathered to collectively overwhelm Han Fei now halted their movements in the face of such a terrifying entity. It was overwhelmingly fearsome. They could not contend with it. Meanwhile, high above, upon detecting the external assault on the Xiantian ancestor hall, the sky began to unfold, revealing the Xiantian formation. A colossal azure hand, imbued with the force to devastate worlds, gradually approached. The sight of this immense hand startled the members within the Xiantian sect. The cultivators understood that the sect's retribution was imminent. Though the dragon god was revered as the divine beast of the Xiantian sect, the authority of the ancestor could not be violated. Today, even with his esteemed status, should the dragon god dare to launch an attack on the ancestor hall, he would not escape punishment. How could the protective formation of the Xiantian sect shield him? Just as the hearts of the cultivators surged with turmoil, suddenly, atop the main peak, Han Fei's dragon eyes widened as he roared at the imposing hand descending from above. His powerful dragon's roar resonated like thunder, stirring the entire Xiantian sect. In the next moment, an extraordinary event unfolded. In response to the dragon's roar, the descending hand of the protective deity hesitated, pushing forward slightly before it ultimately retreated, withdrawing back into the sect's grand formation. The members of the Xiantian sect were once again taken aback. Could it be that at such a critical juncture, the protective deity's hand actually retracted? To their astonishment, the protective deity truly sheltered the dragon god. Was there truly no consequence for attacking the ancestor hall of the Xiantian sect? What had the dragon god conveyed to the protective deity with that roar? Could it be that the dragon god was a descendant of one of the revered ancestors of the Xiantian sect? Why then did the protective formation favor him so? Amidst their astonishment, the ancient demonic deity, towering over 100 feet and exceeding 300 meters in height, continued to batter the defenses of the Ancestor Hall. Its mountain-like terror striking fear repeatedly into the hearts of all present. Shock 999. Faith 999. On the other side, after summoning the ancient demon god, Han Fei was not idle either. Soaring into the sky amidst a tempest, he unleashed the full extent of his dragon energy. While the 20C stabilizing pearls operated at their utmost capacity, each of these system-rewarded pearls could evolve into a miniature realm, and in terms of quality, each one was on par with the ancient demon god. As Han Fei infused his dragon energy into the sea-stabilizing pearls, they erupted with a terrifying apocalyptic power. Boom. One after another, the pearls collided relentlessly against the protective barrier. The defense value of the Ancestor Hall stood at 11,000, a staggering 15,000, as the earth trembled. Within the Ancestor Hall, a woman, scarcely clothed and stained with blood between her thighs, glared wide-eyed with fury. Cradled in her arms was an infant, barely an hour old, who was startled into wailing by the terrifying vibrations within the hall. In the midst of the chaos, the baby instinctively grasped at the woman's chest. The scent of milk she emanated serving as a beacon of nourishment. All he desired was to be fed. However, faced with the relentless upheaval within the Ancestor Hall, the woman had no mind to tend to her newborn. This woman, unadorned and vulnerable, was none other than Situ Lingshan. Not long ago, upon learning that the little white dragon from the Empress's family was seeking vengeance, Situ Lingshan had unveiled a crucial scroll entrusted to her by her father. As Han Fei broke through the delivery room's ceiling, Situ Lingshan hastily fled into the Ancestor Hall. Initially, she believed she had narrowly escaped disaster upon entering. Yet, within mere moments of her arrival, the little white dragon from the Empress's family had swiftly caught up and launched a frenzied assault on the Ancestor Hall. Overwhelmed by the intense tremors, Situ Lingshan was nearly driven to madness. She could not comprehend what the little white dragon outside was attempting. Was it seeking a reckless exchange with her? No. The defensive formations outside the Ancestor Hall were formidable. Unless wielding a special scroll, who could breach them with ease? Such a reckless attack on the Ancestor Hall suggested that the little dragon was not merely seeking an exchange, but was, in fact, courting death. Was it truly the case that the dragons of the Southern Realm had become so foolish? In the face of the Xiantian sect's defensive array, what good was the little dragon's furious temperament? As Situ Lingshan stood in stunned disbelief, a glimmer of icy resolve flickered in her eyes. To her, it seemed likely that today, as the defenses of the Ancestor Hall were breached, the irate little white dragon from the Empress's family might very well meet its demise before her. Just as she wore a mask of indifference, a sudden thunderous roar erupted, and the seemingly indestructible mountain of stone above the Ancestor Hall was forcefully breached. There, before Situ Lingshan, appeared an ancient demon god alongside a colossal dragon measuring hundreds of meters in length. The dragon god, with eyes of authority, emanated an aura of unparalleled ferocity. With just a glance, Situ Lingshan felt her limbs grow cold, paralyzed by fear. Chapter 112. Who dares to step forward and challenge? Boom. Atop the master peak of Xiantian sect, as Han Fei clashed with the demon god, shattering the dome of the Ancestor Hall. It was precisely the moment when the guardian celestial of the Xiantian Great Array retracted its colossal hand. Staring at the scene before her, Situ Lingshan was utterly astonished. This cannot be real. An enraged dragon rampaging against the Ancestor Hall of Xiantian sect, and amidst such chaos, the Xiantian Great Array did not impose any punishment upon it. Furthermore, looking at Han Fei's terrifying figure towering over 200 meters, alongside the ancient demon god, standing over 100 zhang tall, what was happening here? Earlier, at the Gongsun family estate, Situ Lingshan had only caught a fleeting glimpse of Han Fei, failing to grasp the full extent of his presence. However, if memory served her right, the dragon nurtured by the Empress was merely over 100 meters when it left the Xiantian sect. How had it grown so immensely now? And what of the towering demon god behind it? With these two colossal beings blocking the entrance to the Ancestor Hall, did she stand any chance of survival? Inside the Ancestor Hall, gazing at the mountain-like dragon and demon god, Situ Lingshan's face turned pale, her heart racing wildly beneath her garments. In her astonishment, the massive form of the ancient demon god bore down upon her once more, ruthlessly charging towards the protective array of the Ancestor Hall. Faced with the wrathful fist of the demon god, akin to a meteor from the heavens, Situ Lingshan instinctively raised her left arm to shield her head. A deafening roar erupted, Yet after a considerable pause, the demon god's mighty blow did not descend upon her. In a state of shock, Situ Lingshan awkwardly lowered her arm and looked up, only to find that although the dome of the Ancestor Hall had shattered, the defensive array remained intact, preventing the demon god's hand from intruding for the time being. Suddenly, Situ Lingshan exhaled deeply, cradling the infant in her arms, whispering soothingly, "My dear, it's all right. Your mother will ensure we escape." Outside the Ancestor Hall, Han Fei's assault continued unabated, faced with such a furious little white dragon. The Empress and the elders wore expressions of helplessness. At that moment, Han Fei finally spoke. "Is the woman of the Situ family not coming out to meet her demise?" His voice was authoritative and cold, offering no respite. Upon hearing these words, Situ Lingshan felt her heart tighten, as if a pair of invisible hands were gripping it fiercely. Overwhelmed by fear, she felt a surge of anger. Raising her gaze towards the enraged Han Fei and the ancient demon god, Situ Lingshan retorted furiously, "Empress's dragon. Do you have no shame? A mighty dragon like you, preying only on a lone mother and child? Do not forget where you stand. This is the sacred ground of Xiantian sect, dedicated to the revered ancestors. Your reckless assault on the Ancestor Hall is tantamount to seeking your own demise." At this moment, though Situ Lingshan was greatly frightened, her intellect remained remarkably sharp. As a former martial king who once wielded immense power within numerous sects, she understood that the Grandmaster Hall of the Xiantian sect was under siege. It was certain that the various sky-gazing mirrors within the sect were activated, and countless eyes were fixed upon this location. If she wished to survive, she needed to garner sufficient moral support within a limited time frame. "How dare you, you wretched dragon! Having wronged the Grandmaster Hall first, I refuse to believe that I, Situ Lingshan, cannot bring you down today. The dignity of the Xiantian sect's ancestors is not to be trifled with. Tell me, as the Grandmaster Hall faces such assault, where are the esteemed elders of the Xiantian sect? Where are the millions of disciples? Where is the Gongsun family as emperor? Are you all merely going to watch as I am bullied by this vile dragon?" As she spoke, Situ Lingshan raised her newborn child, her voice piercing. "Everyone, look! This dragon dares to harm even my newly born child. Indeed, I have some grievances with this dragon, but what has my innocent child done? What have the ancestors of the Xiantian sect done to deserve this? Empress, wretched dragon, you cannot act with such cruelty." At this point, she could no longer restrain her sobs. Her weary appearance post-delivery, disheveled hair, and the waves of her cries instantly silenced over 1,000,000 disciples within the Xiantian sect. It must be said that Situ Lingshan had orchestrated a brilliant emotional appeal. Particularly, upon hearing her plea, members of the Gongsun family rushed towards the main peak, cursing vehemently. "You shameless wretched dragon! If you dare to harm Situ Lingshan today, we shall flay your skin and pull out your tendons. How dare you not even spare a newborn infant, you despicable creature!" Upon the main peak, faced with the furious denunciations of countless individuals, Han Fei spoke again. His voice cold. "Everyone, I have a deadly feud with Situ Lingshan. If there is anyone within the Xiantian sect who finds my actions intolerable, feel free to confront me. I, Han Fei, will accept all challenges." At his words, a profound silence fell. Indeed, the assault on the Grandmaster Hall by the ancient dragon was shameful. But the Dragon Lord possessed such power that few dared to challenge the imposing Grandmaster Hall. In the face of the Dragon Lord's aggression, even the protective celestial guardian of the Xiantian sect seemed indifferent. What more could the other elders say? The celestial guardian was the highest authority in the Xiantian sect to repel foreign threats if he did not side with the Elder Hall. How could the great emperors within it impose any sanctions upon the Dragon Lord and the ancient demon? As the crowd fell into a stunned silence, only the Empress felt a stirring in her heart, realizing, "Little White, so your name is Han Fei. I shall remember that." I must say, the perspective from which this young lady observes matters is rather distinct from that of the average person. At the summit, Han Fei, with an air of dominance, boldly declared, "Today, I shall besiege Situ Lingshan. Those who dare to challenge me step forward." Upon utterance of these words, a profound silence enveloped the entire Xiantian sect. How awkward. Consequently, the emotional momentum that Situ Lingshan had previously built up was instantly shattered. Indeed, while it seems rather contemptible that the dragon god sought to assault the Ancestor Hall today, it must be noted that had you, Situ Lingshan, not provoked him, there would not have been such a cascade of ensuing events. As the saying goes, one reaps what one sows. Situ Lingshan, your cunning schemes have ultimately backfired, endangering your very life. This is a burden you cannot lay upon others. Within the Ancestor Hall, Confronted with the silence of challengers, Situ Lingshan's countenance drained of color. She understood that, with the ancient demon god commanding the Xiantian Great Array, no one within the sect could stand against the little white dragon. Chapter 113, Divine Selection, Ancient Saint Servant. Thunder rumbled. On this day, the sky above the main peak of the Xiantian sect darkened, and torrential rain poured down. Outside the Ancestor Hall, the ancient demon god wielded the Divine Slayer war spear, alternating between fist and spear, relentlessly battering the sect's protective array. For the disciples of the Xiantian sect, each strike from the ancient demon god constituted a capital offense. Yet the pressing dilemma was that no one within the sect could contend with it. Situ Lingshan, if you do not show yourself soon, I assure you, your demise will be most gruesome, Han Fei coldly proclaimed as he gazed down at the diminutive Situ Lingshan from the air. Inside the Ancestor Hall, Situ Lingshan's eyes widened in fury. She could acutely sense the crystalline protective barrier of the Ancestor Hall rapidly weakening. If left unchecked, within a few hours, Han Fei and the ancient demon god would breach the Ancestor Hall of the Xiantian sect. Situ Lingshan felt herself on the verge of madness. She could not comprehend why. Even in the face of such blatant disrespect from the little white dragon, no one in the entire Xiantian sect took action against him. Were all 100,000 cultivators truly rendered speechless by the little white dragon's intimidation? Or had all those elders, who often spoke solemnly of ancestral authority and its inviolability, vanished too? Could it be that the Empress had restrained them? In her fury, Han Fei's mocking taunt caused Situ Lingshan to startle. Fixing her gaze upon Han Fei, she glared with widened eyes and exclaimed, "You wretched dragon, what exactly do you intend to do to me?" To which Han Fei responded with a nonchalant smile, "Oh, nothing much. Just kill you, strip you of your garments, and parade you through the Xiantian sect. How does that sound, you scoundrel?" Upon hearing this, Situ Lingshan's face drained of color. In the eastern wilderness, women are typically quite modest. If Han Fei truly dared to strip her and display her publicly within the Xiantian sect, it would be far more unbearable than death itself. Curse him, curse him. My patience is limited. It would be prudent for you to pray that the array of the Ancestral Hall can sustain you for another hour or two. Once this defensive array is breached, what follows will be a ruthless slaughter. In midair, Han Fei spoke with an expression of indifference. To him, at this moment, Situ Lingshan resembled nothing more than an insignificant insect. On the other side, in response to Han Fei's chilling words, Situ Lingshan fell into a profound silence. Teetering on the brink of collapse, both her body and mind were pushed to the limits. Regret began to gnaw at her. She lamented that she had heeded her father's urging to provoke the Empress Nangong Yao, who had firmly established her position as the sect leader. Had she not instigated the Empress, the White Dragon would not have been summoned, and the Situ family would not have faced annihilation. Had the Situ family not been destroyed, how could she find herself confronting this wretched dragon at the gates of the Ancestral Hall, with no one to come to her aid? Cursed be you, Gongsun Hao. You worthless fool. The Gongsun family, all of you are utterly inept. Boom. Within the Ancestral Hall, time relentlessly pressed on. As the ceiling of the hall continued to collapse, Situ Lingshan could no longer endure the pressure. She retrieved a peculiar pill from her storage pouch and forcefully placed it into the mouth of her infant child, who had only just entered the world. In a fit of hysteria, she cried out, "Ha! Gongsun family, in the face of this wretched dragon's siege, not one of you has come to my aid. And yet, you desire this child? He carries your bloodline, yet you stand idly by as he faces death. If this is the case, let my unfortunate child accompany me to the afterlife." Ah ha ha ha. As she shoved the drug into the child's mouth, she erupted into manic laughter. Ah, no. As the pill was swallowed, a pool of dark blood flowed from the child's mouth. In a frenzy, Situ Lingshan cast the child to the ground, her eyes rolling back as she tore her hair and garments, spiraling chaotically around the Ancestral Hall. Little white dragon. Ha ha ha. You shall not slay me. I will not grant you that satisfaction. Ha ha. Witnessing the turmoil within the Ancestral Hall, the disciples of the Xiantian sect felt their hearts race with trepidation. Meanwhile, within the Gongsun Manor, the recently awakened Gongsun Hao could not contain his anguish, pounding his chest and roaring, my child, damn it, Situ Lingshan, you madwoman." At this moment, within the Ancestral Hall, after having tragically resolved her own child's fate, Situ Lingshan drew a cold sword and, after a furious outburst directed at Han Fei, tilted her neck back. In a flash of steel, a spurt of blood erupted forth. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully compelled Situ Lingshan to enact her punishment before the opening of the Xiantian sect's Ancestral Hall. You have obtained 10,000 ancient dragon scales. Current total of gathered dragon scales, 73,011. Amidst the torrential downpour, as Situ Lingshan collapsed, a tremendous surge of draconic energy erupted from Han Fei. Subsequently, an array of remarkably resilient ancient dragon scales began to grow silently from his body. Each scale conferred upon Han Fei a significant enhancement in defense and resilience. Ding! Just as Han Fei was gathering new dragon scales, the system's voice resonated once more. Congratulations, host, for discovering the barbarian god battle body. This battle body belongs to a child within the Ancestor Hall who suffered severe brain damage due to an overdose of poison. Ding! By releasing draconic energy, you can temporarily preserve the child's life. The barbarian god battle body can be cultivated up to the level of an ancient sage. The system recommends that you keep this child close. He could serve as a commendable servant. Ding! Congratulations, host, for facing a divine choice. Choice 1. Retain the child from the Ancestor Hall and nurture him into an ancient sage barbarian god. Reward for selection, 100 million tons of barbarian cultivation liquid. Upon selection, the system will directly extract the child from the Ancestor Hall. Choice 2. Abandon the child to his own fate, with a penalty of losing 10,000 dragon scales. In the air, faced with the sudden pronouncement of the system, Han Fei couldn't help but smile. This divine choice, seemingly a matter of two options, left him with no true choice. To forego it would result in the immediate loss of 10,000 dragon scales, rendering his earlier coercion of Situ Lingshan to take her own life utterly futile. Although Situ Lingshan's son was somewhat impaired due to the misdeeds of his mother, he was nonetheless a living being. Setting aside other considerations, for the sake of an ancient sage servant, he could not turn a blind eye to death. Lowering his gaze, Han Fei glanced at the still-breathing Situ Lingshan within the Ancestor Hall and ultimately arrived at his decision. Before Situ Lingshan, he would seize her child. Not only will I compel your demise, but I shall also spare not your offspring. Tell me, does this not infuriate you? Chapter 115, The Ancient Dragon God, Master of Xiantian's Sect. In the boundless deluge, with Han Fei and the ancient demon god launching their furious assault, the formidable defensive array of the Ancestor Hall, boasting a defense value of 2 billion, finally could withstand no longer. As the Ancestor Hall of the Xiantian sect crumbled, a majestic golden-armored celestial being manifested, illuminating the once pitch-black night sky. This golden-armored deity, comparable in stature to Han Fei's ancient demon god, stood imposingly within the Ancestor Hall, exuding a powerful presence that left those atop the main peak gasping for breath. The golden-armored deity then spoke. I am but a remnant soul of the founding ancestor of the Xiantian sect, lingering upon this peak. After 100,000 years, at last, someone within the Xiantian sect has successfully unlocked the taboo and obtained the ancestor's legacy. Little White Dragon, I hereby officially bestow upon you the sect's divine artifact, the Sunfire Pearl, along with the ancient legacy, the Xiantian Battle Soul. From this day forth, you shall be the new generation master of the Xiantian sect. After the golden-armored celestial deity spoke with gravity, his gaze shifted slightly towards the ancient demon god in the distance. In an instant, he transformed into a beam of golden light, descending upon the ancient demon god, bestowing upon him boundless enhancements. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your avatar, the ancient demon god, has received the golden armor blessing from the Xiantian sect, resulting in damage power of 50,000 and a defense value of 100,000. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the milestone task and becoming the sect master of Xiantian sect. You have earned a special system reward, 1,000 top-tier spirit stones, 1 divine treasure chest, an upgrade of the Dragon God domain to level 25, and the Xiantian sect has received the Dragon God blessing. Congratulations, host. All cultivators below the Martial King realm within the Xiantian sect have converted countless beliefs into Dragon God followers, currently numbering 586 million. Congratulations, host. You have gained 30,000 evolution points, enabling you to perform ordinary evolutions 10 times. Current attributes of Han Fei. Host, Han Fei main body, quasi-dragon avatar, ancient demon god identity, sect master of Xiantian cultivation, pinnacle of Qi-Si realm technique, primordial dragon god technique physique, indestructible panga body, emperor's battle body, fiery sun divine body, Xiantian battle spirit abilities, ice frost fury, dragon god domain, golden gaze, tornado assault, vast mist, dragon reversal. One chi moving mountains and rivers, indestructible golden body, divine thunder punishment, ice fire of anomaly, ultimate killing word technique, golden Xiantian chi, supreme star technique, endless sandstorm. Golden armor shield, gung metal anomalous fire, netherworld technique, devouring heaven and earth, binding spell talents, fury, soul suppression, unparalleled fortune, overturning rivers and seas, cloud riding and mist driving, summoning winds and rains, favorable weather, prosperous martial luck, blessings from the celestial officials array techniques, celestial star array, ancient array of Xianming sect, 9 curves of yellow springs array energy value, 13, 572 faith value, 4, 63 million evolution points, 30,000 followers, 5, 86 million items, guardian puppet, Xian snake crystal core, elemental crystal, primordial thunder whip, dragon binding lock, 173 spirit element pills, purple gold glazed lamp, 9-star silver dragon ring, obsidian, 765 top-tier spirit stones, fiery sun pills 100, Xianming pill furnace, for law green dragon, ancient god mask, Shumi mustard seed, money tree, 100 million barbarian god cultivation liquid divine artifacts, fiery sun divine pearl, Xian dragon song pa, war halberd slaying gods, 24 sea calming pearls current number of dragon scales gathered, 73,011 in astonishment, at this moment, with the arrival of the sect's divine artifact. The fiery sun divine pearl, the entire Xiantian sect shone as brightly as day. In the heavens above, a pearl resembling the sun radiated an endless, majestic aura, illuminating the vast sacred land of Xiantian sect. Under the illumination of the fiery sun, all disciples at the martial king realm emanated a layer of golden light. And beneath this golden glow, an abundance of dragon energy surged. The voice of the founding ancestors still echoed in their ears, little white dragon, from henceforth. You shall be the new generation sect master of Xiantian sect. As the disciples gazed up at the fiery sun divine pearl in the sky, countless members of Xiantian sect knelt down. Outer sect disciple Limu proclaimed, I pay my respects to the dragon god sect master. Outer sect disciples Chinyi and Qinding also declared, we pay our respects to the dragon god sect master. You have received a blessing from a devotee, luck 100. Stamina 100, current luck level, unparalleled luck, and it cannot be further elevated for the time being. In an instant, the night sky was filled with an array of system notifications. Meanwhile, atop the main peak, the elders, who had already prepared the heaven-shattering cannon, were utterly astounded. The remnant soul of the ancestral master, the supreme legacy. What on earth is happening? It turns out that the little white dragon from the Empress's household was not disrespecting the ancestors by fiercely attacking the ancestral hall tonight, but rather striving to fulfill the ancestral master's wishes and obtain the ancient inheritance. Such a staggering twist was almost too much for the elders to comprehend. And nearly all of them felt an overwhelming urge to shout, I don't understand, while Han Fei was relentlessly assaulting the ancestral hall. The elders had already harbored murderous intent against it. The heaven-shattering cannon was primed, yet in this situation, the little white dragon unexpectedly acquired the sect's legacy. Furthermore, after the elders stripped the Empress of her position, the little white dragon, under the arrangement of the ancestral master, transformed seamlessly into the new sect leader of the Xiantian sect. What an extraordinary turn of events. The elders were left utterly dumbfounded atop the main peak. Inside the heaven-shattering cannon, ammunition valued at nearly 100,000 spirit stones lay ready. But now, should they fire? Now that the little white dragon had become the sect leader, could they truly disrespect him in such a blatant manner? If the cannon were to inadvertently slay the little white dragon, it would be nothing short of a farce. Yet, refraining from firing was equally untenable. The cannon could not simply linger indefinitely in the barrel, and with the arrow on the string, it must be released. Were they to use this formidable weapon as mere fireworks? Despite the Xiantian sect's 10,000-year foundation, its coffers were undeniably bare. To waste a shot worth 100,000 spirit stones on frivolity seemed excessively extravagant. As the elders hesitated atop the main peak, Han Fei made his move once more. The domain of the dragon god, at a staggering level 25, unfolded in its entirety, infusing the atmosphere with an overwhelming dragon aura. Subsequently, with the assistance of the Xiantian Great Array and the Radiant Sun Divine Pearl, Han Fei successfully harnessed the powerful earth energy from within the entire Xiantian sect and channeled it into the main peak. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully completed the task of rebuilding the Ancestral Hall's defensive array. The current defensive value of the Ancestral Hall stands at 100,000, 200,000. As the defensive value of the Ancestral Hall surged, the astonishing cannonballs within the heaven-shattering cannon were also propelled forth. 300,000. The process of enhancing the defensive array of the Ancestral Hall atop the Shantian sect's main peak was nothing short of miraculous. The previously collapsed ancestral statue and the sect's dome, with the aid of the immense dragon energy, were restored to their original positions, healing once more. Defensive value 100,000, 200,000, 1 million, 2 million. At this moment, suspended in midair, Han Fei had ascended to the esteemed position of the sect master of the Shantian sect. Utilizing the Shantian Grand Array to channel the Earth's energy, Han Fei experienced no depletion of his own vitality. Thus, he resolved to elevate the defenses of the Ancestor Hall by yet another billion. After all, there was no loss on his part. Defense value, 1 billion. Defense value, 2 billion. Defense value, 3 billion. Under the divine spectacle, until the Earth's energy within the Shantian sect ceased its tumultuous surge, Han Fei finally halted his actions. At this juncture, having expended a considerable amount of evolution value, he let out a thunderous roar, towering at a height of 80 zhang, exuding an aura of majesty. In Chapter 116, Sect Advancement and the Golden Dragon of Destiny, within the Shantian sect, as the Ancestor Hall was successfully restored, the voice of the system resonated once more. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully completing the task of reconstructing the Ancestor Hall. You have been awarded a diamond treasure chest. Ding! Due to the automatic conversion of all cultivators below the Martial King realm within the Shantian sect into Dragon God devotees, your sect has received a special blessing from the system, the Dragon God's Golden Reign. Under the Golden Reign of the Dragon God, all disciples of the Shantian sect experience an automatic elevation in their cultivation by 1 level. And a select few may gain enlightenment and receive special rewards while basking in the Golden Reign. The higher the faith value in the Dragon God among the disciples, the greater the rewards. Cultivators above the Martial King realm who possess faith in the Dragon God may also receive the blessing of the Golden Reign. Congratulations, host. Your Dragon Soul strength has increased by 30%. Within the boundless mountains of the Shantian sect, accompanied by the exhilarating voice of the system, all the bronze instruments within the sect resonated harmoniously, producing a melodious symphony that seemed to descend from the heavens, reverberating through the surroundings. Amidst this grand melody, the radiant sun Peril shone like the sun above, forcefully dispersing the darkness, and subsequently, streams of dragon energy erupted from Han Fei's body, transforming into colossal azure dragons that soared into the sky. The disciples of the Shantian sect, looking up, beheld the intertwining golden dragons, seemingly heralding the dawn of a new era. Before they could fully absorb the awe of the moment, the magnificent dragons morphed into beams of golden light cascading from the heavens. Within the Shantian sect, a torrential rain fell, yet the skies were clear, and the air was warm, as the disciples, amidst the harsh winter, felt as if they were bathed in the gentle breeze of spring. As the rain descended upon the disciples, it swiftly transformed into a vast, profound energy, surging into their bodies. This sensation is truly wondrous. In their astonishment, many disciples soon noticed the changes occurring within themselves. My heavens, could this be real? My cultivation has suddenly ascended a level. I have been stuck at the peak of the physical realm for a full 7 years, and now I have shattered my bottleneck. I have finally entered the Chi-Si realm before the age of 30. I can now undertake inner sect missions. In the outer sect plaza, a cultivator nearing 30, upon realizing the changes within him, was struck with disbelief, followed by a torrent of tears. In the eastern wasteland, the disparity between cultivators of the physical realm and the Chi-Si realm is indeed vast. Breaking through the corporeal realm and entering the Chi-Si realm signifies that the cultivators can finally externalize their profound energy, imbuing their formidable power into divine weapons or treasured artifacts. In expansive workshops or on battlefields, cultivators unable to externalize their profound energy find themselves utterly incapable of accomplishing significant feats and will never be entrusted with critical responsibilities. However, once they condense their Chi-Si and gain the ability to externalize their profound energy, They can wield divine weapons and treasured items to cleave the most resilient boulders and transport burdens weighing thousands of pounds, thus dramatically elevating their individual prowess. Moreover, within the Xiantian sect, achieving the Qi-Si realm before the age of 30 serves as a pivotal criterion for assessing a disciple's potential for cultivation. Outer disciples who manage to reach the Qi-Si realm before turning 30 can accept missions from the inner sect, and upon accumulating a requisite amount of points, they automatically ascend to the status of inner disciples. Once they achieve this status, they are granted several acres of spiritual fields by the Xiantian sect, along with access to the sect's treasury and library, allowing them to exchange for rarities. Even if they depart from the sect and venture into the realms of ordinary human kingdoms, they are likely to rise as regional lords or city masters. It can be said that promotion to the inner sect is the lifelong aspiration of every outer disciple of the Xiantian sect. Success means soaring to great heights, akin to a carp leaping over the dragon gate. Failure, however, results in fading into obscurity, indistinguishable from the masses. Those cultivators unable to break through, upon reaching a certain age, must quietly leave the Xiantian sect to establish their own martial arts schools or families. Within the Xiantian sect, the golden rain continues to fall ceaselessly. Meanwhile, the voice of the system resonates incessantly in Han Fei's ears. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your follower Chen Ding has received a special reward, Dragon Qi Mountain Opening Technique, while bathing in the golden rain, along with an ancient treasure-level golden giant axe. As a result, you have obtained 10,000 points of faith and 100 fortune points, which cannot be further increased at present. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your first-generation follower Li Mu has comprehended the Dragon Soul Alchemy Technique, while bathing in the golden rain, acquiring the ability to refine ghostly fire. As a result, you have gained 10,000 points of faith and 100 fortune points, which cannot be further increased at present. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your fervent follower, the Dragon Maiden, has acquired the special talent, Perfect Water Affinity, while bathing in the golden rain, significantly enhancing her combat prowess underwater, with a certain probability of unleashing the tornado skill. As a result, you have gained 10,000 points of faith and 100 fortune points, which cannot be further increased at present. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your special follower, Nangong Yao, has comprehended the special divine ability, Dragon God Bond, while bathing in the golden rain. When cultivating in the domain of the Dragon God, Nangong Yao's cultivation speed will be 100 times that of ordinary followers, with significantly enhanced healing speed and combat strength. As a result, you have gained 10,000 points of faith and 100 fortune points, which cannot be further increased at present. Ding. It has been detected that your fortune points continue to rise. You have acquired the special divine ability, Golden Dragon of Fortune. Fortuitous Golden Dragon, a unique colossal dragon evolved from the ancient dragon god, possessing unparalleled fortune. With the fortuitous Golden Dragon by one side, the host can transcend any divine weapon's taboos, unleashing their full potential. This dragon can absorb all lethal damage on behalf of its host. Any external force must first vanquish the fortuitous Golden Dragon before it can harm the host. The dragon evolves automatically from the host's fortune, with only one Golden Dragon currently in existence. To achieve the next evolution of the fortuitous Golden Dragon, an accumulation of 1 million fortune points is required. Roar. Atop the peak of the Xiantian sect, as Han Fei's fortuitous Golden Dragon manifested. A dragon with a body resembling crystal, radiating endless golden light, emerged from Han Fei's being, akin to a twin. It then circled around Han Fei, forming a pure defensive barrier, continuously enveloping him. Initially, the onlookers atop the peak could see this fortuitous golden dragon, but as it spiraled around, it gradually lost its form, vanishing into the void. This golden dragon would only appear to shield Han Fei from external attacks. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your dragon goddess Golden Rain has profoundly impressed the disciples of the Xiantian sect, garnering you a fervent following of 100,000. You have gained the recognition of the vast majority of the sect's cultivators. System notification: as the possessor of the Xiantian sect's divine artifact, the Luong Divine Pearl, you hold the highest authority within the sect, effectively becoming its true leader. You now face a divine-level choice. Choice 1. Relinquish the position of sect leader to the Empress, continuing to feign humility while reaping rewards. The Luong Divine Pearl will transform into a more suitable Yuming Divine Pearl. Choice 2. Retain the role of sect leader, asserting your dominion over the sect with a reward of 1 dragon scale. Chapter 117. Transformation of the Luyang Divine Pearl into the Yuming Divine Pearl. Atop the peak of the Xiantian sect, with the fortuitous golden dragon swirling around him, Han Fei quickly made his decision upon hearing the system's divine level options. He chose the first, to transform the Luyang Divine Pearl into the Yuming Divine Pearl. Han Fei understood well that any transformation of divine artifacts in the eastern wilderness continent demands a considerable sacrifice. Such ancient weapons as the Luyang Divine Pearl could not be forcibly altered to a frost attribute without spending millions of spirit stones. Furthermore, even with ample resources, the transformation process could lead to mishaps, ranging from the artifact shattering, resulting in total loss, to the artifact becoming volatile, unleashing the terrifying laws of heaven and earth that could obliterate everything. In such circumstances, why should Han Fei take that risk? At this moment, he was akin to a frost-based colossal dragon, and the Luyang Divine Pearl, in his possession, could not yield its maximum effectiveness. Thus, he reasoned, why not utilize the system's power to transform it directly on the spot? As for the significance of being the sect leader, did it truly matter? With the sect's divine artifact in hand, he could control all earthly energies and formations within the Xiantian sect, effectively maintaining dominion. In fact, without the constraints of the leadership position, Han Fei might even be able to venture out freely in the future, blending into other sects to learn some new skills. Upon reflection, Han Fei, having just completed his enhancement, swiftly approached the astonished Empress, his imposing figure moving with grace. With a mere thought, a Xiantian token materialized before her. Subsequently, Han Fei lowered his grand dragon form slightly and respectfully addressed the Empress. Your Excellency, I am deeply grateful for your patient guidance, which has shaped me into who I am today. From this day forth, you shall remain the sovereign of the Xiantian sect. The Empress found herself momentarily taken aback by Han Fei's unexpected declaration. Yet, in an instant, she discerned a wealth of information in his eyes. It was evident that Han Fei intended to reserve the position of Xiantian sect leader for her, suggesting he had his own designs for the future. Having acquired the ancient legacy of the Xiantian sect, Han Fei had grown sufficiently powerful, fully capable of orchestrating any arrangements within his purview. South Palace Yao was not particularly enamored with the title of sect leader. Had she been so, she would not have willingly relinquished her identity as Empress when the elders conspired to eliminate Han Fei. Now, since Xiao Bai wished for her to remain in the role of Empress, South Palace Yao resolved to honor that desire and maintain her position. She understood that her return to the throne was entirely reliant on Han Fei's support. Without Xiao Bai's backing, her position would be tenuous at best. I understand now. Xiao Bai, thank you. Atop the main peak, gazing at the Xiantian token suspended before her, Empress South Palace Yao extended her delicate hand. Upon receiving the token, she remained the breathtakingly beautiful and ethereal woman she had always been. In that moment, her thoughts were solely focused on Xiao Bai's need for her presence in this role, and she resolved to embrace it with tranquility. Unbeknownst to her, with Xiao Bai's assistance, she would gradually emerge as the most formidable empress in the Eastern Emperor continent. Meanwhile, upon South Palace Yao's reacquisition of the Xiantian token, a voice from the system resonated in Han Fei's ears. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully making a divine choice. The system is currently transforming your artifact, the Luyang Divine Pearl. It is presently ranked 13th among artifacts in the Eastern Wilderness, and upon transformation, it can elevate to 7th. A mere mountain-protecting artifact of the sect, which has stood for 100,000 years, can actually rank among the top 13 in the entire Eastern Wilderness? It seems the ancestral masters of the Xiantian sect fared quite well in the world back then. Atop the Xiantian main peak, upon hearing the system's announcement regarding the ranking of the Luyang Divine Pearl, Han Fei couldn't help but feel a surge of curiosity about how his own possessions, such as the Xianlong Tsangpa and the Zhantian War Spear, would rank in the Eastern Wilderness. Though the Xianlong Tsangpa might lag slightly behind the Luyang Divine Pearl in tier, surely the Zhantian War Spear and the 24 Dinghai Pearls would not be of lesser value? If his assumptions proved correct, it would imply that he possessed more than 3 weapons ranking among the top 10 in the Eastern Wilderness. Suddenly, Han Fei felt an overwhelming sense of wealth and abundance wash over him. It is essential to understand that ancient artifacts surpass even the most formidable weapons of the ancient emperors. Only those extraordinary weapons capable of nurturing the laws of divine powers have the potential to transcend their limits and be deemed artifacts. With the assistance of the auspicious golden dragon, Han Fei can disregard his cultivation level and unleash the full potency of all the artifacts in his possession. This implies that, barring an unexpected and overwhelming force that might suppress him, Han Fei is now sufficiently formidable to engage in a contest of skills with all the masters on the Eastern Wasteland, from ancient saints to great emperors. Ding. The ancient artifact, Sunfire Pearl, is undergoing transformation. The Golden Crow law within the Sunfire Pearl shatters, transforming into the law of the underworld. Progress. 1. Within the Xiantian sect. As the golden reign of the dragon god subsides, the sect, once as bright as day, suddenly reverts to its original pitch-black state. In the sky, that sun-like artifact inexplicably loses its vitality. As countless disciples of Xiantian gazed in astonishment at the horizon, they witnessed with their own eyes the once resplendent Sunfire Pearl suddenly dim as if damaged, descending into silence and darkness. Accompanying this was an overwhelming chill. Just a moment ago, the Xiantian sect basked in radiant sunlight. The next, it fell into an interminable, frigid night. The bitter cold was indeed a true reflection of winter. The ice never decays. How chilling. The sudden change in the sky stunned all the cultivators within the Xiantian sect. At that moment, the Sunfire Pearl, which had lost its fiery glow, erupted in a terrifying blaze of icy flames. Enveloped by this icy fire, the realm of Xiantian grew darker, the winds colder, and the atmosphere became grim. Massive snowflakes, larger than goose feathers, cascaded from the heavens. This transformation progress of the Sunfire Pearl. 10. 20. The snow continued to fall. As the law of the Golden Crow, which could once invigorate an entire world, gradually morphed into a chilling aura capable of plunging an entire planet into desolation under the immense pressure of the Dragon God system. Gradually, the icy flames atop the pearl grew fiercer, resembling a cold star descending upon the Xiantian sect. Within the sect, countless frost-loving spiritual herbs emerged, while beneath the frozen lakes, various icy beasts stirred restlessly. Transformation progress of the Sunfire Pearl. 99. Ding. Congratulations, host. The transformation of the Sunfire Pearl has been successfully completed, and you have acquired the artifact, Underworld Pearl. Chapter 118. The attitude of the Emperor-level follower. Gongsun Jinghong. Within the Xiantian sect, darkness prevailed, and heavy snow fell incessantly. Just after the successful transformation of the ancient artifact, Sunfire Pearl, Han Fei erupted with a resounding dragon's roar, soaring into the sky. He circled the Underworld Pearl several times before completely claiming this artifact. As the artifact temporarily vanished, the temperature within the Xiantian sect notably warmed. However, winter remained winter, and the snow continued to fall. Oh, esteemed Dragon Lord, your might is truly formidable. At last, I comprehend why, during the recent period, so many individuals from our sect have been daily flocking to the Dragon God Temple to cultivate and pay their respects. Above the southern realm, the first true dragon to emerge in 100 millennia is indeed awe-inspiring. Countless disciples gazed up at Han Fei in the heavens, their hearts overwhelmed with reverence, their faith surging exponentially. With a resounding thud, Han Fei, having retrieved the netherworld divine pearl, descended once more upon the peak of the Xiantian sect. At this moment, the dozen or so elder emperors present regarded Han Fei with entirely different eyes. Earlier, during his raucous disturbance in the ancestral hall of the Xiantian sect, he had been perceived merely as a young upstart with average strength, a bit of talent, and an impetuous demeanor. Now, however, he stood as the most powerful entity within the Xiantian sect, with his towering demon god and the radiant sun artifact, neither of which could be easily contended with by the sect's members. At this juncture, Han Fei was a supreme being, wielding the authority over all formations within the Xiantian sect. This dragon possessed the capacity to dictate the future of the entire sect. He was a true helmsman. The elders, in awe of Han Fei's colossal form, were left astounded, their faith reaching unprecedented heights. Although they feigned reluctance on the surface, many among them were gradually becoming ardent followers of the dragon god. Following this evening's tumult, Han Fei had garnered boundless prestige within the Xiantian sect, a momentum that no mere emperor-level expert could easily reverse. After observing Han Fei for an extended period, one elder finally spoke. "O Dragon Lord, please accept our homage." Upon uttering these words, the elder knelt upon one knee, performing a gesture of respect befitting a disciple of the Xiantian sect. To this elder's mind, Although Han Fei had relinquished the position of sect master, his status within the sect, established by the founding ancestor, remained intact. Having received the artifact legacy of the founding ancestor, Han Fei was entirely deserving of being regarded as a half-disciple of the ancestor. In this context, the elder felt no qualms in bowing as a junior to Han Fei. On the other hand, upon witnessing a fellow Grand Elder pay homage, several other elders, despite their astonishment, hesitated only briefly before kneeling as well. After all, when the Empress Nangong Yao first ascended to her position, they too had offered their respects. Thus, paying tribute to Han Fei as a disciple was not a significant issue. Certainly, among these Grand Elders, there were some who were genuinely awed by Han Fei's might. As a result of this collective kneeling, Han Fei's status as an Emperor-level believer surged to 7, with his faith reaching 10,000, just shy of breaking through to 10 Emperor-level disciples, a significant milestone within the system. As he beheld the Grand Elders kneeling before him, Han Fei felt a stirring within his heart. Although the number of Emperor-level devotees has yet to surpass 10, Han Fei remains unperturbed after witnessing the vastness of the Eastern wilderness. Even if the remaining Emperor-level experts of the Xiantian sect are reluctant to follow him, Han Fei possesses ample opportunities to elevate his Emperor-level followers to 10, or perhaps even more. Upon the summit, after sincerely pledging allegiance to Han Fei, many emperors found themselves enveloped in the radiant glow of the supreme Dragon Qi technique. The pure essence emanating from this technique surpasses that which the ordinary disciples of the Xiantian sect receive by a considerable margin. Under the influence of the Dragon Qi technique, numerous Emperor-level elders suddenly felt their lingering ailments dissipate, and the path of cultivation, which had been narrowing, seemed to unexpectedly widen. Such an enhancement is profoundly astonishing for an Emperor-level expert. In a moment of collective astonishment, the faith value soared to 10,000, observing the skeptical fellow practitioners alongside. Several elders who had grasped the Dragon Qi technique could not suppress their joy. Internally, they mused, "Indeed, you are quite arrogant, but since you disdain Lord Dragon God, we shall quietly reap these benefits. The blessings from the ancient Dragon God are available on a first-come, first-served basis. You may not want them now, but soon enough, there will be tears." At this moment, after meticulously reviewing the information of several Emperor-level devotees, Han Fei could not help but be taken aback. He raised his gaze to the Emperor Gongsun Jinghong within the crowd and remarked, "Elder Gongsun, I just compelled your granddaughter-in-law to take her own life. And yet you have chosen to follow me? Is there a peculiar logic to your reasoning?" Upon hearing Han Fei's words, Gongsun Jinghong's face flushed with embarrassment. Just moments prior, while kneeling before Han Fei, he too had received benefits from the Dragon God's realm. This realization left Gongsun Jinghong feeling somewhat ashamed. As a prominent figure from one of the 12 great families of the Xiantian sect, he had swiftly altered his stance to align with the Dragon God, a rather humiliating turn of events. However, little did he expect that under such circumstances, Lord Dragon God would seemingly possess the ability to read minds, directly exposing his thoughts. Gongsun Jinghong felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Nevertheless, being a formidable Emperor-level expert, he quickly regained his composure. After a brief moment of awkwardness, Gongsun Jinghong stepped forward and smiled at Han Fei, saying, "Lord Dragon God, you may be unaware, but today, your slaying of that enchantress, Sidu Lingshan, has left our Gongsun family astonished. Regardless, you have saved our grandson. That boy was already on the brink of demise at the hands of Sidu Lingshan, and without your timely intervention, he would have perished. Without further ado, for this matter alone, the Gongsun family holds deep gratitude towards you, esteemed sir, and dares not exhibit even the slightest disrespect. I sincerely hope for your discerning judgment." Very well. Previously, Situ Lingshan sought to eliminate Gongsun Jinghong's descendant, yet I intervened to save him. At this moment, within the list observed by Han Fei, the system evaluates Gongsun Jinghong as generally reliable. This indicates that Gongsun Jinghong's explanation is somewhat justifiable. Chapter 119, 1 million Spirit Stones. The Dragon Goddess Palace. By the way, speaking of the descendants of your Gongsun family, I have a matter to discuss with you. Elder Gongsun, your child possesses commendable talent, potentially qualifying for the status of an ancient sage. Henceforth, he shall cultivate by my side. Under these circumstances, I shall require your Gongsun family to pay an annual tuition of 1 million Spirit Stones. This should not be excessive, correct? Atop the peak of Xiantian sect, Gongsun Jinghong was utterly taken aback by Han Fei's sudden demands. Within Han Fei's words, Gongsun Jinghong received two astonishing pieces of information. The first being the mention of ancient sage potential. What does ancient sage signify? In the Eastern Emperor continent, cultivators are classified according to their cultivation levels: body realm, Qi realm, purple mansion realm, divine power realm, martial king realm, quasi-emperor, great emperor, and further to quasi-sage, sage, great sage, and finally, ancient sage. Currently, among the elite cultivators within the Xiantian sect, achieving the great emperor realm within a lifetime is already considered the pinnacle of existence. As for quasi-sages and sages, the esteemed elders of the Xiantian sect scarcely dare to even entertain such thoughts. The existence of great sages and ancient sages transcends the realm of the tangible. It is worth noting that even the founder of the Xiantian sect, who established its illustrious legacy, only achieved the humble status of a sage before vanishing without a trace. To think that an ancient sage, a being of such formidable prowess, could potentially arise from his own lineage? Upon absorbing this news, Gongsun Jinghong was left in a state of profound shock. For a fleeting moment, he felt as if Han Fei were deceiving him. Yet, if the esteemed dragon god merely sought to mislead him, he could have concocted a tale of a quasi-sage or sage, and Gongsun Jinghong would have readily believed it. Why then must he assert the lofty title of ancient sage, a height scarcely attainable within the Xiantian sect? Unless, of course, his grandson truly harbored a glimmer of potential to ascend to such formidable heights. Astounded and bewildered, Gongsun Jinghong could distinctly feel his heart racing. Moreover, within Han Fei's recent proclamations lay another shocking revelation. The tuition fee demanded from the Gongsun family was an annual sum of 1 million spirit stones. This is no trivial sum. To speak candidly, even though the Gongsun family holds the esteemed position of one of the 12 families of the Xiantian sect, the annual allocation of spirit stones within the Gongsun clan is likely around 200,000. The burden is heavy. The Gongsun family is vast, and the number of cultivators to support is exceedingly numerous. Under such circumstances, how could Gongsun Jinghong possibly allocate 1 million spirit stones each year for his great-grandson to study under Han Fei? That would be tantamount to draining the very lifeblood of the Gongsun family. What, are you unwilling? At this moment, atop the main peak, observing Gongsun Jinghong's serene yet silent countenance, Han Fei spoke once more. If you are reluctant, I can allow you to take the child back, but this child, after being force-fed medicine by his mother, bears numerous hidden ailments. Without the purest dragon energy in this world to assist him, he may not survive past the age of 3. You should consider this carefully. Upon hearing these words, Gongsun Jinghong was once again taken aback. He raised his gaze to Han Fei's imposing and indifferent dragon visage, and at last, Gongsun Jinghong spoke. Lord Dragon God, if you are willing to personally nurture the descendants of the Gongsun family, it would be an immense honor for us. However, we truly cannot produce the annual sum of 1 million spirit stones. Upon hearing this, Han Fei's expression remained calm as he slightly lifted his dragon eyes and replied, if you cannot pay the tuition, the Gongsun family may keep a tab for now. In the future, when your child matures, he will naturally be able to earn it back for me. As soon as Han Fei uttered these words, an inexplicable stir arose within Gongsun Jinghong. To be frank, if his great-grandson were to follow Han Fei and truly attain the fortune of becoming an ancient sage, then what would a mere 1 million spirit stones a year amount to? Conversely, if his great-grandson lacked the fortune to ascend to sagehood, then the Gongsun family would be unable to earn that sum in a year, and Lord Dragon God would ultimately gain nothing. Well, regardless, the vast majority of this 1 million spirit stones would hinge upon his great-grandson's potential. Whether he succeeds or not would depend on Gongsun Hao's offspring. This transaction is worth the gamble. With this thought, Gongsun Jinghong raised his gaze to Han Fei and resolutely declared, Lord Dragon God, I shall heed your words. No sooner had he spoken than Han Fei nodded in satisfaction and said, in that case, for the coming years, you may first provide 200,000 spirit stones each year. I will soon present you with a surprise. At this, Gongsun Jinghong was once again astonished. Unable to suppress his thoughts, how does Lord Dragon God know that our Gongsun family can manage a surplus of 200,000 each year? Could it be that he possesses the ability to read minds? How frightening. It seems that next time I stand before the Dragon God, I must refrain from indulging in wild imaginings. Before this true dragon, no secrets can be hidden. In the snowy night, having resolved the matter of the Gongsun family's unruly child, Han Fei slightly retracted the brilliance of his immense dragon eyes, strode over to the Empress, and slowly turned his grand form before stating, "I am weary. Everyone may disperse now." A resounding dragon's roar surged into the heavens, as Han Fei swiftly enveloped the Empress and the Ning sisters, transporting them away from the peak of the Xiantian sect to the Dragon God Palace, a place he had never before inhabited. This Dragon God Palace was constructed by Nangong Yao using vast resources after Han Fei had recognized it as the sect's divine beast. However, as Han Fei had promptly departed the Xiantian sect for training, he had yet to spend a single night within its walls. The palace was perched upon the main mountain, surrounded by a magnificent celestial lake. That night, snow blanketed the Xiantian sect, and upon their forceful descent, they found the once boundless celestial lake had already frozen over. Yet, within the palace, it remained warm and spring-like. Upon stepping in from the lakeside, they were greeted by a colossal cold pool, within which swam a group of silver mystic serpents, each measuring about half a meter in length. These silver serpents, akin to Han Fei's own origins, had been specially collected and nurtured by Nangong Yao's maternal clan. Initially, the Empress had little desire to cultivate other mystic serpents after acquiring Little White. However, she considered that after leaving their original habitat, Little White might long for its kin. Thus she decided to keep these serpents. At that moment, the Empress entered the palace alongside Han Fei, gazing into the icy pool at the similarly aged small serpents, and then at the formidable Little White by her side. A wave of emotion stirred within her. Indeed, the bloodline of the ancient dragon race was extraordinary. In the Dragon God Palace, as Han Fei looked toward the cold pool, a multitude of memories from the past 6 months surged forth. He recalled how, as a minuscule mystic serpent, he had gradually evolved into a giant python and then a flood dragon. Upon seeing a large group of hatchlings that had emerged around the same time as he had, a smile of delight broke across Han Fei's face. With this new brood of serpents, and with the aid of the system, Han Fei believed that one day he could nurture a vast number of Xiantian giant pythons, and even flood dragons and true dragons. At that time, countless dragons would inhabit the southern territories, and one day, the ancient dragon deity would surely reign over the entire world. Within the resplendent palace, Han Fei's imposing figure walked through the space with ease, indicating that the Empress had indeed put thought into the creation of this sanctuary for him. Turning to the Empress, whose stature was still below that of his dragon foot, Han Fei spoke, "Yao, this place is splendid." "Thank you, Yao." The Empress was momentarily taken aback by Han Fei's sudden nickname, feeling somewhat unprepared. However, after a brief moment of surprise, she offered him a gentle smile and replied, "It's nothing. I'm glad you like it." Within the Dragon Goddess Palace, Han Fei ventured deeper, soon encountering a vast sanctuary that unfolded before him. In this resting place, he beheld the meticulous arrangements crafted by Nangong Yao. A magnificent bed of bright jade, spanning the size of half a palace, was laid out for Han Fei, adorned with luxurious pelts from high-grade mystical beasts to enhance his comfort. Even a single pile of these furs could fetch hundreds or even thousands of spirit stones in the outside world. Yet, within the confines of Han Fei's chamber, they merely served as a cushion for him. Truth be told, had Han Fei not already possessed the wealth of an entire sky chasm mountain in resources, the sight of such opulence would have left him utterly astounded. This place was a veritable treasure trove. In the Dragon Goddess Palace, standing before his jade bed, Han Fei felt a profound sense of satisfaction. His massive form reclined upon the jade surface. The coolness beneath him and the softness surrounding him were simply delightful. When the palace was constructed, the Empress seemed to have anticipated Han Fei's rapid growth, ensuring that the bed was of ample size. At this moment, as Han Fei lay upon the bed, there was still plenty of space, allowing for the potential accommodation of the Empress, the Ning sisters, and the Dragon Maiden without any issue. In the chamber, as Han Fei settled comfortably, a satisfied smile graced the Empress's face. A gentle breeze wafted through the palace, causing her gown to sway slightly and revealing her extraordinarily long, stunning legs. From Han Fei's perspective, the Empress's figure was laid bare before him. This situation felt somewhat awkward. On the dragon bed, Han Fei cast a few casual glances before discreetly averting his gaze. In the biting winter, only the highly skilled women of the eastern wilderness would dare to don such scant attire. Quite impressive. Just as Han Fei had barely settled, a resounding wail, akin to a thunderous bell, echoed through the palace. He lifted his gaze to see the recently born Gongsun Manor, enveloped by the dragon god's mystical aura. emitting cries that resonated throughout the vast chamber with startling clarity. It was truly exaggerated. Observing Gongsun manner, Han Fei furrowed his dragon brows slightly, and then, with a wave of mystical energy, propelled the child towards the dragon maiden. Upon seeing the infant, the dragon maiden was equally taken aback. It was only at this moment that Han Fei spoke. "Take this child and place him in the ice pool. He will naturally grow." He continued, "You should recognize him. And in due time, your kin shall take him out to experience the world." The utterance of these words left not only the dragon maiden, but also the Empress and the Ning sisters in utter astonishment. Despite the fact that the loud, crying child was the son of Sidu Lingshan, he was indeed rather bothersome. However, esteemed Dragon Lord, since you have brought this child back, and the Gongsun family has agreed to provide an annual tuition of 200,000 spirit stones, how can you still remain so indifferent towards him? This infant, barely a day old, cannot possibly survive alone in the icy pool. What sustenance can he find in that frigid water, teeming as it is with serpents? Observing the bewilderment of those present, Han Fei spoke once more. "Rest assured, everyone, I possess my own methods of nurturing him." As his words echoed, a surge of mysterious energy emanated from Han Fei, and a pure concoction of mighty god, nurturing liquid instantaneously replaced the water in the nearby icy pool. This nurturing liquid, resplendent in a bronze hue, released an extraordinary aura that filled the entire pool upon its arrival. Even the well-versed Empress could not help but feel astonished by this essence. At that moment, all present finally understood why Han Fei dared to demand 1 million spirit stones annually from the Gongsun family, without taking any immediate action. Aside from the dragon aura safeguarding the child's heart, the sheer value of the golden liquid filling the pool must be substantial as well. Yet, one must wonder, from where did Han Fei acquire such an astonishing elixir? The secrets surrounding the Dragon Lord are indeed numerous. Meanwhile, upon noticing the change in the icy pool, the dragon maiden hastened to embrace the floating child, swiftly making her way towards the pool. As soon as she placed the infant into the liquid, he ceased his weeping. Typically, newborns lack self-awareness, but upon contact with the nurturing liquid, this child opened his eyes wide, flailed his limbs, and began to mimic swimming, exuding vitality. After struggling momentarily, he nearly submerged, but with a few gulps of the nurturing liquid, he gained considerable strength in his arms and legs, erupting with pure energy. In an instant, a glimmer of intelligence flashed in his eyes, and his cognitive abilities reached that of a 3-year-old, making him appear remarkably astute. The Empress and others stared in astonishment. Only Han Fei, standing at a distance, understood that the brilliance igniting the child's gaze marked the pinnacle of his potential in this lifetime. At this moment, barely a day old, he possessed the intellect of a 3-year-old, appearing exceedingly clever. Yet, this intelligence was destined to be his upper limit. Even after 10 or 20 years, it would remain unchanged. As time passes and the child grows, the brilliance in his eyes will inevitably dull. Ultimately, this predicament can be traced back to his mother. For how could a newborn be fed poison? Chapter 121. The Grand Competition of the Xiantian Sect within the Xiantian Sect. Following the tumultuous events surrounding the demise of Situ Lingshan, Han Fei enjoyed a brief respite, dedicating his days to practicing the dragon soul within his chamber and nurturing the small Xian snakes sent by the Empress's maternal lineage. The Nangong family, a minor branch, had previously held little prestige within the sect. However, with the Empress's ascension and Han Fei's rise to prominence, the Nangong family surged to become a significant clan within the Xiantian sect. After the fall of the Situ family, the Gongsun clan did not manage to seize all of Situ's territory as intended. Instead, under Han Fei's deliberate influence, the Nangong family reaped numerous benefits. Since Han Fei's emergence over 6 months ago, he had yet to meet any Nangong sect members aside from the Empress. Yet he possessed a deeper understanding of the family's affairs than most. With Han Fei's support, the Nangong family subtly approached the status necessary to compete with the 12 major families of the Xiantian sect. As time flowed, winter faded into spring. And with the arrival of early spring, the Xiantian sect faced 2 significant events. The first was the sect's grand competition. In this contest, external disciples would first engage in combat, with the top 5,000 out of nearly 800,000 participants qualifying as provisional inner disciples. Subsequently, the top 500 would directly become inner disciples, while the top 50 would earn the opportunity to compete in the inner sect competition against the new generation of elite inner disciples. Those who could secure a position within the top 100 of the inner sect competition would have a substantial chance of becoming favored disciples of the elders from various halls, thus gaining access to the most coveted cultivation resources within the entire Shantian sect. In addition to the grand competition, another momentous event awaited within the sect this spring, the exploration of a secret realm. All elite disciples who placed within the top 100 of the grand competition would have the chance to accompany Han Fei into the sect's secret realm, which had remained unopened for 40,000 years, to seek unparalleled opportunities. However, the elders of the Shantian sect were unaware that Han Fei could actually bring along 300 disciples for this expedition. Initially, Han Fei had informed the elders that he could only take 100, primarily because this number was the limit that the Xuanwu divine beast could accommodate. And Han Fei did not wish to disrupt this balance. Additionally, he harbored a personal agenda, aiming to reserve more spots for the adherents of the dragon god. Now, with the arrival of the solar divine pearl inheritance, all disciples below the martial king realm within the Shantian sect had become Han Fei's followers. Consequently, he no longer needed to delineate between them. As long as they demonstrated loyalty and reliability among the followers, he could take them into the secret realm. As for those with insufficient loyalty, even if they managed to place within the top 3 of the inner sect competition, Han Fei would regretfully decline their entry into the secret realm. Discontent? Feel free to express it. With the arrival of early spring, the establishment of the Dragon God Brewery's tavern was imminent within the Shantian sect. The owner, Han Fei, had contributed not a single coin yet held over 90% of the shares. As the operational entity, including the owners of the illustrious Xinghua Tower and numerous distilleries in the southern realm, they hold a mere 10% stake. Initially, the highly coveted Xinghua wine within the Shantian sect appeared to lose its luster in the wake of Han Fei's Tiger Bone wine and Plum Blossom wine. In a bid to fully align themselves with Han Fei's grand venture, the Tang family relinquished their exclusive rights to Xinghua wine, integrating it into the Longshan distillery as a prized offering. This decision seemed to undermine the family's foundational legacy. However, following its incorporation into the Longshan distillery, the sales of the Tang family's Xinghua wine surged, becoming more sought after than ever before. On this day, the outer sect held a grand competition. Traditionally, the Elders' Hall of the Shantian sect would dispatch 3 emperors and 10 martial kings to preside over the opening ceremony, while the subsequent matches would be overseen by various elders until the finals, when prominent figures, including the Empress, would grace the event with their presence. Yet, this long-standing tradition, upheld for thousands of years, was disrupted by Han Fei's arrival. On this day, while idly resting in his palace, upon hearing that the outer sect competition had commenced, Han Fei, without a moment's hesitation, let out a dragon's roar and left the secluded mountains, swiftly arriving at the outer sect's arena. The outer sect competition grounds boasted over 3,000 arenas, each hosting at least 20 matches daily. Upon Han Fei's sudden appearance, the Empress soon followed suit. The inner sect elders, while puzzled by this turn of events, recalled the imminent Shantian secret realm competition and, thus, hastened to join. In an instant, the outer sect was abuzz with prominent figures, and the disciples, upon learning of this news, were filled with exhilaration. Outside the main hall of the outer sect, the towering figure of Han Fei perched upon the steps of the grand white stone platform, his dragon god domain unfurled. From this vantage point, he could clearly observe the myriad of matches unfolding across the expansive arena. Meanwhile, the elders of various families, upon their arrival, quickly greeted the Empress and Han Fei before selecting the matches of their interest for scrutiny. The first day of the outer sect competition swiftly transformed into a grand talent showcase. On this day, under the pleasant sun of early spring, a rather handsome young man approached Han Fei, his eyes reflecting a hint of embarrassment. After a moment of hesitation, he spoke in a subdued tone. "Lord Dragon God, here are the 200,000 spirit stones previously agreed upon by your grandfather. My child has begun training under the Dragon God. I kindly ask for your guidance." The individual addressing Han Fei was none other than Gongsun Hao, the husband of Sidu Lingshan. Upon hearing this, Han Fei's colossal form stirred slightly, and he emitted a low dragon's roar, noticing that Gongsun Hao also bore the mark of Dragon God faith. He couldn't help but think to himself, well, it seems the Gongsun family cannot discern friend from foe. I haven't even lifted a finger, and they are already pledging their allegiance. Truly, this presents no challenge whatsoever. Upon taking another glance at the spirit stone pouch held by Gongsun Hao, Han Fei refrained from saying much more. With a subtle movement of his profound energy, the pouch was swiftly absorbed into his storage space. Now, let us proceed, he remarked. Lowering his gaze, Han Fei addressed Gong Sun Hao once more. You have arrived just in time. Today, I have brought your son to engage in combat. Watch closely, I assure you. He will certainly secure a position among the top 3 in this outer sect competition. At these words, Gong Sun Hao's countenance shifted in astonishment as he looked up at Han Fei's imposing figure. Unable to contain himself, he exclaimed, Lord Long Long, you cannot possibly be jesting. My son is barely a month old. How could he participate in the outer sect battles? Though my education may be limited, surely you cannot deceive me so. Gong Sun Hao shook his head repeatedly. In the arena of the Xiantian sect, as the outer sect's main peak loomed above, Han Fei remained unfazed by Gong Sun Hao's skepticism. Silently, he directed his gaze towards the southeastern corner of the combat stage, where a particular platform caught his attention. Following Han Fei's line of sight, Gong Sun Hao beheld a charming child clad in a red belly band, stout and sturdy. Confronting a towering opponent who was well over 2 meters tall, a corpulent figure wielding an impressive heavy hammer. This sight, although Gong Sun Hao had never laid eyes on his son, the bond between father and son was undeniable. He instantly recognized the robust child in the red belly band, revealing his bare backside, as his own offspring. Witnessing his child on the grand stage of the sect's competition stirred an overwhelming sense of pride and astonishment within Gong Sun Hao. Yet, amid his excitement, a frown creased his brow. To see his young son standing upon such a prestigious platform was undoubtedly a moment of immense pride. However, he could not help but question the nature of his son's opponent, a giant of a man. Was this not a case of blatant bullying? His son was merely a month old. Inwardly, Gong Sun Hao raged, Han Fei, you wretched dragon. Not only have you led me astray, but you have also put my son in jeopardy. If anything happens to him today, I will hold you accountable. Meanwhile, on the platform, the nearly 2-meter-tall, rotund youth glanced down at the diminutive child before him, his expression one of bewilderment. Despite his imposing physique, the youth was merely 16 or 17 years old. A young disciple of the outer sect. He raised his heavy hammer high, gesturing to the enforcers at the edge of the arena, questioning whether they had mistakenly paired him with a child as his opponent. The enforcers, though puzzled, confirmed after several reassurances that indeed, the child was his designated opponent. Well then, the youth thought, gazing incredulously at the tiny figure before him, utterly bewildered. As the disciples confirmed the commencement of the duel, the portly figure bellowed, Child, do not take offense. With the sect's opportunity before me, I shall not hold back. With that declaration, the stout man, resembling a towering wall, charged fiercely toward the child. Approaching within mere feet of the young one, he raised his heavy hammer high, ready to strike down. As an outer disciple, he would never dream of fatally injuring this child. His intention was to unleash a tremendous impact with the hammer, sending the diminutive figure tumbling off the stage. If the child were to leave the platform, victory would be his. However, just as the hammer was about to crash into the ground, an astonishing scene unfolded. The child, who had been several feet away, suddenly darted forward like a flash of lightning, positioning himself beneath the descending hammer and grasping it with his tiny hand. The stout man, witnessing the spectacle, was momentarily stunned. A flurry of thoughts raced through his mind, with the most prominent being, I truly did not intend to cause harm. You may find it hard to believe, but he effectively walked into it. Yet, in the midst of his astonishment, he felt as if his hammer had struck an incredibly solid wall, rendering it immovable. Under his powerful blow, the wall showed no signs of yielding, while a searing pain coursed through his arm. As the ache surged, he noticed that the child, clad in a red apron, was firmly gripping his massive hammer, with the small hand having sunk several inches into its surface. Panic gripped him. It was crucial to acknowledge that this hammer had been meticulously crafted at great expense by his family in the refiner's hall of the Xiantian sect, complete with a set of armor-piercing inscriptions. One would think that not even the mightiest of generals in their battle armor could withstand such a weapon. Yet here was a 600-pound hammer that failed to inflict any harm upon the child, who held it securely in his grasp. Clinging to the handle, the stout man endeavored to continue his assault, but alas, there was no movement. Gradually, he recognized that this child was no ordinary opponent. He attempted to retract his weapon and create distance, yet the child's grip remained steadfast, refusing to yield no matter how he pulled. This was indeed an awkward predicament. The thought that this magnificent weapon had cost his family over 300 spirit stones to forge filled him with urgency. staring at the child with wide eyes. He planted his feet firmly on the ground, then summoned all his strength to wrench the hammer free. I refuse to believe that my innate might cannot surpass that of a mere child. On the arena, the stout man exerted every ounce of strength, tugging at the hammer with great effort. Meanwhile, after a brief struggle with the stout man, the child seemed to grow impatient. Just as the stout man clenched his teeth, drenched in sweat, pulling with all his might, the child made a slight movement with his arms. In an instant, the stout man, who wielded a weapon nearly weighing 1,000 pounds, was effortlessly flung several hundred meters away by the child, crashing into the eaves of the outer hall before coming to a halt. With a resounding thud, the stout man landed heavily, bursting into tears. Wah wah wah, father. I've been bullied by a child. On the sidelines, the elders were left astounded, gazing at the extraordinary child on the arena. If memory serves, this child had only recently been born. A mere month old, not only had he learned to stand and walk, but he had also effortlessly tossed a robust stout man so far. Was this even real? Meanwhile, Gongsun Hao and his grandfather, Gongsun Jinghong, stared wide-eyed, unable to contain their excitement. Just then, the victorious child moved his feet, leaping towards Han Fei and the others. Concealed within his small frame was the wisdom typical of a 3-year-old, making him appear exceptionally astute. Upon seeing Han Fei, the child immediately bowed respectfully, exclaiming, "Master." Han Fei merely smiled faintly, choosing to disregard the child for a moment as he glanced at Gongsun Hao. Unable to restrain himself any longer, Gongsun Hao rushed forward, embracing the child with tears of joy streaming down his face. "My son, indeed you possess the demeanor of a great emperor." Feeling somewhat uncomfortable from the embrace, the child pushed Gongsun Hao away, looking at him with skepticism. "Are you really my father?" Yes, Gongsun Hao nodded vigorously. "All right then, do you have any money?" The child continued. Gongsun Hao was left perplexed, gazing at the child with a puzzled expression. Outside the outer hall, observing Gongsun Hao's frugality, the child continued. "My master said that if I win in the arena, my father will reward me. So I ask, are you my father? If not, I shall seek my rewards elsewhere. Whoever rewards me is my true father." One must admit, this 3-year-old child possessed quite the intellect. On the other side, Gongsun Hao was momentarily taken aback by the child's words. At that moment, Gongsun Jinghong approached, declaring, "My great-grandson, at such a tender age, can easily triumph in our sect's grand competition. He must be rewarded." Gazing at the child, Gongsun Jinghong felt as though he was beholding a precious treasure. Just imagine, my great-grandson, having only recently been born, possesses such intelligence. What remarkable advancements might he achieve in 10 or 20 years? This child is simply endowed with innate strength, a prodigy yet to emerge. At present, although my great-grandson addresses the dragon god as his master, who can predict the outcome a decade or a century from now? By that time, it is entirely possible that this dragon god will feel an overwhelming sense of pride and excitement for having nurtured an ancient saint, ultimately living under the protection of my great-grandson. Ha, ha, ha. Gongsun Jinghong chuckled joyfully. Meanwhile, within the realm of the dragon god, Han Fei discerned Gongsun Jinghong's thoughts with clarity. As Gongsun Jinghong eagerly envisioned the intelligence of the little one, Han Fei could not suppress a smile. Feeling reluctant to reveal to this elderly gentleman that his great-grandson possesses the intellect of merely a 3-year-old. On the other side, Gongsun Jinghong's reminder completely roused his grandson from his reverie. Gongsun Hao lifted his gaze towards the child floating in midair, unable to restrain himself as he exclaimed, "My son, do not be impatient. I am your true father. Look at the rewards I bestow upon you. There is no need to seek others." As he spoke, Gongsun Hao, filled with excitement, began rummaging through his storage pouch. 100 spirit stones, 200 spirit stones. He emptied his pouch of its entire contents. However, upon receiving the over 600 spirit stones from Gongsun Hao, the youthful face of the child displayed a hint of disdain. You claim to be my father, and yet only offer me 600 spirit stones?" The child was greatly displeased and, glancing at the esteemed elders behind Han Fei, promptly declared, "Hey, you elders, whoever can give me more than this little one, I shall acknowledge as my father." Upon hearing this, Gongsun Hao's brow furrowed, and he hurriedly intervened. "My son, do not rush. I have just given your master 200,000 spirit stones. All of those are yours." At this proclamation, the child was momentarily taken aback, only to quickly regain his composure and retort, "Pa, Who said those 200,000 spirit stones are mine? They were given by the Gongsun family to honor my master. Do not forget, you still owe my master 800,000. The fervent loyalty of the child was indeed unwavering. With just a few words, Gongsun Hao found himself momentarily speechless. Meanwhile, the 3-year-old prodigy continued, all right. Do not look so dumbfounded. Achieving victory in the Outer Sect Grand Competition at such a young age is a remarkable feat in the history of your Gongsun family. Yet it is valued at a mere 600 spirit stones? I had originally hoped my father would be a wealthy benefactor, but now, is this all there is? The 3-year-old, in the exuberance of his youth, often spoke without restraint, delivering shocking truths. As the child spoke, Gongsun Hao was drenched in cold sweat. It seemed somewhat amiss for the child to reprimand his father, yet every point made by the child resonated with undeniable logic. Indeed, achieving victory in the grand competition at this tender age is an extraordinary accomplishment within the Xiantian sect. To reward his son with just 600 spirit stones was truly a source of embarrassment. The esteemed elders nodded in collective agreement. Moreover, one could not help but jest at Gongsun Jinghong, saying, Gongsun family, are you truly capable? If funds are scarce, why not let this child come live with us? My household possesses ample resources for rewards. Upon hearing this, Gongsun Jinghong was instantly incensed and turned to manner, declaring, Child, continue your diligent efforts in the upcoming competition. For every victory you achieve, I shall personally reward you with 1,000 spirit stones. The more you win, the greater your reward. Upon hearing this, Manner silently nodded and replied, 1,000 is acceptable. You are far more generous than my biological father. I could consider you as a father. This remark nearly sent Gongsun Jinghong and Gongsun Hao into a fit of fury, as it dawned upon them that the child's intellect was somewhat questionable. Let it be. Regarding Manner's intelligence, Gongsun Jinghong and his companions chose not to dwell further. After all, the child had been unfortunate, having been medicated by his own mother from birth. One might speculate his mind had been affected from that moment. This predicament could not be blamed on anyone else. One could only reproach Sidu Lingshan, that wicked woman. As long as the child could grow up safely, the Gongsun family would be more than content. Even if he merely ascended to the Emperor realm and entered the ranks of the saints. Outside the main hall, after greeting the Gongsun family, the recently victorious Manner sought additional spirit pills from his father. After swallowing them in one gulp, he began to practice the Dragon God Fist outside the main hall, unleashing an impressive display of dragon energy that astonished the onlookers. At that moment, no one within the entire Xiantian sect dared to deny that Manner possessed the potential of an emperor, perhaps even an opportunity to ascend to the rank of ancient saint. Meanwhile, in the outer plaza, the matches continued. After witnessing a series of tedious bouts, Han Fei's attention was drawn to a stage where an outer disciple wielded a golden axe. This disciple, around 16 or 17 years of age, exhibited a handsome and intelligent demeanor, exuding an aura of potential leadership. As he stepped onto the stage, he wore a smile and displayed courteous manners. His opponent was a striking young man of about 20, carrying 2 cold swords upon his back. Upon seeing this handsome young man, an elder sitting on the steps of the main hall suddenly spoke up. A year ago, I heard of a young disciple in the outer sect who had attained enlightenment in the art of flying swords, becoming the foremost swordsman of our outer sect. Could this be the gentleman on the stage? As the elder's words echoed, Gongsun Hao, who had been anxiously watching his son, suddenly perked up. Glancing at the stage, he said, Ladies and gentlemen, I am acquainted with this individual. His strength is commendable. Those 2 flying swords were purchased from my Gongsun family's weapon refinery. This individual has been in our Xiantian sect for approximately 7 years, and he is quite likely to challenge for a top 3 position in this year's sect competition. Once Gongsun Hao made this declaration, the elders present became animated, exclaiming, The art of flying swords is exceedingly difficult to master, even among our inner sect. Only a select few exceptionally gifted disciples have the opportunity to grasp it. Now that this young swordsman has mastered the art of sword control, he undoubtedly possesses a significant advantage in the external sect competition. Chapter 124. The Art of Sword Control, the Dragon Qi Mountain Opening Technique. Outside the main hall of the Xiantian sect, as a multitude of esteemed elders praised the young swordsman, Han Fei, who had been previously silent, finally spoke up. Esteemed elders, shall we engage in a wager? I bet that today, the disciple wielding the golden axe shall emerge victorious. Upon hearing Han Fei's declaration, the elders were momentarily taken aback. Soon, one elder remarked, "Lord Dragon God, your judgment seems rather hasty. While the disciple you mentioned does appear to possess commendable roots, let us not forget that he faces an opponent who is a master of sword control." Unperturbed by this observation, Han Fei replied, "No matter. I simply wish to know if you are willing to bet." At that moment, someone in the crowd finally stepped forward and proposed, "Esteemed guests, today's sect competition is a matter of excitement for all. Allow me to act as the bookmaker. Let us place our bets. If you wager on the disciple of sword control winning, place your bets to my left, with odds of 1 to 15. Conversely, if you bet on the axe-wielding disciple winning, place your bets to my right, with odds of 1 to 20. As the bookmaker's words echoed, the elders were instantly intrigued and began to laugh heartily. Before long, Gongsun Jinghong interjected, "Lord Dragon God, it is not that I doubt your insight. But in the face of sword control, the disciple wielding the axe truly has no chance whatsoever. Therefore, I shall wager 1,000 spirit stones on the victory of the sword control disciple." Gongsun Jinghong led the way, and soon, a multitude of elders followed suit. In no time, the bets on the sword control disciple's victory amassed to an astounding 100,000. Upon witnessing this figure, the young bookmaker was somewhat astonished, for he perceived that the probability of the sword control disciple winning was indeed quite high. Should the disciple triumph today, the young bookmaker would be liable for a staggering 150,000 spirit stones. That was by no means an insignificant sum. Meanwhile, seeing the elders so thoroughly engaged, Han Fei also became intrigued. He promptly declared, "Since you all are betting on the sword control disciple's victory, I shall wager on the axe-wielding disciple." With that, Han Fei tossed the storage bag containing 200,000 spirit stones, which he had previously acquired from Gongsun Hao, to the right side of the young bookmaker. At this moment, the crowd fell into a stunned silence. 200,000 spirit stones? You are wagering so boldly? They murmured. "Lord Dragon, do you truly regard 200,000 spirit stones so lightly?" The young bookmaker, gazing at the storage bag on the ground, was filled with exhilaration. Initially, he had worried about incurring an unforeseen loss of 150,000 spirit stones. However, it now appeared that there was a safety net for his wager. Indeed, his decision to step forward and act as the bookmaker was proving to be astute. Outside the main hall, as the storage bag thrown by Han Fei landed, the young elder smiled faintly and raised his gaze towards Han Fei, saying, "Lord Dragon God, once a deal is made, there is no turning back. I shall graciously accept your 20,000 spirit stones." In response, Han Fei maintained a calm demeanor and replied, "Do not rejoice just yet. At a ratio of 1 to 20, you may find yourself working for me for the rest of your life." Upon hearing this, the young elder was taken aback, offering an awkward smile before retorting, "Lord Dragon God, you truly enjoy jesting." Han Fei chose not to engage further. Meanwhile, on the square, the competition between Chen Ding, wielding a golden axe, and the sword-wielding disciple commenced. Chen Ding was no stranger. He was one of Han Fei's earliest fervent followers within the Xintian sect. When Han Fei first departed from the sect for his journey, Chen Ding and his brother had already acquired the Dragon God sword technique. Not long ago, during the Dragon God's golden reign, Chen Ding had also obtained the ancient treasure-level golden giant axe in the Dragon Chi Mountain opening technique. As one of the earliest followers of the Dragon God, after mastering the sword technique, the Chun brothers understood the art of concealment, and to this day, no one in the outer sect was aware that they had also mastered the divine flying sword technique. With the Dragon God sword technique in hand, coupled with the ancient treasure-level giant axe and the Dragon Chi Mountain opening technique, Han Fei found it hard to fathom how this young man, Chen Ding, could possibly lose to a disciple who only understood the sword technique. If his fervent follower were to lose in such a contest, Han Fei would not utter a word of complaint. The 20,000 spirit stones would simply be accepted as a matter of course. On the arena, facing Chen Ding with his golden axe, the sword-wielding disciple quickly initiated his moves. A surge of profound energy erupted from him as he chanted the sword incantation. In the next moment, 2 flying swords, one large and one small, surged forth, enveloped in a chilling frost. In an instant, the entire arena was shrouded in frost. The 2 flying swords darted swiftly through the icy mist. Excellent! Amidst the impressive maneuvers of the sword-wielding disciple, several elders who had just placed their bets on the disciple's victory displayed excitement on their faces. However, just as the applause began, Chen Ding's eyes narrowed slightly as he remarked, "Too slow." Then, everyone witnessed the explosive aura of the Dragon Chi technique emanating from Ding. With a resonant dragon roar, he vanished from his spot in an instant. Following that, within the icy mist, the golden axe transformed into a radiant flash of light. Beneath the golden glow, the two flying swords clashed with a resounding ring, causing countless outer sect disciples to shiver at the sight. After continuously deflecting the flying swords, Ding's gaze sharpened as he quietly focused on the sword-wielding disciple. As the flying sword approached once more, he gripped the axe with both hands, and a brilliant golden light erupted from him. With a fierce swing of the axe, empowered by the Dragon Chi Mountain opening technique, the sword-wielding disciple seemed to behold a golden dragon charging towards him with ferocity. The overwhelming aura, akin to a force cleaving through mountains, left the sword-wielding disciples profoundly shaken. To ensure their survival, they hastily summoned their two flying swords to their side for defense. With the swords positioned before them, they faced the terrifying onslaught of the golden axe energy. A thunderous boom erupted, resonating throughout the arena. In the next moment, the spectators beheld three deep, terrifying chasms on the stage. The flying swords, which had sent shivers down the spines of the outer disciples, fell listlessly to the ground. While the sword-wielding disciple was violently thrown off the stage, the outcome unmistakably determined. Such a result elicited gasps of astonishment from countless disciples who had been struggling with the sword techniques. Today, Ding's performance was truly remarkable. Ding. As the crowd fervently chanted his name, Ding respectfully raised his gaze and, bowing earnestly in the direction of Han Fei, offered a devout salute. He bowed again and again. As a devoted follower of the dragon god, Ding was acutely aware that all his achievements today were blessings bestowed by the dragon god. Meanwhile, within Han Fei's mind, the voice of the system echoed. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your fervent disciple Ding has triumphed in the martial competition at the Xiantian sect's outer gate, and you have received 1,000 faith points. Chapter 125. The Dragon God's follower shines brilliantly. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your fervent disciple Ding has excelled, greatly enhancing the Dragon Chi technique. Ding's worship astonished the disciples of the Xiantian sect. You have gained 100,000 faith points. Outside the outer gate hall of the Xiantian sect, faced with the devout Ding, the elders could not help but exclaim in astonishment. My heavens, the practitioner wielding the golden axe has truly emerged victorious. This fellow is actually a follower of the dragon god. The elders were taken aback by this unforeseen outcome. At that moment, an elder of the emperor level, who had wagered 10,000 spirit stones on the sword-wielding disciples, could not restrain himself and exclaimed to Han Fei, Dragon God, you disregard martial ethics. This axe-wielding disciple is clearly your follower, yet you specifically bet on his victory. Are you deliberately setting me up for failure? Oh. In response, Han Fei chuckled lightly. My friends, I have consistently emphasized that the golden disciple would certainly emerge victorious. Have I ever contradicted myself? You disregarded my earlier words, and now you accuse me of deceit? Han Fei, the formidable sovereign of the dragon, declared with undeniable authority. Even the emperor-level elder was taken aback, hastily silencing himself. Within the Xiantian sect, no one dared to challenge the dragon god. After all, he had the support of the underworld divine Peril, the towering giant, and the guardian celestial deity. Even the dragon god himself possessed unfathomable strength. TSK, it is merely 10,000 spirit stones. This elder shall endure it. Meanwhile, outside the main hall, confronted with the outcome of Ding's victory, the young elder who had previously stepped forward to oversee the bets appeared pale and shaken. Gazing at Han Fei, the elder could not contain himself, exclaiming, Dragon, O esteemed dragon god, with odds of 1 to 20, your 200,000 spirit stones should yield around 4 million. I cannot afford such a loss. Upon hearing this, Han Fei's expression turned cold as he replied, I have already stated that in this line of betting, you cannot bear the risk. Had you accepted a lesser principal from me, would we have encountered such complications? Alas, your greed has clouded your judgment. Looking intently at the elder, Han Fei continued, I possess a mine near the Tianqian mountain in the middle section of the Angry Song River. You shall accompany the black and white ghost kings and toil there until you have made sufficient contributions, at which point you may return to the Xiantian sect. To be candid, Han Fei was indifferent to the 4 million spirit stones he had won today. Setting aside the mine, the profits he amassed annually from his distillery far surpassed that sum. The reason Han Fei dispatched this young elder to Tianqian Mountain was to temper his greedy nature. If he could relinquish his obsessions and focus on cultivating in the mind, Han Fei would naturally consider him for future opportunities and assign him tasks. Meanwhile, the young elder, having been inexplicably punished by being sent to the deep mountains, seemed to have sensed Han Fei's intentions for his assessment. Immediately, he bowed twice towards Han Fei, his face radiating respect. Esteemed dragon god, I perceive your good intentions. I shall gather my belongings and promptly set forth to Tianqian Mountain. With that declaration, the young elder wasted no time, hurriedly surrendering the over 100,000 spirit stones he possessed, along with Han Fei's principal. Although the dragon god had not explicitly demanded compensation for the 4 million loss, he felt obligated to return a portion. For those spirit stones were rightfully won through Han Fei's prowess. After handing over the spirit stones, the young elder disregarded the gazes of onlookers and swiftly made his way back to his estate. Intent on departing from the Xintian sect, that very day to fully commit to his journey to Tianqian Mountain. On the other side, the elders watched as their spirit stones were surrendered to Han Fei by the young elder. Reflecting on the recent wager, it was clear that the dragon god had played fairly throughout, unwavering in his belief that the Axe disciples would triumph. The others had lost not due to any deceit on Han Fei's part, but rather their own lack of faith in him, placing undue trust in the swordsmanship instead. Outside the grand hall, observing the awkward expressions of the elders, the young man from the Gongsun family could not help but burst into laughter. Glancing at Gongsun Hao, he remarked sagely, "Father, your luck is truly remarkable. You are exceedingly poor. Otherwise, you would not have realized how much you would have lost to my master today." Such words seemed rather childish, yet he proudly declared, "Indeed, you are a fine son of Gongsun Hao." Within the Xintian sect, the outer sect competition continued. On the first day, the young man brought forth by Han Fei, along with fervent followers of the dragon god, such as Qin Ding and Qin Yi, shone brilliantly, astonishing all. By the second day, Han Fei's original disciples, led by Li Mu, made their grand entrance. This time, after discreetly gauging Li Mu's capabilities, no one outside the grand hall dared challenge the dragon god to a wager. After all, the disciples personally trained by the dragon god were undeniably formidable. Thus, time passed for over half a month, and finally, the number of disciples remaining in the square dwindled significantly. The remaining tens of thousands were fervently striving for the 5,000 spots qualifying for the inner sect. Those outer sect disciples possessing sufficient strength had their sights firmly set on breaking into the top 500. Successfully entering this echelon would grant them direct admission to the inner sect. Among these elite contenders vying for inner sect status, many had also set their sights on the top 50 of the outer sect competition. Achieving a position among the top 50 would not only secure their status as inner sect disciples, but also provide an opportunity to participate in the forthcoming inner sect competition, where substantial rewards awaited. On this day, as Han Fei observed the duel between Qin Ding, Qin Yi, and others on the stage, he could not help but feel a stir within. He could not resist silently contemplating. It has been over half a month since this competition began. Yet the Chun brothers have not once employed their Dragon Chi sword technique, and that golden giant axe has consistently remained in a diminished form. It appears they are indeed deliberately concealing their prowess. Han Fei was quite pleased by this. In his view, some of the Chun brothers' techniques would undoubtedly yield better results if saved for the inner sect competition. As for Li Mu, after acquiring the supreme Dragon Chi technique, he swiftly followed Elder Emo to the Medicine King Valley under Han Fei's guidance, where he learned the Dragon Soul alchemy technique. In just half a year, Li Mu had successfully reached the Qi Si realm and had even refined a personal alchemical artifact. His artifact was an ancient seven-tiered pagoda, which had been hidden within the Medicine King Valley. Upon recognizing Li Mu's astonishing talent, Elder Emo gifted this ancient pagoda to him. After more than half a year of refinement, Li Mu could now utilize this pagoda to release the aura of his alchemical techniques, simultaneously enhancing his combat strength while weakening his opponents. When the overwhelming mist of elixirs enveloped the arena, the small stage instantly became Li Mu's domain. And within the outer sect, few disciples could rival him. This was the personal flair displayed by the Dragon God's followers during the outer sect competition. In an instant, the faith values on Han Fei's system list surged dramatically. Chapter 126, Golden Blade Chi, the duel between Man and Chun Ding unbeknownst to many. The outer sect competition of the Xintian sect had been underway for nearly a month. Gradually, the duels became increasingly exhilarating. Finally, on this day, An electrifying match ignited the entire outer sect of Xiantian. The duel on the stage today featured Gongsun Manor against Qinding. Both were renowned disciples of the dragon god within the Xiantian sect, and it was destined that one of them would face elimination, halting their progress. Great dragon god. What are your thoughts on the outcome of today's duel between my humble self and Qinding? The speaker hails from the illustrious Gongsun family, being none other than Gongsun Hao, the father of Gongsun Man. In the outer courtyard, confronted by Gongsun Hao's inquiry, Han Fei raised his eyes slightly and remarked, "What is it? Are you inclined to wager once more? Who will you place your bet on this time?" Upon hearing this, Gongsun Hao felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. After a moment's hesitation, he replied, "Lord Dragon God, I think it best to refrain from betting against you. Your insight surpasses mine. I merely wish to inquire whether my son has any chance of victory." The outer sect competition had reached its most critical elimination stage. Should my child succeed in preventing your fervent disciple from advancing to the finals, it would surely reflect poorly on the Gongsun family. "Oh," Han Fei responded, a flicker of intrigue igniting within him. "At this juncture, you still concern yourself with my reputation. The Gongsun family is indeed rather interesting." He continued, "Let them compete. As long as they secure a place in the top 50, they will inevitably cross paths again in the intersect competition. Today's outcomes of advancement or elimination are of little significance." Upon hearing these words, Gongsun Hao's eyes brightened, and he could not help but exclaim, "Lord Dragon God, your perspective is indeed profound." Soon after, Gongsun Hao posed another question. "Even so, I still wish to inquire about the matter at hand, between my son and Qinding. Whom do you regard more favorably?" To this, Han Fei smiled slightly and replied, "In terms of strength, at this stage, Gongsun Man does not yet match Qinding. However, regarding today's duel, I wager on your son's victory." Gongsun Hao was taken aback by Han Fei's statement and quickly inquired, "Lord Dragon God, if you assert that Qinding's strength currently exceeds that of my son, then why might he lose today? Should he conquer my son, he would secure a position in the top 20. Surely, the prestige of being among the top 20 is enticing?" In response, Han Fei opened his dragon-like eyes calmly and stated, "Qinding's ambitions transcend mere outer sect rankings. For the Chun brothers, the inter-sect competition holds far greater significance." At that moment, Gongsun Hao's eyes widened in realization, exclaiming, "I see. Lord Dragon God, you imply that the Chun brothers are holding back their true capabilities, intending to unleash them during the inter-sect competition? That is more or less the essence," Han Fei replied, casting a composed glance at Gongsun Hao, choosing not to elaborate further. Meanwhile, the match between Gongsun Man and Qinding commenced swiftly. On the arena, gazing at Gongsun Man, who had achieved consecutive victories in the outer sect despite being less than 2 months old, Qinding felt an unmistakable pressure. Tightly gripping his golden axe, he fixated on the seemingly flawless child before him. Gongsun Man, on the other hand, maintained his usual demeanor, appearing harmless and unconcerned. Yet, compared to his previous ease, today's composure bore a semblance of pretense, for he sensed an aura emanating from Qinding that bore a striking resemblance to that of his master. Though this aura was but a minuscule fraction of his master's, it was nonetheless formidable enough that Gongsun Man, being newly born, could not afford to underestimate it. After all, one's own master is a formidable existence capable of annihilating a significant portion of the Xiantian sect with but a single thought. On the arena, Gongsun Man and Qinding stood in confrontation, while tens of thousands of outer disciples watched with bated breath. "Gentlemen, what do you think? Today, the two fervent devotees of Lord Dragon God are clashing head-on. Who will emerge victorious? In my humble opinion, Gongsun's young warrior seems to possess a higher chance of success. Though Qinding has achieved an impressive winning streak, he has endured numerous arduous battles prior to this moment. In contrast, this young warrior, clad in a belly wrap, has triumphed effortlessly, dispatching his foes with a single strike, never wasting an ounce of his profound energy. I am confident that today, in the face of Qinding's onslaught, he will remain unfazed and composed." Upon hearing these words, Qinding's companions were visibly displeased. Among the crowd, Qinding's elder brother narrowed his eyes, gazing at the arena, and declared, "Although Gongsun's young warrior is formidable, he is no match for my brother." "Is that so?" Just as the words fell from the onlookers, Gongsun Man had already initiated his attack. Boom! As Gongsun Man sprang into action, the ground beneath him collapsed, and a terrifying web of cracks radiated from his previous position. Like a tempest, he charged toward Qinding. Witnessing this scene, the spectators were utterly astonished. During the Outer Disciples tournament spanning over half a month, this was the first time they had seen Gongsun Man take the initiative. Bang, bang, bang. Amidst the swift shadows, Gongsun Man's iron fists relentlessly struck Chen Ding's weapon. The ferocious force of his punches unleashed a cacophony of thunderous explosions upon the golden axe. The wind from his fists surged forth, affecting even the Outer Disciples standing hundreds of meters away from the arena. Everyone held their breath, acutely aware that today, thanks to Chen Ding's exceptional weaponry, if he had wielded an ordinary weapon, it would have surely been crushed under Gongsun Man's terrifying iron fists. Remarkable. Confronted with Gongsun Man's assault, Chen Ding's eyes widened in astonishment, his brow furrowed. The dragon chi surged within him, causing the golden axe in his hand to radiate an intense heat, its edge terrifyingly sharp. Yet, to Gongsun Man, this brilliance seemed to hold no deterrent power whatsoever. The child, with fierce determination gleaming in his eyes, fixated intently on Chen Ding, pressing onward with relentless aggression. Strike, strike, strike. At first glance, he resembled a little demon, wild, furious, unafraid of death, daring to fight fiercely. Here, faced with Gongsun Man's relentless advances, Chen Ding, after a brief moment of shock, finally unleashed a roar akin to a dragon's cry from his throat. In the midst of his furious roar, he swung his right arm, and the golden axe emitted a terrifying rumble, transforming into a colossal golden dragon formed from the axe's blade energy, shaking the entire arena. This is a colossal dragon, a manifestation of Chen Ding's aura that far surpasses any previous displays, exhibiting strength nearly 100-fold greater. As the intense golden light radiates forth, the entire outer sect plaza is overwhelmed, leaving everyone dazzled and instinctively shielding their eyes. Such a gesture, if executed on the battlefield, would yield dire consequences. Chapter 127. The Contest of All Sides. Collisions of 100,000 rounds. What a brilliant golden radiance. Alas, my eyes are blinded. In the outer sect plaza, many disciples are left in awe by the formidable technique suddenly unleashed by Chen Ding. Meanwhile, the astute Manner, clad in a crimson apron, reacts swiftly, resolutely closing his eyes. With his eyes shut, Manner's consciousness rapidly expands, and within the enveloping darkness, he perceives the golden axe hurtling towards him with a fierce howl. The speed is astonishing. Faced with such a formidable onslaught, the innate combat instincts derived from his bloodline surge forth, igniting the formidable protective shield that envelopes him in an instant. In the next moment, the golden axe descends, striking precisely upon Manner's arm. A resounding clash echoes as the shield emits a symphony of golden tones, prompting Manner to leverage the impact to somersault away, landing several dozen meters from Chen Ding, before cautiously shielding his eyes and gradually reopening them. Through the narrow slit of his eyes, he gazes in Chen Ding's direction, only to be met with a thunderous wave of lethal energy surging toward him. With no alternative, Manner is compelled to roll along the edge of the arena, evading the impending assault. In the wake of his acrobatics, the ground is marred with deep and terrifying fissures. The formidable energy from the golden axe cleaves through the arena's blue stone, reaching down to the very foundation. Such power emanating from a mere physical realm practitioner is astonishing, leaving all in awe of Chen Ding's prowess. As Manner rolls on the stage, the outer sect disciples below erupt into a chorus of gasps, their astonishment palpable. 8 words encapsulate the scene: exhilarating and profoundly shocking. It must be said, the two combatants upon the stage are extraordinarily formidable. At this moment, Chen Ding, who commands the battlefield, wields a terrifying dragon energy that no one in the outer sect can withstand. Even as Manner busily evades, the onlookers remain captivated. Despite his continuous tumbles, they see no sign of defeat in him. Everyone understands that Manner still possesses considerable strength, biding his time for a counterattack. Simultaneously, upon the white stone steps of the outer sect, an elder from one of the 12 families, awash in astonishment, approaches Han Fei. After a respectful bow, he speaks. Lord Dragon God, your disciple wielding the battle axe is undeniably exceptional. Might I inquire if you have any plans for him? Should you have none at present, I would be honored to cultivate him. I am willing to grant him the status of a true disciple and invest substantial resources annually. The elder's face is alight with excitement as he speaks. As the elder's words faded, several individuals swiftly emerged from the other side, anxiously obstructing the elder's path. Raising their eyes, they expressed their intentions to Han Fei, saying, Lord Dragon God, please entrust this disciple to us. I assure you he will receive the finest treatment." Observing the eager expressions of the esteemed elders, Han Fei smiled and remarked, "The Chun brothers have been part of our Zhantiangong for a decade. Why, in all this time, have you failed to recognize their potential? Who allowed such disciples to remain unnoticed?" At Han Fei's statement, the elders present were left in an awkward silence. Frankly, with Zhantiangong's vast membership exceeding hundreds of thousands, it was nearly impossible for the elders to meticulously select each disciple. In such a multitude, it was inevitable that some hidden gems would be overlooked. Meeting Han Fei's authoritative gaze, the elders exchanged smiles, their eyes brimming with eagerness, each hoping that Han Fei would hand over the disciple from the arena to them. After surveying the crowd, Han Fei continued, "The Chun brothers possess commendable aptitude. In due course, I will outline certain criteria for their apprenticeship. Those who can meet these conditions may compete for the opportunity." For the loyal Chun brothers, Han Fei was determined to ensure they would not languish in obscurity, striving to secure the best possible conditions within the Zhantiangong for their apprenticeship. As Han Fei's words resonated, a collective sigh escaped the elders, who then fell into contemplative silence, exchanging glances as they began to strategize internally. Meanwhile, on the arena, as the elders vied for Qin Ding, the agile man seized yet another opportunity to attack. Cornered by Qin Ding's blade aura, he unexpectedly discovered a small but critical gap in the onslaught. Having acclimatized to the arena's dazzling light, Manner charged towards that vulnerable point, his figure darting like the wind, vanishing from Qin Ding's sight. By the time Qin Ding regained his composure, Manner unleashed a powerful kick that struck Qin Ding's side, sending him hurtling away and creating a formidable crater at the edge of the arena. As the golden blade aura dissipated, a cloud of dust enveloped the arena. Before the spectators could react, amidst the swirling dust, Manner had already pursued, launching a series of attacks now that the dazzling blade aura was no longer present. Within the haze, flashes of golden blade aura intertwined, clashing with Manner in a fierce exchange. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 100 strikes, 200 strikes. Throughout this entire ordeal, the dust on the outer arena never settled, as the platform gradually crumbled inch by inch. All the onlooking disciples were left utterly astonished. For such an extended duration, preventing Qin Ding from releasing his golden aura again showcased Manner's terrifying control over the battlefield. Meanwhile, Qin Ding's brother could not help but internally scream, "Brother, use your flying sword. Do you intend to let Manner dominate you to your demise?" In the midst of swirling dust, unbeknownst to them, Manner and Qin Ding had engaged in a fierce battle for countless rounds. The once sturdy arena, paved with blue stones, had finally collapsed, succumbing entirely to the dust. Time had truly stretched over the course of 3 hours. At last, under the embrace of the setting sun, a formidable tremor resonated through the outer courtyard, halting the fierce clash as the ground quaked from all directions. After a lengthy silence, as the dust settled, it revealed Qin Ding, grasping his battle axe, panting heavily as he gazed at Manner in the distance. His face was smeared with dust and sweat, and his clothing was nearly in tatters. Similarly, Manner was also cloaked in dust, her red apron appearing as if it hadn't been washed in an entire month, grimy and unkempt. The two disciples stood in a standoff on the battlefield for what felt like an eternity. Finally, Qin Ding broke the silence, admitting, "Junior brother, I concede. You are truly formidable." With those words, he collapsed to the ground, utterly exhausted from the relentless clash with the terrifying man-god. Yet, despite his defeat, Qin Ding erupted into laughter, reveling in the immense experience he had gained from the encounter. Chapter 128, The Dragon God Banquet, A Surge in Followers. Ding. The disciples of Shantian's sect had witnessed an exhilarating battle, and the faith in the dragon god surged to 999. As Qin Ding fell, a wave of astonished gasps erupted from the crowd in the outer courtyard. The clash between Qin Ding and Manner had been nothing short of spectacular. Such a confrontation would not only be remarkable for the outer courtyard, but would also leave a profound impact even within the inner sect. Ding, ding, ding. As the disciples expressed their awe, Han Fei received a continuous stream of notifications in his ear from the system. From this singular battle, he had acquired over 1,000,000 points of faith. Although this amount was insufficient for a single skill enhancement, it could be utilized to procure many divine weapons and artifacts that even the Shantian sect lacked. Han Fei realized that by exchanging these divine weapons, he could further elevate the followers of the dragon god, who would subsequently provide him with an unending stream of faith. An investment of 1 million points of faith promised at least 10 million returns within a decade and assured profit. In the blink of an eye, the outer sect competition of Xiantian's sect was nearing its conclusion. Aside from Chen Ding, who had been eliminated by manner in the top 20, Han Fei's initial loyal followers, such as Li Mu and Chen Yi, had all successfully advanced to the final top 10. In a surprising turn of events, Li Mu, utilizing the enigmatic dragon god Thunder, decisively subdued manner in the finals, claiming victory in this year's outer sect competition. Following his triumph, Li Mu immediately sought out Han Fei, bowing deeply in gratitude, his fervent admiration unmistakably evident. It was only at this moment that the elders of the Xiantian sect realized, once again, their misjudgment. Previously, following Chen Ding's remarkable display, all the elders had turned their attention to Chen Ding's elder brother, Chen Yi. Although Chen Yi's performance was commendable, the techniques he wielded, such as the Dragon Chi Mountain opening technique, had long been scrutinized by the high elders, leaving no room for surprise. It was only when the elders discerned Li Mu's exceptional qualities and conducted a thorough investigation that they discovered he had been sent to the Medicine King's Valley to study under Mo Xinghe by the dragon god himself over half a year ago. Even the mysterious 7-layered pagoda that Li Mu had been utilizing in the arena was a gift from Mo Xinghe. Left with no alternative, the elders could only lament their missed opportunity for yet another promising talent. Meanwhile, the Gongsun family was equally astonished at their failure to seize the top spot in the outer sect. As Manner found herself ensnared by Li Mu's thunderous onslaught, Gongsun Hao, watching from below the arena, resembled a hen unable to lay eggs, flustered and sweating profusely. It was not until Manner was ultimately defeated that Gongsun Hao sighed deeply, lamenting their ill fortune and acknowledging that his child was still too young. Had Gongsun Man secured the first place, she would have established the record for the youngest champion in the history of the Xiantian sect. Truly, a pity. In response, Han Fei offered a single remark that instantly brought Gongsun Hao back to composure. He stated that had Chen Ding not intentionally concealed his prowess during the competition, Gongsun Man would have been defeated long ago, and that she still possessed ample room for advancement. It was only at this juncture that Gongsun Hao found a measure of tranquility, ceasing his frantic outbursts. On this day, following the conclusion of the outer sect competition, Han Fei returned to the dragon god's palace, inviting the several disciples who had shone brightly during the tournament to join him for a celebratory feast. At this banquet, the Empress graced them with her presence. Gazing upon the formidable Xiantian sect disciples, including Li Mu, Chen Ding, and Manner, Nangong Yao could not help but feel astonished. Back when she joined the Xiantian sect, the outer sect disciples were not nearly as formidable as those present today. Within the crystal-like dragon god's palace, amidst the warm hospitality of the dragon god and the Empress, the initial tension among the guests dissipated as they indulged in numerous jars of tiger bone wine. Li Mu, Manner, and the others even staged another mock battle within the grand hall. This time, Chen Ding, Chen Hu, and their companions all participated, while Han Fei activated the dragon god domain, applying the enhancement of dragon reversal, thus initiating a grand melee. The gathering erupted into chaos, spilling from the hall to the outdoors, from the lake to the deep mountains, enduring for a full 7 days and nights, during which the forest bore witness to untold destruction. At last, under Han Fei's signal, they returned to the palace, their expressions brimming with excitement as they expressed their gratitude, saying, "Thank you for the dragon god's guidance." In the past week, the individuals within the dragon god domain not only received personal guidance from the consciousness of the dragon god Han Fei, but each of them also experienced enhancements to their equipment. For instance, the pagoda in Li Mu's possession, under the influence of Han Fei's refining scroll, ascended from a mere ancient artifact to a superior imperial weapon, its power multiplied by thousands. With the weighty augmentations, this pagoda would suffice for Li Mu's use from the Qi realm all the way to the Emperor realm. Meanwhile, the brothers Chen Yi and Chen Ding acquired the ability to soar through the skies with their dragon energy during battles, granting them the capability to fly even at the pinnacle of the physical realm. Such an ability is a tremendous boon, whether in the inner or outer sect, as typically only masters who have reached the martial king realm can command the divine powers of flight on the eastern wilderness continent. Furthermore, apart from the aerial mastery, both brothers were imbued with dragon blood resonance, allowing them to cultivate this essence diligently. Within a few years, they could transform into dragon-blooded believers akin to the Dragon Maiden, possessing unparalleled combat strength. As for Man Air, amidst the skirmishes, he consistently returned to the palace daily, immersing himself in the divine cultivation liquid for over 12 hours. After soaking in the liquid for an entire day, he would consume it all, with each immersion serving as a step towards his enhancement. To ensure Man Air's continued growth, Han Fei expended over 200,000 faith points to craft a set of aerial divine weapons tailored for him, the Celestial Silk and the Blazing Fire Wheel. With just a spear lacking, Man Air would surely resemble Neza. Li Mu, holding the pagoda, and the Neza-like Man Air, made Han Fei feel as though he was forging a new primordial world in this eastern wilderness realm. However, Han Fei was acutely aware that these two individuals merely mirrored the divine beings from his memories in a somewhat analogous manner. The eastern wilderness world was entirely distinct from his understanding of the ancient primordial era. The true limits of this world remained unseen to him. Chapter 129, Divine Treasure Chest Rewards. Fusion of World. While the outer sect competition greatly astonished the initial Dragon God believers, sending ripples throughout the Shantian sect. Soon, the inner sect competition commenced. Yet, at the onset of this event, the attendees were taken aback to find that the revered Dragon God, who typically graced the martial arena daily, was absent. It was rumored that the Dragon God had chosen to retreat into seclusion during this period. Did this imply that he was uninterested in the martial results of the initial believers? Or was he aware that even the first-generation Dragon God believers would find it challenging to excel amidst the plethora of skilled individuals in the inner sect? With the realization that these believers might struggle to achieve remarkable results, did he choose to forego attending in person? Countless inner sect disciples were filled with their own doubts as they embarked on the competition. From their perspective, while the initial Dragon God believers had demonstrated prowess in the outer sect, they were ultimately regarded as mere participants elevated from the outer sect, and it seemed improbable for them to attain any significant achievements in the inner sect competition. However, immediately after the first encounter between the crowd and Li Mu, Man Air, and others, the inner sect disciples were utterly astonished. The interval from the conclusion of the outer sect competition to the commencement of the inner sect contest was merely a span of 10 days. Yet, within this brief period, Li Mu and the other initial disciples of the Dragon God experienced a remarkable surge in their abilities. Under the formidable control of Li Mu's pill formula pagoda, there were several consecutive skirmishes within the inner sect, and not a single disciple could pose a challenge to him. Nearly all of them fell on the arena within just one or two exchanges. Li Mu's prowess was truly staggering. While the explosive displays from the likes of Man Shun and Chun Ding left countless inner sect disciples feeling a shiver down their spines. Within 3 days, nearly everyone recognized a stark reality. The top 3 positions in this year's inner sect competition would undoubtedly be dominated by the initial disciples of the Dragon God. The ensemble formed by these individuals could be described as the dream team of the Shantian sect, having already surpassed all disciples eligible to participate in the inner sect competition in terms of strength. On another note, after ensuring that his initial disciples possessed the capability to triumph in the inner sect contest, Han Fei ventured alone into the vast, snow-covered mountains. Ding! The system detected the presence of a divine-level treasure chest and a diamond treasure chest within the host's storage space. If these chests remain unopened within the stipulated time frame, they will be reclaimed by the system. Would you like to open them immediately? The 2 treasure chests in Han Fei's possession were special rewards obtained after he inherited the legacy of the Shantian sect, wherein all disciples below the Martial King realm were classified as Dragon God disciples. Since then, Han Fei had been occupied with various trivial matters within the sect, thus delaying the opening of these 2 chests. Now, observing that the divine-level treasure chest's time was about to expire, Han Fei decided to prioritize the opening of his divine-level chest over the inner sect competition. System, combine my diamond treasure chest with the divine-level treasure chest. I shall open both together. Upon uttering these words amidst the vast snow mountains, the system swiftly responded, Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully consumed the diamond treasure chest, augmenting your divine-level treasure chest, significantly enhancing the probability of obtaining rare items. As the system issued its notification, the golden dragon, symbolizing unparalleled fortune, manifested around Han Fei, heralding that the process of opening the divine-level treasure chest would be greatly bolstered by the auspiciousness of the golden dragon. Consequently, the likelihood of Han Fei acquiring rare items from the divine-level treasure chest approached an astonishing 100. Thus, without further ado, he prepared to open the chest. On the snow-covered mountain, Han Fei never procrastinated. The moment the chest was opened, a resounding ding echoed, accompanied by the system's voice. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully opened the divine-level treasure chest. The chest has transformed into pure, profound energy, bestowing you with an armor value of 9,999. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received a divine-level reward, the Scroll of Heaven and Earth. The Scroll of Heaven and Earth automatically activated, granting you the fortune of the Eastern Wasteland. The will of the Eastern Wasteland is now bound to your protective golden dragon. At present, you have acquired the 001 Eastern Wasteland will. Once your auspicious golden dragon fully merges with the Eastern Wasteland will, you shall transform into the sovereign of the Eastern Wasteland. The overall fortune of the Eastern Wasteland will significantly influence the host's draconic form, and conversely, the host's rise and fall under the Eastern Wasteland will impact the entire Eastern Wasteland world. Currently, with the degree of fusion of the Eastern Wasteland will, the host will undoubtedly become the celestial sovereign within a limited scope, and the boundless fortune of the Eastern Wasteland will serve as the host's steadfast support. A substantial increase in the number of followers will assist the host in further merging with the Eastern Wasteland's fortune. It is estimated that complete integration with the Eastern Wasteland will require a span of 100,000 years. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received the blessing of the Eastern Wasteland's fortune, granting you 1 billion energy. Ding. The activation of this divine-grade treasure chest has concluded. This. On the vast snowy mountains, faced with the abrupt conclusion of the divine-grade treasure chest, Han Fei was momentarily taken aback. After all, based on Han Fei's past experiences, even the opening of an ordinary diamond treasure chest would yield at least 10 system rewards. Yet here, the divine-grade treasure chest offered merely one reward. In his astonishment, Han Fei suddenly sensed the boundless will of heaven and earth surging within the expansive snowy mountains. In a daze, he felt as if he and this world were one and the same. The formidable consciousness of the cosmos broadened Han Fei's horizons, allowing him to grasp the entirety of the Eastern Wasteland in an instant. This divine-like sensation was something Han Fei had never experienced in the past 6 months. With a mere thought, Han Fei could perceive the vast snowy mountains shifting at an imperceptible pace, year after year, colliding and elevating. In the blink of an eye, a million years hence, the terrain here would become even more majestic and perilous. At that moment, he could sense every snowflake, every stone cloaked in snow, and every larva with startling clarity. Even the intangible winds, the clouds above, and the lurking thunderstorms were within his grasp. This feeling was beyond what Han Fei's previous talent of summoning the winds and rains could describe. For a moment, Han Fei felt as though he had completely merged with this realm. An invisible force propelled him forward, continuously elevating his essence. Roar. Between heaven and earth. A dragon's roar resonated. The 001 will of the cosmos may seem ineffective, yet it signifies that within a certain scope, Han Fei is invincible. The immense amplification compelled Han Fei to raise his dragon head, releasing an astonishing roar. Now, Han Fei finally understood why the reward for opening the divine-grade treasure chest was singular. Because the ultimate reward of this divine-grade treasure chest is solely to assist Han Fei in attaining divinity. And the key to becoming the supreme deity of this world lies in becoming the master of its will. Chapter 130. The refinement of the sea-calming pearl and the boundless power of the ocean upon the snow-capped mountains. The harmonious fusion of the heavenly will within 001 may appear unremarkable to Han Fei. However, this seemingly insignificant integration has irrevocably unveiled the gateway for him to refine the entirety of the world. Today, Han Fei's degree of assimilation with the Eastern Wilderness world stands at 001. If he perseveres with unwavering diligence and continues to evolve, could he not attain a perfect 100% in the years to come? O Lord Dragon God, with unwavering resolve, let action be your only pursuit. Within the ancient dragon god scriptures, the colossal ancient dragons could effortlessly refine entire worlds with a mere swipe of their claws. In the vast expanse of the universe, the myriad splendid realms are but jewels in the hands of these dragon lords. Compared to the formidable figures of yore, Han Fei recognizes that there remains ample room for his advancement. Amidst the snow-laden peaks, a powerful dragon's roar resonated, marking the exhaustion of the 1 billion energy points Han Fei had recently acquired. His form surged dramatically, expanding to an astonishing height of over 100 feet. adorned with more than 20,000 dragon scales. At 100 feet, equivalent to over 300 meters, Han Fei now resembled a towering mountain amidst the endless snowy plains, raising his head to unleash a resounding roar that reverberated through the heavens and the earth. At this moment, Han Fei's attributes are as follows. Host, Han Fei Entity, Quasi-Dragon Avatar, Ancient Demon God Identity, Will of the Eastern Wilderness. Master of Xiantian Cultivation, Pinnacle of Qi Si Realm Techniques, Ancient Dragon God's Scripture Physique, Undying Body of Pangu, Emperor S Battle Physique, Sun God Body. Xiantian Battle Soul Mystical Arts, Frosty Rage, Dragon God's Domain, Golden Gaze, Tornado Strike, Veil of Mist, Dragon S Reversal, One Qi Moving Mountains and Rivers, Indestructible Golden Body. Divine Thunder Punishment, Frostfire, Supreme Killing Word Technique, Golden Xiantian Qi, Supreme Star Technique, Infinite Sandstorm, Golden Armor Shield, Gung Metal Fire, Underworld Technique, Devouring Heaven and Earth, Binding Spell. Fortune Golden Dragon Talents, Fury, Soul Suppression, Unmatched Fortune, Turbulent Seas, Riding Clouds, Summoning Winds and Rain, Favorable Weather, Flourishing Martial Fortune. Blessings from Celestial Officials Array Techniques, Celestial Star Array, Ancient Array of Xianming Sect, 9 Energy Points, 13, 572 Faith Value, 6, 5 million Evolution Points, 90,000 Followers, 6, 11 million Items, Guardian Puppet, Xian Snake Crystal Core, Elemental Crystal, Ancient Thunder Whip, Dragon Binding Lock, 173 Spirit Essence Pills, Purple Gold Glaze Lantern. 9-star Silver Dragon Ring, Obsidian. 1, 765 Superior Spirit Stones, 100 Sunfire Pills, Xianming Alchemy Furnace, for Lawful Azure Dragons, Ancient God Mask, Mustard Seed, Money Tree. Barbarian God Cultivation Liquid, 1 million Ordinary Spirit Stones Artifacts, Underworld Divine Pearl, Xian Dragon Song Pu, Battle Halberd of Godslaying. 24 Sea Calming Pearls. Current number of gathered dragon scales, 93,016 with a total of 100,000 dragon scales. He can transform into a true dragon. Han Fei stands merely a step away from complete transformation, under the dual influence of the heavenly will and the dragon god's domain. His aura now rivals that of a true dragon at the great sage level. The transformation from serpent to dragon is merely a process for Han Fei. On this eastern wilderness continent, no other dragon has undergone such a metamorphosis that demands an immense expenditure of celestial energy. Moreover, let us speak of the will of the eastern wilderness. While it is elegantly referred to as the will of the world, Han Fei knows that beyond this realm, there exist several other divine continents. Only upon the complete integration of these divine wills can Han Fei truly merge with the world's essence. Certainly, in the realm Han Fei inhabits, there exists but a singular celestial will. By opening the rift to the eastern wilderness, he has also unlocked the wills of other continents. Thus, one might argue that Han Fei has indeed fused with the world's will. For Han Fei, fully refining this world into a precious jewel akin to an ancient dragon god constitutes an epic quest without a foreseeable conclusion. In his pursuit of ascension, he may even confront countless tribulations. Within the Xiantian sect, amidst the vast snow-capped mountains, as Han Fei approached a new elevation, the entire sect felt the tremor of his ascent. Under the overwhelming aura of dragon might, the gazes of the elder emperors were filled with trepidation. Is the dragon god advancing further? He is already formidable. Must he grow even stronger? Will he leave us no path to survival? In the past, I believed that ascending to emperor status placed me atop the world. Yet in the presence of the dragon god, I feel as powerless as a mere child. When the dragon god first manifested in our Xiantian sect, some proclaimed that his emergence signified our impending prosperity. At the time, I was skeptical. But now it is evident that our sect is indeed on the brink of great flourishing. As the crowd marveled, an empress, bound by a connection to Han Fei, suddenly felt a powerful blessing from the heavens descend upon her. In an instant, as she observed the martial contest within the inner sanctum, she underwent a miraculous transformation, ascending from the quasi-emperor realm to the mid-emperor stage without any effort. This was utterly astonishing. The purity of the Empress's newfound emperor aura left countless esteemed elders in awe. To elevate a quasi-emperor to mid-emperor status in such silence, what magnitude of force must have been at play? Even the most potent transformation elixir in the eastern wilderness would likely pale in comparison. The blessing of the heavens, the child of destiny. In that moment, the elders were left bewildered, their eyes reflecting sheer astonishment. Simultaneously, This event solidified a resolute thought among them. To grow stronger within the Xiantian sect, one must align oneself with the dragon god. Likewise, the sudden elevation of the Empress did not escape the notice of the countless disciples of the sect, who were equally struck by awe. Unbeknownst to him, thousands of kilometers away in the snow-capped mountains, Han Fei's faith value surged once more. Ding, ding, ding. Amidst various system prompts, Han Fei returned once more from the snowy mountains, his colossal form turning gracefully above the inner gate, causing all disciples of the Xuantiangong to widen their eyes in astonishment. In just a few short days, the stature of the dragon god had grown yet again. At this moment, he was but a step away from transforming into a true dragon. Dragon god, when shall you take us flying? Beneath the plaza, countless devotees gazed up at the towering figure of Han Fei, overtaken by excitement and bowing in reverence. Under the will of heaven and earth, a divine blessing descended upon all followers, showering the sacred grounds of the Xuantiangong with golden ray. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your total faith value has reached 10 billion. You have completed the milestone task of Platinum Faith, enhancing the loyalty of your followers. You have received a special system reward, the refinement of 24 sea settling pearls, granting your sea settling pearl immeasurable power of extraordinary quality. The strength of your ancient demon avatar has partially recovered, its form swelling to 150 zhang. You have gained the divine ability of shatter and rebirth. After being overwhelmed by formidable external forces, your demon avatar shall reassemble under immense spiritual energy. Chapter 131, System Task. The Empress's bond within the inner gate of the Xuantiangong. The disciples gazed in awe at the imposing arrival of Han Fei, their hearts surging with emotion as they looked upon the dragon god with fervent devotion. After countless years, a giant dragon, previously unseen in the southern realm, had now manifested upon the sacred land of the Xuantiangong. As they beheld Han Fei, the disciples seemed to glimpse an endless future filled with radiant promise. Meanwhile, Nangong Yao, who had effortlessly ascended to the realm of the emperors, approached Han Fei, her face a mask of disbelief, exclaiming, "Little White, you have ascended again." Han Fei responded with a silent nod. The Empress continued, "I can feel the blessings of heaven and earth I just received were all due to you. Thank you, Little White, for I am now an emperor." Taken aback by her words, Han Fei cast a surprised glance at the Empress. As his gaze shifted, his consciousness swept through the Xuantiangong, allowing him to perceive everything within it with remarkable clarity. This sensation stemmed from Han Fei's integration with the will of heaven and earth, far surpassing the clarity he experienced when he inherited the legacy of the Xuantiangong's ancestors. Previously, to the endless mountains before him, the Xuantiangong was merely a group of foreign developers, regardless of how many formations the ancient ancestor had established or how many ley lines had been connected. Ultimately, the Xuantiangong was but a vassal of this land. Yet now, Han Fei had completely transformed into the sovereign of this realm, the mountains, the earth's essence, and all constructions and formations within the forest were entirely under the dominion of the dragon god. As he surveyed the surroundings, Han Fei not only sensed the pure imperial aura emanating from the Empress, but also discerned the spiritual energy within each individual present, their fortunes, and even their thoughts, all laid bare before him. This encapsulates the formidable power of the will of heaven and earth. Within the realm governed by Han Fei, no one could execute a sneak attack against him. In fact, many supreme divine abilities became utterly unusable. Turning back once more to gaze at the Empress, Han Fei spoke with a tranquil demeanor, offering his congratulations. At that moment, the voice of the system resonated. It detected a unique bond between the Empress of the Xiantian sect and the host. You have received a random system task. Share the will of heaven and earth, aiding the Empress in her cultivation. Task requirements, through the Dragon God bond. Expand the Empress's consciousness and assist her in advancing to quasi-saint within the next decade. Task rewards. If you help the Empress attain the Dragon God domain, expansion within 3 days, you shall receive 1,000 Divine Dragon Essence Pills, and the Empress's favor will significantly increase. Task failure. The strength of the Dragon Soul will diminish by 30%. Upon hearing this unexpected task from the system within the inner sanctum of the Xiantian sect, Han Fei was momentarily taken aback. However, considering that the Empress's enhancement in power would only benefit him, he felt a stir of excitement and glanced at Nangong Yao before saying, "Will you accompany me back to the palace?" Without waiting for the Empress's response, Han Fei turned, emitting a thunderous dragon roar that pierced through the clouds, vanishing into the horizon. Within the sect, the golden reign of the dragon god continued to fall, and as Han Fei departed, the faith value soared higher. Meanwhile, although the Empress was momentarily stunned by Han Fei's abrupt departure, her trust in Bai remained unwavering. Observing the direction in which he had left, she smiled faintly and swiftly followed his figure back to the Dragon God Palace. As she watched Han Fei's colossal form gracefully descend outside the palace, the Empress approached him with evident delight, inquiring, "Bai, what did you experience during your retreat? Why do I feel you have suddenly become 100 times more powerful than before?" Upon hearing this, Han Fei paused briefly, then turned to fix his gaze upon the Empress. After a moment of silence, he lifted one of his massive dragon feet and pointed a claw towards her, saying, "Place your hand here. I shall let you experience something intriguing." The Empress was taken aback by his words. Yet, she understood well that Han Fei had summoned her back to the palace for a purpose. He certainly had something significant to reveal. Thus, she did not hesitate, extending her delicate hand to gently clasp the tip of his dragon claw. In that instant, the Empress felt an icy, ethereal energy surge through her body like a bolt of lightning. Accompanying this sensation, her vision expanded, revealing an expanse akin to a primordial universe unfolding before her. Initially, it manifested as an incredibly radiant light. Once the Empress acclimated to the brilliance of the light, it surged towards her with an overwhelming splendor. Suddenly, she perceived an expansive forest before her. The weather was clear, and she soared amidst the clouds, gazing down upon the entire world. This sensation was unparalleled. High above, a spark ignited within her. She felt as though her consciousness had fused with the very essence of the heavens and the earth. She could effortlessly sense the breath and growth of every blade of grass and tree within the forest. The winds and streams of the woodland revealed their movements to her with precision. Even the ethereal energies of the universe seemed easily within her grasp. This profound connection to the world was a feat not attainable by an ordinary sovereign. But where did such a transformation originate? In astonishment, the Empress focused her gaze, her consciousness returning in an instant. Upon raising her eyes, she beheld Han Fei's colossal dragon form and the gentle touch of his claw against her hand. It suddenly dawned on her that all she had experienced was conveyed to her by Xiaobai. Once more, astonishment flickered in her eyes, and she could not help but exclaim, "Xiaobai, is this the new divine ability you comprehended during your recent seclusion? Have you perceived the will of the heavens?" "Indeed," Han Fei replied somberly. "During this journey, I unexpectedly acquired techniques to communicate with the will of the heavens. I can now impart a portion of these techniques to you. Though it may not completely unify your consciousness with this realm, it will significantly enhance your awareness." At his words, the Empress felt a stirring within her heart. Her eyes gleamed with excitement as she fixed her gaze upon Han Fei. After a lengthy pause, she inquired, "Xiaobai, thank you. What must I do?" Seeing her acceptance, Han Fei replied nonchalantly, "You need do nothing but release your consciousness and embrace my intent." "Very well," the Empress smiled at Han Fei. "I am ready. However, this may be somewhat painful, so bear with it," Han Fei cautioned. Chapter 132. The completion of fusion. Dragon God Attendant, do not worry. Proceed, the Empress calmly assured, observing Han Fei's cautious demeanor within the Dragon God's palace. Meanwhile, Han Fei, casting a focused glance at the Empress, nodded silently. Soon, a terrifying arcane energy surged forth from the claw of Han Fei, powerful enough to shake the souls of even the mightiest sovereigns, racing toward the Empress's body. In that instant, as the Empress grasped the dragon claw, an overwhelming tremor coursed through her, an infinite wave of tingling sensation enveloping her entire being. In a fleeting thought, it was as if the entire universe surged toward her. Accompanying the impact of the arcane energy was a searing pain, a torment so intense that even a formidable sovereign like Nangong Yao would find it difficult to endure. In an instant, the Empress's countenance turned ashen, beads of sweat, akin to pearls, cascaded down her fair visage, her opulent garments fluttering in the breeze. Although the ordeal was excruciating, the Empress ultimately persevered. Soon a deep, enigmatic radiance enveloped her, and in the next moment, her surroundings brightened, plunging her into an endless void. Within this boundless expanse, the Empress did not perceive Han Fei. Yet she could sense his consciousness permeating the atmosphere, akin to a warm spring, gently enveloping her. This sensation compelled her to relax completely, her awareness becoming fully immersed in the experience. In a fleeting moment, a thought crossed her mind. If only this state could be sustained indefinitely. She understood that her feelings for Xiaobai transcended mere familial bonds. She yearned for more moments spent in his company, akin to ordinary friends, sitting side by side, sharing confidences and engaging in deeper emotional exchanges. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully unlocked the Empress's consciousness. The integration into the Dragon God realm has commenced. Integration progress. 1. Amidst the void, as the Dragon God realm melded with the Empress's consciousness, visions of the cosmic evolution unfolded in her mind, until the entire Eastern Desolation world materialized before her. Numerous images floated through her thoughts. A white profound serpent, quietly devouring and growing within the Shintian sect, gradually transforming from a serpent to a flood dragon, and ultimately evolving into a dragon that would dominate the Eastern Desolation and even the entire world. Then, it shattered the void and ascended as the supreme dragon god. This, perhaps, was the developmental path long envisioned by the ancient dragon clan for Han Fei. Throughout Han Fei's ascendance, he would require countless aides by his side. For instance, loyal followers capable of mastering the dragon god realm to aid in expanding the number of believers, or formidable dragon warriors, able to assist the dragon god in vanquishing all formidable foes. Even beautiful handmaidens who could ensure the continuation of the dragon god's lineage. The expansion of the dragon clan has never been a simple process of self-evolution. During the dragon goddess ascension, Han Fei needed to expend vast resources and cultivate innumerable followers. At this moment, the integration of the dragon god realm into the Empress's consciousness signified her complete alignment with Han Fei's faction, becoming a disseminator of the dragon god faith. Henceforth, in aiding Han Fei's rise, the Empress stood to gain countless advantages. Yet, she also possessed the option to decline. Should she refuse, the integration of the dragon god realm would terminate immediately, and the Empress herself would incur no harm. In the void, confronted with the choice presented by the dragon god as consciousness, the Empress felt a stirring within her heart. Without a moment's hesitation, she joyfully opted to accept, harboring no resistance whatsoever. To her, aiding Xiaobai's ascent was tantamount to aiding herself. Becoming a disseminator of the dragon god faith was only natural for her. The Empress's open-heartedness accelerated the integration process of the dragon god realm, reaching a progress of 10. As the fusion of the dragon god realm intensified, the Empress sensed an increasing closeness in her feelings toward Xiaobai, as if they were nestled together, whispering softly about numerous past and future matters. In a fleeting moment, she even found herself contemplating that if she could indeed spend a long time with Xiaobai, it would be perfectly acceptable to bear him a child. This thought, which emerged unexpectedly from the depths of her heart during the integration of the dragon god realm, was something she would never have dared to express under ordinary circumstances. Only in this boundless void, when her body and mind were completely unfurled and at their most relaxed, could such a notion briefly flicker across her consciousness. Simultaneously, she quickly reined in her thoughts, holding her breath as if nothing had transpired. Ne Gongye was an exceedingly reserved woman. She merely harbored a fondness for Han Fei. It did not necessarily imply that something must happen between them. Yet, at this moment, the Empress remained oblivious to the fact that as she immersed herself wholeheartedly in the dragon god realm, her heart and mind were laid bare to Han Fei. When Han Fei glimpsed the Empress's unexpected affection for him, he was utterly astonished, exclaiming, "My heavens, I am but a great dragon. In this world, there exists someone willing to stay with a dragon, even to develop feelings for it, and bear its offspring? This cannot be real. Goodness gracious, my esteemed Empress. We are not of the same kind." As a reclusive individual, Han Fei could not fathom when the Empress had suddenly conceived the desire to remain by his side. He was taken aback. Instantly, upon gazing at the Empress again, Han Fei's expression transformed entirely. He had never anticipated that the fleeting thought of the Empress during the integration of the dragon god realm would be so astonishing. Perhaps it would be best to act as if he knew nothing, to conceal himself. The integration progress of the dragon god realm reached 70. 80. Within the dragon god palace, although Han Fei merely brushed the Empress's body with his dragon claw, she felt as though she were being gently embraced. As the dragon god realm gradually melded into the Empress's consciousness, a powerful dragon aura naturally emanated from her, coupled with her breathtaking beauty. She was undoubtedly a top-tier woman of the Eastern Wilderness world. In this realm, to win the favor of such a woman would be a fortune of 3 lifetimes. The fusion of the dragon god realm reached 99. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully expanded the Empress's divine consciousness, transforming her into a dragon god attendant. The dragon god servant, a supreme practitioner endowed with an advanced dragon god consciousness, assists its host in disseminating the dragon god faith while mastering the majority of exclusive dragon clan talents. It exhibits unwavering loyalty towards its host. As an ancient dragon god, you possess the authority to determine the fate of the dragon god's servant at will. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The Empress of Xiantian sect has elevated her favor towards you to favorable, and she is willing to bear your child. Chapter 133, The Empress and the Dragon God. Truly a perfect match. As for the matter of having a child, perhaps we should defer that for now. I genuinely have no idea how to approach such a situation. Within the Dragon God's palace, as Han Fei observed that the Empress had successfully transformed into a dragon god servant, he was filled with profound emotions. He had never anticipated that such a lofty figure would choose to directly undergo transformation into a dragon god servant without any promises from him. This is a testament to her complete trust in him. Faced with such a companion, Han Fei felt compelled to reciprocate her loyalty. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have successfully granted the Empress the ancient divine power, Golden Gaze, and you have received 30,000 points of belief value. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have successfully bestowed upon the Empress the ancient divine power, indestructible golden body, and you have received 30,000 points of belief value. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have successfully imparted the Dragon Clan talents, summon wind and rain, and reversal of rivers and seas, to the Empress, dramatically enhancing her water element manipulation capabilities. And you have received 100,000 points of belief value. Ding! The aura of dragon blood coalescing within the Empress has further intensified. Within the Dragon God's palace, a tremendous flow of celestial and earthly essence circulated ceaselessly. Above, dark clouds gathered, and storms converged. Even the heavenly lake outside the palace was beset by a terrifying vortex that spun relentlessly. On the other side, having just merged with the Dragon God domain, the Empress gazed in astonishment at the remarkable transformations unfolding before her. She could sense the steady amplification of her own essence. With the arrival of Golden Gaze and indestructible golden body, her perception of the world instantly shifted. Previously, she had always approached her cultivation with caution, but she suddenly realized that within this vast universe, she could afford to broaden her horizons. The world around her was not as complex as she had once imagined. When Han Fei bestowed dragon talents, summon wind and rain, and reversal of rivers and seas manifested, the Empress felt a profound revelation. Within the domain of the Dragon Clan, Xiao Bai was exceptionally formidable. Presently, having acquired merely 1/10 of the capabilities of summon wind and rain, and reversal of rivers and seas, she could already sense a 100-fold enhancement in her underwater combat abilities. If Han Fei himself were to wield such powers, the magnitude of his prowess would be beyond comprehension. Xiao Bai, trust me, in my heart. You are destined to become the most powerful dragon god in this realm. At this moment within the Dragon God's palace, the Empress was drenched in fragrant sweat. Her delicate garments clinging to her form, accentuating her fair skin and graceful curves. At this moment, as she gazed at Han Fei, the Empress could hardly contain her excitement. On the contrary, Han Fei had regained his usual composure in response to her fervor. Once a reclusive young man, he found himself at a loss regarding how to navigate the complexities of relationships between men and women. However, as a powerful dragon god, he had long since learned to view many matters with indifference. In this world, romantic affairs are as natural and cyclical as the changing seasons. They follow their own rhythms, inescapable and all-consuming, leaving no one unscathed. Love, arising from unknown origins, runs deep and unwavering. As a dignified dragon god, if he could not manage such trivial matters, how could he claim the right to contend with the forces of this realm, or to be regarded as its most formidable sovereign? At present, Han Fei understood one thing. Since the Empress treated him well, he would reciprocate in kind. He would ensure that those who followed him would not suffer loss. On this day, within the stormy confines of the Xiantian sect, upon sensing a change in the Dragon Goddess Palace, the Sisters of the Nings and the Dragon Maiden, accompanied by the recently victorious Manor and Li Mu, hurriedly arrived. Upon witnessing the Empress gazing deeply into the eyes of the Dragon God, who returned her affection with equal fervor, the Ning sisters could not help but exclaim in astonishment. My heavens, our dragon god and the Empress are such a perfect match. The intensity of their mutual gaze suggested they were indeed together. The union of the Empress and the dragon god seemed entirely fitting. Only a woman as enchanting as the Empress was worthy of being the dragon goddess consort. Outside the palace, the Ning sisters and the Empress were captivated by the breathtaking scene before them. At that moment, the 3-year-old prodigy Gongsun man, with a child's unfiltered curiosity, posed a question that left everyone astounded. Well, my master and the Empress are indeed a good match, but how can my master, being so much older, mate with the Empress? Mating. One could not help but acknowledge that Gongsun man had unwittingly raised a question that piqued everyone's interest. However, to voice such thoughts in the presence of the Empress and the dragon god was, to say the least, inappropriate. Instantly, the faces of the Ning sisters, Li Mu, and others turned icy, their eyes glaring fiercely at Gongsun man previously, having defeated Gongsun man in the arena. Li Mu, who regarded himself as the young prodigy's nemesis, coldly rebuked, "You little brat. If you can't speak properly, then just keep silent. No one will mistake you for mute." "Oh, all right." Gongsun man was not a fool. The chilling gazes from the crowd quickly made him aware of his faux pas. After receiving Li Mu's reprimand, he pouted and retorted, "Yes, yes, yes, you're great. You're so skilled at teaching lessons. Why don't you just be my father?" As these words were uttered, Li Mu's expression changed dramatically. Brandishing the treasured pagoda high above, he indignantly retorted, "Begone. I am not yet 20, and I shall not tolerate such unfilial behavior." "Ah, that is indeed satisfactory," Gongsun man remarked disdainfully, casting a dismissive glance at the onlookers. Fortunately, Gongsun Hao is absent. Otherwise, this fellow would likely have coughed up blood in exasperation. Meanwhile, upon sensing the attention of the Ning sisters and others, Han Fei shifted his imposing form slightly, turning his gaze towards them. "You have returned," he stated. The group nodded. And then Han Fei continued, "Before the conclusion of the inter-sect competition, I shall remain in seclusion, consuming some exquisite elixirs. Perform well in the inter-sect trials and strive for a position among the top 3. I shall reward you accordingly." The mention of the top 3 stirred something within Li Mu and the others in the Dragon God Palace. In the esteemed Xiantian sect, dominated by formidable talents, securing a place among the top 3 from the ranks of outer disciples was no trivial endeavor. However, with the substantial aid of the Dragon God, Li Mu and his companions had significantly enhanced their capabilities. Throughout the recent days of competition, they had gradually come to recognize their own strengths. As the most devoted followers of the Dragon God, they felt that aiming for a top 3 finish in the upcoming contest was not beyond the realm of possibility. Rest assured, in the days to come, we shall not disappoint you. Li Mu and the others responded respectfully to Han Fei's request. "Very well. If there is nothing else, you may disperse," Han Fei replied. "In the coming days, I will directly open the domain of the Dragon God. Should you require anything, feel free to come to my quarters to cultivate." As he spoke, Han Fei slowly turned to return to his expansive dragon bed. Watching his departing figure, the Empress felt a stirring within her. After merging with the Dragon God's domain, she sensed a noticeable enhancement in the dragonic essence within her. A powerful aura of the dragon race was brewing within her, leading Negong Yao to feel, almost imperceptibly, that dragon horns might one day sprout from her head, hinting at the possibility of her transformation into a colossal dragon. Such a sensation was undeniably extraordinary. Could it truly be that one could become a dragon? The Empress gazed at Han Fei's retreating form, and then at the dragon maiden nearby, adorned with horns. A wave of emotion washed over her. With Han Fei in seclusion, the Empress too chose to enter her own period of meditation. As Han Fei lay calmly on his dragon bed, the Empress, as a devoted attendant to the Dragon God, instinctively nestled beside him. This intimate closeness allowed her to easily feel the intense warmth radiating from Han Fei, while she too became acutely aware of her own heartbeat. In this world, such delicate sensations can typically only be experienced between couples when they are together. Yet at this moment, both the Empress and Han Fei harbor no intricate thoughts regarding this feeling. They merely lean against each other with serene expressions, each engrossed in cultivating their own mystical energies and powers. As time flows by unnoticed, the final stage of the inter-sect competition of the Xiantian sect approaches. In this decisive phase, the last 10 disciples of the Xiantian sect engage in a series of duels, accruing 3 points for each victory. Ultimately, 4 will remain to contend in the grand finale. Following the accumulation of points, these 4 will face each other in pairs. The victors will advance to vie for the championship, while the defeated will engage in a subsequent match to determine third place. What has left countless disciples of the Xiantian sect in utter astonishment is that after several days of chaotic battles among the 10 disciples, Li Mu, Gongsun Man, Chen Yi, and Qin Ding, hailing from the outer sect, have astonishingly seized the top 4 positions. Not a sliver of opportunity was afforded to the other inner sect disciples. Initially, during Li Mu and his companions' unbroken winning streak, the members of the Xiantian sect had speculated that the few disciples brought forth by the dragon god Han Fei might achieve remarkable results, shaking the very foundation of the Xiantian sect. Yet, even with such expectations, no one could have anticipated that these individuals would monopolize the top 4, securing the gold, silver, and bronze medals, thereby sealing the door to the final competition. This is simply outrageous. The might of the dragon god has once again surpassed all expectations. It feels as though there is nothing beyond his capabilities within the entire Xiantian sect. On this day, the final rounds of the inner sect competition officially commence. Although it is clear that the top 3 places will not be claimed by any other sect, the disciples remain eager to discover who among the dragon god's personally trained disciples is the mightiest. Previously, the disciples of the Xiantian sect had witnessed a confrontation between Qin Ding and Gongsun Man. In that astonishing outer sect battle, Gongsun Man emerged victorious. During the outer sect finals, the crowd again beheld a clash between Gongsun Man and Li Mu. In that encounter, Gongsun Man was overwhelmed by Li Mu, crying out in distress, and from that moment on, Li Mu earned the title of the nemesis of the barbarian god. Now, on the semifinals arena of the Xiantian sect, the grand spectacle of Gongsun Man facing off against Qin Ding is set to unfold once more. Meanwhile, Li Mu's opponent is none other than Qin Ding's elder brother, Chen Yi. Over the past several days, although Li Mu and Chen Yi have never crossed swords, both have proven to be nearly invincible on their respective platforms. Initially, Chen Yi entered the inner sect competition as the 5th-ranked disciple of the outer sect. In the outer sect battles, a formidable opponent had previously thwarted Chen Yi from breaking into the top 3, and it is in the 6th match of the inner sect that he will encounter him once more. In that fierce contest, Chen Yi revealed his true prowess. On the battlefield, a dragon energy flying sword emerged magnificently, decisively concluding the match within merely 2 or 3 exchanges. From that day forth, the Qin brothers' dragon chi sword technique astonished the world. Compared to typical sword practitioners, the swordplay of Qin Ding and Chen Yi was notably more formidable. As their technique required no prior preparation of flying swords, they simply conjured them instantly from the vast reservoir of dragon energy on the battlefield. These swords, forged from dragon energy, appeared and vanished without a trace, exhibiting both an eerie unpredictability and astounding power, rendering most inner disciples beneath the martial king realm utterly incapable of resistance. The Qin brothers were indeed fearsome. Meanwhile, over the past few days, Li Mu's dragon god pill technique also left an indelible impression. The treasure pagoda in his possession not only unleashed terrifying dragon energy mist, but also summoned thunder, immobilizing opponents and employing sealing techniques with myriad unpredictable transformations, making defense nearly impossible. Originally, several inner disciples who were strong contenders for the top 3 were often inadvertently sealed and shackled in their cultivation by Li Mu's technique. In such dire circumstances, even the most accomplished disciples found themselves bewildered, standing helplessly as prey. Li Mu's mastery of the dragon god pill technique had reached a disturbingly formidable level. Within the entire Xiantian sect, who could possibly impede this formidable individual? The elders, after a thorough search among the disciples, ultimately concluded that only the Qin brothers' dragon chi sword technique stood a chance of halting Li Mu's advance. And today, the dragon god pill technique faced off against the dragon chi sword technique. It had arrived. This day, as the confrontation between Li Mu and Chen Yi approached, the elders brimmed with anticipation. Simultaneously, the rematch between Qin Ding and Gongsun Man, echoing their previous duel in the outer sect, sparked immense excitement. It is worth noting that during their earlier encounter, Qin Ding had concealed his dragon god sword technique, which led to his defeat against Gongsun Man. After a period of preparation, would Gongsun Man's prowess have grown stronger, or had Qin Ding mastered a method to counter Gongsun Man? On this day, at the inner sect plaza, Gongsun Hao was visibly anxious as he anticipated the impending duel. His mind replayed Han Fei's earlier assessment from the outer sect. At that time, Han Fei believed Qin Ding's cultivation was significantly superior to that of Man Air. If that were true, Would his son truly falter before Chunding today? Gongsun Hao was determined not to see his son fall short in the semifinals. He aspired for victory. Just imagine. A child born less than half a year ago effortlessly claiming the championship of the Xiantian sect. How remarkable that would be. Chapter 135, Spatial Treasures. The Map of Mountains and Rivers. On this day, within the Xiantian sect, as Han Fei sensed that the inter-sect competition had reached its final stage, he slowly opened his eyes from his meditation in the palace. Subsequently, the voice of the system resonated. Ding. Detection of the ongoing inter-sect competition of Xiantian sect. You have received a random task. Assist the fervent followers of the Dragon God in securing a place among the top 3 in the inter-sect competition. Ding. Detection of task completion. You have received 100 premium spirit stones. Premium spirit herb, 9 lives ghost face flower. The 9 lives ghost face flower, which blooms in a unique netherworld, is a mysterious ghost flower that emerges after 90,000 years of reincarnation. Consuming it can restore shattered bones and revive the deceased, making it exceedingly rare. You have received 10 ordinary imperial weapons and 10 premium armors. You have acquired the ancient scroll, the Map of Mountains and Rivers. The Map of Mountains and Rivers is a special spatial artifact containing infinite time and space, useful for planting spirit herbs and nurturing divine beasts. Faced with the incessant voice of the system, Han Fei couldn't help but frown, expressing his exasperation. System, if you wish to present me with gifts, feel free to be direct. There is no need for such formality. Meanwhile, upon sensing Han Fei's conclusion of meditation, the Empress, reclining on her dragon bed, slowly opened her eyes. At that moment, her soft form nestled on the dragon bed, her exquisite garments revealing her flawless long legs. Gazing at the astonished Han Fei, the Empress couldn't help but inquire, your expression suggests that something significant has transpired within our Xiantian sect? In response, Han Fei shook his head, saying no. It's just that during these few days of seclusion, it seems I have come upon something valuable. The Empress found Han Fei's words somewhat perplexing. What did he mean by having acquired something valuable again? Could it be that Xiao Bai had gained insight during the seclusion? Had his dragon god domain advanced further? While pondering, Han Fei's imposing figure had already stepped outside the palace, unleashing a powerful dragon roar that resonated through the forest. As Han Fei prepared to depart, the Empress hastily followed him. The two traversed through the clouds and mist, swiftly arriving at the inner gate of Xiantian sect. Just as Han Fei's colossal dragon form descended before the palace, the semifinals between Chun Ding and Gongsun Man and Li Mu versus Chun Yi were about to commence. Before the competition began, a resounding dragon roar filled the air, drawing the attention of everyone towards Han Fei's direction. In the clear sky, the majestic dragon, transformed from Han Fei, coiled regally, its imposing head adorned with flowing whiskers. Without regard for whether anyone occupied the spacious steps of the inner palace, Han Fei's enormous dragon body descended directly. The elders, who had been setting up precious tables and chairs to observe the competition, exchanged knowing glances and promptly vacated the area where Han Fei was about to land. With a thunderous crash, all the exquisite tables and chairs were crushed beneath Han Fei's massive form, and as the clouds of dust settled, Han Fei stood firmly in place. The scene before them left the disciples of the Xiantian sect utterly astonished. Indeed, whenever the dragon god made an appearance, it was nothing short of spectacular. Who among the Xiantian sect would dare to disregard the esteemed elders on stage, fully aware that the prime vantage point outside the main hall was reserved for their observance? Yet, the dragon god descended without hesitation, declaring that this space was theirs before his arrival. But now, following his entrance, they must all make way. Within the Xiantian sect, the principal seat could only belong to the dragon god. On this day, despite Han Fei feeling as though he had done nothing upon his arrival, inexplicably, his faith value surged by an astonishing 100,000. It was simply absurd. Meanwhile, as Han Fei and the Empress gracefully landed, the elders approached with courteous expressions and respectful smiles. They greeted, esteemed elders of the Xiantian sect, we pay our respects to the dragon god and the Empress. Compared to a few months prior, when Han Fei was disregarded, the elders now exhibited a newfound deference, having long acknowledged him as the most unassailable presence within the sect. He was the chosen heir of the ancient ancestor of Xiantian and the rightful possessor of the sect's divine artifact, the nether pearl. Unless one wished to leave the Xiantian sect, no one would dare provoke Han Fei. Previously, Han Fei had willingly ceded the position of sect leader to Nangong Yao. Yet everyone was acutely aware that he was, in truth, the rightful master of the Xintian sect. Behind his domineering demeanor lay an extraordinarily formidable strength. Outside the main hall, observing the elder's polite demeanor, Han Fei nodded subtly and remarked, "I appreciate your efforts during the recent internal and external competitions. Once the contests conclude, I shall host a banquet to honor you all, and at that time, we will also finalize the quota for the Xintian secret realm." Since acquiring the legacy of the Nether Pearl, Han Fei increasingly embodied the essence of the Xintian sect's leader. As the unparalleled dragon god, his innate disposition was one of authority and dominance, adept at wielding control over all. As the heir of the ancient ancestor of Xintian, Han Fei believed it was entirely appropriate to regard himself as the head of the sect. The elders, too, found no fault in his assertion. Upon hearing that Han Fei intended to set the quota for the Xintian secret realm, their faces lit up with joy. Although Han Fei had not held sway over the Xintian sect for long, the sense of unity within the sect remained remarkably strong. Outside the hall, after greeting everyone, a visibly anxious Gongsun Hao stepped forward, gazing at Han Fei, and inquired, "Dragon God, today my son encountered Chen Ding once more. Who do you believe will emerge victorious this time?" At this, Han Fei's interest was piqued. As Long Mu narrowed his eyes and gazed at Gongsun Hao, he inquired, "What is the matter? Do you wish to wager with me again? Before you hastily seek my answer, allow me to pose a question. Between your son and Chen Ding, whom do you believe will emerge victorious?" Upon hearing this, Gongsun Hao fell silent for a moment. He then spoke, "My Lord Dragon God, as a father, I naturally wish for my son to prevail. However, did you not mention previously that Chen Ding's defeat to my son was due to his deliberate concealment of his true abilities? In the past few weeks, Chen Ding has demonstrated remarkable performance, and I am concerned he may possess hidden cards." After Gongsun Hao uttered these words, Han Fei slightly raised his gaze, stating, "If we are to consider hidden cards, Chen Ding undoubtedly has some." Upon hearing this, Gongsun Hao was taken aback. Yet, Han Fei continued, "Nevertheless, when it comes to potential for cultivation, your son is only slightly inferior to me within the entire Xintian sect. It has been over a month. Do you truly possess no confidence in him?" Chapter 136. I will always trust my disciple, my Lord Dragon God. Are you suggesting that after this month of preparation, my son is now capable of defeating Chen Ding? From what I have observed in the recent competitions, Chen Ding's performance has been commendable. Outside the inner palace, Gongsun Hao looked at the towering figure of Han Fei with an expression of disbelief. Meanwhile, Han Fei showed little interest in further banter, slowly directing his gaze towards the arena. At this moment, on the inner courtyard square, two semi-final matches were simultaneously underway. Initially, Li Mu, Gongsun Man, and others believed that the Dragon God would not make an appearance today. However, at this critical juncture, Han Fei ultimately chose to reveal himself, which brought a glimmer of hope and gratitude to the eyes of Li Mu and the others on the stage. The battles commenced, and the atmosphere felt reminiscent of the chaotic brawl outside the Dragon Goddess Palace. Yet, unlike the earlier tumult, the fighters on the stage, including Li Mu and the Chun brothers, seemed somewhat restrained. In their pursuit of victory, they opted for the most cautious combat techniques. The bold and daring maneuvers that were often seen in previous matches were now replaced with careful observation and prudent strikes. As a result, despite the initial clashes in both arenas, the intensity was markedly diminished compared to before. This unexpected development caught the elders present off guard, leading some of the more impatient among them to display expressions of confusion. After a prolonged period of lackluster engagement, one of the senior elders finally voiced his discontent, exclaiming, "You ought to fight with more urgency. What is this pace? Do you not wish to engage fully, thinking today is merely a demonstration?" As this elder's restless sentiments echoed, many inner disciples who had previously been defeated by Li Mu and others began to chime in. "Indeed, you should fight more vigorously. If you lack the courage, allow us to take your place." The loud clamoring of the inner disciples elicited a chorus of resounding jeers from the surrounding spectators, and for a moment, the entire inner courtyard square was enveloped in an oppressive atmosphere. Observing this scene, Gongsun Hao, who was watching from outside the palace, couldn't help but furrow his brow. He turned to Han Fei and remarked, "My Lord Dragon God, this situation seems rather dire. Why do your young prot-gs appear so restrained today? They seem to be out of sorts. If this continues, the once dominant inner disciples in the square might be drowned in a deluge of disdain." Originally, Gongsun Hao was indifferent to the performance of the disciples personally brought by Han Fei. However, among the four on stage was his own son, which naturally made him anxious under these circumstances. Meanwhile, faced with the overwhelming urging and booing from nearly 100,000 inner disciples in the square, Han Fei couldn't help but smile, recalling his own first day in the professional world back on Earth, when he donned formal attire to present products before leaders and clients. Feeling constrained and anxious. In that moment, Li Mu and the Chun brothers on the stage appeared strikingly similar to his former self. While there were still hundreds, even thousands of matches occurring simultaneously in the square, Li Mu and the others were not tense. Yet, as this grand competition dwindled down to just the four of them, they became overly cautious and anxious. Their excessive focus on the ultimate outcome rendered them unable to perform freely. This is a common human sentiment. Had Han Fei not experienced such awkwardness in the past, he would have struggled to comprehend the current feelings of Li Mu and his companions. However, with the rich experiences of 2 lifetimes, Han Fei found their current restraint particularly endearing. He understood that his prot-GS were not lacking in courage. Rather, they merely lacked experience in such competitions. With time, they would naturally become more at ease. Outside the palace, observing the anxious countenance of Gongsun Hao, Han Fei remained as calm as still water and said, "Keep your eyes wide open. Soon, a change will unfold on the stage." Han Fei always had unwavering faith in his disciples. What? Gongsun Hao was momentarily taken aback by Han Fei's words. Just then, a wave of astonished gasps erupted from the inner disciples in the square. The volume so great that even Gongsun Hao and others who had reached the martial king realm felt a shock. Gongsun Hao turned to see his son on the stage with Chun Ding, where Chun Ding's dragon energy surged forth, creating a dazzling spectacle once more. This time, however, the golden light condensed by Chun Ding was even more brilliant than before, coalescing behind him into 3 small suns, each radiating an astonishing force capable of toppling fortresses and annihilating worlds. Meanwhile, in Chun Ding's hand, the axe, which was originally the size of a kitchen knife, suddenly swelled to an unimaginable magnitude, transforming into an extraordinary weapon capable of cleaving a substantial portion of the plaza in 2. Before this formidable weapon, the inner sect disciples were engulfed by a singular sensation, overwhelming pressure and astonishment. Initially, the disciples believed that the Chun Ding they had previously encountered was already formidable enough. Who could have anticipated that this young man harbored such immense power within? The terrifying mountain-splitting axe, radiating a murderous aura, could likely only be faced head-on by experts of the martial king realm within the entire Xintian sect. Gazing at the scene before them, the warriors who had once aspired to break into the top 3 of the inner sect competition swiftly calculated in their minds how they would confront such daunting pressure were they to stand before Chun Ding, pondering how to unravel the terrifying strength of his formidable strike. After careful simulation, beads of cold sweat began to form on the foreheads of these experts. In all their scenarios, the conclusion was nearly unanimous. There was no conceivable way to triumph over the man on the stage. Indeed, this disciple personally brought forth by the dragon god is undeniably powerful. The last time I was this astounded was feeling the fierce aura emanating from Chun Ding. Some inner sect disciples began to struggle for coherent speech. At this moment, the collective astonishment of nearly 100,000 inner sect disciples reached its zenith. Amidst their shock, an inevitable thought flickered in their minds. Confronted with such an imposing Chun Ding, what could Gongsun Man possibly employ to contend with him? Surely today, Gongsun Man would face defeat. In Chun Ding's grasp, the awe-inspiring giant axe was evidently no ordinary weapon, and under its shadow, the entire arena bore no escape. However, just as the onlookers deemed Gongsun Man to have no chance of victory, he unexpectedly initiated an assault. Is the golden giant axe truly formidable? Witness my 3 heads and 6 arms. What? 3 heads and 6 arms? On this day, in the inner sect plaza, as Gongsun Hao, clad in a red belly band and exuding arrogance, leaped high and charged at Chun Ding with his small fists like a cannon. Numerous disciples heard an unusual term whispered in their ears. 3 heads and 6 arms. What kind of divine ability is this? I have never heard of it in my many years at the Xintian sect. The disciples furrowed their brows in confusion. Though Gongsun Man possessed considerable strength, his intellect seemed somewhat lacking. Could it be that the notion of 3 heads and 6 arms was simply a figment of his imagination? Hearing this, Gongsun Hao outside the palace felt deeply embarrassed. Meanwhile, amidst the commotion of the disciples, Gongsun Man raised his tiny fists and had already exchanged hundreds of strikes with Chun Ding's golden giant axe. The child demonstrated impressive speed in his attacks. Yet despite his swiftness, it was evident that he had not sprouted additional heads or arms. At this moment, The inner disciples, with expressions of disdain, failed to notice that amidst Gong Sun Man's frenzied assault, a look of astonishment remained etched upon Han Fei's face as he stood on the palace steps. Good heavens! The exquisite technique of the 3 heads and 6 arms from the Panga's indestructible body. Who would have thought that this young lad would master it in a mere fortnight? Truly, he is worthy of his lineage as a barbarian deity. Observing Gong Sun Man's diminutive limbs from a distance, Han Fei remarked with a hint of surprise. Just as Han Fei expressed his astonishment, a burst of crimson light erupted from Gong Sun Man's shoulder, and miraculously, 2 brand new arms sprouted simultaneously. Those bloodied fists struck mercilessly against Chun Ding's golden axe, each blow carrying the weight of 10,000 pounds. Boom, boom, boom. In the throes of his wild onslaught, Gong Sun Man opened his mouth wide, exuberantly shouting, "Brother Chun Ding, how does my 10,000-pound punch feel?" On the arena, confronted by his junior's frenzied calls, Chun Ding's face finally revealed a look of shock. Each of Gong Sun Man's punches came swiftly and steadily, and before long, scalding white smoke began to rise from Chun Ding's golden axe, which was now glowing red-hot. "Little Junior, you certainly possess some skill." In the midst of battle, faced with the sudden emergence of 6 arms from Gong Sun Man, Chun Ding dared not show any sign of negligence. He understood that Gong Sun Man was the sole disciple of the dragon god, and his prowess was formidable indeed. Channeling the dragon energy into his giant axe, Chun Ding conjured a flurry of flying knives, each forged from this very dragon energy, appearing around him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, countless flying knives, accompanied by the axe's formidable blade aura, launched towards Gong Sun Man. The overwhelming force of the blade energy compelled the frenzied Gong Sun Man to evade with haste. As he dodged, Gong Sun Man dashed forward, casting a glance at Han Fei not far away, exclaiming, "Master, I can't seem to unleash my other 2 heads. I feel like my brain is about to explode." Upon hearing this, Han Fei, who had maintained a calm demeanor, finally spoke. "If it's about to explode, then that is precisely right. Let your head burst. With that, you will have truly mastered the Panga technique." On the arena, upon receiving his master's guidance, Gong Sun Man immediately devised a plan. While running, he deliberately freed a pair of arms and, with great ferocity, brought them down upon his own head as if smashing a watermelon. As he struck, he hollered, "Damn it, just explode already." The entire scene resembled a reckless youth indulging in self-destructive madness after a drunken spree. Beside Han Fei, Gong Sun Hao was left dumbfounded. This young father, his brow furrowed and face filled with disbelief, glanced between Han Fei and his son, unable to restrain himself from uttering, "Dragon God, even if you harbor enmity against us, must you retaliate in such a manner? Are you teaching my son to mutilate himself?" In the square, as Gong Sun Hao wore a face of anxiety, Gong Sun Man had already shattered his own head. Just when his small head seemed on the verge of complete destruction, an overwhelming demonic aura erupted from the less-than-a-year-old little deity. Following this surge, a small demon god appeared before the crowd, possessing 3 heads and 6 arms, draped in the heavenly silk, and standing upon a flaming wheel. His countenance cold and frenzied. With the emergence of the small demon god, dark clouds gathered above the inner courtyard square, and lightning crackled in the sky, casting a chilling atmosphere. This was indeed a spectacle. Gazing at the scene, not only Gong Sun Hao, but also the tens of thousands of cultivators present were utterly astonished. The terrifying aura emanating from the little deity of the Gong Sun family was palpable. The overwhelming sensation just now was it the descent of an ancient sage? Why do I suddenly feel as if I am on the verge of suffocation? The last time I felt such intense pressure within the Shantian sect was during Lord Longshan's summoning of a towering giant. Good heavens! This little deity of the Gong Sun family, born barely 4 months ago, possesses such formidable power. Is he destined to rise against the heavens? 3 heads and 6 arms. This is real. I can hardly fathom who in this world could possibly restrain the growth of the little deity. Meanwhile, on the arena, after successfully unleashing the 3 heads and 6 arms, Gong Sun Man felt the bloodline of the demonic deity within him, which had been confined, suddenly released in full. The terrifying brute force, previously trapped like water behind a dam, burst forth like a flood breaching its banks. Just a moment ago, Chun Ding, wielding a golden giant axe, appeared to be an exceedingly formidable opponent in Gong Sun Man's eyes. Yet in the next instant, to the small demon god, Chun Ding resembled a clumsy, slow-moving automaton in a training hall. His predictions and movements felt utterly inadequate. On the arena, following a brief standoff, the small demon god sprang into action. Against the backdrop of the heavenly silk and flaming wheel, Gongsun Man resembled a miniature Neza. Yet in battle, he needed no external divine weapons. As a body cultivator, his body and fist were his most formidable arms. Boom, boom, boom. Gongsun Man charged forward with great speed. On the arena, facing the three-headed, six-armed Gongsun Man, Qinding dared not exhibit even a hint of carelessness. Goodness, junior brother. The demonic energy surrounding you is astonishing. As Gongsun Man lunged towards him, Qinding raised his arms high, wielding the giant axe while simultaneously summoning the dragon chi to soar upward, ensuring his position was significantly elevated above Gongsun Man. Then, the golden giant axe in Qinding's hands erupted with a terrifying dragon roar, striking down with the force to cleave mountains, aimed directly at Gongsun Man. Qinding understood well that while this strike might not take Gongsun Man's life, it could certainly leave him incapacitated for a considerable time. With a resounding crash, Qinding's colossal axe was seized by Gongsun Man's hands in the next instant, upon the inner sect's competition platform. When Gongsun Man extended his arms to firmly grasp Qinding's golden axe, a collective gasp of astonishment erupted from all the disciples of the Xiantian sect. The immense axe was a mere inch from Gongsun Man's forehead, and the terrifying energy emanating from the axe had already cleaved a significant portion of the platform behind him, creating an unfathomable chasm. Yet, under the weight of the golden axe, Gongsun Man remained unscathed, demonstrating an astonishing fortitude. The expressions of countless Xiantian sect disciples were etched with shock, their hearts racing uncontrollably. At that moment, with a frigid gaze, Gongsun Man unleashed a surge of demonic energy. And with multiple arms grasping the golden axe, he wrenched it forcefully. In an instant, Qinding felt an overwhelming force of destruction surging through the axe handle, leaving him with but two choices. The first was to grip his weapon fiercely, unwilling to relinquish it. If the axe fell, so too would he. He could not allow the golden axe to be taken. The second was to release the weapon before the dreadful power could shatter his arm, prioritizing his survival over the loss of a treasured weapon. At this moment, sensing the overwhelming demonic aura emanating from Gongsun Man, Qinding realized that his junior brother, now transformed into a being of 3 heads and 6 arms, had completely lost his reason. Thus, the two choices flashed through Qinding's mind, leading him to swiftly decide to abandon the golden axe in order to preserve his life. On the platform, witnessing the enraged visage of Gongsun Man, Qinding made the decisive choice to let go. The moment he relinquished his grip, the golden axe, vastly larger than Gongsun Man, was seized in his hands, with veins bulging. Gongsun Man twisted the axe, contorting it into a magnificent golden ball of light. Subsequently, with a mighty roar, a fearsome black dragon surged forth from Gongsun Man, soaring towards the heavens. As the black dragon ascended, the golden iron ball was lifted high into the obscured sky, erupting with a thunderous explosion, scattering golden light across the inner sect square, annihilating the invaluable ancient treasure. Meanwhile, after seizing Qinding's weapon, Gongsun Man did not relent. With 3 pairs of eyes wide open, he lunged toward Qinding, delivering a powerful punch to his face before Qinding could react, followed swiftly by another blow from the same side. Having honed his skills through previous trials, Qinding had earned a place among the elite of the younger generation of the Xiantian sect. Yet, under Gongsun Man's frenzied onslaught, he found himself in a state of utter disarray. In the southern realms, it is uncommon for martial artists to engage in close combat. Yet here was a formidable foe who unleashed 3 iron fists in succession from a single direction, unless one possessed the strength of 3 heads and 6 arms. Even an emperor-level master would find such a feat nearly impossible. Left, left, right, 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 left. In midair, Gongsun Man's iron fist struck with astonishing speed, his tender 6 arms converging like a terrifying net. Qinding endured 2 painful blows to his left cheek. And just as he anticipated another strike from Gongsun Man's left, the assailant unexpectedly altered course, delivering 3 rapid blows from the right, followed by a fierce punch from the left, augmented by a powerful kick, truly a bewildering onslaught. At that moment, Qinding finally grasped the sheer terror of his junior disciple. With a violent retch, he expelled a mouthful of murky black blood, and as Gongsun Man pummeled his face into a pitiful state, Qinding struggled to utter the words, "I concede, junior disciple." However, upon his declaration of surrender, Gongsun Man remained unresponsive, continuing his relentless assault. This shocking turn of events left the elder enforcers by the arena in utter astonishment. Rushing towards Gongsun Man, the elder interposed himself between Chun Ding and the relentless attacker, his formidable martial prowess emanating an authoritative command as he declared, "Halt. Your opponent has surrendered. You must cease your attack." Yet, Gongsun Man remained unaffected by the elder's stern admonition, his eyes still brimming with a disturbing fervor. Kill. Faced with the formidable elder of the martial king realm, Gongsun Man's 6 eyes narrowed, and in an instant, 3 fearsome fists surged forth with malevolent intent toward the elder. The next moment, anguished cries escaped the elder's lips as he was sent flying hundreds of feet away, crashing violently into the inner palace, his fate uncertain. Back in the arena, Gongsun Man stood amidst an overwhelming aura of malevolence. This. On the inner courtyard square, all disciples gazed in stunned silence at the sudden turn of events. Outside the main hall, an elder of emperor caliber could not contain his astonishment, exclaiming, "Heavens! Gongsun Jinghong, what on earth has your grand disciple become? Why has he unleashed such a terrifying aura? Such power would dim even the brilliance of an emperor-level master in his presence. Has he succumbed to madness?" As the elder spoke, Gongsun Jinghong had already leaped from the crowd, sword in hand, swiftly advancing toward Gongsun Man. As he approached, Gongsun Jinghong coldly asserted, "My grand disciple possesses the ancient saintly demeanor. He has not succumbed to madness. I shall address his issues." As he spoke, Gongsun Jinghong exuded an imposing presence as he entered the arena. Subsequently, he summoned a special spiritual talisman, stretching 100 feet long, resembling a great dragon. The ancient scroll. The tranquil heart incantation, once unleashed, would purify not only a mere child, but even the most fearsome of demonic entities before me today. Upon the arena, Gongsun Jinghong truly exemplified a master of the great emperor realm. The tranquil and serene incantation, resembling a majestic dragon, danced effortlessly in the air, skillfully manipulated by his immense mystic energy, encircling Gongsun Man in a continuous swirl. His movements were remarkably swift. Scarcely had the incantation begun to unfold when, in the next moment, it enveloped Gongsun Man like a silken cocoon. Subsequently, waves of clear, resplendent energy surged forth, akin to brilliant rays piercing through the clouds. Erupting into the atmosphere, the gathered disciples of the Xiantian sect, numbering in the tens of thousands, were instantly illuminated by the spectacle, erupting in exclamations of approval. Not far away, Gongsun Hao could not contain his excitement, proclaiming, "Grandfather is truly formidable. With the emergence of the tranquil incantation, my child is saved." However, just as Gongsun Hao uttered his exclamation, an eerie voice, reminiscent of a demonic child, resonated from within the incantation scroll. "TSK. Do you truly believe an antiquated scroll from mere millennia past can confine me, the 3-headed, 6-armed demon child? Ha ha ha. I wield supreme supernatural powers." As the demon child spoke, an imposing shadow of a demon god, 1,000 times smaller than the indomitable Pangu, materialized behind the cocoon of the tranquil incantation, exuding an unparalleled aura of dominance as it loomed in the sky. Chapter 139. Is it you who called for the little white dragon? The Pangu demon god let out a thunderous roar, its colossal hands, gripping the demon-subduing pestle, transformed into iron fists that descended upon Gongsun Jinghong with ferocity. As a master of the great emperor level, Gongsun Jinghong should, in theory, be impervious to harm within the Xiantian sect, save for the prodigious Han Fei. Yet, as he beheld the demonic figure in the void, a flicker of terror shadowed his gaze. In that moment, as the demonic shadow rushed towards him with wild abandon, Gongsun Jinghong suddenly felt an inexplicable confinement gripping his entire being, a force that not only shackled his mystic power but also laid bare his chest. This meant that, in the face of the impending eruption of the barbaric deity from the tranquil incantation, Gongsun Jinghong stood utterly unprepared, let alone the fact that Gongsun Man was no weakling. Even if he were merely an ordinary practitioner of the corporeal realm, he possessed the opportunity to slay Gongsun Jinghong. Gazing at the scene before him, all present in the inner courtyard square were rendered speechless, while Gongsun Hao's eyes widened in disbelief, realizing that the situation had spiraled beyond control. In a flurry, Gongsun Hao turned to the esteemed elders beside him, pleading, "Esteemed uncles, you must save my grandfather." Yet, faced with Gongsun Hao's desperate entreaty, the elders exhibited expressions of hesitation. The danger sensed by Gongsun Hao was palpable, and the elders could discern it as well. At that moment, above the arena, the tranquil incantation was ensnared within a terrifying vortex of demonic energy, connecting heaven and earth, swelling with ferocity. Should anyone become ensnared within, their mystic power would be wholly imprisoned. This fate was one even a great emperor could not evade. In the depths of the battlefield, where survival was a mere whisper away, why should anyone rush to save your grandfather? Amidst the looming terror of the Panga shadow, Gongsun Man was gradually breaking free from his confinement. Gazing at the scene before him, Gongsun Hao is utterly shattered. It is over. In the face of the sect's crisis, you esteemed elders choose to remain mere spectators. Once my son breaches the taboo, the tens of thousands of inner disciples present will face annihilation, leaving the entire Xiantian sect in despair, and you shall all bear the guilt. Upon Gongsun Hao's utterance, the elders wore expressions of embarrassment. However, even if 100,000 lives within the sect were to perish, what concern was it to them? The lives of mere inner disciples could hardly compare to their own status as formidable emperors. We may intervene, but only after that dreadful demonic aura dissipates. As for the bloodbath within the Xiantian sect, let the blame fall upon your Gongsun family for their malevolence. In stark contrast to the elders' indifference, the Empress Nangong Yao furrowed her brow. Like the others, she sensed the impending peril of Gongsun Man's demonic aura. Yet, as the leader of the Xiantian sect, she could not allow Gongsun Man to spiral out of control and unleash irrevocable slaughter within the inner sanctum. Thus, as the elders remained unmoved, Nangong Yao soared into the air, gathering immense celestial energy, embodying the might of an emperor as she charged toward Gongsun Man. However, before she could reach him, a thunderous sound echoed. Within the heart-calming mantra, the demonic child Gongsun Man had fully escaped his confines. With a single punch, he ferociously struck Gongsun Jinghong, sending him flying, and then turned his gaze toward the elders not far away. From them, he sensed the essence of pure blood. If he could tear open their throats and consume their flesh, Gongsun Man would undoubtedly experience a tremendous surge in power. In this cataclysmic transformation, how could the elders think they could remain uninvolved, merely watching? The frenzied demonic child charged toward the main hall of the inner sect, with Nangong Yao at the forefront. Despite being enveloped in her formidable dragon god domain, which provided exceptional defense, she too was sent sprawling by Gongsun Man's titanic impact, soaring over 1,000 meters into the sky before barely managing to halt her descent. Meanwhile, all the elders of the Xiantian sect had been involuntarily drawn into the fray by the demonic child's overwhelming aura. The elders, wielding divine weapons, summoned their flying magic, encircling the demonic child, observing cautiously. Occasionally, one would strike out in a probing attack. However, the moment the divine weapon struck the demonic child, they were met with fierce backlash. One after another, they were hurled into the plaza, embedding themselves deep within the structures. This diminutive demonic child was truly terrifying, leaving the tens of thousands of inner disciples momentarily stunned. At the heart of the battlefield, observing the frail emperor-level elders, the three-headed, six-armed demonic child let out a cold, maniacal laugh. This place is splendid. Witness as I achieve a massacre of 1,000,000. As he spoke, the demonic child's 6 eyes suddenly fixated on a proud, majestic silver dragon outside the main hall of the inner sect. For reasons unknown, upon seeing this silver dragon, the demonic child felt a jolt of trepidation. As if sensing something from this creature, an overwhelming fear spreading through his heart. This is undoubtedly an illusion. I am a born demon child, fearless and indomitable. Fear lingered in the heart of the demon child for merely 3 seconds, and soon, his gaze turned cold once more. Little white dragon, have you been rendered speechless by my presence, lying there motionless? Very well, remain in your position while I extract your dragon tendons and strip your bones. Ha ha ha. In the face of the silver giant dragon, the demon child laughed maniacally. Subsequently, an overwhelming aura erupted from him, as he charged at the giant dragon with 3 heads and 6 arms, ready to strike fiercely. No. Witnessing this scene, many cultivators at the venue gasped in astonishment. Meanwhile, the demon child approached with astonishing speed, as that terrifying iron fist was about to smash into the dragon's neck. The previously motionless Han Fei slowly raised his dignified and cold dragon eyes. You, a mere little brat, dare to act audaciously before me? Is Little White Dragon a name you can utter? Who do you think you are? As his voice fell, Han Fei lifted his formidable right arm. The terrifying dragon claw, capable of tearing through all metals, descended upon the demon child, causing an instant dispersal of the ominous demonic energy surrounding him. And his 3 heads and 6 arms retracted in an instant. The earlier figure of Gongsun Man, clad in a red belly band with fair skin, reappeared before the onlookers. As Han Fei's dragon claw pressed down, a cloud of dust erupted from the white jade steps outside the palace. And Gongsun Man's petite form was forcibly pinned to the ground by her master, rendering her unconscious instantly. Thus, the chaotic disturbance caused by the demon child, which had overwhelmed the several emperor-level experts of the Xiantian sect, drew to a close. In the inner courtyard square. Upon witnessing Han Fei's effortless lifting of his dragon claw, the disciples stood in astonishment. They were aware of Han Fei's strength, yet never imagined he would be this formidable. Even the demon child, who could not be subdued by dozens of emperor-level experts from the Xiantian sect, was thus suppressed by the dragon god with a mere hand? The dragon god is truly fierce. Faith value, 9,999. Chapter 140. The competition concludes. Gongsun Man makes history. In the inner courtyard square. As the volatile demon child was subdued by Han Fei, the scene regained its former tranquility. The gloom that had shrouded the Xiantian sect dissipated considerably. When the gentle sunlight once again filtered through the clouds, many disciples of the Xiantian sect gasped in awe. In our Xiantian sect, problems that even the emperor-level elders could not resolve ultimately rely on the dragon god. As terrifying as the Gongsun demon child is before the dragon god, he is merely a child. Yet, speaking of which, if even this small demon child possesses such astonishing strength under the dragon god, it seems that the rise of our Xiantian sect in the Southern Territory is merely a matter of time. Xiantian sect disciples shocked. 999. Faith value. 999. On the other side, as the tumult subsided, Han Fei stood before a young man, sweat-drenched and visibly apprehensive. Lord Long Long, please tread lightly. Do not crush my son beneath your feet, he implored. The speaker was none other than Gongsun Hao. Lowering his gaze at the perspiring Gongsun Hao, Han Fei calmly lifted his formidable dragon foot. Beneath it, Gongsun Hao's son snored thunderously, sleeping like a pig, completely oblivious to any concern. Then, Gongsun Hao heard Han Fei remark, "Your son could not control the demonic aura within him, causing a commotion in the inner courtyard plaza. Today, I will attribute the expenses for the repairs of this inner palace to your family. You have no objections, I presume?" Upon hearing this, Gongsun Hao dared not refute him. In his eyes, even if the entire inner courtyard were to be obliterated today, as long as his son remained unharmed, all would be well. Although the Gongsun family faced difficulties, they could still manage the costs for the repairs of the inner courtyard plaza. At worst, they would simply forego purchasing some spiritual elixirs for the coming year. With the top-tier demon god Gongsun Man in their midst, the Gongsun family would surely recover their fortunes in the future. In the inner courtyard plaza, with Han Fei's intervention, a potential massacre that could have claimed 1,000,000 lives was swiftly averted. After resolving the matter concerning Gongsun Man, Han Fei turned his attention to Li Mu and Chun Yi, stating, "You two may resume your duel. Today, no one shall perish." Upon hearing this, the two disciples regained their composure, returning to their previous state of combat readiness. It must be noted that under Han Fei's personal tutelage, both Li Mu and Chun Yi had indeed developed formidable prowess. Presently, the treasure pagoda in Li Mu's possession not only unleashed elixir energy to ensnare his opponents, but, when pushed to its limits, could alter the very skies. Despite being merely at the pinnacle of the Qi-Si realm, he summoned his profound energy, and the entire arena was engulfed in a tempest, reminiscent of a martial king's descent. As for Chun Yi, adorned in radiant golden dragon Qi, the colossal golden axe that had failed to manifest its potential on the arena previously now erupted with astonishing power in his hands. The two disciples, having ascended from the outer sect, clashed fiercely on the stage, exchanging thousands of blows, leaving the inner sect disciples wide-eyed and parched, their astonishment unceasing. These two were undeniably formidable. With their abilities, they were nearly invincible beneath the martial king realm of the Xiantian sect. However, despite the crowd's amazement, after witnessing the unparalleled prowess of the demon child, their anticipation for Li Mu and the Chun brothers inevitably dulled. Though these individuals were powerful, they paled in comparison to the demon child, who could single-handedly topple over a dozen emperor-level experts of the Xiantian sect. Presently, their strength was likely comparable to that of the previous Gongsun Man, who wielded the power of 3 heads and 6 arms. On this day, after battling Qinding for 3,000 rounds, Li Mu ultimately triumphed, bolstered by the formidable support of the 7-layered pagoda, and once again ascended to the finals. This time, His opponent would once again be the demon child Gongsun Man. In 3 days, the finale between Gongsun Man and Li Mu would officially unfold. In this instance, Gongsun Man commenced with an astonishing display of the 3 heads and 6 arms, divine ability, leaving the audience utterly astonished. Moments prior, the image of Gongsun Man in his demonic transformation, boasting of his prowess in slaughtering foes, resurfaced in the minds of the onlookers. Could it be that this young man harbored intentions of bloodshed once more? Amidst the shock, Gongsun Man exhibited his precise control over the aura of his demonic transformation on the stage. From the moment he stepped into the arena, he launched a direct offense against Li Mu. With fists flying, he declared, "Brotherly, in the past few days, my master has resolved my demonic issues. What do you think? Am I not formidable? In the previous outer sect competition, I fell to you, but that shall not be the case this time." As he attacked, bolts of lightning erupted from his form, stunning Li Mu into silence. Witness the prowess of one of my master's renowned techniques, Heavenly Thunder Punishment. Its might is no trifling matter, even though I can currently harness but a fraction of its potential. However, it is more than sufficient to contend with your alchemical techniques. Brother, it must be said, Gongsun Man is indeed a remarkably loquacious individual. Faced with the reticent Li Mu, Gongsun Man unleashed this formidable technique right from the outset. Meanwhile, the nearly 100,000 disciples of the Zentian Gong gazed at Gongsun Man's terrifying display through the Tiankui mirror, their hearts racing and blood surging, countless voices erupting in exclamations. The disciple personally brought forth by the dragon god is indeed extraordinary. Go, little man. And Li Mu, do not falter. Let us not forget. You are renowned as the bane of the man god within the Zentian Gong. I firmly believe that with the ancient pagoda, you shall succeed in subduing the man god today. It was at this moment that the system's voice echoed in Han Fei's ear. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your disciples Li Mu and Gongsun Man have officially gained fame, earning you 30 million points of belief value. The surge in numbers convincingly validated Han Fei's decision to remain at the Zhuanian Gong, nurturing his disciples personally. Now, with the powerful ascent of Gongsun Man and Li Mu, Han Fei could reap vast amounts of belief value daily, even without lifting a finger. This belief value could be exchanged for pills, formations, and divine weapons, or directly converted into energy and evolution points for cultivation. With such a foundation, even if Han Fei were to recline idly from this moment forth, it would not be long before he could amass the remaining 7,000 dragon scales, fully transforming from a quasi-dragon into a true dragon. On the arena, Li Mu's 7-layered pagoda was indeed formidable. Yet, as previously assessed by the inner disciples, while Li Mu and the Chun brothers were strong, their power was merely comparable to that of Gongsun Man prior to his 3 heads and 6 arms transformation. The intense battle raged on for over an hour, and ultimately, Li Mu succumbed to the exhausting onslaught of Gongsun Man. Thus, the grand competition of the Zhuantian Gong, which had persisted for over a month, came to a definitive conclusion. Gongsun Man, at the tender age of 4 months, etched an astonishing chapter in the history of the Zhuanian Gong, as he stood as a fervent disciple of the dragon god. Chapter 141, The Unveiling of the Xiantian Secret Realm. Temporal Opportunities. Ding. Congratulations, esteemed host, for having fully experienced the proceedings of the Xiantian sect's grand tournament for the first time, thereby achieving a milestone. Martial arts master. Each disciple is a virtuoso. You have been awarded 10 golden treasure chests. Ding. The Xiantian sect's secret realm is on the verge of opening, and you have received an advanced task. Martial arts master. Cultivate 10 disciples to the Martial King realm. Within the span of 1 year, you must nurture 10 personal disciples to reach the Martial King level. Task rewards include the Imperial Treasure, Eye of the Demon God, the Divine Crafting Technique, Demon God Forging Art, and Rare Earth from the Demon God. Failure incurs a penalty of 1 luck golden dragon. On this day, in the inner sect square, following Gongsun Man's victory, Han Fei swiftly acquired a new system task. When the system mandated that Han Fei must personally cultivate 10 Martial King disciples within the coming year, an inexplicable stirring arose within him. Martial King experts are indeed a rare breed in the entire southern region, an invaluable asset. In the past, the Sidhu family solidified their standing within the Xiantian sect's 12 families by relying on a quasi-emperor and a dozen Martial Kings. This illustrates that the emergence of a Martial King is not something to be taken lightly. It necessitates an enormous expenditure of resources. However, for Han Fei, who has already propelled the Ning sisters to the pinnacle of the divine ability realm and is accompanied by dragon blood warriors. The task of cultivating 10 martial king experts seemed far from daunting. Moreover, individuals such as Li Mu and Gong Sun Man had exhibited remarkable prowess in the inner sect tournament, making their ascension to the martial king level merely a matter of time. In the forthcoming year, Han Fei merely needed to allocate a portion of his faith resources to Li Mu and the others, ensuring they could rapidly advance several levels and attain the martial king realm in the shortest span possible. In the ensuing days, Han Fei honored his promise by hosting a banquet for the esteemed elders of the Xiantian sect. Soon thereafter, each elder submitted a list of disciples eligible to participate in the Xiantian Secret Realm expedition. Selecting from a mere 300 spots posed no challenge for Han Fei. Within a few days, he had chosen 300 disciples who were profoundly loyal to the dragon goddess faith, and the Xiantian sect officially entered the Secret Realm expedition phase. Ding! As Han Fei prepared to lead the 300 disciples of the sect back into the Xiantian Secret Realm after a lapse of 40,000 years, the system's voice echoed once more in his ears. It detected that the Xiantian sect's secret realm is a fragment of time and space left behind by the ancient battle between gods and demons. A fragment that can integrate with the host's map of mountains and rivers. You have received a special adventure task: vanquish the guardian divine beast within the fragment of time and space, refine the Xiantian secret realm, and illuminate the map of mountains and rivers. System notification: after refining the fragments of time and space, the Xiantian secret realm still exists, but the host wielding the map of mountains and rivers will possess absolute dominion over this space. Furthermore, the guardian divine beast of time and space within the Xiantian secret realm can also be captured and nurtured within the map of mountains and rivers. Task requirements: 1. Locate and subdue the time and space divine beast within the Xiantian secret realm. 2. Refine the time and space secret realm and integrate it into the map of mountains and rivers. Reward 1. Upon successfully subduing the time and space divine beast, the host will receive 100 million tons of divine beast essence blood, 500 million units of energy, and a juvenile time and space divine beast. Reward 2. Successfully refining the time and space secret realm will grant the host 10,000 high-grade celestial spirit seeds, 1 million acres of celestial spirit soil, and a significant surge of mystical energy within the secret realm. System notification: high-grade celestial spirit seeds are the highest existence among spiritual herbs in the Eastern Wasteland world, believed to have been cultivated in the ancient divine medicine gardens, exceptionally rare and highly nourishing. Failure condition: the Xiantian secret realm collapses, leading to a catastrophic time-space explosion that could potentially devastate the entire Xiantian sect's sacred grounds. Failure penalty: the host's dragon soul will be weakened, fortune will be stripped away, and the host will lose the Xiantian sect's luck. On this day, in the square of the Xiantian sect's main peak, to be honest, if it weren't for the sudden task requirement from the system, Han Fei would almost have forgotten that he possessed a divine artifact known as the Map of Mountains and Rivers. Since its inception, this map has held the power to command time and space. Although it cannot rival the ancient dragon god, who could refine an entire galaxy with a mere thought. For Han Fei, who is still in a relatively weak phase, utilizing the map of mountains and rivers to first grasp the essence of refining the fragments of time and space and controlling the secret realm is indeed a viable option. In the Eastern Wasteland world, there are thousands of existences akin to the Xiantian secret realm. If Han Fei masters the method to refine the Xiantian secret realm today, he might well be able to refine all these secret realms in the future. As the heir of the dragon god, Han Fei realizes that refining the entirety of the Eastern Wasteland world may be a long journey ahead. However, refining the various secret realms across the Eastern Wasteland continent is considerably simpler. Refining the Xiantian secret realm is a preliminary task worth attempting. On this day, 300 fortunate disciples selected by Han Fei, ready to enter the Xiantian secret realm, stood on the square with expressions of joy, dressed in exquisite blue-patterned attire, carrying their Xiantian long swords, and standing in perfect formation. Once the disciples were assembled, Gong Sun Hao stepped forward and addressed the tall Han Fei, "Dragon God, I must trouble you with my son's venture into the secret realm alongside the other Xiantian disciples. Here are 1,000 high-grade vitality pills. Please take them and enjoy them during your spare moments." High-grade vitality pills are the precious elixirs used by experts at the Martial King level for their daily cultivation, known for their exorbitant prices and scarcity. It was unexpected that the Gongsun family would present such valuable items as treats to honor Han Fei. With such goodwill, he graciously accepted the offering. In the square, Han Fei graciously accepted the small snacks offered by Gongsun Hao. After exchanging a few words with him, he lifted his gaze and found the Empress gazing at him with a subtle smile, her eyes slightly narrowed. Thus, Han Fei spoke again, "Your Majesty, during my forthcoming venture into the secret realm, the commotion may be rather significant. Should any unrest arise within the sect, I kindly ask you to mitigate the concerns of the elders and disciples, as I shall endeavor to prevent any calamities." Upon hearing this, the Empress was momentarily taken aback and could not help but inquire, "Xiao Bai, what do you intend to accomplish in this secret realm? You don't plan to upheave the Xiantian sect's sanctum, do you?" To this, Han Fei replied with an expression of calm, "That is more or less the intention. For me, this expedition into the Xiantian secret realm represents an exceptional opportunity." At this revelation, the Empress felt a tremor within her heart. She was unaware of Han Fei's precise plans following their entry into the secret, yet she harbored complete trust in him as a companion. Pursue your desires with abandon. I believe in your capabilities. Chapter 142, A Deserted Island at Sea, home to a millennia of ferocious beasts. Very well, then for the foreseeable future, the Xiantian sect shall be entrusted to you, while we venture into the secret realm. On that day, atop the Xiantian summit, as Han Fei's voice resonated coldly, the sky darkened, and the entire expanse seemed to be inverted, a terrifying vortex materializing above the summit. Within the swirling maelstrom, lightning crackled, and an imposing bronze giant door appeared before everyone. Behind that monumental door lay the Xiantian secret realm, sealed for over 40,000 years, never to be opened. Previously, due to the lost principles governing the opening of the bronze secret realm after several Xiantian battles, the once mighty Xuanwu divine beast could only rely on sheer brute force to open the secret once every 3 years, permitting only 100 disciples to enter each time. Now, bolstered by the rewards of the Dragon God system, Han Fei had regained the principles to unlock the bronze giant door. When initiating the opening of the secret realm, he merely needed to channel a small amount of profound energy, without resorting to any brute force, to directly unveil the Xiantian secret realm. Amidst the infinite vortex, Han Fei radiated a powerful dragon aura, and under its protection, 300 Xiantian disciples swiftly ascended into the air, arriving before the bronze giant door in the blink of an eye. Gazing at the mountain-like door, the disciples of the Xiantian sect could not suppress their astonishment, silently exclaiming, "This door is truly immense." Standing before the towering door, which soared over 300 zhang, the disciples felt as insignificant as ants. Roar! Before the bronze giant door, dark clouds gathered, and lightning flashed incessantly. Just as the numerous Xiantian disciples were in awe, Han Fei summoned the formidable principles of the secret realm. In the next instant, his dragon's soul erupted, and concurrently, the terrifying phantom of the Pangu indestructible body, with 3 heads and 6 arms materialized before the crowd. Upon witnessing this phantom, the gathered disciples were abruptly reminded of the berserk state of the little barbarian god during the inter-sect competition. At that moment, the fierce manifestation of the demon god erupted from the little barbarian deity, wreaking havoc everywhere. Even the most formidable experts of the Emperor realm could not halt the advance of the little barbarian deity. Since that day, the terrifying specter of the 6-armed demon god has deeply embedded itself in the hearts of the people. Initially, everyone believed that the 6 arms behind the little barbarian deity were sufficiently formidable. However, when compared to the demon god appearing behind the dragon lord, the demon god's shadow summoned by the little barbarian deity seemed utterly laughable. This demon god's apparition, in terms of both aura and stature, utterly overwhelmed Gongsun Man's demon god. The disparity between the two was akin to that between a newborn infant and an ancient ancestor of the emperor level. In the face of the shadow behind the dragon lord, even the towering bronze giant gate, standing over 300 feet high, appeared insignificant. To be honest, the demon god's shadow behind the dragon lord was something that everyone had seen before. However, prior to the little magic child showcasing the terrifying nature of the demon god's shadow, the disciples of Xuantiangong had not comprehended its true horror. Now, they fully understood. Among the ranks of cultivators, as they gazed at the terrifying apparition behind Han Fei, Gongsun Man felt his blood boil with excitement. Looking at the demon god, he let out a roar, his garments shredding apart, revealing his red belly wrap and white rear, as a diminutive three-headed, six-armed demon god materialized before everyone's eyes. Witnessing this scene, many disciples of Xuantiangong squinted and chuckled. Initially, when they first encountered Gongsun Man's demon god, they felt an overwhelming sense of terror. Yet now, upon seeing it again, they perceived the demon god as remarkably tiny, and at first glance, even somewhat endearing and comical. With a chuckle, before the bronze giant gate, as Han Fei summoned the laws, the long-sealed gate creaked open. Amidst the endless dark clouds, over 300 disciples beheld an expanse of boundless azure sea. Ah, what is this? Staring at the vast ocean, the disciples were taken aback. Meanwhile, Han Fei spoke coldly. With the ocean wide, fish may leap freely, with the sky high. Birds may soar at will. Fellow disciples, descend with me into that oceanic wilderness. Upon hearing Han Fei's words, the disciples were astonished to realize that behind the bronze giant gate lay the endless expanse of the sect's secret realm. As Han Fei expanded his form to 100 feet in the open skies of the secret realm, the disciples' gazes sharpened, and under the protection of dragon energy, they leaped into the air, while the winds over the sea suddenly picked up. Their hearts were instantly invigorated, and as they cast their eyes over the Xuantiangong secret realm, they beheld a vast ocean dotted with numerous colossal deserted islands, which would serve as the primary sites for exploration for the disciples in the coming months. For 40,000 years, no soul had set foot in this secret realm within the entire southern region. Once, the disciples of Xuantiangong would enter the secret realm every 3 years, gathering numerous opportunities, and now, after the passage of 40,000 years, the secret realm must surely be brimming with rare treasures. Of course, in this world, opportunities and dangers often walk hand in hand. In the enigmatic realm of Xiantian, a span of 40,000 years has elapsed without a single cultivator setting foot upon its shores. During this interminable period, could it be that extraordinary beasts, unimaginable to ordinary mortals, have emerged from the boundless desolate islands? Might these enigmatic creatures pose a dire threat to the disciples of the Xiantian sect who venture to gather medicinal herbs? The cultivators of the Xiantian sect must remain vigilant regarding this matter. Yet, they are acutely aware that today, they embark upon this island under the auspices of the dragon god. If there are indeed ancient beasts that have thrived for millennia, can they truly surpass the might of our esteemed dragon god? Regardless of their ferocity, they must ultimately submit to the dominion of our dragon god. After all, this secret realm is the territory of the Xiantian sect, and each island within is fortified by a formidable Xiantian array. Thus, even though dangers lurk at every corner of the Xiantian secret realm, the disciples accompanying Han Fei descend with a sense of ease. Within the confines of the secret realm, propelled by the formidable aura of the dragon, Han Fei swiftly alights upon the edge of a desolate island, amidst the vast, surging ocean. As Han Fei's colossal dragon form touches the sandy shore, a cloud of dust erupts, and even the water behind him churns into tumultuous waves. Once firmly positioned on the island, he gazes around, and then addresses the gathered disciples of the Xiantian sect. I have scouted these islands, and the most formidable beasts here are merely at the martial king level. After you disembark, feel free to gather resources. Should you encounter an adversary beyond your strength, do not hesitate to call upon nearby allies for assistance. As long as you refrain from internal strife, I suspect you will survive for a month or two on these islands without issue. Subsequently, Han Fei turns his attention to Li Mu and the others. You, as the foremost disciples of the inner sect, have a task. Within the next month, you are to slay no fewer than 3 beasts of martial king level or higher. Should you successfully accomplish this mission, I shall reward you handsomely. As Han Fei concludes his words, his dragon gaze slightly lifts, scanning the endless sea, and he appears poised to depart. Witnessing this, Li Mu and the others are momentarily taken aback. The robust Gongsun man hastily follows suit, inquiring, "Master, where are you headed?" In response, Han Fei offers a subtle smile. In this secret realm, the truly formidable beasts dwell within the vast ocean. I intend to venture into the depths and confront those creatures. Chapter 143, Martial King Beasts. The ancient Kuei Nyo, are you truly going to engage with the colossal denizens of the deep sea? On the desolate island, as they gaze upon the imposing figure of Han Fei, whose scales glimmer with a silvery sheen, Gongsun Man's face radiates excitement. "Master, Take me with you to confront these great beings. I possess great strength and can accomplish much. The diminutive figure of Gongsun Man flits before Han Fei, raising his arms to showcase his muscles. In response, Han Fei maintained a calm demeanor and said, "First, complete the task I assigned before we discuss further. While your fellow disciples may need to slay 3 fierce beasts of the martial king realm, you shall have to vanquish no less than 15. Off you go. And be mindful that should you return empty-handed, I shall impose confinement upon you." Upon hearing Han Fei's words, Gongsun Man's expression shifted dramatically. He immediately addressed Han Fei. "Rest assured, master, I will ensure the completion of the task." "Very well," Han Fei replied, and without further ado, a dragon's roar echoed, and he vanished into the endless wilderness of the island. Meanwhile, as Gongsun Man watched his master depart, excitement surged within him, and he burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "With master gone, I am the king of this place." Before he could finish his proclamation, Li Mu, known as the Bane of Gongsun Man, approached coldly, bearing a 7-story pagoda. He playfully tapped Gongsun Man's forehead and remarked, "Gongsun Man, you might want to calm down. If you fail to complete your task within the deadline, you shall face dire consequences." With that, Li Mu effortlessly lifted Gongsun Man and soared toward the depths of the island's mountains. The archipelago they inhabited consisted of over 100 islands. And within the heart of the island where Li Mu and his companions landed, an extraordinary aura lingered. They intended to explore this area first before devising a means to traverse the vast sea to other islands for further adventures. On another note, despite Gongsun Man having previously triumphed over Li Mu in the arena after the internal competition, Han Fei had bestowed upon Li Mu a set of extreme Dao Thunder Whips specifically to counter Gongsun Man's overconfidence. Thus, in the presence of his senior brother Li Mu, Gongsun Man dared not act rashly and followed the group into the mountains. In the southern realm, it is generally understood that only those martial king experts who possess special abilities can soar through the winds. However, with Han Fei's assistance, Li Mu and the Chun brothers had mastered flight several stages ahead of their peers. Consequently, while the disciples of Zantiangong were still contemplating survival strategies on the sandy shores of the island, Li Mu and his companions had already ventured deep into the island's mountains. Upon entering the forest, they swiftly stumbled upon a profound lake, its surface expansive, and, even under a clear sky, it appeared as dark as emerald jade, exuding an enigmatic allure that was both captivating and unsettling. Having just arrived, the observant Qinding exclaimed, "Everyone, look at the vines hanging by the lakeside. That gourd-like thing, could it be a Xiantian fruit? Judging by its size, this Xiantian fruit is at least 600 years old. A 600-year-old Xiantian fruit could fetch no less than 100 spirit stones, and here it lay in abundance. What a fortune!" Qinding's face was etched with astonishment. He had never anticipated such remarkable resources within the Xiantian secret realm, especially not on the very first day of their entry, mere moments after their arrival. Eldest brother Li Mu, upon witnessing the vast expanse of Xiantian fruits, felt an equal sense of awe. Holding the Gongsun barbarian in hand, Li Mu instinctively reached for a mysterious iron fruit that hung from a towering ancient tree by the lakeside. This fruit, when struck with a weapon, produced a melodious chime akin to gold and jade, revealing its exceptional quality. The crowd sensed that fortune was indeed at hand, causing Li Mu's heart to quicken slightly. However, as he meticulously observed the mysterious iron fruit, a sudden, thunderous bellow erupted from the depths of the lake, followed by the emergence of a colossal ancient beast, towering over 60 zhang, right before their eyes. The super beast cleaved through the vast lake, sending torrents of water cascading down like a torrential rain, drenching Li Mu and his companions in an instant. This was the ancient Kuei-Nyo, a creature capable of commanding water and controlling thunder, and judging by its size, it had existed for over 10 millennia. Gazing upon the magnificent beast, Li Mu gasped in awe. As he lifted his gaze to the furious Kuei-Nyo rising from the lake like a mountain, a palpable sense of dread enveloped the crowd. At that moment, the Qin brothers unleashed their dragon aura simultaneously. The elder brother, Qin-Yi, wielded a golden giant axe that illuminated the entire forest, while Qinding brandished a newly acquired weapon, the Longquan. This Longquan had been retrieved from the Xiantian sect's treasury after Qinding's participation in the inner sect competition, with both Qin-Yi and the younger disciple, Gongsun Barbarian, generously bestowing their qualifications for treasure selection upon him, thus granting Qinding the opportunity to acquire an ancient imperial treasure. With Han Fei's assistance, This Longquan had developed the terrifying ability to manipulate the waters of the nine heavens, and as the cold sword was drawn, half of the lake's waters roared in response. On the other side, Li Mu and Gongsun Barbarian were fully prepared. Simultaneously, Li Mu spoke, "Esteemed friends, based on the aura emanating from the lakeside, the Kuei Nyo possesses at least mid-tier martial king cultivation, with a tough hide and immense strength. Everyone, exercise caution." As Li Mu spoke, the entire forest reverberated with a thunderous roar as the ancient Kuei Nyo opened its mouth in a frenzied bellow, immediately launching an assault as countless dark green water dragons surged forth, accompanied by frothy white waves, charging towards Li Mu and his companions. The piercing gaze of this apex beast seemed intent on piercing through Li Mu and the others. As a super beast within the Xiantian secret realm, the ancient Kuei Nyo harbored an intensely strong territorial instinct. It was unaware of the origin of Li Mu and his companions. However, it understood one truth. Anyone daring to intrude upon its domain would meet a singular fate, death. In an instant, the battlefield was set ablaze. The entire forest trembled under the weight of the Kuei Nyo's movements, producing a terrifying sound akin to an earthquake. Such a monumental disturbance reverberated even to the disciples of the Xiantian sect, who were far away on the sandy shores of a remote island, leaving them astonished and bewildered as to what transpired on the island. Some disciples who had ventured deep into the forest encountered several formidable beasts and, upon sensing the aura from the depths of the woods, wore expressions of astonishment on their faces. It is fortunate that today, alongside Han Fei, only the loyal disciples of the dragon god have entered the mysterious realm of Xiantian. The air around them is infused with a unique dragon aura. Thus, even the ferocious beasts on the deserted island dare not act recklessly upon encountering these disciples. Those who have begun to delve into the depths of the forest have thus avoided any life-threatening peril. Meanwhile, on another front, Li Mu and his companions are encircling the Emerald Lake, where a grand battle is about to unfold. Chapter 144. Descendants of the Black Tortoise, the Giant Black Tortoise. Above the boundless sea, as Li Mu and his companions encounter the ancient Kuei Nyo, Han Fei, who is soaring through the clouds, quietly nods in acknowledgement. Possessing the domain of the dragon god and the gaze of gold, he perceives everything transpiring on the island with clarity. Although the ancient Kuei Nyo on the island is colossal and possesses astonishing spiritual energy, Han Fei is not the least bit concerned about the capabilities of Li Mu and Gongsun Man. While observing the battlefield with the Kuei Nyo, Han Fei spreads his consciousness across the vast ocean. After traversing over 100 nautical miles, an immensely powerful aura suddenly locks onto him from the depths of the sea. Feeling this presence, Han Fei's heart leaps with joy, prompting him to halt his flight. He decelerates and begins to gently spiral above the endless ocean. At that moment, as Han Fei hovers, a terrifying whirlpool erupts on the sea's surface, transforming the previously clear azure waters into an inky black, as if tainted by ink. As the whirlpool engulfs everything in its grasp, a dreadful storm gathers in the sky. Darkness envelopes the world, as if the day has abruptly plunged into eternal night. Within the ominous clouds, thunder rumbles and lightning flashes. The storm's influence stretches for miles. On the deserted island, feeling the terrifying shift in weather, the disciples of Xiantian sect cannot help but raise their eyes in astonishment. They behold the imposing figure of the dragon god, soaring through the tempest, defiantly positioned amidst the storm, while beneath the inky depths of the sea lies what appears to be a monstrous beast. Thump, thump. As they gaze upon this spectacle, the hearts of the Xiantian disciples race uncontrollably. Meanwhile, in response to the dreadful aura emanating from the ocean, Li Mu swiftly conjures a small sky-viewing mirror. This mirror was entrusted to him by the dragon god master prior to entering the mysterious realm, primarily for the purpose of communication. As the sky-viewing mirror materializes, the domain of the dragon god master expands, and feeling the terrifying aura transmitted through the mirror, Li Mu and his companions are left speechless. Just moments ago, they had displayed caution and shock in the face of the rampaging ancient Kuei Nyo emerging from the verdant lake. However, in comparison to the circumstances their master is currently facing in the depths of the sea, the Kuei Nyo pales in insignificance. What their master encounters beneath the waves is the true embodiment of power. Indeed, without comparison, there can be no sense of loss. As Han Fei's draconic aura unfurled toward the ocean's surface, a terrifying, ancient roar emanated from the depths of the sea, heralding the emergence of a colossal beast. Amidst the raging storm, a formidable figure, over 100 yards wide, materialized above the water. This apparition surged forth from the abyss, initially manifesting as a mere shadow. But soon an immense wave of water was cleaved apart as the massive entity ascended, resembling a mountain rising into the heavens. Upon its awe-inspiring arrival, the foremost part of the mountain revealed a majestic creature with a formidable head. It was a gigantic tortoise, adorned with a regal dragon-like visage. The immense head that emerged from beneath the waves was indeed its own. This tortoise, exuding an imposing presence, let out a fearsome roar that reverberated across the surroundings. As it bellowed, the colossal tortoise fully unveiled its form. Its back spanned over 100 yards, crowned with sharp peaks that radiated an extraordinary might. With a shell measuring over 20 yards in thickness and limbs as sturdy as pillars, it floated imperiously within the abyss, its turbulent form instilling an overwhelming sense of oppression. Such a mystical beast, if encountered in the southern realms, would likely intimidate even the mightiest emperor-level warriors, who would hesitate to confront its ferocity. Only the dragon god, whose own stature exceeded 100 yards, remained unfazed in the presence of this tortoise. In contrast to the tortoise, whose body radiated a bronze hue, Han Fei's aura was even more tempestuous. The tortoise's head bore resemblance to a dragon, yet Han Fei was a true dragon. Roaring defiantly in response to the beast's thunderous bellow, Han Fei's gaze sharpened, and a stunning dragon roar erupted from his lips. As the dragon's roar resonated, the ferocious storm behind him amplified tenfold. What you, the colossal tortoise, can command in terms of storm and oceanic prowess, I, the dragon god, can accomplish as well. And my mastery over the tempest far surpasses yours by 100-fold. Perhaps you have dwelled in this deep sea for countless millennia, familiar with these waters. Yet for the dragon god, every oceanic expanse is my domain. Unless you can completely refine this realm, once I, the dragon god, descend, all here shall heed my command. This is the astounding innate talent of the ancient dragon god. I am born to ride the clouds, summon the winds, and upheave the seas, wielding unfathomable power. Above the deep waters, the imposing tortoise emerged, yet upon sensing the overwhelming dragon aura from Han Fei and the terrifying storm behind him, the once majestic visage of the tortoise revealed a flicker of astonishment. Its previously boundless ferocity diminished significantly in that moment. Meanwhile, facing the colossal tortoise, Han Fei slightly opened his golden eyes and remarked, "According to the records of my Xiantian sect, the venerable Xuanwu, before his complete demise, ventured deep into the Xiantian secret realm for 3 long years. Given the remarkable Xuanwu aura you possess, it stands to reason that you must be a descendant of the venerable Xuanwu. Regrettably, the essence of the Xuanwu energy within you is not pure. Otherwise, throughout the past millennia, you would have undoubtedly ascended to the status of a supreme ruler within these profound depths of the sea. Our encounter today is fortuitous for you. Remain here while I delve deeper to eliminate all the ferocious beasts of the sea. Upon my return, I shall take you with me, and in the future, a portion of the defenses of my Xiantian sect shall be entrusted to you. With my presence, I can swiftly elevate you to the level of the esteemed Xuanwu elder from times past." Upon uttering these words, Han Fei regarded the colossal Xuanwu turtle as a mere junior, yet this giant had long reigned supreme in these waters and would not easily submit. Confronted with Han Fei's inexplicable commands, the giant Xuanwu opened its formidable jaws, unleashing a thunderous roar, and a fierce bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, crafting a terrifying force of annihilation aimed directly at Han Fei's head. In the southern region, few martial artists possess such rapid reflexes. Truly, the giant Xuanwu is worthy of its lineage as a divine beast. Faced with this cataclysmic strike, the hearts of the Xiantian sect disciples raced with trepidation, internally exclaiming in horror, "No!" Yet, amidst their panic, Han Fei lifted his gaze slightly and expelled a breath of icy ethereal fire, shattering the thunderous bolt that plummeted from above. The mighty attack of the giant Xuanwu was thus thwarted. "I told you, you are incapable, yet you refuse to believe." Chapter 145, Traces of Divine Beasts, Special Crystals. As the destructive thunderbolt of the giant Xuanwu was annihilated, Han Fei commenced his counterattack. Confronted with the turtle's impenetrable shell, he unleashed a level 31 Frost Fury. The moment the frost erupted, the area within 100 miles surrounding the Xuanwu was engulfed in a chilling frost. Within the terrifying ice, a hint of thunderous might could be perceived, while above, amidst a ferocious tempest, the fearsome wrath of thunder was irresistibly drawn to the endless frost. A dreadful majesty akin to that of a dragon reverberated throughout the heavens and the earth. Gazing upon the giant Xuanwu, now encased in ice, Han Fei could not help but chuckle. Are you still arrogant now? I offered to take you back to the Xintian sect, yet you chose to strike first. An extraordinary opportunity lies before you, and you would refuse it? I shall bestow upon you a set of calming techniques coupled with some ethereal icy fire. Take your time to cultivate. When I return from my excursion in this abyssal sea, should you have a change of heart, I will grant you a drop of Xuanwu blood essence to aid your transformation and bestow upon you boundless opportunities. Having said this, Han Fei disregarded the frost-ensconced giant Xuanwu and prepared to soar deeper into the ocean. However, just as Han Fei was about to depart, several extremely aggressive figures emerged from the depths of the sea. These beings, each over 30 feet in length and radiating a brilliant golden hue, pounced towards the Xuanwu the moment Han Fei turned around. Let my brothers and I serve you in place of that little white dragon above. Such a splendid treasure ought not to go to waste. Beneath the depths of the sea, 10 colossal beasts surged forth towards the massive tortoise. Each one resplendent in golden hues, their immense forms appearing as though they were moving clumps of gold against the inky waters. The golden abyssal crocodiles, formidable predators of the deep, had long coveted the giant tortoise. Typically, these golden creatures, wary of the tortoise's daunting size and its astonishing mastery of thunder, refrained from attacking it recklessly. However, with the tortoise ensnared in ice and the menacing entity above seemingly disinterested, the golden abyssal crocodiles seized the opportunity to claim their prize. Driven by an insatiable hunger, these creatures had descended into madness, akin to the reckless hyenas of the jungles known to Han Fei from his past life. As they broke free from the ice and lunged at the tortoise, they were blissfully unaware that their actions were akin to snatching food from the jaws of a tiger. Not to mention, Han Fei had no intention of treating the giant tortoise as mere sustenance. Even if he did, as a descendant of the dragon god, he would never allow his prey to be taken by these inconsequential denizens of the sea. These glimmering crocodiles were willing to risk their lives for a few morsels. As Han Fei turned away from the sea, sensing the frenzied aura of the golden abyssal crocodiles, his brow furrowed slightly. Then, a divine retribution, akin to a terrifying iron cage, descended upon them. Where the thunder passed, the golden abyssal crocodiles perished instantly, their golden bodies floating upon the ice. Subsequently, these sizable creatures transformed into streams of golden energy, which Han Fei devoured. With an energy value of 200,000 and 2,000 evolution points, Han Fei gazed at the scene unfolding in the sea, prompting a collective gasp from over 100 disciples of the Xintian sect on the deserted island. The dragon god is magnificent. Their shock value reached 999, and their faith value also hit 999. After dispatching the giant tortoise, Han Fei soared across the endless ocean, continuing his journey. Once he exited the stormy region, the secret realm above was serene. The brisk winds within the secret realm chilled Han Fei's agitated dragon form, but he stood resolute, exuding an air of authority, his vast physique unyielding. He pressed forward with unwavering determination to subdue all colossal beings of the ocean and discover the mythical beasts spoken of by the system. Unbeknownst to him, over the course of more than half a month spent traversing the secret realm's waters, Han Fei had slain 100 beasts of the martial king realm and 7 of the emperor realm. The sheer size of these formidable creatures had further augmented his own stature, bringing him one step closer to condensing 108,000 dragon scales and transforming into a true dragon. For more than half a month, Han Fei's figure had traversed the entire secret realm. Despite his relentless efforts to scour every corner, the promised temporal beast remained elusive. This left Han Fei in a state of perplexity, leading him to ponder whether his conspicuous actions had frightened the creature into hiding. Had it perhaps noticed his presence long ago and harbored murderous intent, opting instead to conceal its aura and observe him silently? This state of knowledge on his part, while the enemy lurked in the shadows, was indeed troubling. On this particular day, while Han Fei wandered alone across the boundless ocean, he received a message from Li Mu and the others. Through a small celestial mirror, Li Mu informed him of peculiar happenings on several deserted islands within the secret realm. Witnesses had reported a colossal lightning beast, taller than mountains, meandering across the sea. Yet, when the disciples arrived to investigate, the beast had vanished without a trace, leaving only an enigmatic residue of electric energy and crystalline substances in its wake. Li Mu and his companions speculated that these strange crystals might have been cast off by the beast as it traversed the waters. Upon hearing this news, Han Fei felt a stirring within, exclaiming that indeed, while he sought the divine beast, it had been observing them in turn. He finally realized that his fruitless efforts over the past month stemmed from his misjudgment of the creature's whereabouts. It had been lurking near the numerous deserted islands under the jurisdiction of Zhaniangong, while he had been searching throughout the entire realm. With Imu and the others now having pinpointed the beast's movements, the task of locating it would become considerably easier. A temporal beast capable of vanishing across the ocean, adorned with unique crystals. How intriguing. On that day, having received the message from Li Mu, Han Fei abandoned his maritime explorations. With a swift turn, he soared through the clouds, heading directly towards the deserted islands. Chapter 146. The Ancient Divine Beast, the Bronze Visage. On this day, the atmosphere within the secret realm was overcast, and storms brewed over the sea. As Han Fei's imposing figure returned to the coastal region of the deserted islands, heavy rain began to fall. The shores were assaulted by relentless waves. Meanwhile, upon learning of the dragon god's imminent return to the islands, Li Mu, Gongsun Man, and the others gathered their findings from the past month, awaiting the dragon god's inspection. Han Fei had tasked Li Mu, Gongsun Man, and the Chun brothers with hunting 3 beasts of the martial king rank each within a month, while Gongsun Man was required to hunt no less than 15. Now, merely half a month has passed since the multitude entered the mystic realm of Xiantian, yet Li Mu, Gongsun Man, and their companions have nearly accomplished their mission. The slain formidable beasts of the martial king realm, resembling mountains, lie piled along the coastal woodlands, evoking a sense of awe. In addition to successfully vanquishing over 20 such beasts, Li Mu and Gongsun have even managed to tame 3 ancient Xian serpents, each having lived on this desolate island for over 3 millennia. These serpents, as one of the sovereigns of the island, possess an innate potential akin to that of a quasi-emperor. Yet before the uniquely empowered Li Mu and Gongsun Man, their racial talents were significantly subdued. After enduring 7 days and nights of relentless effort from the little demon Gongsun Man, these serpents ultimately chose to surrender and join the ranks of the Xiantian sect. With 3 ancient serpents of millennium caliber leading the way, the future growth of the young white serpents within Han Fei's palace shall be vastly enhanced. Should fortune favor these Xian serpents and draw the attention of the dragon god, a mere fraction of resources bestowed upon them would yield immeasurable benefits. On this day, as the tempest raged within the secret realm, Li Mu and his companions awaited at the shore when a colossal silver figure emerged from the relentless storm. Upon sighting this figure, joy surged within them, and they reverently called out into the boundless sky, "Master." Meanwhile, even from hundreds of miles away, Han Fei effortlessly discerned the presence of Li Mu and his peers. Riding the clouds, he arrived on the desolate island, and as his immense form descended, Li Mu and the others erupted in astonished exclamations. "Master, it has been over half a month since we last met, and you have grown even larger. Your current size must be at least 120 zhang, correct?" In response to their exuberance, Han Fei nodded with a calm demeanor. His gaze swept over the mountain-like carcasses of the beasts behind them, and he expressed his satisfaction. "Excellent. In just half a month, you have successfully completed your task. I recall taking more than half a month to slay a single quasi-emperor beast. Yet you all have surpassed my past efforts." At their master's praise, joy illuminated the faces of Li Mu and his companions. However, they were acutely aware that their ability to effortlessly slay the martial king beasts during their time in the Xiantian mystic realm was largely due to the treasures bestowed by the dragon god. One must ponder, had they lacked the 7-layered pagoda, the celestial silk, the golden giant axe, and the dragon god's domain, dragon reversal's extraordinary enhancement, how could they have possibly defeated any of these colossal beasts? In contrast, when the dragon god faced 3 Xian serpents above the Black Lake, he had merely his physical prowess and lacked suitable divine weapons. Now, each of Li Mu and his companions possesses half the strength of the dragon god from that time. Under such circumstances, with 4 united against the ferocious beasts of the island, could they not emerge victorious? The distinction of being a direct disciple of the dragon god is not a title to be taken lightly. Upon the desolate island, as Li Mu and his companions successfully accomplished the tasks initially assigned to them, their revered master, Han Fei, did not hesitate to fulfill his promises. He promptly bestowed a reward, presenting the special mysterious crystals he had acquired from slaying imperial-level beasts over the past several days at sea, to several disciples. With the aid of these imperial-grade crystals, Han Fei firmly believed that within a year, these individuals would undoubtedly possess the capability to ascend to the realm of martial kings. in the entire eastern wilderness, as long as one possesses a solid foundation and sufficient resources. Breaking through to the martial king stage within a short period is hardly a challenge. Meanwhile, after receiving the formidable imperial-grade crystals, astonishment adorned the faces of Li Mu, Gongsun Man, and the others. Although they had long anticipated a generous reward upon completing their master's task, they had never conceived that the bounty bestowed by their dragon god master would be so astonishing. Imperial-grade crystals, such precious treasures, would likely be unattainable even for the exalted elders within the Xiantian sect. Thump, thump. Faced with such a priceless treasure, their hearts raced wildly. Amidst the relentless storm, gazing at the mountain-like pile of beastly flesh and blood, Han Fei wasted no time. He advanced with his colossal form, pressing down with his sharp dragon claws and lowering his massive head to begin voraciously tearing into the feast. Despite having just consumed the flesh of over 10 imperial-level beasts prior to returning to the island, for Han Fei, whose stature exceeded 120 zhongs, the notion of being satiated was entirely foreign. Regardless of how many mysterious beast corpses his disciples had prepared for him, Han Fei would consume as much as he desired. For Han Fei, the path of devouring and evolving, though not as swift and direct as faith-based evolution, was nonetheless essential. A dragon, after all, must feed. On the tumultuous sea, observing Han Fei, who ferociously tore apart the body of a martial king beast, Li Mu, Gongsun Man, and the others could not suppress their admiration. Indeed, no matter the circumstances, their dragon god master remained formidable. What took them half a month to consume, Han Fei could resolve with just a few bites. Amidst the torrential rain, as Han Fei's guttural roars filled the air with his consumption, the blood flowed like rivers along the shores of the secret realm. At that moment, as the ground was drenched in blood, the thunder in the sky intensified and thickened. Boom! Inside the secret realm, Han Fei's relentless slaughter seemed to awaken the divine beings guarding this territory. Amidst the boundless thunder, a terrifying figure finally emerged, breaking through the void and manifesting in the world with an imposing presence. Its form towered like the mountains of the island, resembling a qilin with heavy horns and a visage cloaked in bronze. As it unleashed its fury, the thunder in the skies bowed to its command. This was none other than the ancient divine beast, Thunder Fury. In the midst of the raging storm, as Han Fei coldly devoured the flesh of the mysterious beasts, Thunder Fury manifested, unleashing a wild roar directed towards Han Fei's location. The entire secret realm was suddenly engulfed in tumultuous waves, causing hundreds of desolate islands to tremble. Chapter 147, The 10,000-Year Ancient Beast and the Laws of Time and Space. Before them stood a magnificent creature resembling a qilin, yet possessing a strangely bronze visage, a legendary super beast known as Thunder Fury. This majestic beast, renowned for its immense horn capable of piercing the heavens, ranks among the foremost in the limited hierarchy of divine beasts within the eastern wilderness. Apart from the ancient dragon clan and the phoenix, few can rival the bloodline of Thunder Fury. At this moment, Thunder Fury emerged from the vast sea, its bronze head casting a cold, piercing gaze in all directions, evoking an overwhelming sense of awe. It has been the sole sovereign of this secret realm for 100,000 years. With its island-like physique, this supreme divine beast stands unmatched within the entirety of the Xiantian secret realm. Hiss! Who could dare to confront such a formidable beast? One that has dominated the very fabric of time and space within this realm for 100 millennia? On the other hand, when the aura of Thunder Fury abruptly manifested over the sea, Han Fei, who had been voraciously consuming the flesh of ferocious beasts, gradually ceased his actions. As a dragon, Han Fei was merely intrigued by the flesh of these creatures, not driven by insatiable hunger. As he felt Thunder Fury's icy gaze fixate upon him, he rose majestically atop the mountain of ancient beast carcasses, treading upon countless remains before extending his colossal dragon form towards the direction of Thunder Fury, lifting his head high. His heart remained unperturbed, his countenance devoid of fear or astonishment. Meanwhile, Li Mu, Gongsun Man, and the other disciples were utterly astounded in the presence of Thunder Fury, which loomed as large as the mountainous islands. Gongsun Man could not contain himself, extending his 6 arms in amazement and shaking one of Han Fei's dragon whiskers, exclaiming, "Master! Master, what on earth is this giant beast with a bronze face? Why can't I discern its cultivation? It is truly terrifying." On the desolate island, over 100 disciples of the Xiantian sect were already in a state of frantic disbelief, rendered speechless by the sight. Amidst the chaos, under Han Fei's golden gaze, The system interface had already listed Thunder Fury's attributes. Thunder Fury, an ancient divine beast. Cultivation, peak of the Emperor realm. Skills, summon winds and rain. Thunder Fury's tempest. Temporal shift, ancient ceiling. Characteristics, terrifying damage, exceedingly high defense. System evaluation, this divine beast, during the ancient war between gods and demons, consumed several young dragons and is highly sensitive to the dragon clan's aura. Host, exercise extreme caution. Upon reading the system's evaluation atop the mountain of ancient beast carcasses, Hanfei slightly furrowed his dragon brow. Since the disappearance of the ancient dragon clan, the divine beasts of the eastern wilderness have taken pleasure in slaughtering young dragons to assert their strength, resulting in a scarcity of even a single ordinary flood dragon within the entire southern territory. This is an undeniable fact for Hanfei. However, the ability to slay young dragons merely attests to Thunder Fury's prowess, yet it is insufficient to completely undermine Hanfei's confidence. The massacre of the young dragons is indeed terrifying. Once upon a time, the ancient demon god atop the abyssal mountain accomplished such a feat, yet now, that very demon god has become a mere avatar of Hanfei. Over the past several weeks, Hanfei's presence has permeated the entire Mystic Sky secret realm. If he were truly incapable of winning, he would have departed with his disciples long ago, rather than waiting with bated breath for the arrival of the mythical beasts of the realm. In the past fortnight, although Hanfei has not located Thunder Fury, the two divine beasts have engaged in several unintentional clashes of power, each fully aware of the other's capabilities. Amidst the tumultuous storm, as Thunder Fury emerged, parting the crashing waves with its majestic steps, Hanfei took flight, soaring through the air. Despite his relatively smaller stature compared to Thunder Fury, his movement commanded the tempest, bending the very storms to his will. The oppressive celestial phenomenon even startled the usually indifferent Thunder Fury. With widened eyes, the bronze-skinned beast gazed at Hanfei, astonished. Today, in Thunder Fury's eyes, there appeared a true dragon. Though this dragon had yet to fully develop its dragon horns, Thunder Fury could unmistakably sense that this colossal creature was anything but ordinary. Its lineage, pure and potent, far surpassed all the young dragons it had previously consumed. Feeling the overwhelming aura of Hanfei, even as Thunder Fury approached with its characteristic ferocity, a sense of caution crept into its demeanor. It had grown too old. Had it been 60 or 70,000 years ago, during its prime, it could have easily subdued not just this white dragon, but even a fully matured dragon. The Mystic Sky secret realm, with its 100,000 seals, had granted Thunder Fury abilities that no other of its kin possessed, such as temporal and spatial manipulation and ancient seals. However, with great gain comes great loss. Originally destined to live for over 100,000 years, Thunder Fury appeared aged and weary by the time it reached 90,000 years, its cultivation slipping from the peak of the Saint realm down to the Emperor realm. If given the chance to relive those moments during the divine and demonic wars, the youthful Thunder Fury would never have so readily merged with this fragment of time and space to survive. A small white dragon bearing the aura of the Mystic Sky sect? I must admit, your strength is commendable, but do you truly believe that with your juvenile form, which barely qualifies as a fledgling dragon, you can triumph over me, Thunder Fury? At this moment, facing the audacious and extraordinary young white dragon, Thunder Fury's expression was filled with fervor, declaring, "Today, I shall teach you a lesson." Roar. Above the boundless ocean, as it gazed at the provocatively hovering white dragon, Thunder Fury opened its mouth, unleashing a thunderous roar that shook the heavens. The sound resonated like rolling thunder, commanding the lightning of myriad realms. This is the essence of the Thunder Fury lineage. In the midst of the thunderous echoes, Thunder Fury initiated its assault, unleashing Thunder Fury's wrath, a devastatingly fierce technique of its clan. With the immense aura of the divine beast raging, tumultuous waves surged upon the sea, spiraling into the sky, entwined with bolts of lightning, instantly hurtling toward Hanfei. The resounding thunder, imbued with fury, strikes with such force that it could obliterate a towering peak. One strike, two strikes, until countless strikes, known as thunderous fury amidst tempests. As a colossal beast of extraordinary stature, thunderous fury possesses its own regal authority. In its eyes, the audacious Hanfei, soaring amidst the clouds, is utterly presumptuous. That mere little white dragon deserves only to cower beneath the waters. The purpose of this thunderous fury is to drag Hanfei down from the sky. Simultaneously, to ensure absolute certainty, thunderous fury's gaze shifts, invoking the formidable laws of time and space. despite its fusion with the Shantian secret realm significantly shortening its lifespan. It has also granted thunderous fury unparalleled dominion within this realm. The potent laws of time and space act like invisible hands, mercilessly pressing upon Han Fei's dragon neck. Coupled with the tempestuous thunder, one must ask, will the little white dragon bow its head today? No one can triumph over thunderous fury in its tempestuous domain. Chapter 148, Frost Fury, Nether Pearl, Icebound World. Heavens, the deluge of thunder is truly terrifying. On the desolate island, Li Mu, Gongsun Man, and others huddle behind a dragon god barrier, gazing in horror at the battle unfolding not far away. As the super colossal beast thunderous fury unleashes a frightful storm of thunder, shock is etched on every face. Gongsun Man can hardly contain himself, gesticulating with his 3 heads and 6 arms in a frenzy. Yet, the result of his display is disheartening. In Gongsun Man's estimation, his meager strength stands no chance of surviving amidst the relentless thunderstorm. The thunder beast, akin to a desolate island, is simply too powerful. Observing thunderous fury's cold, bronze visage, Gongsun Man cannot help but break into a cold sweat for his master. Meanwhile, as thunderous fury manipulates the laws of time and space, applying pressure upon Han Fei with invisible hands, its bronze face reveals the unique arrogance and majesty of a dominator. From thunderous fury's perspective, the little white dragon's ability to stir such waves within the Shantian secret realm over the past fortnight is already commendable. Now it is time for thunderous fury to act, and the little white dragon need only bow its head in submission. However, just as thunderous fury's ruthless grip tightens on Han Fei slowly lifts his gaze and coldly retorts, "Do you truly think such petty ambush tactics can restrain me?" As he speaks, an awe-inspiring mist envelopes him. An endless cloud swirling like cotton, tugging at his sharp dorsal fin and dragon scales. Subsequently, the dual innate abilities Dragon S Reversal and Furious Eruption erupt forth, causing Han Fei's dragon energy to surge 100-fold compared to before. Amidst the Dragon S roar, the entire realm responds in kind, with thunder booming above and tumultuous waves crashing below. Simultaneously, Han Fei channels the 001 will of the heavens, though weakened within the shards of time and space. It remains unproblematic for countering the invisible hands of time and space. Moreover, upon Han Fei resides a celestial dragon of fortune, unless Thunder Fury executes a precise calculation. It is inconceivable that, relying solely on its meager prowess, it could easily capture Han Fei amidst the chaotic fabric of time and space. With the resonating roar of the dragon, a chilling radiance suddenly emanated from Han Fei, followed by the unfolding of the Dragon God's domain, where the level 21 skill, Frost Rage, was simultaneously unleashed. Within the tempest of frost, the temperature of the clouds plummeted to the freezing point, altering the sound of the thunder within. In the boundless ocean, frost swiftly crystallized, rapidly spreading along Thunder Fury's limbs, which stood like colossal pillars. In an instant, the immense form of the divine beast Thunder Fury was entirely encased in ice. Empowered by the cacophony of thunder, the frost thickened, presenting a terrifying shade of deep blue on the ice's surface, heralding the extreme cold within. In the blink of an eye, a colossal snow-capped mountain emerged over the ocean. Such formidable power left the 300 disciples of the Shantian sect utterly astonished, their faith soaring. For those cultivators below the martial king realm, it was exceedingly challenging to freeze even a single tree or a lake entirely. To their amazement, the dragon god, with but a thought, had transformed the very essence of the world. Sensing the frigid aura above the ocean, none among them doubted that if the dragon god continued to expand his realm of frost, it would not be long before the entire Shantian secret realm succumbed to an icy abyss. At this moment, on the desolate island nearest to the battlefield of Thunder Fury, snowflakes were already swirling, gradually cloaking it in a silvery veil. Roar. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, after encasing Thunder Fury in the level 31 skill, Frost Freeze, Han Fei did not remain idle. He immediately summoned the Shantian artifact, the Netherworld Pearl. As the pearl emerged, the entire Shantian secret realm was enveloped in a terrifying chill. The Netherworld Pearl resembled a frozen star, wielding immense mass and gravitational pull, influencing the entirety of space. The frosty aura enveloping Thunder Fury grew increasingly dense and impervious with the appearance of the Netherworld Pearl. How frigid it was! On the desolate island, witnessing such a fearsome battlefield of divine beasts, many disciples of the Shantian sect tightened their robes, huddling close to their companions, incessantly rubbing their bodies for warmth. Even the formidable body cultivator, Gongsun Man, found himself shivering involuntarily, resorting to summoning the blazing fire wheel beneath his feet to maintain his body temperature. All disciples of the Xiantian sect bore expressions of horror. Meanwhile, high above, as the netherworld pearl exuded a terrifying aura of dominion, Han Fei's dragon-like eyes snapped open. And in an instant, a powerful cold flame surged forth, igniting upon the icy form of Thunder Fury. Han Fei intended to employ the netherworld pearl in conjunction with the cold flame to incinerate Thunder Fury alive. However, just as the cold flame made contact with the mountain of ice that was Thunder Fury, a sudden eruption of terrifying ice shattering echoed across the boundless ocean. The tremendous explosion causing the very mountains of the desolate island to tremble in unison. Accompanied by a breathtaking upheaval, countless colossal ice pillars surged towards the desolate island, shattering the ice layer upon the sea's surface. In an instant, a towering wave, reaching heights of 100 meters, violently swept towards the isolated land. Amidst this cataclysmic transformation, the formidable creature known as Thunder Fury, consumed by fury, raised its head defiantly. A terrifying metallic sheen enveloped its form, and wherever the light of this metal traversed, an aura of boundless slaughter emanated. This radiance possessed immense offensive capability and formidable defense, embodying the protective essence of Thunder Fury. I, Thunder Fury, although past my prime, remain a fearsome entity that has endured for over 100,000 years. To be vanquished by a mere junior in a single strike would be a most disgraceful fate. Above the vast sea, after harnessing the formidable protective essence to reignite the icy wrath, Thunder Fury unleashed a resounding roar that echoed across the heavens and the earth. Subsequently, its massive form charged towards the direction of Han Fei. Midway through its advance, Thunder Fury invoked the temporal shift once more, causing its colossal body to vanish in an instant. Before anyone could react, Thunder Fury reappeared, soaring through the clouds, its form towering over Han Fei by several spans. Amidst the swirling mists, Thunder Fury's expression was frigid and imposing as it descended upon Han Fei's robust back with a thunderous stomp. Its gargantuan presence akin to a force capable of annihilating the very heavens and earth for an ordinary dragon in its early transformation stage. On the other side, confronted with this sudden spatial assault from Thunder Fury, Han Fei was momentarily taken aback. Before he could respond, Thunder Fury's massive limbs firmly pinned him down, and with the weight of a mountain, it plunged him into the boundless sea, sending forth colossal waves across the tumultuous waters. In the midst of this fierce collision, the entire secret realm of Xiantian sect trembled with thunderous fury, the earth quaked, and successive tsunamis forced the disciples of Xiantian sect to flee in desperation. Chapter 149, The Final Battle, Ancient Seals, and the Summoning of the Demon God Master. On the desolate island, confronted with the inexorable tsunami, Gongsun Man and the others hastily retreated. As they escaped the shoreline, in a bid to assess the battlefield, the disciples of the dragon god unleashed their profound energy. Gongsun Man, in particular, activated both the heavenly flight silks and flaming wheels, his youthful face etched with anxiety. However, as Gongsun Man lifted his gaze towards the ocean, he was utterly astounded. At this moment, facing the immense Thunder Fury, whose stature far surpassed his own, it seemed that Han Fei, his master, had no chance of turning the tide. Yet, as Thunder Fury's frenzied form pressed Han Fei into the sea, Han Fei instantly exhibited the astonishing innate talents of the ancient dragon lineage, turning the tides. In the frigid waters, Han Fei, endowed with a robust corporeal form, gained dominion over all surrounding seawater. The vastness and weight of the ocean were entirely under his command. Thus, even though the Thunder Fury beast utilized its formidable spatio-temporal abilities to forcibly trample Han Fei down from the sky, upon plunging into the vast ocean, Han Fei swiftly regained his composure. Surrounded by an immense torrent, Han Fei was enveloped by an unending deluge of seawater. With the immense pressure of the water, he turned the tides in an instant, seizing the initiative. His diamond-like body gleamed with sharpness, and a flurry of razor-sharp dragon scales erupted forth. With the powerful form of the dragon coiling around the Thunder Fury, and aided by the overwhelming force of the turbulent waters, he swiftly inflicted excruciating pain upon the Thunder Fury. Roar! In the boundless expanse of the mysterious heavenly realm, The ocean was thrown into chaos due to the fierce struggle between Han Fei and Thunder Fury. When Thunder Fury initially pressed Han Fei down from the sky, it believed it had the upper hand, yet the conflict in the sea did not unfold according to its expectations. In a moment, golden lightning erupted from Thunder Fury, accompanied by continuous anguished roars. Hiss. Observing this scene from a distance, Gongsun Man and the others widened their eyes in astonishment. They had to admit that the Dragon God Master was truly formidable. Despite being forcibly pushed from the heights, he still commanded the vast ocean as his domain. At this moment, the Dragon God Master exuded an overwhelming and formidable presence. Above the ocean, faced with the wildly thrashing white dragon, Thunder Fury roared in rage while instinctively activating its innate skill, summon wind and rain. With the immense energy of Thunder Fury, the entire desolate island's waters were engulfed in a torrential storm. In such a terrifying environment, even masters of the Martial King realm would find it exceedingly difficult to escape unscathed. However, who was Han Fei? The heir of the ancient dragon gods. Summon wind and rain was not only Thunder Fury's racial talent, but also an innate gift of the ancient dragon lineage. To other apex mystical beasts, Thunder Fury's ability might seem an incredibly cruel distraction that would significantly disrupt their combat rhythm. Yet for Han Fei, as long as he wished, he could seize control of summon wind and rain in an instant. When it came to water manipulation, the ancient dragon lineage had a complete and brutal dominance over Thunder Fury. Meanwhile, Thunder Fury, embroiled in a relentless battle with Han Fei beneath the waves, soon realized through numerous attempts that its water-based offensive techniques were ineffective against the white dragon. Moreover, this creature's scales were extraordinarily sharp, leaving countless bloody gashes on its own body with every coil. Under the intense pain, Thunder Fury dared not let its guard down. At this moment, it was acutely aware that this seemingly immature white dragon, which had not yet fully transformed into a flood dragon, was not inferior to itself in any regard, save for a slight gap in their energy levels. This creature possessed the strength to engage it in direct combat. Recognizing this, a wary expression reappeared on Thunder Fury's cold bronze face, as Han Fei once again enveloped himself with the formidable water dragon, attempting to entwine his body. Lei Nu struggled fiercely, letting out a furious roar. In the next moment, Lei Nu activated the time and space shift, once more, his immense form detaching from Han Fei. Instantly, the panicked Lei Nu reappeared, his colossal body crashing into a desolate island, causing the very earth to tremble and rip apart as he sank the island into the depths. Amidst the terrifying upheaval, Lei Nu slowly rose to his feet. Gazing at Han Fei, who was rushing towards him across the tumultuous sea, massive waves surging in his wake. With a steely glint in his eyes, Lei Nu unleashed an ancient sealing inscription across the ocean. This was Lei Nu's ultimate technique, the ancient seal, a natural gift of his lineage, which had been greatly enhanced by the infusion of the fragments of the Xiantian secret realm. Within the Xiantian secret realm, Lei Nu had a 100% success rate in sealing any opponent. Upon the vast ocean, as Lei Nu observed the oncoming Han Fei, a chilling expression crossed his face. Just as Han Fei approached within 1,000 meters, the ancient seal was activated. Countless intricate ancient inscriptions erupted from the sea, imbued with the fierce essence of thunder. All the inscriptions formed an enormous sealing array, soaring skyward, enveloping Han Fei in an instant. In the next moment, a gray petrifying aura enveloped Han Fei, causing the dragon to lose its vibrancy entirely. Meanwhile, as the sealing array solidified, a torrent of profound energy surged from Lei Nu into the array, and in response, bolts of thunder rained down like a torrential storm. Wherever the thunder struck, the sea instantly vaporized, and the massive stones beneath the waves were reduced to mere dust. Oh, this. The intensity of the thunder on the vast ocean was truly astonishing. This is the end. Witnessing the scene unfold, Li Mu, Gongsun Man, and others atop the desolate island felt their scalps tingle with dread. However, just as the crowd was engulfed in shock, a sudden tremor rippled behind Lei Nu, and from the disturbance emerged a terrifying demon god, towering at a staggering height of 150 feet. In the next heartbeat, the demon god's colossal hand seized Lei Nu by his bronze head, and with a brutal twist, Lei Nu's blood gushed forth, cascading into the sea, transforming into precious crystalline droplets. Of course, the pain was excruciating. Confronted with the demon god, Lei Nu emitted a wretched howl, while on the other side, Han Fei, previously ensnared by the ancient seal, felt the petrifying aura dissipate, revealing the shimmering silver sheen of his dragon scales anew. With a fierce glint in his eyes, he unleashed a thunderous dragon roar. Subsequently, the 20 sea stabilizing pearls, the azure dragon's soul, and the divine battle spear surged forth in a frenzy. Han Fei, ruling the world, relied not on anything else but his arsenal of divine artifacts. Chapter 150, The Refinement Realm, The Young Divine Beast. Ding. Congratulations, host. As you confront the ancient seal, your fortunate golden dragon has activated autonomously, nullifying a prolonged confinement. By consuming 20 spirit essence pills, you have restored 500,000 energy points. Amidst the vast ocean, Han Fei's consciousness soars, skillfully manipulating the ancient demon god to engage in a fierce battle with the Thunder Fury. Simultaneously, he elevates his formidable form, towering at over 330 feet, soaring through the clouds, surveying the entire battlefield from above. Meanwhile, upon the ocean, 20 sea calming pearls, infused with boundless oceanic power, hurl themselves towards the Thunder Fury, each collision causing its body to cave in, erupting with torrents of blood. Roar, roar, roar. As the ancient seal is summoned, the Thunder Fury exhausts its most potent attacks, believing victory to be assured. Yet, at a critical moment, the white dragon surprisingly manages to turn the tide. With the capacity to command such a terrifying ancient demon, why did you not utilize it from the outset? Were you perhaps afraid of my escape? Above the sea, feeling the overwhelming dragon might emanating from the ancient demon god, the Thunder Fury realizes that unless it regains its peak state, it stands no chance against the perfect collaboration of this ancient demon and the white dragon. Now, the Thunder Fury genuinely contemplates retreat. As a divine beast wielding the power of time and space, the methods available to the Thunder Fury for evading the battlefield within the mysterious sky secret realm are numerous. Amidst the ferocious battle, as it beholds the approaching sea-calming pearls and other formidable forces, the Thunder Fury unleashes a roar that reverberates through the heavens and the earth. Subsequently, the time-space shift is activated, causing the Thunder Fury to vanish from its original position, only to reappear several kilometers away in the ocean. Its eyes, filled with terror and fury, its limbs like pillars, it sprints endlessly across the sea. As it runs, the time-space shift continues to activate, appearing and vanishing intermittently, each manifestation occurring over 1,000 meters away. The divine beast, the Thunder Fury, has been utterly defeated. Above the vast ocean, observing the Thunder Fury's desperate retreat, a look of indifference crosses Han Fei's face. Just as the Thunder Fury had anticipated, Han Fei refrained from summoning the ancient demon god at the onset of battle due to concerns that the Thunder Fury might, after weighing the situation, choose to abandon the fight and flee. As the master of time and space within the secret realm, once the Thunder Fury resolves to escape, Han Fei might struggle to catch up. However, now that the Thunder Fury has begun its retreat, after the previous fierce battle, it bears too much of Han Fei's dragon reversal aura. Under this dragon reversal aura, the Thunder Fury finds nowhere to hide. Even if the Thunder Fury completely immerses itself in the folds of time and space, becoming invisible, Han Fei can still engage it across vast expanses of time and space, thanks to the lingering dragon reversal aura it possesses. This is the formidable nature of the ancient dragon race. As long as I know the opponent's location, even if we exist in different realms of time and space, the ancient dragon clan can inflict significant damage upon them. The ancient dragon clan reigns supreme over all water elements. Furthermore, when the ancient dragon clan reaches a certain level of prowess, they can master not only wind, thunder, fire, and electricity, but also the very fabric of time and space. It is essential to recognize that in the true ancient era, the mightiest dragon deity possessed the terrifying ability to refine an entire world with but a single thought. Upon the vast ocean, as they pursued the fleeing Thunder Fury, Han Fei and the ancient demon god relentlessly chased after him. Han Fei employed the supreme starry sky art, the binding spell, and the ability to summon winds and rains, alongside 24 sea calming pearls, to prevent Thunder Fury from vanishing into the void during his swift escape. Gradually, as Han Fei maximized his dragon aura and Thunder Fury's injuries multiplied, he and the ancient demon god once again closed in on Thunder Fury. In this encounter, Han Fei summoned the magnificent artifact, the Map of National Affairs, which encompasses boundless rules of time and space. Similar to the shattered realms of the Xiantian secret realm, once refined, it could only become a mere fragment within the Map of National Affairs. The formidable nature of the map of national affairs is evident. With renewed vigor upon catching up to Thunder Fury, Han Fei wasted no time. In the skies above, the controlling power of the netherworld Peril reached its zenith, unleashing an endless chill that completely encased the Xiantian secret realm in ice. On the battlefield, the map of national affairs emanated waves of uncanny energy, preventing Thunder Fury from easily evading. Subsequently, Han Fei, in a frenzied state, alongside the towering ancient demon god, whose height reached 450 meters, as well as the Azure Dragon Spirit and the sea-calming Peril, launched an unrelenting assault against Thunder Fury. In an attempt to fend off Han Fei's offensive, Thunder Fury unleashed his dark energy, igniting gold-hued lightning that filled the heavens and earth, causing the Xiantian secret realm to tremble incessantly. Yet, despite Thunder Fury's unparalleled racial gifts, how could he possibly turn the tide against Han Fei's overwhelming onslaught? When the ancient demon god once again toppled Thunder Fury, Han Fei's colossal dragon form lunged forward in a flash. Sharp dragon claws fiercely gripped Thunder Fury's neck, and in a single strike, the icy wrath surged forth, accompanied by terrifying purple lightning. In the next moment, Thunder Fury's neck shattered, and pure blood gushed forth, staining Han Fei's massive dragon form in crimson and gold. Soon after, the divine beast Thunder Fury's eyes widened in shock as he collapsed into the boundless sea, an abundance of temporal laws emanating from his being, seeking a new anchor. Ding! Congratulations to the host on successfully slaying Thunder Fury. You have completed the phase task of the Xiantian secret realm, defeating the temporal divine beast. You have received 100 million tons of divine blood, 500 million energy, and obtained a juvenile temporal divine beast. Ding! Detection shows that the temporal laws of the Xiantian secret realm are dissipating. The map of national affairs is automatically refining the realm's time and space. Refinement completion at 0.01. Estimated completion time, 15 days. Ding! Detection indicates that energy from the host is overflowing. Would you like to condense ancient dragon scales? Upon the vast expanse of the ocean, with the resonant voice of the system echoing, the once motionless figure of Thunder Fury, lying cold in the water, was suddenly enveloped in a radiant light. In this dazzling brilliance, Han Fei's dragon god domain began to coalesce and refine. Under the transformative power of the dragon god domain, the body of Thunder Fury dissolved like metal, spreading across the surface of the sea. As the formidable laws of life descended within the dragon god domain, the metallic essence of Thunder Fury reformed into a colossal crystalline egg, shimmering with a metallic luster, harboring a nascent divine beast within. The map of mountains and rivers stirred, promptly drawing the embryo of the divine beast within, so that when it hatches, it shall once again grace Han Fei's sight. Chapter 151, Five-Clawed Flood Dragon, Divine Level Reward. Ding! Energy within the host is detected to be overflowing. Shall it be immediately converted into dragon scales? Amidst the boundless ocean. As the body of Thunder Fury transformed into the embryonic beast egg, the system continued to remind Han Fei of the energy surging within him. After a brief pause, Han Fei's dragon eyes fluttered open, decisively declaring, "Converted immediately." With this decision, a surge of pure dragon god radiance erupted from Han Fei, enhancing the majesty of his dragon gaze and intensifying the fervor of his dragon whiskers. Simultaneously, the contours of Han Fei's dragon head deepened, and the horns atop his head extended, becoming increasingly pronounced. Soon after, ancient dragon scales began to coalesce upon Han Fei's form at a visibly rapid pace. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully expending 50,000 points of energy to condense an ancient dragon scale. Your physical strength has been enhanced, and you have acquired 500 evolution points. 1 scale, 2 scales, 1,000 scales, 10,000 scales. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully condensing the 108,000th dragon scale. You have fully transformed into a flood dragon. Ding! Congratulations to the host for shedding the serpent form and becoming an ancient flood dragon. Your dragon god domain has ascended to level 25, significantly enhancing your dragon god majesty. You have earned a divine treasure chest. Ding! You have received a new phase task. Evolve from Flood Dragon to True Dragon of level 1. To evolve from Flood Dragon, the host requires a Dragon Soul level of 9, a strengthening degree of 3 for ancient dragon scales, with each strengthening consuming 150,000 points of energy. Currently, the host's Dragon Soul level is 2, and the number of strengthened ancient dragon scales is 0. Ding! Congratulations to the host for comprehending the special skill, Raging Tides of Thunder Fury, during the evolution into a Flood Dragon. You have activated the Ancient Dragon God racial talent, Time and Space Manipulation, currently at level 0. Current host attributes: Host, Han Fei Entity, Flood Dragon Avatar, Ancient Demon God Identity, Will of the Eastern Wilderness, Navigator of Xiantian Cultivation Level, Peak of the Qi-Si Realm Technique, Ancient Dragon God Art Physique, Indestructible Body of Pangu, Emperor's Battle Body, Solar Divine Body, Xiantian Battle Soul Divine Abilities, Ice Frost Fury, Dragon God Domain, Golden Gaze, Tornado Strike, Vast Mist, Dragon Reversal, One Breath Shakes Mountains and Rivers, Indestructible Golden Body, Divine Thunder Punishment, Ice Anomaly Fire, Ultimate Killing Word Technique, Golden Xiantian Energy, Supreme Star Technique, Endless Wind and Sand, Golden Armor Shield, Gung Metal Anomaly Fire, Netherworld Technique, Devouring Heaven and Earth, Binding Spell, Fortune Golden Dragon, Thunder Fury Tidal Wave Talents, Fury, Soul Suppression, Unparalleled Fortune, Time and Space Manipulation, Tidal Waves, Cloud Riding, Wind Summoning, Harmonious Weather, Prosperous Martial Luck, Heavenly Blessings Formation, Celestial Star Array, Shimming Sect Ancient Array, 9 Energy Value, 70, 186 Faith Value, 310, 000 Evolution Points, 1, 100 Followers, 6, 170, 000 Items, Guardian Puppet, Xian Snake Crystal Core, Elemental Crystal, Ancient Thunder Whip, Dragon Binding Lock, 153 Spirit Essence Pills, Purple Gold Glazed Lamp, 9-star Silver Dragon Ring, Obsidian, 1, 895 Premium Spirit Stones, 100 Solar Flame Pills, Shimming Alchemy Furnace, for Law Azure Dragon, Ancient God Mask, Summer's Seed, Barbarian God Cultivation Liquid, 1, 000 Ordinary Spirit Stones, 9 Generations Ghost Phase Flower Artifacts, Map of Mountains and Rivers, Netherworld Divine Pearl, Xian Dragon Song Soul, God-Slaying War Halberd, 24C Calming Pearls Enhanced Dragon Scales, 0 upon the vast ocean, after refining the 500 million energy obtained from slaying the Divine Beast Thunder Fury. Han Fei successfully condensed over 100,000 pieces of Ancient Dragon Scales. Following the successful condensation of 100,080 Dragon Scales, Han Fei manifested Dragon Horns, transforming into a 5-clawed white dragon. At this moment, Han Fei is approximately 48.6 billion energy points away from becoming a true first-level giant dragon. Once he completes the corresponding dragon scale enhancement, Han Fei can transform from a 5-clawed flood dragon into a true 8-clawed dragon, compared to the 5 billion energy consumed previously during the serpent transformation to flood dragon process. Han Fei essentially has to undergo this transformation 9 more times. As long as he can slay enough top-tier giant beasts and gather a sufficient number of followers, mining resources and medicinal gardens, gradually devouring and evolving, Han Fei will eventually become a true dragon. Roar. In the Xiantian secret realm, although Han Fei is not yet a true dragon, the imposing figure of the 150 Zhang Flood Dragon God is indeed awe-inspiring. In midair, as Han Fei successfully transformed, his dragon eyes opened wide, surveying the surroundings, his dragon head and body exuding an infinite aura of dominance. Ding. The map of mountains and rivers integrates with the Xiantian secret realm process 1. A divine treasure chest has been detected on the host. Would you like to open it immediately? Upon the vast expanse of the ocean, as the voice of the system resonated with an intriguing prompt, Han Fei felt an inexplicable stir within his heart. He surmised that, in the forthcoming days within the mystical realm of Xiantian, nothing would disturb his tranquility. Without a moment's hesitation, Han Fei activated the divine treasure chest. As it opened, a blinding silver light surged forth, engulfing the entirety of the secret realm. Subsequently, the system's voice echoed once more, ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully opening the divine treasure chest. You have acquired the special divine skill, Eye of the Demon God. You have received the divine armor, Armor of the Demon God Defying Heaven. You have obtained the divine weapon, Hammer of the Demon God Shaking the World. You have acquired a trace of divine cultivation aura. Ding. Detection reveals that the Eye of the Demon God, the armor, and the hammer are incompatible with your body of the Ancient Dragon. Would you like to fuse these 4 rewards with your avatar, Ancient Demon God? Upon the opening of the divine treasure chest, Han Fei had anticipated rewards akin to the fusion of the world's will, He was taken aback to find that this time, the rewards were even more concrete. The ancient divine realm, said to be a place where celestial beings and demons once thrived, could only be accessed by cultivators in the eastern wasteland who had transcended the ancient sage realm and discovered the means to enter this expansive world for further cultivation. Millions of years ago, the eastern wasteland, where Han Fei and others resided, was marked by ancient powers bridging the realms of gods and demons, leading to unparalleled opportunities and inciting endless wars. This tumultuous period resulted in the shattering of lands, surging seas, and the demise of countless beings, reduced to ashes. The cataclysmic flames of war raged for over 100,000 years, until the ancient demon gods vanished from this world after rendering the eastern wasteland utterly defenseless. Thereafter, news of the divine realm became a rarity. Now, after opening the divine treasure chest, Han Fei had directly acquired a unique divine skill and divine armor. Such rewards are indeed godly by the standards of the present eastern wasteland. However, for a considerable time ahead, Han Fei must strive towards the realm of the true dragon. Thus, the eye of the demon god and the armor were of little immediate use to him. Given this, he decided to fuse them with his avatar. Chapter 152, Refining Fragments, Illuminating the Map of Mountains and Rivers. Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully integrating the eye of the demon god into your avatar, ancient demon god. Ding. Congratulations, host, your avatar, the ancient demon god, has acquired the armor, demon god defying heaven. When equipped, the defense value dramatically increases by 1 billion. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your avatar, the ancient demon god, has obtained a hammer, demon god shaking the world. When wielded in battle, the damage output surges by 300 million. Ding. Congratulations, host. Upon successfully refining the divine cultivation aura, your avatar, the ancient demon god, now boasts a defense of 3 million, an attack power of 3 million, and significantly reduced reconstruction time. In the vast expanse of the ocean within the Xiantian secret realm, just as Han Fei was merging the divine level rewards he had recently acquired into his avatar, an unexpected transformation occurred. The ancient demon god's avatar surged in size, expanding by 30 zhong, restoring its formidable stature to approximately 180 zhong, nearly 600 meters in terrifying height. Though its overall form did not surpass that of the previously vanquished Thunder Fury, the imposing presence of the ancient demon god exuded an even greater sense of oppression. After integrating a rare essence of divine realm cultivation, the ancient demon god's belly swelled 3 or 4 times, and its once mighty and tempestuous visage was adorned with an additional pair of eyes, arranged vertically like a set of 4 tiles on a mahjong table. These extra eyes were the eye of the demon god that Han Fei had recently fused. At this moment, Han Fei's consciousness was fully entwined with the demon god. As he blinked, all 4 eyes opened in unison, and upon closing, they did so simultaneously. Unlike Han Fei's original golden gaze, which excelled in reconnaissance and identification, the current eye of the demon god was far more adept at instilling pressure and launching assaults upon the slightest invocation of his mystical energy. The power of the demon god's eye manifested instantaneously, unleashing a wave of terrifying divine demonic might that pressed down upon the entire Xiantian secret realm. If Thunder Fury were still present, it would surely bow before such overwhelming demonic pressure. Above the ocean, an immense aura of demonic energy surged forth, reminiscent of the ancient demon god who once single-handedly guarded the Abyssal Pass, repelling countless demonic cultivators from invading the human realms. It was as if that formidable presence had returned in full force. Ding. The integration of the map of mountains and rivers with the Xiantian secret realm reached 95. Within the Xiantian secret realm, after successfully slaying Thunder Fury, Han Fei opted for a period of seclusion to stabilize both his own and the ancient demon god's newly acquired state. Despite his efforts, he was still unable to condense the dragon god's purple palace and transcend the Qi realm into a higher echelon. After a considerable time of contemplation, Han Fei concluded that he had yet to attain the true dragon state, which was why the condensation of the dragon god's purple palace was hindered. With this realization, Han Fei was in no rush to escape the Qi realm. After all, his current state was already sufficient to engage in combat with the vast majority of Emperor-level experts in the Eastern Wasteland, even without a breakthrough into the Purple Palace realm. His internal mystical energy was steadily increasing day by day. It was not necessary to achieve an excessively high realm adequacy sufficed. The title of the strongest Qi realm in history sounded quite splendid as well. Meanwhile, upon Han Fei's sudden decision to enter seclusion, the 300 disciples of Shantian Island found themselves in a state of bewilderment, searching for Han Fei just as he had once searched for Thunder Fury. After a period of commotion, Li Mu stepped forward to inform the others that, based on previous reconnaissance by the sky-peering mirror, it was highly likely that the dragon god had triumphed over the guardian beast of the Shantian secret realm in their final battle. The prolonged absence of the dragon god may well have been due to his retreat to a secluded corner of the Shantian secret realm for healing. Li Mu reassured everyone, encouraging them to remain calm and continue their cultivation and exploration of opportunities within the mysterious realm of Shantian. He assured them that once the dragon god had healed from his injuries, he would return to lead them out. As time passed, half a month slipped by, during which Li Mu and his companions hunted over 20 formidable beasts of the martial king realm and fortuitously encountered a giant mystical turtle seeking allegiance. Upon examination, they discovered that this colossal turtle bore a faint trace of the bloodline of the ancient protective beast, Xuan Wu, of the Shantian sect, which astonished them. Unbeknownst to them, this turtle was, in fact, the same one that Han Fei had encountered shortly after venturing into the sea. As time continued to flow, the once tranquil Shantian secret realm was on the brink of descending into chaos once again, heightening the urgency in the hearts of Li Mu and his companions. One day, after a brief rest, they awoke and quickly armed themselves with their divine weapons, soaring towards the ocean in search of the dragon god. While traversing a desolate island, they were suddenly confronted by an immense demon god emerging from behind the island, who, with a sweeping motion of his hand, captured all of them effortlessly. Despite their considerable cultivation, Li Mu and the others found themselves powerless against this unexpected ambush. Once the overwhelming force of the demon god's grasp subsided, they looked up to see the imposing figure of the dragon god standing shoulder to shoulder with the demon, soaring majestically through the air. Upon recognizing the dragon god, Li Mu and his companions erupted in exclamations of joy. "Master, it's wonderful to see you. After half a month, you have transformed into a dragon. Dragon god, you are magnificent." Their astonishment reached new heights, their faith in him soaring to unprecedented levels. Meanwhile, upon encountering several disciples, Han Fei said little, merely glancing at the sky above the Shantian secret realm before stating, "This place is about to be refined. We must depart." The moment these words were spoken, Li Mu and the others were left bewildered. Meanwhile, Han Fei summoned a tremendous force of profound energy, lifting Li Mu, Gongsun Man, and the scattered disciples of Shantian from their positions, and with a mighty leap, he ascended, carrying the ancient barbarian god and the others away from the secret realm. As they ascended into the heavens, the colossal bronze gate began to slowly open in response to their arrival. Simultaneously, the voice of the system chimed in, announcing, "Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully refining the Shantian secret realm. You will receive 10,000 high-quality celestial spirit seeds, 1 million acres of celestial spirit soil, and a substantial surge of profound energy within the realm. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a fragment of time and space. This fragment has fused with the map of mountains and rivers, illuminating a corner of your map. From now on, you may plant celestial spirit plants and nurture spirit beasts in this illuminated corner, with the space within the fragment being equivalent to that of the Shantian secret realm. Illuminate the map of mountains and rivers completely, and you shall successfully master a realm of deities and demons." Amidst a resounding dragon's roar, Han Fei and his companions emerged from the bronze gate of the Shantian sect, simultaneously regaining control over the map of mountains and rivers. In Chapter 153, titled Inventory of Gains and Exchange of Merits, atop the main peak of the Shantian sect, Han Fei and his entourage, having ventured into the secret realm for a month, emerged with an imposing presence. The tremendous commotion astonished the Empress and the esteemed elders deliberating within the Xianin Hall. Thanks to her connection with the dragon god domain, the Empress discerned that Han Fei was the source of the disturbance without stepping outside the hall. With delight sparkling in her beautiful eyes, she called out to Xiao Bai and swiftly joined the others at the main peak plaza. Upon raising her gaze, she beheld a colossal dragon, nearly 495 meters long, descending with formidable dragon energy. Gazing at Han Fei's increasingly profound and majestic dragon visage, the Empress felt an inexplicable stir within her heart and murmured, "Xiao Bai, Have you successfully completed your transformation into a dragon? You have grown so large. Before Han Fei and the others could approach, the immense bronze gate above transformed instantaneously after their departure, morphing into a point of light under the influence of powerful temporal forces, swiftly rushing towards Han Fei. The ancient secret realm, which had lingered within the Xiantian Grand Formation for 100,000 years, vanished entirely. The Empress and the esteemed elders stared in astonishment at the scene unfolding above. Meanwhile, as Han Fei gazed at the map of mountains and rivers, he noticed that the previously ink-washed landscape now gleamed with a small luminous point in an inconspicuous corner. This was the temporal fragment he had just refined. Retrieving the map of mountains and rivers, Han Fei's gaze slightly retracted, and his immense form landed steadily on the main peak plaza. With a slight lift of his head, his wild dragon whiskers danced in the air, and his dragon eyes exuded an aura of sovereignty. Sensing the powerful presence emanating from Han Fei, everyone felt as though a great emperor of antiquity had graced Xiantian's sect with his presence. After a prolonged silence, one of the esteemed elders took the lead and proclaimed, "Great Dragon God, we pledge our allegiance." The crowd resonated with fervor. Shock level 999, faith value 999. At that moment, Han Fei's dragon eyes flickered, and he glanced at the crowd, nodding towards the Empress. She, in turn, gracefully smiled and said, "I pay my respects to the esteemed dragon god." Although the Empress held the esteemed position of the Xiantian sect's leader, she understood that her second ascension to imperial status was granted by Han Fei. Thus, in terms of sect status, Han Fei's rank far surpassed her own, rendering her address of him as esteemed senior entirely appropriate. Shortly thereafter, Li Mu, Gongsun Man, and others stepped forward to pay their respects to the Empress and the esteemed elders. Once everyone had greeted them, Han Fei spoke again, saying, "Dear friends, over the past month, our harvests within the Xiantian secret realm have been abundant. I have successfully shed my serpentine form and transformed into a true dragon. This is closely tied to the bountiful gifts bestowed upon us by the Xiantian sect over the past 100,000 years, for which I am profoundly grateful." Continuing, Han Fei remarked, "However, following this expedition into the secret realm, an unforeseen circumstance has arisen within the Xiantian secret realm. Henceforth, it may prove exceedingly challenging for the disciples of the Xiantian sect to venture into its depths again." Upon the utterance of these words, astonishment once again graced the faces of the venerable elders of the Xiantian sect. Soon, one among them inquired, "Lord Dragon God, what precisely do you mean by this unexpected turn of events? Could it be that your formidable powers have inadvertently caused the collapse of the Xiantian secret realm? This realm was originally an opportunity for our disciples. As a half-disciple of our sect's ancestral figure, you are considered a senior among us. Surely, you would not monopolize the resources of the entire Xiantian secret realm for yourself, abandoning your disciples under the pretense of their trainings, only to reap the greatest benefits for yourself?" The elders who spoke were among the most formidable within the Xiantian sect, standing closest to the threshold of becoming a saint. Their underlying discontent towards Han Fei was palpable, and their words dripped with sarcasm. Upon hearing this, Han Fei merely smiled faintly. "Indeed, I did cause the Xiantian secret realm to collapse. However, I have also acquired a celestial medicinal garden as a result. I shall ensure that the disciples of the Xiantian sect have ample opportunities for training in the time to come." As he spoke, Han Fei raised his commanding gaze slightly, asserting his authority. "Moreover, who claims that my endeavors in the secret realm were solely for my benefit, neglecting the younger generation? Li Mu, please present your findings from this expedition within the Xiantian secret realm. If memory serves me correctly, your collective gains should amount to no less than 6 million sect contribution points." What? The elders were taken aback by Han Fei's declaration. To amass 6 million sect contribution points, what monumental achievements could the 300 of you have accomplished within the Xiantian secret realm? I find it hard to believe. Despite your extraordinary talents, Lord Dragon God, I cannot accept that in merely a month, you could elevate these 300 individuals to such staggering heights. The elders were impatiently dismissing the potential accomplishments of Li Mu and his peers. Meanwhile, Li Mu had already assembled over 300 disciples, calmly presenting the fruits of their endeavors over the past month within the Xiantian secret realm. According to the regulations of the Xiantian sect, the majority of the opportunities gained by disciples within the secret realm belong to the disciples themselves. However, to ensure fairness among all sect members, It is mandated that 10% of each disciple's gains must be contributed to the sect without compensation, thus facilitating the sect's development. Furthermore, the contributions earned from these secret realm gains are tripled compared to regular resource contributions. Such merits can be exchanged for profound techniques and elixirs. And as disciples accumulate historical merits, their standing within the Xiantian sect will rise accordingly. Consequently, disciples are generally inclined to contribute willingly. The Xiantian sect adopts this approach to foster a spirit of conscientious development among its disciples, while also preparing to enhance the overall strength of the sect. At this moment, under the guidance of Li Mu, the disciples eagerly presented the treasures they had gathered within the Xiantian secret realm. The Empress, not daring to delay, promptly organized the elders from the treasure pavilion and the hall of rewards and punishments to begin tallying the spoils. As they gazed upon the towering piles of rare materials and mystical beast crystals amassed before the disciples, the elders were left agape, their mouths open as if they could fit several eggs within. They reported 6 crystals from the divine ability realm, 1 from the martial king realm, 100 gene of rare medicinal herbs, and 300 gene of ordinary hemostatic vines, totaling 21,000 points of sect merit. Another group presented 9 divine ability crystals, none from the martial king realm, 300 gene of rare medicinal herbs, and 500 gene of exquisite black iron mystic needlegrass, culminating in 24,600 points of sect merit. On the main peak, the disciples of the Hall of Rewards and Punishments, clutching their registries, followed the disciples of the Treasure Pavilion in counting the harvests from the secret realm. Everyone was astonished to discover that even ordinary disciples at the Qi-Si realm had managed to slay over 6 ferocious beasts of the divine ability realm and acquire a substantial amount of spiritual herbs. Gradually, expressions of envy began to surface among the onlookers. Indeed, the Xiantian secret realm, which had remained unopened for 40,000 years, was brimming with resources beyond imagination. Such an abundance of high-quality mystical beast crystals and rare medicinal herbs was more than sufficient for these 300 disciples to cultivate to the martial king realm. Chapter 154, the Xuanwu Spirit Pill, the chaotic heaven and earth technique on the main square of the peak. The disciples' harvest from the secret realm stirred a tremendous commotion within the Xiantian sect. However, when the disciples from the Treasure Pavilion and the Hall of Rewards and Punishments approached Li Mu and his companions, the astonishment had only just begun. Heavens! 62 crystals from the martial king realm, 113 from the divine ability realm, 5,000 gene of rare spiritual herbs, and 50,000 gene of the rare ghost cutting grass, totaling a staggering 150,000 points of sect merit. These were the gains of Li Mu, Gongsun Man, and the other 2 after entering the Xiantian secret realm. As the disciples from the Treasure Pavilion and the Hall of Rewards and Punishments stood in stunned silence, Gongsun Man began to extract from her storage pouch a series of crystals radiating an extraordinary glow. 1, 2, up to 12. What is this? As they beheld the mystical beast crystals strewn across the ground, not only the disciples from the Treasure Pavilion and the Hall of Rewards and Punishments, but even the elders standing nearby were left dumbfounded. The elders hurriedly rushed forward, grasping the crystals from the ground, and exclaimed, "These are Emperor-level mystical beast crystals. You actually succeeded in hunting Emperor-level ferocious beasts? With so many Emperor-level crystals laid out here, did you perhaps eliminate all the top-tier ferocious beasts within the entire Xiantian secret realm?" One elder, fervently seeking an opportunity to break through from the peak of the martial king realm to the quasi-imperial level, could not contain his excitement. "Dear friends, I am willing to offer 200,000 spiritual stones for just one of these Emperor-level crystals. Please grant me this chance." Upon hearing this, the formidable Gongsun Man stepped forward, snatching her Emperor-level crystal back, and retorted, "Huh? Who was it that said my master only focused on his own development upon entering the Xiantian secret realm?" Gazing at King Wu, Gongsun Man wore an expression of icy indifference. Not only that, but he also ignored the scrutinizing gaze from his esteemed ancestor. Soon, the fierce deity continued, "Do you see these more than a dozen imperial-grade crystal cores? They were graciously bestowed upon us by my revered master. Huh, you so-called elders, who pride yourselves on your lofty ideals, yet I have yet to see any of you offer even a single imperial-grade crystal core to your true disciples. In my opinion, you miserly folks would hesitate to part with even one, and yet, you have the audacity to accuse my master of hoarding resources. Let me make it abundantly clear. My master recently subdued a 10,000-year divine beast within the Xiantian's secret realm. At its peak, that beast possessed the strength of a great sage, and even in its decline, it remains an unparalleled force at the pinnacle of the emperor level. Had it not been for my master's formidable suppression of that beast, our Xiantian sect would have been obliterated in a cataclysmic explosion. Moreover, in addition to these crystal cores, we have tamed several formidable imperial serpents. As Gongsun Man spoke, he dramatically unfastened the beast belt, and in an instant, a dozen top-tier serpents emerged, flicking their tongues with an overwhelming aura that left the onlookers in awe. The assembly of elders stood dumbfounded, their minds recalling the words they had uttered not long ago. This Xiantian secret realm is meant for our disciples' fortuitous encounters. As a half-disciple of the sect's ancestors, you wouldn't be so selfish as to monopolize all the resources of the Xiantian secret realm, would you? Recalling those words, the elders felt their faces flush, as if they had been soundly slapped. Indeed, everything Gongsun Man had just articulated was undeniably true, while the elders spoke generously. The reality was that the mere thought of parting with even one imperial-grade crystal core would cause them immense distress. Compared to the generosity of Lord Dragon God, the elders' vision seemed woefully limited. Turning their gazes towards Han Fei, the crowd was awestruck, their belief values soaring. Indeed, Lord Dragon God is impressive. On the main peak, as the assembly marveled at the bountiful spoils gathered by Li Mu and his companions, Han Fei slowly opened the Shumi mustard seed, revealing a terrifyingly enormous mystical tortoise towering several stories high. As it moved its limbs and stood majestically in the square, surveying its surroundings, the elders could not help but exclaim in astonishment, "Such an aura! Is this the descendant of the Xuanwu?" For many cultivators of the Xiantian sect, the Xuanwu divine beast symbolized their faith. As they beheld the superlative mystical tortoise's aloof and dignified gaze, excitement bubbled forth on their faces. Soon, they heard Han Fei speak coldly. "I discovered this mystical tortoise in the Xiantian secret realm. Its innate abilities can seamlessly integrate with our sect's defensive formations. With proper nurturing, this tortoise may one day transform into a Xuanwu divine beast." Upon hearing this, the elders of the Xiantian sect were filled with fervor and enthusiasm. Many of the esteemed followers could not help but exclaim, "O Dragon God, indeed you are ever mindful of the development of our Xiantian sect. Your magnificent achievements shall forever be etched in the memories of your disciples." "Ah, no need for flattery," the Dragon God replied. "Take the Xian turtle with you and nurture it well." Upon hearing these words, the elders of the sect nodded in agreement. Though the Xian turtle currently possessed only the cultivation of a martial king, the terrifying aura it exuded was not something ordinary disciples could approach. To gain control over this magnificent creature, several esteemed elders from the main peak exerted significant effort to transport the Super Xian turtle to the Xuanwu pool, the very sanctuary of the ancient Xuanwu. This pool, rich in spiritual energy and converging veins, was ample enough for the Super Xian turtle to undergo transformation and ascension. Meanwhile, as the esteemed elders were laboriously relocating the Super Xian turtle, a notification resonated in Han Fei's ear. "Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully locating the pulse-controlling divine beast for the Xiantian Great Array. Your sect's fortune has increased, and you have received a special reward of 10,000 gene of Xuanwu essence blood. You have acquired the Xuanwu spiritual pill formula. You have received the blessing of the Xuanwu. With flesh strength 999 and dragon scale resilience 999. You have been assigned a cultivation task. Assist the ancient Xian turtle in advancing to quasi-saint within 10 years. Upon completion, you will gain the divine abilities Xuanwu Earth-Shaking Technique and Chaos Heaven and Earth Technique, along with one ancient Xuanwu turtle shell. If you fail the task, the strength of your dragon scales will be significantly reduced by 90. At the Xiantian sect's main peak, Han Fei merely observed the ancient Xian turtle's departure, taking no action. However, the sudden eruption of Xuanwu energy from his being left the onlookers in awe. Gongsun Jinghong could not restrain himself and approached, asking, "O Dragon God, what has befallen you? Have you once again received the favor of the celestial beings and comprehended a new arcane skill?" As an esteemed elder, Gongsun Jinghong could distinctly sense that Han Fei's physical strength had seemingly increased, and the brilliance of his dragon scales was more pronounced than ever. This was truly a formidable dragon. It had been ages since a genuine dragon had graced the southern realms. Han Fei's nearly 500-meter-long terrifying form was indeed formidable. With such a colossal beast at its helm, how could the Xiantian sect not prosper? Chapter 155. The Scroll of Mountains and Waters, the celestial task within the Xiantian sect. After returning triumphantly with the disciples, Han Fei did not linger at the main peak. After briefly instructing the elders on various matters, he took flight. Soaring back to his quarters, the Empress Nangong Yao followed closely behind. Inside the quarters, gazing at Han Fei, adorned with majestic horns and exuding an aura of dominance, the Empress could not help but inquire, "Little White, did you truly slay a time-space divine beast within the Xiantian secret realm? Have you completely refined that realm?" Upon hearing her words, Han Fei paused momentarily, then, with a flick of his gaze, a grand inkwash scroll materialized before the Empress, large enough to fill the entire dragon goddess quarters. The scroll depicted distant vistas of the heavens, mountains, rivers, and an infinite expanse of space. In the immediate vicinity lies a breathtaking valley, within which rests an unassuming little manor. This quaint estate is adorned with houses and fields, flourishing with mulberry trees and fruit trees, and even boasts a small well. The artistry of the ink-wash scroll is nothing short of divine, surpassing even the highest celestial standards. Despite having been immersed in countless classic ancient texts from a young age, the Empress Xiantian could not help but express her astonishment upon encountering this landscape scroll. Soon, she heard Han Fei's voice. "This is the map of rivers and mountains. Follow me." With that, Han Fei leaped into the scroll, his formidable figure penetrating the depiction of the landscape, and the Empress Nangong Yao was drawn in by his aura. Following suit, Li Mu, Gongsun Man, and the others, who had been trailing behind Han Fei back to the palace, were left agape at this spectacle, their expressions betraying a profound shock. Exchanging glances, they then witnessed Gongsun Man rush forward, his bald head colliding with the landscape scroll as he exclaimed, "Master, wait for me." A resounding thud echoed, resulting in a sizable bump forming on Gongsun Man's head, yet the scroll remained unscathed. "I refuse to believe this." Rising painfully to his feet, Gongsun Man clutched his head, his demonic aura surging, and his three-headed, six-armed form re-emerged before the astonished onlookers. He unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks upon the massive scroll. Initially, the landscape scroll showed no reaction. However, as Gongsun Man's attempts to force his way through intensified with the use of his profound energy, a sudden thunderous might erupted from the scroll, striking him down in an instant. Gazing at the scene in the Dragon God's palace, where Gongsun Man lay on the ground, wailing, Li Mu and the others felt their hearts race with astonishment. They were well aware of Gongsun Man's formidable prowess. In his peak demonic state, he could easily push aside even those of the Emperor level. The fact that he could not overcome a mere scroll in the hands of the Dragon God was truly remarkable. On the other side, after the Empress entered the map of rivers and mountains, Han Fei and she traversed the profound layers of inkwash clouds. Soon, the only glimmer of light in the valley appeared before them on the scroll. This pastoral scene, perched on a high cliff within the valley, offered a breathtaking view of the endless landscape below. With a roar akin to a dragon, Han Fei descended gently beside the manor, bringing the Empress along with him. Upon gazing at this serene and elegant little estate, untouched by worldly strife, the Empress could not help but display a look of delight. This place exudes such tranquility. As they landed, the houses and cottages of the pastoral scene began to shed their inkwash fateful, transforming into a more earthly appearance, captivating the Empress's thoughts with its idyllic charm. As Han Fei descended into the pastoral realm, the voice of the system resonated in his ears. "Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully unlocking the map of the nation and its people's space. You have acquired a divine-level farmhouse, a divine-level cottage, 10 acres of divine-level celestial fields, a divine-level well, and 1 million acres of ordinary celestial fertile land. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received the development tasks for the map of the nation and its people. Task 1. Please ignite the stove in your farmhouse and prepare a celestial lunch. Task 2. Please provide feed for the chickens, ducks, fish, and turtles in your cottage. Task 3. Please irrigate your divine-level celestial fields with water from the well, which can be drawn directly from the well in your courtyard. System notification. Each time you complete a task, the celestial level of the map of the nation and its people will increase. If tasks are left unfinished for an extended period, the spiritual energy within the map of the nation and its people will deplete. At a celestial level of 1, The growth time for any celestial crops will be shortened by 100-fold compared to the outside world, and their quality will improve tenfold. As the celestial level of the map of the nation and its people rises, the corresponding growth time for celestial crops will continue to diminish, and their quality will further enhance. Within this valley, many mature celestial crops await harvesting after the completion of daily tasks. Additionally, the Thunder Fury Beast egg you possess will hatch in 100 days. Please be mindful of the hatching time and prepare ample feed for the growth of the Thunder Fury offspring. In this idyllic estate, upon receiving a series of system notifications, Han Fei felt a subtle stir within. He closed the system list and glanced once more at the exquisitely crafted farmhouse nearby. With a casual shout, flames ignited beneath the stove in an instant, while the countertop, vegetable washing basin, and rice jar in the kitchen began to move under Han Fei's mental control, performing tasks such as washing rice and chopping vegetables with remarkable fluidity. Meanwhile, in the cottage, as Han Fei's consciousness swept through, several bags of celestial feed located in the corner were swiftly opened, filling the troughs for the chickens, ducks, fish, and turtles. Finally, irrigating the fertile fields was a trivial task for Han Fei. As a being endowed with the formidable talent to command the elements, he felt a surge of determination. Subsequently, the sweet and refreshing water from the well, which could astonish countless cultivators, erupted in a divine torrent, transforming into a gentle spring rain to nourish the fertile fields. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully completing task 1 of the map of the nation and its people, igniting the stove. Your celestial energy within the map of the nation and its people has increased. Congratulations, host, for successfully completing task 2, feeding the chickens and ducks. Your celestial energy within the map of the nation and its people has increased. Congratulations, host, for successfully completing task 3, irrigating the fertile fields. Your celestial energy within the map of the nation and its people has increased. In the farmhouse estate, witnessing Han Fei's seamless operations, the Empress Nangong Yao was momentarily left in awe. Chapter 156. Simple Dishes, Divine Culinary Skills. What are you doing, Xiaobai? The Empress inquired, her expression one of perplexity as she gazed towards the kitchen where the flames had been ignited, observing the cheerful chickens and ducks feasting in the farmhouse, alongside the fertile fields recently nurtured by Han Fei's reign. Despite her confusion, she could not help but feel that, following Han Fei's series of actions, the ethereal essence within this valley appeared to be more abundant. What manner of place is this, and what makes it so extraordinary? On the other side, in response to the Empress's astonished countenance, Han Fei merely stated, "Stay here, I shall return shortly." He then entered the valley, where he swiftly harvested the celestial crops that had been growing for some time. Subsequently, he planted the exquisite celestial seeds he had previously acquired from the system throughout the valley. Upon his return to the farmhouse, he presented a bag of premium spirit rice before the Empress. "What is this?" the Empress exclaimed in surprise, peering at the celestial rice Han Fei had delivered. "Xiaobai, the mystical energy in this rice is so rich. This small bag is nearly comparable to many of the rare spirit elixirs we possess at Zuanianzong. If someone were to consume this spirit rice daily, even those with mediocre aptitude could undoubtedly attain the martial king realm within 30 years. And for those with superior talent, their cultivation would surely accelerate tremendously. Is it truly the case that such crops thrive in this celestial land? Xiaobai, your mountain and water scroll is indeed a masterpiece." Outside the estate, Han Fei, with his magnificent dragon form, regarded the astonished Empress and remarked, "This place is indeed remarkable, and the growth rate of the celestial crops here surpasses that of the outside world. In the near future, I shall leave an entrance to the valley within the Dragon God Palace. You possess the unique aura of my Dragon God domain, allowing you to enter at will whenever necessary." Upon hearing Han Fei's words, Nangong Yao's heart stirred once more. A valley teeming with celestial energy, capable of fostering the rapid growth of celestial crops, this place is truly exceptional. As she glanced at the farmhouse beside her, she could not help but reflect, "Xiaobai, a few years ago, I yearned for a life free from worldly affairs, to live leisurely in a tranquil countryside, far removed from strife. In such a place, drawing water, cultivating vegetables, weaving cloth, and tilling the land would be quite delightful." Upon hearing her sentiments, Han Fei's eyes brightened as he gazed upon the ethereal and enchanting Empress, unable to resist saying, "In such circumstances, if one were to have a companion by one's side, Raising a few lively and adorable children together would not be a bad idea. Han Fei's words painted a picture of the life he longed for in his mind. Yet, upon hearing this, the Empress found herself recalling a moment that had surfaced in her heart when she merged with the Dragon God domain. At that moment, upon learning of Han Fei's Dragon God inheritance, which involved the transmission of bloodlines and the duty of leaving descendants, the Empress had once contemplated that, as one of the closest companions of Xiaobai, it would not be entirely unreasonable for her to bear him a few children. This thought flickered through the Empress's mind but was quickly suppressed due to her modesty, leaving it unspoken to anyone. Now, as Han Fei casually mentioned spouses and children, he inadvertently struck a chord within the Empress. Suddenly, the notion of providing Han Fei with offspring resurfaced in her mind. As a woman who had never experienced human affairs, her cheeks flushed, and she secretly chastised herself for such an absurd thought. How could she, in her right mind, entertain the idea of engaging in such intimate relations with Xiaobai? Nangong Yao, you must remain clear-headed and not indulge in fanciful thoughts. Meanwhile, as the Empress's face flushed and she fell into silence, Han Fei seemed to sense something amiss. Witnessing the once aloof and noble Empress exhibit the demeanor of a neighborly girl before him filled Han Fei with a sense of marvel. To be honest, after transforming into a descendant of the Dragon God, Han Fei's mindset had undergone a significant transformation. He now possessed sufficient strength to attain all the beautiful things in this world. In his past life, however, he had merely followed a monotonous routine, hardly daring to dream of such possibilities. Within the quaint farmhouse, smoke spiraled into the air, and under Han Fei's precise control, a simple yet delightful farmhouse lunch was soon prepared. The fragrant white rice, crisp stir-fried green peas, sweet and sour braised carp, tender tofu, and sauteed greens created a feast for the senses. Though the dishes were simple, after being infused with the essence of the gung metal flames, dragon energy, and Han Fei's personal touch, the table was a sight to behold, visually appealing and aromatic, inciting one's appetite. The Empress delicately grasped her chopsticks, taking a gentle bite, and her eyes instantly brightened. She eagerly scooped up more rice, savoring it with delight. After indulging without regard for her image, she looked up at Han Fei and exclaimed, "Xiaobai, your culinary skills are truly remarkable. To be honest, if you were not a dragon but a human, I might find myself inclined to marry you, just so I could enjoy your cooking every day." This time, the Empress's praise was entirely sincere, devoid of any thoughts of having children with Han Fei. It was purely an admiration for his culinary prowess. In response to her compliment, Han Fei maintained a calm demeanor, merely nodding in acknowledgement and expressing his gratitude. He then took a moment to walk around the estate, completing all the tasks he could manage in the short term. The map of mountains and rivers had much to offer, yet it was burdened with an overwhelming number of daily tasks. In order to effectively manage over 1 million acres of fertile land, it seems necessary to invite the Ning sisters and Long Nu among others, who are fervent devotees with loyalty exceeding 100. Whenever Han Fei speaks, they are even willing to offer their bodies in devotion. Consequently, with the inclusion of Long Nu and the Ning sisters, Han Fei harbors no concerns about the potential degradation of this land. After completing a round of tasks in the Mountains and Rivers National Map, Han Fei proceeded to establish a minor rain technique throughout the valley, ensuring an unending supply of divine well water to irrigate the fertile fields regularly. Thus, he need only dispatch individuals periodically to tend to the crops, allowing for a continuous harvest of exquisite spiritual crops. As an ordinary dragon, Han Fei still requires over 48 billion units of energy to ascend to a true dragon of the first rank, a path that seems exceedingly long. Chapter 157, Battle of the Celestial Court, Ascension of the Dragon. On this day, having completed several tasks within the Mountains and Rivers National Map, Han Fei emerged with thousands of pounds of celestial rice and rare spiritual herbs. Observing Li Mu, Gongsun Man, the Ning sisters, and Long Nu patiently awaiting him in the palace, he marked each of them with a unique aura, granting them the ability to freely enter and exit the Mountains and Rivers National Map. In the future, even if Han Fei were to be far away, the dragon deity followers like Li Mu could swiftly gather by his side through the entrance of the Dragon God Palace. Meanwhile, upon sensing a sudden influx of pure energy surrounding her, Gongsun Man couldn't help but exclaim, Master, what is the origin of this water and mountain scroll? It's remarkably sturdy. I nearly injured my head trying to breach it." Han Fei merely smiled faintly, glancing down at the little man before responding. "Have you finished your daily supply of barbarian god nurturing liquid?" Have you trained the black serpent in my ice pool? And what of the 800,000 tuition fees you owe me? Are you not hastening to earn it? Upon hearing this, Gongsun Man, who had been fervently enthusiastic, felt doused with cold water and quickly covered his head, pleading, Master, Master, please stop. My head aches. Without further ado, he hurried off to prepare his daily dose of barbarian god nurturing liquid, ensuring to consume the entirety of the pool afterward. Were it not for the astonishing increase in his strength after consuming the nurturing liquid, Gongsun Man might have suspected that his master was intentionally setting him up with the bathing water. Meanwhile, after Han Fei entrusted a portion of the spiritual herbs to Li Mu and the others for refinement back at the Medicine King Valley, the Empress gracefully ascended into the air, aligning her gaze with Han Fei's, and said, Little White, when you returned to the Xiantian sect, I was discussing an important matter with several elders in the Hall of Harmony. You are now the highest-ranking individual within our sect, and I must share this matter with you. Upon hearing these words, Han Fei nodded with a calm expression. The Empress then continued, a week ago, our Xiantian sect received an invitation from the War God Court in Zhongzhou. This War God Court is one of the top 10 sects in the Eastern Wilderness, with a history spanning millions of years. The invitation we received is to participate in the Eastern Wilderness Ascendance Dragon Conference, held once every 100 years, where thousands of sects from our region will send representatives to attend. The main agenda of the conference includes the Ascendance Dragon rankings, sect competitions, treasure auctions, and military discussions. According to past customs, the Eastern Wilderness Ascendance Dragon Conference is grand in scale and can last for 1 to 2 years. In previous years, our Xiantian sect would send participants led by several elder emperors, with hundreds of disciples attending the sacred assembly. There, the disciples would engage in competitions, conduct trades, and exchange resources, resulting in considerable gains. However, due to the vast distance from the southern region to Zhangzhou, we find it challenging to send our entire sect's strength to participate, even though we have traditionally sent a portion of our disciples to the War God Court for competitions. Consequently, our performance in the Ascendance Dragon Conference has been rather mediocre compared to those ancient sects with millions of years of heritage. As the Empress spoke, she glanced at Han Fei, noticing that he was listening intently. She smiled slightly and continued, Xiao Bai, after receiving the invitation from the War God Court, the elders wish for you and me to personally lead a team to attend the sacred assembly. What are your thoughts on this? The elders believe that you are the strongest expert to have risen in our Xiantian sect over the past century, possessing unparalleled strength within our ranks. In this context, they are confident that your participation in the martial competitions of the Ascendance Dragon Conference will yield remarkable results and make a significant impact. The Eastern Wilderness Ascendance Dragon Conference occurs once every 100 years, and during the event, masters from across the Eastern Wilderness gather at the hosting venue. Should one manage to stand out during the conference, they can achieve instant fame, akin to a carp leaping over the Dragon Gate, becoming the object of admiration and pursuit for many. This is why this grand event is referred to as the Ascendance Dragon Conference, in the Dragon God Palace. Upon hearing the Empress's description, Han Fei felt a stir within. It is often said that where there are people, there are opportunities for trade. As a small dragon born in the southern lands, Han Fei had only ventured out of the Xiantian sect once. Now that he had nearly settled all matters within the sect, he found himself quite eager to explore the world beyond. Recently, his belief in the dragon god had surged, and with various tasks, he had acquired many valuable items, some of which he had no immediate use for. Should there be a plethora of affluent sponsors at the Ascending Dragon Conference, Han Fei could indeed fetch a handsome price for his possessions. Thus, as he sensed the Empress's expectant gaze upon him, Han Fei's eyes flickered momentarily, and he spoke. This Ascending Dragon Conference sounds intriguing. I intend to explore it. As for the martial competitions, we shall simply claim the first place without much effort. Upon hearing this, the Empress was taken aback, gazing at Han Fei. She could not help but exclaim, Little White, while I recognize your formidable prowess, you must understand that in the flourishing realm of Central Continent, there are numerous experts akin to yourself. Not to mention, the rare dragon that are seldom seen in our southern region are quite abundant within the Divine Court of War. Oh, Han Fei's interest was piqued by these words. I had thought that dragons had long since vanished from our southern region and presumed the same for the entire eastern wasteland. If there are indeed dragons residing in the Divine Court of War, I am all the more eager to witness what my dragon brethren are up to. They may very well be impressive in their own right. In the Dragon God's palace, observing Han Fei's exuberance, The Empress's expression betrayed a hint of awkwardness. Little White, there are matters you may not fully comprehend. As an ancient dragon, your standing in our Shintian sect is undeniably high. However, in many regions of the Eastern Wasteland, the plight of the dragonkin is not as you envision. In numerous elite sects, a dragon is merely a dragon, lacking any particular distinction and holding a rather common status. Oh, is that so? In the Dragon Goddess Palace, seeing the Empress's slightly awkward demeanor, Han Fei could not help but chuckle. I had thought that my dragon brethren in this Eastern Wasteland were faring relatively well. According to your assessment, it seems that my ancient dragonkin have indeed diminished in prominence to a certain extent. Those dragons who are not esteemed in various sects, how diluted must their bloodlines be to be overshadowed by mere human cultivators? Or perhaps, are the practitioners of venerable sects like the Divine Court of War truly formidable? This is quite intriguing. It appears the Ascending Dragon Conference is indeed worth attending. Not solely for the competitions or auctions, but to reconnect with my dragon brethren and ascertain the current state of dragon bloodlines in this Eastern Wasteland. That would be commendable. In the palace, witnessing Han Fei's declaration, the Empress silently nodded. If that is the case, preparations for this endeavor may commence. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully expending 1,000,000 belief points to exchange for a superior Imperial weapon. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully expending 1,200,000 belief points to acquire an ancient treasure mechanism. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully consuming 3,000,000 belief points. Your guardian puppet's rank has been elevated. On this day, within the sacred palace of the Dragon God, after expending several million faith points to elevate his newly acquired skills, Thunderous Fury and Ice Frost Rage, to nearly the same level as Tornado Assault, and reaching a point where his reservoir of faith could no longer be augmented, Han Fei directed the remaining scattered faith points to the system shop for item exchanges. After a period of consumption, he amassed dozens of divine artifacts that could be traded at the Dragon Ascension Conference auction, while also enhancing several items he possessed that were eligible for upgrades. Approximately 3 days later, the Empress sought out Han Fei to inform him that for the upcoming expedition to Heavenly Battle Divine Court, the Xuantian Gong intended to dispatch 300 elite inner disciples and over 10 martial kings, led by the Empress and Han Fei, to journey to the Divine Court. Initially, due to the commendable performance of the 300 disciples previously led by Han Fei in the Xuanyang secret realm, the elders had planned for the Empress and Han Fei to continue leading another group of 300. However, considering the lengthy and perilous journey to the Divine Court, which could entail numerous unforeseen events possibly resulting in the loss of disciples, the Empress and the elders prudently decided to replace half of the disciples from the secret realm to avoid the tragic scenario of placing all their eggs in one basket. Han Fei harbored no objections to this decision. After all, within the Xuanian Gong, all disciples below the Martial King realm were his followers, differentiated only by their loyalty and fervor. As long as they remained faithful to the Dragon God, Han Fei treated all equally, nurturing them without distinction. Thus, preparations continued for about a month, and as time passed, it became evident that Han Fei and the Empress's party were nearing the time to embark on their journey to the Central Plains Heavenly Battle Divine Court. The Heavenly Battle Divine Court was situated at least 1,000,000 miles from the southern Xuantian Gong, and if they were to arrive before the opening ceremony of the Dragon Ascension Conference, the Xuantian Gong contingent would need to set out soon. On this day, standing in the main square of the Xuanian Gong, gazing at the assembled disciples and the throngs of cultivators filling the various plazas, Han Fei felt a tinge of nostalgia. The journey to participate in the Cultivator's assembly would take roughly a year-round trip, and it was fortunate that cultivators generally lived longer than ordinary people, allowing them the opportunity to cultivate along the way. Ordinary individuals would scarcely endure such a toll. In the square, responding to Han Fei's contemplations, the Empress, adorned in her Xuanian Gong attire and cinched at the waist, with her garments flowing gracefully, smiled and remarked, "My Lord Dragon God, I had imagined you, elevated and unparalleled in might, would be untroubled by such trivial matters." In private, Nan Gong Yao affectionately referred to Han Fei as Little White, yet in public, she addressed him with respect as My Lord Dragon God, or Senior. Given their close relationship, her tone, when addressing him as Dragon God, carried a unique warmth, akin to the gentle whisper of a neighborly maiden. After uttering her first sentence, without waiting for Han Fei to respond, the Empress continued, "This time, In order to participate in the Ascending Dragon Conference, our Xiantian sect has invested over 10 million spirit stones. According to the Elders Hall's estimations, we may only recoup half of our costs in the end. It is truly a case of spending lavishly for trivial matters. Alas, to showcase the strength of our Xiantian sect to the entire eastern wilderness, particularly to the sects of the southern region, we must maintain a semblance of grandeur. With a hint of resignation, the Empress expressed her sentiments as the head of the family. Hearing this, Han Fei nodded, saying, "I understand. This is akin to certain nations that frivolously spend to host the Olympics, merely to uphold their dignity. If it goes well, they profit immensely. If not, they face ruin." What does hosting the Olympics mean? The Empress gazed at Han Fei, her face revealing a trace of confusion. Han Fei simply smiled faintly, choosing not to elaborate further. After a considerable time, an elder emerged from the plaza, addressing the over 100,000 disciples of the Xiantian sect with a vibrant assembly. He then provided a brief introduction to the proceedings of the Ascending Dragon Conference, emphasizing its profound significance for the Xiantian sect. Ultimately, the elders extended their wishes for the dragon god and the Empress to achieve commendable results at this conference, thereby bringing glory to the sect. Amidst the fervent cheers of the disciples, the Empress made her appearance, employing her profound energy to activate the Great Xiantian Array. Once the array was activated, a magnificent treasure ship, measuring a staggering 84 zhang in length and 35 zhang in width, materialized in the sky before all. Upon witnessing this colossal ship, which loomed like a mountain as it slowly emerged, countless disciples of the Xiantian sect gasped in awe. This was the skyward treasure vessel that the Xiantian sect would utilize for their journey to the central continent. Merely the cost of the ship's flying power, defensive formations, and artillery over the course of a year would exhaust over 3 million spirit stones, a sum the Xiantian sect was unlikely to recover. This explains why the Empress felt compelled to express her sentiments prior to their departure. For the grand sects of the Eastern Wilderness, the Ascending Dragon Conference may serve as an excellent opportunity to flaunt their wealth. However, for many sects with a more modest foundation, it often resembles a process of putting on a facade. Unfortunately, to uphold their authority and faith across vast territories, and to ensure a stable recruitment of disciples and followers, established sects like the Xiantian sect, with a legacy spanning 10 millennia, must maintain an impressive front. Chapter 159, The Treasure Ship's Night Voyage. 1 million go soldiers on this day, in preparation for the journey to the central continent to attend the Ascending Dragon Conference. The flying treasure ship of the Xiantian sect set sail. This vessel, approximately 84 zhang long and around 35 zhang wide, appeared like a mountain from a distance. Given its ample dimensions, even when compared to Han Fei, whose stature exceeds 150 zhang, the ship did not appear diminutive. Such a colossal vessel could not be accommodated by ordinary rivers. It was inherently designed for aerial navigation. On this day, as Han Fei and the Empress summoned the immense arcane energy, the grand formation of the Xiantian sect was activated. A thick mist slowly propelled the colossal treasure ship away, until it vanished from the sight of the disciples of the sect. Only then did the mist gradually dissipate, while the great vessel accelerated, soaring high above the southern realm. This time, although around half of the 300 disciples dispatched by the Xiantian sect had been replaced since their last expedition into the secret realm, several of Han Fei's direct disciples, Li Mu, Gongsun Man, the Chun brothers, and even the Ning sisters and the Dragon Maiden, were present. As night fell, the treasure ship of the Xiantian sect had already traversed over 300 miles from the sect's stronghold. Such speed was remarkably swift, even for some flying arcane beasts. On the expansive deck at the bow of the ship, illuminated by bright lights, the Empress Nangong Yao hosted a banquet for the entire crew of disciples. Meanwhile, the Ning sisters stood at the front of the ship, their faces reflecting a sense of nostalgia. The elder sister of the Ning family remarked, "I must say, our Xiantian sect's premier treasure ship is indeed quite stable. Years ago, while on a training expedition, we once accompanied a venerable elder on a small flying vessel. And the turbulence during that journey was truly unforgettable." As soon as she finished speaking, the younger sister chimed in, "Indeed, when our colossal treasure ship first set sail today, I anticipated it would be as bumpy as that small vessel from before. I had mentally prepared myself for the turbulence, only to find that this ship's launch was even smoother than on solid ground. Truly, one gets what one pays for. I've heard it cost our sect over 10 million spirit stones to construct this magnificent vessel." That night, due to the Ning sisters and their fellow travelers Li Mu, Gongsun Man, and others, embarking on their inaugural journey from the southern realm to the central continent. Excitement radiated from everyone's faces. Coupled with the brilliance of the endless night sky, the ship's interior and exterior were aglow, with sumptuous food and fine wine continually served, leaving many slightly inebriated. At that moment, a young elder, who accompanied the group in his capacity as a martial king, stepped forward. This individual was none other than Gongsun Man's father, Gongsun Hao. After the demise of Situ Lingshan, it seemed that he had lost his bearings, for he, like his son, had suddenly become a fervent devotee of the dragon god. On Han Fei's list of followers, Gongsun Hao's zeal ranked among the top 10, nearly rivaling that of Han Fei's closest disciples. Confronted with this unexpectedly fervent individual, Han Fei chose not to comment further. For someone like Gongsun Hao, Han Fei only considered one criterion: loyalty. As long as Gongsun Hao's loyalty remained intact, Han Fei would refrain from taking action against him. Should this man harbor any treacherous intentions, Han Fei would undoubtedly show no mercy. On the ship, as the Ning sisters and Li Mu engaged in conversation, Gongsun Hao approached. Gazing at the sea of clouds beneath the night sky, he could not help but exclaim, "Esteemed friends, do you think our Lord Dragon God is truly remarkable? He has accompanied our precious vessel throughout this journey, yet his presence remains entirely concealed, allowing not a single drop to escape detection. Honestly, if it weren't for the occasional glimpse of his colossal form from the cabin, I would almost assume he had hastened ahead of us." The Ning sisters smiled faintly at Gongsun Hao's musings. Ning Shui then remarked, "Mr. Gongsun, you may not be aware that our Lord Dragon God has possessed remarkable breath-concealing techniques since childhood. Despite his imposing stature, should he desire, he could traverse a bustling marketplace without drawing a single eye." Upon hearing this, Gongsun Hao's expression turned to one of astonishment, his face betraying a sense of wonder as he turned to the distant, undulating figure of Han Fei within the clouds. He could not help but exclaim, "Lord Dragon God, you are truly formidable." At that moment, Gongsun Man, the devoted son of the Gongsun family, approached his father and exclaimed, "Gongsun Hao, why are you awake at this hour? Idly chatting with us instead of meditating? Do you truly believe that your status as a martial king makes you exceptional? If you find yourself with nothing to do, why not spar with me in the clouds? You are no longer a child, and if your abilities remain stagnant, it would be better for you to refrain from wandering about and risking embarrassment." As Gongsun Man spoke, Gongsun Hao felt a tightness in his chest. While one might consider Gongsun Man's words disrespectful, every statement seemed to reflect concern for his father. Conversely, while he appeared to care for Gongsun Hao, there was an undeniable air of condescension. Sighing in resignation, Gongsun Hao recognized that Gongsun Man's strength only brought benefits to their family, and as a father, he could only endure it. Thus, he smiled gently at Gongsun Man and playfully pinched his cheek, saying, "You truly are the devoted son of our Gongsun family. I shall now return to my training, and I am sincerely grateful for your guidance." That was more like it. In response to Gongsun Hao's indignation, Gongsun Man remained unfazed. In the stillness of the night, as the group chatted at the bow of the ship, an eerie malevolence began to seep into the atmosphere. The once gentle breeze and brightly lit Xiantian treasure ship suddenly turned cold and sinister, as if plunged into the depths of the underworld. What is happening? Amidst this strange transformation, the Empress was the first to sense the change within the cabin. Having just risen from her lavish bed, she was soon informed by several disciples. "It is dire news, Your Majesty. It seems we have inadvertently entered a sinister realm. Our treasure ship is surrounded by nearly 100,000 ghostly soldiers. Should we activate the ship's protective formation immediately?" Upon hearing these words, the Empress furrowed her brow as an eerie dragon's roar echoed through the night sky. The sound did not resemble that of Xiaobai, rather, it was akin to several intertwined, terrifying ghostly dragons. The ominous roars pierced the air, causing a subtle change in the Empress's expression, while the over 300 disciples aboard the ship became increasingly tense. Chapter 160, The Black and White Ghost Kings. Offering 3 million spirit stones in the territory of our Xiantian sect, how could such a sinister and ominous place exist? To what location has our vessel ventured? And why has no one from the sect reacted to the changes occurring here over the past few years? Inside the cabin, faced with the encirclement of 100,000 ghost soldiers, the Empress's demeanor stiffened. With a swift flick of her sleeve, she hurried to the deck, instructing those around her to prepare the ship's protective formation while reassuring the disciples to remain calm. Subsequently, she extended her consciousness, gradually probing the entire bizarre realm. However, just as the Empress and her companions braced themselves for the impending danger, the Ning sisters stepped forward, bowing before Nangong Yao. Your Majesty, after a night of travel, we have arrived at the banks of the angry Tsang River, which lies at the periphery of the Tianqian mountain controlled by the dragon god. Although the sudden appearance of the ghostly apparitions is alarming, it is our belief that the leaders among them are none other than the Black and White Ghost Kings, subordinates of the dragon god. These two ghost kings likely received prior knowledge of the dragon goddess passage and have come here to greet him. Within the territory of the Xiantian sect, the Tianqian mountain range, which begins at the interruption of the angry Tsang River, stretches over 1,000 kilometers along the northern bank of the angry river, culminating at the northern edge of the dragon god lake, forming a core area. Although the treasure ship upon which the Empress and her company are traveling is still some distance from the dragon god lake, they have indeed reached the outskirts of Tianqian mountain. On the deck, upon hearing the report from the Ning sisters, the tension on the Empress's face eased slightly. However, the astonishment in her eyes remained undiminished. Recently, the entire Xiantian sect had been made aware of Han Fei's efforts to eliminate the demonic aura from Tianqian mountain and establish a foundation there. Yet, due to the treacherous terrain, the disciples stationed at Tianqian mountain had not yet returned to the sect. Thus, their understanding of the latest developments in this area was limited. While the Empress and her companions were aware of the presence of numerous practitioners from the Netherworld sect within Tianqian mountain, they were oblivious to the fact that these practitioners had already amassed such a formidable force. The presence of 100,000 ghost soldiers trailing the Xiantian treasure ship was nothing short of astonishing. Surely, the Netherworld sect had not relocated their entire faction here. At that moment, as Nangong Yao looked on in bewilderment, a thick fog began to disperse before the ship. As the mist cleared, the moonlight cascaded down. Beneath the moonlight, two formidable quasi-emperor-level masters, one clad in black and the other in white, gracefully knelt in the air, riding upon misty ghost dragons. They reverently greeted Han Fei, whose imposing presence and dignified demeanor commanded respect. We welcome the esteemed dragon god to Tianqian mountain. We, the Black and White Ghost Kings of the Underworld sect, have awaited your arrival for quite some time. The scene of the two specters bowing before Han Fei under the moon's glow was nothing short of breathtaking. The Blackshot Ghost King continued, to commemorate your journey to the Central Plains Ascending Dragon Conference, which we anticipate will astonish the Eastern Desolation. Our Underworld sect has specially prepared 300,000 spirit stones, 5,000 pounds of rare spiritual ore, and 100,000 pounds of assorted spiritual herbs, humbly requesting your inspection. Upon hearing this, Han Fei merely responded with a faint acknowledgement, choosing not to elaborate further. As his gaze shifted, a martial king from behind the Blackshot Ghost King stepped forward, presenting the ledger detailing the gifts bestowed upon Han Fei. This martial king was none other than an elder from the Xiantian sect, who had incurred an insurmountable debt to Han Fei during a recent internal competition. Now, he served as an accountant within Han Fei's Tianqian mine. Over time, Han Fei and this elder had exchanged numerous correspondences, allowing the elder to comprehend Han Fei's intentions with a mere glance during this moment of homage. Meanwhile, as Han Fei accepted the 300,000 spirit stones from the Underworld Ghost King without any visible reaction, the Xiantian sect disciples aboard the ship were utterly astonished. 300,000 spirit stones constituted an astonishing wealth, sufficient to sustain a small sect for an entire year. How could such a monumental sum be so casually gifted by the Underworld sect's higher-ups? Under the night sky, countless eyes widened in disbelief, and the Xiantian sect disciples were left in shock, their faith reaching an astonishing height. At this moment, the majority of the Xiantian disciples were unaware that the 300,000 spirit stones, seemingly a generous offering from the Underworld sect to Han Fei, were indeed his own possessions. The staggering sum had originally been excavated by the Underworld sect's disciples from Tianqian Mountain, and apart from the necessary wages for the miners, the entirety of the mountain's yield belonged to Han Fei. The Blackshot Ghost King's declaration of presenting 300,000 spirit stones was thus a matter of transportation rather than a gift, leading to a minor misunderstanding that ultimately resulted in Han Fei profiting immensely in faith value. Under the moonlight, after confirming that the spirit stones and herbs sent by the Underworld Ghost Kings were indeed accurate, Han Fei nodded in satisfaction and remarked, "It has been some time since your Underworld sect merged under the auspices of my Xiantian sect. Yet you have yet to express any intentions to the higher echelons of our sect. As fate would have it, the Empress of the Xiantian sect is present here today. You may present your letter of allegiance and the Emperor Ghost seal." Upon hearing these words, the black and white ghost kings did not dare to be negligent. Their expressions turned solemn as they respectfully acknowledged the command. Swiftly harnessing the mist dragon energy, they made their way to the bow of the ship. Addressing a noble lady adorned in luxurious attire, with skin as smooth as jade and long flowing hair, Your Majesty, the Empress. Your arrival at Tianxian Mountain has undoubtedly graced this place with newfound glory. We, the black and white twin evils of the Netherworld sect, humbly apologize for not welcoming you with the proper reverence. After a respectful bow outside the ship, the two ghost kings hastily entered and approached the Empress. Kneeling before her as they proclaimed, O Empress of the Xiantian sect, we, the 12,000 disciples of the Netherworld sect, voluntarily pledge our allegiance to the Xiantian sect, henceforth to serve under your command. Here are our letters of submission and the Imperial Ghost Seal. We beseech you to graciously accept them. On the deck, as the Empress beheld the two formidable ghost kings kneeling before her, a flicker of emotion stirred within her. She was acutely aware that, in terms of strength, she could not currently contend with the Netherworld ghost kings. Their profound respect towards her was undoubtedly tied to Han Fei, faced with the submission of 12,000 cultivators. The Empress's eyes reflected boundless sentiment. After scrutinizing the black and white ghost kings for a considerable time, she finally spoke with composure. I shall accept your letter of submission. But regarding the Imperial Ghost Seal, you may temporarily entrust it to the Dragon God. Henceforth, you shall remain under his dominion. Upon hearing this, the previously respectful black and white ghost kings abruptly rose, gazing at the Empress in astonishment. Chapter 161, The Dragon Goddess Inspection. Striking fear across the angry river on the Xiantian treasure ship, in response to the Empress's directive, the two ghost kings exchanged glances filled with joy and could not help but exclaim, Indeed. It is said that the Empress of the Xiantian sect holds our dragon god in high esteem, and it seems this is true. Not to mention, the Empress possesses an intriguing charm. In terms of beauty, she is indeed a perfect match for our dragon god. Although the black and white ghost kings were esteemed leaders of their domain, they harbored some insinuations regarding the relationship between the Empress and the dragon god. But as dignified masters of the underworld sect, they dared not voice such thoughts in public. After observing the Empress for a moment, the black and white ghost kings turned to Han Fei, who was not far from the cabin, their eyes conveying a sense of inquiry. Meanwhile, Han Fei, maintaining a calm demeanor, said, Since the Empress has spoken and does not require the Imperial Ghost Seal for the time being, you too may keep it for now. Please submit your spirit stones. There is no further business for you here. If there are no other matters to report, you may take your leave. Upon hearing this, the black and white ghost kings hurried to the bow, smiling at Han Fei and saying, O dragon god, we are in no rush to depart. Our purpose in coming to the central region is to amplify our influence. Kindly allow us to accompany you over the next few days, following the treasure ship to safeguard you and the Empress, so that the cultivators of the southern region may witness the grandeur of our Xiantian sect. The words of the black and white ghost kings were indeed filled with fidelity. Before Han Fei could utter a word, Gong somehow stepped forward. Unable to restrain himself, black and white ghost kings, your loyalty in guarding our esteemed dragon god is commendable. However, your presence alongside him somewhat diminishes his grandeur. Those unaware might mistakenly believe that our dragon god stands with you merely to protect my Xiantian treasure ship. Upon hearing this, the black and white ghost kings felt an acute embarrassment and hurriedly turned to Han Fei, offering their apologies. Esteemed dragon god, the words of this martial king are indeed valid. In our eagerness to please you, we have inadvertently compromised the dignity of your guard. Han Fei couldn't help but chuckle at this. If you both wish to accompany me, I have no qualms about your lowering my stature. After he spoke, the black and white ghost kings felt a jolt of realization and quickly declared, Esteemed dragon god, your magnanimity is truly unparalleled. Our aspirations cannot possibly measure up to yours. At that moment, Han Fei chose not to elaborate further. He lifted his dragon head, and with a swift motion, vanished into the boundless sea of clouds. The moonlight outside the ship remained stunningly beautiful, as the figure of the dragon god disappeared into the night sky. Gongsun Man began reciting poetry. A mountain need not be high. It is renowned if a celestial dwells upon it. A river need not be deep. It is magical if a dragon resides within. Black and white ghost kings, your mere ghostly mist and dragon energy may suffice to escort my Xiantian sect. But compared to my master, you are nothing more than the glimmer of an ant. And yet, you fear to diminish my master's stature. How laughable. Do you truly believe you and my master exist on the same plane? Gongsun Man's words systematically rebuked the Black and White Ghost Kings in Gongsun Hao. Every statement he made was astutely reasoned, particularly the line about the mountain and river, which served as a brilliant touch that rendered rebuttal impossible. Such astonishingly profound phrases were unfamiliar to Gongsun Hao and his companions, leaving them to ponder where this spirited young lad had acquired such literary prowess. Could it be that the dragon god had instructed him to memorize these verses? Such exquisite phrases flowed effortlessly from his lips, truly a sight to behold. Ha ha! My son Gongsun Man, you indeed possess the bearing of an ancient sage. Your intelligence is astonishing. The Xiantian treasure ship continued its voyage across the endless skies, unknowingly arriving above the bustling cities of the Nukang River. To showcase the might of the Xiantian sect, the treasure ship, as per tradition, descended in altitude, gliding gracefully at a height visible to the common folk along the riverbank. Upon learning of the treasure ship's passage, the people along the river prepared themselves with incense and ablutions, setting up altars to pay homage. As the ship sailed over the towns, they hurriedly lit incense and knelt in fervent reverence. In such moments, Han Fei's imposing figure would invariably emerge as one of the guardians of the ship. No matter how extraordinary the treasure ship, crafted at great expense by the Xiantian sect, whenever Han Fei's commanding presence graced the heavens, the mortal followers in the towns would erupt in exclamations of awe and reverence, their kneelings echoing through the streets, a truly astonishing spectacle. The host has detected the passage of the dragon god, causing a remarkable surge in faith among the devotees along the banks of the angry Song River. You have amassed an astonishing 90 million points of faith. Ding! Congratulations, esteemed host. Your total number of followers has surpassed 10 million, granting you the milestone achievement of 10 million followers. Your physical strength has been enhanced by 10, and you have received a faith treasure chest. Ding! It has been observed that the fervor among the devotees along the banks of the angry Song River is extraordinary. Your racial talent, heavenly blessing, has been activated, ensuring prosperity for the populace along the river for the next 3 years. Additionally, your racial talent, favorable weather, has been fortified for the coming decade. There shall be no natural disasters along the river, and the fish catch will significantly increase. Along the banks of the angry Song River, Han Fei's popularity astonished everyone aboard the treasure ship. It echoed the words of Gongsun Man. A mountain need not be high. It is the presence of a deity that renders it renowned. A river need not be deep. It is the presence of a dragon that imbues it with spirit. As the leader of the Xiantian sect, its reputation along the banks of the angry Song River is indeed formidable. However, compared to Han Fei's overwhelming popularity, even the Xiantian Empress appears somewhat diminished. As the treasure ship progressed, it became increasingly apparent that although the Xiantian treasure ship garnered considerable attention, it paled in comparison to the might of the dragon god. Were it not for the dragon god's influence, the local populace would not be nearly as fervent as they are this year. Indeed, wherever the dragon god treads, none regard the treasure ship as mere protection. In the eyes of the people along the angry Song River, the Xiantian treasure ship resembles more of a follower to the dragon god. On this expedition, the Xiantian sect expended nearly 10 million spirit stones to create an impressive spectacle, yet it was overshadowed by the dragon god's resounding roar, which brought forth nourishing rain. Ding! Congratulations, esteemed host. The number of dragon god temples along the angry Song River has reached 100,000, completing the milestone achievement of 100,000 dragon god temples. Your authority in the domain of angry Song has increased by 100, and the coverage effect of the dragon god domain has improved by 10, enhancing the likelihood of the birth of top-tier dragon blood mystical beasts by 10. On this day, as Han Fei's dragon god temples flourished, the Xiantian treasure ship arrived at the dragon god lake basin, descending from the heavens into the vast expanse of the lake. Here, 100,000 dragon god cultivators had meticulously prepared a feast, awaiting respectfully on Dragon God Island. Chapter 162, The Desolate Mountains, Eerie Shadows. Ding! Sensing the host's formidable authority, the 100,000 cultivators on Dragon God Island were awestruck, accumulating 9,999 points of faith. You have gained 1 million points of faith. On this day, the Xiantian sect's treasure ship leapt into the boundless lake, making its way to Dragon God Island for its final resupply before departing the Xiantian sect's territory. Upon reaching Dragon God Island, the 10 martial kings, accompanied by 100,000 cultivators, lined up to offer their welcome. After months of restoration, The island bore no remnants of the chaos from the earlier battle with the serpent god. A majestic dragon god temple stood tall in the center of the island. Upon realizing that several days had passed without sight of the dragon lord, it became apparent that he had successfully transformed from a serpent into a true dragon. Much to the astonishment of the disciples of Dragon God Island, they could not help but acknowledge that their decision to abandon the shadows and pledge allegiance to the Dragon Lord was indeed a wise choice. After a day of recuperation on Dragon God Island, Han Fei and his companions replenished their supplies with an abundance of fresh provisions. Additionally, Han Fei received a tribute of 200,000 spirit stones and over 100 boxes of conch agate from 10 martial kings. While these conch agates may seem trivial to ordinary cultivators, they are considered invaluable treasures to Han Fei's followers who possess dragon energy. Nourished by the dragon chi technique, these agates will, in a few short years, transform into highly coveted materials for crafting. Each gem could fetch several hundred spirit stones, causing their value to soar exponentially. Having acquired the conch agates from Dragon God Lake, Han Fei did not hoard them selfishly. Instead, he summoned Li Mu and the others to distribute all of the 100-plus boxes generously. In return, Han Fei garnered 100,000 points of faith, and the loyalty of the disciples increased significantly. The future contributions of these disciples to Han Fei's cause would undoubtedly outweigh the worth of the conch agates he had so freely given. This act of generosity proved to be a most prudent investment. With a plethora of treasures now dispersed, Han Fei kept only a single exquisite, luminous pearl. This pearl, refined by Han Fei himself, possessed the dual capabilities of calming the mind and fortifying the soul, while also serving as a powerful artifact for both offense and defense. Thus, this ancient treasure was presented as a modest gift to Nangong Yao. Upon receiving the luminous pearl, Nangong Yao was filled with delight. As night fell in the fragrant chamber of the Empress, the pearl cast a gentle, snow-like glow that enveloped the space in a dreamlike ambience, instantly lifting her spirits. Overwhelmed by this unexpected gift, Nangong Yao expressed her heartfelt gratitude to Han Fei. In response, he modestly remarked that the pearl's quality was rather mediocre and that its status as a mere secret treasure marked its limit. He encouraged her to withhold her thanks until the Ascending Dragon Conference, where he would seek better materials to forge her a supreme weapon imbued with dragon soul protection. Content with the calming effects of the luminous pearl, the Empress smiled gently at Han Fei, a flicker of excitement igniting within her as she replied, "Thank you, little white. I shall prepare a proper return gift for you." Her politeness left Han Fei momentarily bewildered, as he had never anticipated any form of reciprocity when gifting the pearl. Oh, human relationships are indeed complex. As they traversed the vast and desolate eastern wilderness, Han Fei and his companions unwittingly ventured deep into the wilderness after departing from the densely populated realms of the Xiantian sect. Amidst the terrifying mountains that stretch across the eastern wasteland, the various treacherous terrains evoke a sense of awe. Upon arrival, the grand vessel of the Xiantian sect can no longer glide smoothly and effortlessly as it did within its own territory. In the desolate mountains, with their towering peaks and deep gorges closely intertwined, coupled with the occasional enveloping fog, the magnificent ship of the Xiantian sect appears as insignificant as a grain of sand in a vast ocean. Regardless of its size, once it enters the mountain range, it is rendered remarkably diminutive. The mountains are fraught with bizarre topography, thick fog, ferocious beasts, numerous barriers, and perilous rivers. Historically, the most dangerous encounters for practitioners from the southern region heading to the central continent have occurred within these desolate mountains. No one knows whether, after traversing a treacherous valley, they will encounter another towering mountain or a fearsome imperial beast. Upon reaching this place, all practitioners aboard the Xiantian sect's vessel become acutely vigilant. This marks the first formidable challenge they must face on their journey to the battle of the Divine Court. Here, even a slight scrape on the ship would be deemed a stroke of luck. A moment of carelessness could lead to its destruction, leaving the hundreds of disciples of the Xiantian sect potentially trapped within these vast mountains, with only a slim chance of escape. The last time the Xiantian sect mobilized on such a grand scale towards the central continent was a century ago during the last Ascending Dragon Conference. Currently, the ship is manned predominantly by the younger generation, including the Empress and 10 martial kings, with only 2 elders sent specifically from the Hall of Elders possessing experience in navigating the desolate mountains. The rest are novices. Confronted with such dire circumstances, how could the disciples of the Xiantian sect not feel anxious? Fortunately, Despite the inexperience of the majority aboard, they have a divine ally in their ranks, Lord Han Fei. The Dragon God. The desolate mountains, with their steep and craggy peaks, present a monumental test for the Xiantian vessel. Yet, for Han Fei, who commands the winds and tides, this place feels akin to his own backyard. The fog that permeates the mountains becomes his vision. As he approaches, the mist gradually dissipates, as if in a grand display welcoming the supreme leader. His mastery over the mountain fog is nothing short of astonishing. What once served as a death knell for countless practitioners from the southern region heading to the central continent has, under Han Fei's control, transformed into a protective shield for the Xiantian sect. In the midst of the fog-shrouded mountains, be they ferocious beasts or rival sects from the southern region, it becomes exceedingly difficult to discern the movements of the Xiantian sect. Yet, despite the protection afforded to the Xiantian sect's party by Han Fei, the vast mountains remained unsettled. One fateful night, while the Xiantian treasure ship lingered atop a colossal peak, taking a brief respite to replace some of its components, phantasmagorical figures emerged within the mountain range. In the desolate mountains, as a dozen disciples from the artifact refining hall tirelessly worked on the ship's repairs under the cover of darkness, a dense black mist enveloped the surroundings. Exhaustion weighed heavily on the majority of Xiantian's sect disciples, who were blissfully asleep. Even those still awake had their eyes closed, absorbed in their meditative practices. The sporadic sounds of craftsmen at work aboard the treasure ship only served to amplify the eerie stillness of the deep ravines. However, amidst this silence, a sudden tempest of black mist surged forth. Without warning, a stack of maintenance bamboo scaffolding, set up beside the treasure ship, was swept away by the swirling fog. Before the startled disciples could react, several ghostly hands emerged from the mist, seizing the necks of a few artifact refining disciples. In this astonishing black fog, confronted with the unexpected assault, the disciples barely had time to issue a warning before their necks were snapped, their lives extinguished on the spot. With the demise of these disciples, the overwhelming mist intensified, transforming into a formidable beast with a gaping maw, tightly encircling the treasure ship. Under this ominous atmosphere, the entire vessel began to sway violently, as if caught in a fierce storm. Amidst the turmoil, a breathtaking figure emerged, exuding an aura of regal dragon energy, none other than the Empress of the Xiantian sect, Nangang Yao. At that moment, she wielded a frigid sword, adorned with a dragon spirit bracelet, her beauty ethereal, her garments billowing elegantly. As an emperor-level cultivator, she was the first to respond to the unfolding chaos, her formidable essence unfurling behind her like a cascade of frost and snow descending upon the earth. In the next instant, a three-headed, six-armed minor demon god, radiating an aura of fury, erupted forth. This was Gongsun Man. In the depths of the endless night, confronted by the imposing presence of the Empress and the fierce deity, the enigmatic black mist seemed to sense a shift, becoming increasingly agitated and tumultuous. The powerful mist shook the entire treasure ship, its force akin to raging winds and monstrous waves, threatening to overturn the vessel. Before long, all 300 disciples of the Xiantian sect emerged from the ship, positioning themselves behind the Empress, the demon god, and the 10 martial kings, their gazes resolutely fixed upon the mysterious night sky. A look of horror graced the faces of nearly all Xiantian sect disciples, especially upon witnessing their fallen comrades from the artifact refining hall lying in pools of blood. The collective gaze of hundreds of disciples narrowed in fury, for who could have foreseen that in just a single night, the desolate valley would be plunged into chaos? In the eerie darkness of the night, confronted by the disciples of the Xiantian sect emerging from the treasure ship, the black mist loomed like a colossal beast, emanating a deep, indifferent mockery. This mysterious, awe-inspiring sound instantly tightened the hearts of the disciples. Soon, Gongsun Man swung his arm and, in a fit of fury, soared into the air, shouting at the enveloping black fog. "Where do these wretched creatures come from, daring to assault my fleet? Do you not value your lives?" At first glance, Gongsun Man's actions appeared somewhat reckless. However, a closer examination of his words revealed a deeper cunning. Faced with an unknown adversary, he was not foolish enough to reveal his identity immediately. This strategy served to prevent the enemy from discerning their origins too swiftly, thereby avoiding being targeted. Of course, if the opponents had come specifically for the Xiantian sect, Gongsun Man would have no retort. In life, it is always prudent to maintain a degree of caution. Moreover, his words contained a crucial piece of information. Do you not value your lives? This declaration unveiled the essence of the overwhelming black mist, which concealed a dozen enigmatic cultivators. Such a detail could not escape Gongsun Man's keen perception. These sudden intruders, shrouded in black mist, famed as powerful beings, mere illusions meant to deceive. Gongsun Man's admonition was a reprimand directed at these individuals. At such a young age, his insight was truly remarkable. He was indeed worthy of being the prodigy nurtured by Han Fei. On the other side, in the depths of the night, faced with the furious Gongsun Man, the black mist offered no direct response. As the disciples of the Xiantian sect gazed intently at the fog, it began to coalesce, and in the next moment, a towering figure over 50 zhang high emerged before them. 50 zhang, equivalent to approximately 166 meters, akin to a 55-story skyscraper. This giant was a terrifying presence that could not be overlooked, even before the Xiantian treasure ship. From within the darkness, upon the appearance of the giant, its burning eyes, filled with disdain, regarded the three-headed, six-armed Gongsun Man. With a sweeping motion of its colossal hand, it struck Gongsun Man with tremendous force. The impact sent him flying, embedding him deeply into the mountainside, rendering him unable to extricate himself. Witnessing this astonishing scene from behind the treasure ship, Li Mu and the others were struck with dread. Several dragon god disciples fixed their gaze upon the giant, ready to take action, when suddenly, the Empress extended her fair arm, halting them. Initially taken aback, Li Mu was puzzled by her intent, but upon observing the unwavering determination in her eyes, he and the others quickly realized. This night, in the face of the supergiant, the Empress chose to hold her ground because she was waiting for someone, her master, the dragon god. At present, 300 disciples of the Xiantian sect have departed from the southern region, journeying towards the central state. Along this arduous path, their greatest reliance lies in the presence of the dragon god. Even the location where they plan to rest tonight has been personally selected by the dragon god himself. As devoted followers of the dragon god, the Xiantian disciples cannot fathom that he would choose a potentially perilous spot, vulnerable to enemy attacks, for their respite. They are equally incredulous that, when faced with an assault, the dragon god would choose to observe passively from the sidelines. So where is the dragon god at this moment? With adversaries looming ahead, he has yet to make an appearance. Is he concealed in the shadows, awaiting the opportune moment, or is he, the ever-hunting dragon god, simply absent from this temporary dock? With such uncertainties, Li Mu and his companions paused their actions, intending to wait and see if their revered master, the dragon god, would offer any response. Meanwhile, Gongsun Man, having finally freed himself from the mountainside, soared forth once more. This audacious figure stood defiantly before the crowd, roaring at the ominous giant cloaked in black mist. Who dares to obstruct my path? Before my master, the dragon god, you presume to act with impunity? Do you think your 50-odd feet of stature makes you formidable? Huh, you are not but a waste. Initially, the black mist giant paid no heed to the insignificant Gongsun Man. However, upon hearing the taunt of waste, the giant's gaze sharpened, and fury surged within him. What was once a plan to dismantle the ship transformed into a furious roar as the giant lunged forward, reaching out to seize Gongsun Man with astonishing speed. Akin to the flash of lightning, an onslaught utterly unforeseen. In the darkness, as the giant advanced upon Gongsun Man, Gongsun Hao, standing at the rear of the Xiantian treasure ship, suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation, exclaiming in alarm, "Beware, everyone." The giant shrouded in black mist is an extraordinary manifestation controlled by the Mist Wraith. The Mist Wraith is the most terrifying bandit force amidst these desolate mountains. In the vast, perilous mountain expanse, countless formidable bandits have historically claimed dominion over this land. The disciples of the Xiantian sect had certainly heard whispers of the Mist Wraith. Upon Gongsun Hao's revelation, pallor washed over the faces of the assembled disciples. Meanwhile, as Gongsun Hao shouted for the safety of his son, the black mist giant's colossal hand, swift as a shadow and ever-changing, had already captured the enraged Gongsun Man. In an instant, a powerful force of magical seals erupted from the giant's grasp, and the night was pierced by Gongsun Man's anguished cries. "Ah, it hurts." Hearing this, the disciples of the Xiantian sect grew even more apprehensive, sensing that the giant intended to subject Gongsun Man to a torturous fate. "Your Majesty, we can wait no longer. Let us act." With Gongsun Man in dire straits, Li Mu and his companions could no longer remain passive. They turned their eyes toward the Empress, who, her expression turning grave, nodded resolutely. Subsequently, with a swift motion of her sword, a torrent of frost enveloped the air, transforming into countless snowflakes that surged towards the giant. This is the legendary sword technique known as Frostblade, a supreme divine ability comprehended by the Empress from the Dragon Clan's innate talent of summoning storms. Under the dominion of her imperial-grade icy longsword, the Empress can instantly encase an entire valley in frost with a single stroke. What an overwhelming presence! Gazing at the scene before them, the disciples of the Xiantian sect widened their eyes in astonishment. Meanwhile, a towering figure of a shadowy giant, too, seemed to exhibit a look of disbelief. With the swing of her sword, the valley appeared to freeze in an instant, and the giant, constructed from endless mists, was visibly compressed by the frost. One stroke cleaved the heavens. The Empress darted past the giant's head, her frost sword slicing through with lethal precision. In an instant, the giant's head was encased in ice, resembling a magnificent ice sculpture. Buoyed by the Empress's formidable aura, it detached from the colossal body. Immediately following, the Empress unleashed a tremendous sword energy towards the steadfast peaks across the valley. Suddenly, a neat cross-section appeared on the enormous mountain, and an entire terrifying summit plummeted into the abyss, unleashing a catastrophic roar that shattered the tranquility of the night. The display of power by an emperor-level cultivator was indeed awe-inspiring. The Empress's sword energy cleaved through the mountain. Surely, the giant's head, severed by her frost sword, must have been obliterated as well. In the dark of night, feeling the formidable frost aura akin to a treasure ship, the disciples of the Xiantian sect held their breath in anticipation. Yet, an uncanny event unfolded on the battlefield. The giant's head, previously frozen solid by the Empress's frost sword, suddenly exploded, sending shards of ice flying throughout the valley, creating deep craters wherever they landed. In the next moment, liberated from its icy confinement, the giant let out an astonishing roar, its head merging seamlessly back with its body, completely unscathed. Under the cloak of night, the terrifying giant exuded an aura of dominance, swinging its right arm with ferocity, forcing the Empress to retreat to a distance. Observing the retreating figure of the Empress, the shadowy giant slowly opened its mouth and uttered, "Is this all a dignified emperor-level cultivator can muster?" The voice was deep and enigmatic, imbued with a chilling authority. On the other side, witnessing the unscathed neck of the frenzied giant, the Empress's eyes reflected a profound shock. This peculiar misty giant was impervious to frost and decapitation. How could the disciples of the Xiantian sect hope to vanquish it? Indeed, it was no coincidence that this mist wraith had thrived for millennia in these desolate mountains without being eradicated by any faction. Gazing into the giant's eyes, filled with furious ghostly flames, an inexplicable sense of unease washed over the Empress. Meanwhile, witnessing the failure of her powerful strike, the 10 martial kings of the Xiantian sect, including Li Mu and the Chun brothers, sprang into action. All tightened their grips on their weapons and charged toward the misty giant. Countless formidable techniques erupted, illuminating the valley in a chaotic dance of light and shadow, shaking the earth and sending numerous mystical beasts trembling in fear. Perhaps in comparison to the million-year-old sects of the Central Plains, the prowess of the Xiantian sect may seem rather ordinary. Nevertheless, within the vast expanse of the southern region and the desolate deep mountains, the masters of the Xiantian sect still constitute a formidable force that commands respect. Just as the crowd unleashed their powerful attacks, the gigantic figure shrouded in black mist, gripping Gongsun Man, slowly raised its hand. With a piercing gaze directed at the onlookers, it uttered a single word, "Trash." As soon as the word escaped its lips, the giant's colossal arm transformed into an unyielding bastion of stone. The myriad of powerful strikes collided against the giant's arm, producing a cacophony of thunderous reverberations, yet failing to inflict any harm upon the behemoth. Is this truly the extent of your capabilities, Xiantian sect? This night, you shall all perish. Upon hearing this declaration, the hearts of the crowd quaked with trepidation. Indeed, the Mist Hiders had long been aware of the identities of the Xiantian sect members. These adversaries had evidently come prepared. As fear gripped their hearts, the giant's formidable arm suddenly swung forth, crashing down with a resounding force. Over 100 disciples of the Xiantian sect were caught in the terrifying sweep of the arm, all of them sent hurtling towards the nearby mountain peak, with some of the weaker cultivators plummeting directly into the abyss of the valley below. This valley, at least 1,000 meters deep, rendered the fate of the falling disciples uncertain. At this moment, the black mist giant spoke again, ant-like cultivators, utterly incapable of withstanding a blow. As these words echoed, an aura of impending doom enveloped the entire valley. The Mist Hiders, as the most formidable bandits in the desolate deep mountains, aim to annihilate the Xiantian sect members today, seizing the Xiantian treasure ship that could be sold for a staggering price of several million spirit stones. This endeavor promised a lucrative return. However, just as the black mist giant exuded an air of triumph, Gongsun Man, held captive in its grasp, suddenly burst into laughter. You insignificant wretches dare to claim that the cultivators of the Xiantian sect are feeble? You have provoked us, and today, your Mist Hiders shall meet your doom. Despite his youth, Gongsun Man's audacity was remarkable. Upon hearing his defiant proclamation, the black mist giant seethed with fury, tightening its grip. Just as it seemed poised to crush Gongsun Man on the spot, an unexpected weight bore down upon its shoulder, as if some force was pressing against it from the valley floor. Turning abruptly, the giant beheld a terrifying sight, a monumental figure, exuding an aura of formidable demonic power, stood behind it. This grotesque titan, adorned with 2 pairs of demonic eyes, dwarfed the already imposing 50 zhang stature of the Mist Hider. Its own form barely 1/3 the size of this ancient demon god. With a green face and jagged fangs, the giant's wild demeanor sent shockwaves of fear through the hearts of the mist cultivators. At that very moment, as the giant emerged, a silver glimmering dragon, measuring an astounding 150 zhang in length, descended from the heavens, cradling the Xiantian sect disciples who had recently plummeted into the valley. Under the shroud of dragon's aura, the cultivators who were initially slain by the fog concealers outside the treasure ship began to rise, their faces betraying the rigid expressions of marionettes. This revelation left the fog concealers and the black mist astounded. They had never anticipated that the seemingly forceful cultivators they had just ambushed were, in fact, mere puppets. What implications did this hold? It signified that within the ranks of the Xiantian sect, someone had long been privy to the impending assault orchestrated by the fog concealers that night. This individual had deliberately positioned a dozen puppets to repair the ship under the cloak of darkness while remaining hidden, silently observing it, all to lure the fog concealers into revealing themselves. As this realization dawned upon them, the fog concealers felt a chill run down their spines. The Xiantian sect cultivators, previously perceived as easy prey, now emanated an aura of inscrutable depth. Their trepidation grew further as the formidable figure of the 180-foot demon-eyed giant and the silver flood dragon from the valley gradually emerged. As bandits dwelling in desolate mountains, the fog concealers had set their sights on the Xiantian sect 3 days prior. Before identifying the Xiantian sect as their ambush target, the fog concealers had also heard whispers of a formidable white dragon residing within the sect, known for its exceptional power. Yet, during their clandestine following of the treasure ship, they had failed to detect the dragon's presence. Did it mean that the dragon had sensed their approach the moment they had latched onto the Xiantian sect's treasure ship 3 days ago? Was this the reason why the white dragon had not shown itself before the fog concealers in all that time? Such a powerful dragon, stealthily trailing the Xiantian sect's treasure ship, and the fog concealers remained oblivious to its existence. How formidable must this dragon's ability to conceal itself be? In that moment, the fog concealers felt ensnared within the trap set by the white flood dragon. At this juncture, gazing upon the imposing, aloof dragon and the terrifyingly frenzied giant, the fog concealers finally comprehended why the 3-headed, 6-armed impudent brat before them had dared to hurl insults at them so brazenly. It turned out that this rogue had been relying on the support of others from the very beginning, emboldened by their backing. In the darkness, confronted by the terrifying giant, the fog concealer trembled, and the giant wielding the black mist quickly sought an opportunity to escape. Once freed from the black mist's grasp, the little brat exclaimed, "You fools! Who do you think you are to try and kill me? Now that my master has arrived, let us see how arrogant you can remain." Upon hearing these words, the black mist giant offered no reply. Instead, it lifted its gaze, glaring menacingly at the demon giant before it. The fog concealers understood that this formidable demon was far from ordinary. After releasing the impudent brat, the black mist giant clenched its fists, channeling terrifying dark energy into its head and arms. Then, with a thunderous roar, the giant charged ferociously toward the demon giant, aiming directly at its heart. With a single strike, if the dark mist giant could bring the demon god to its knees, it would be ideal. If not, it must at least inflict upon the demon god such agony that it would be rendered incapable of battle. In an instant, The dark mist giant collided with the demon god. This impact felt as though it had crashed into an immovable mountain that had stood for over 1,000,000 years, sending waves of intense pain through its head and arms. Yet, astonishingly, beneath the force of this fierce assault, the body of the demon god was forcibly pushed aside by the dark mist giant. Remarkably, it appeared that the demon god was more of an illusion than a formidable opponent. Perhaps tonight, the Mist Veil practitioner still held a chance to turn the tide. As the dark mist giant broke through the chest of the demon god, a surge of elation washed over it. However, as it traversed the demon god's torso, it was met with a sensation akin to traversing an endless mountain of blades, engulfed in excruciating pain. After a strenuous effort, it finally pierced through the demon goddess body and emerged from its back. Looking back, the dark mist giant was horrified to see the terrifying form of the demon god rapidly healing at a visible pace. How could this be possible? The flesh of the demon god was mending inch by inch before its very eyes, a sight that struck the dark mist giant with sheer terror. As a practitioner skilled in the art of giant manifestations, the Mist Veil practitioner understood that the healing technique employed by this colossal demon god was far from simple. It was leagues beyond the Mist Veil sect's fog healing technique. The ability of the demon goddess body to heal as effortlessly as mist was truly daunting. In the darkness, while the dark mist giant was still reeling from shock, the demon god opened its four eyes wide, and a potent binding force emanated from them. In the previous moment, the dark mist giant had been agile, but under the demon goddess' piercing gaze, it found itself immobilized. How could this be? Among the fog, dozens of Mist Veil practitioners were equally astonished by this sudden turn of events. Each one formed seals and executed incantations, attempting to command the dark mist giant to retreat swiftly. However, under the overwhelming demonic might, the giant's form felt as though it were firmly gripped by invisible hands, rendering any movement utterly impossible. Could it truly be? In an instant, beads of sweat the size of soybeans cascaded down the brows of the Mist Veil practitioners. Meanwhile, with the activation of the demon goddess eye, a voice resonated in Han Fei's ear. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully imprisoned the dark mist giant and captured 13 Mist Veil practitioners. You have accomplished your mission to eradicate the Mist Veil sect. You have received 100 million energy points. You have obtained a diamond treasure chest. You have gained 100,000 faith points. Indeed, everything transpired as the practitioners of the Mist Veil sect had anticipated. Han Fei had already sensed the pursuers behind the Xiantian treasure ship 3 days prior. Upon identifying the followers, Han Fei undertook a major system mission to eliminate the Mist Veil sect. To this end, he prepared 2 strategies. One was to leave a small clone to follow the Xiantian treasure ship, ensuring the safety of the group. On the other side, I traveled through the vast and desolate mountains with my demonic avatar, and not long ago, I discovered the lair of the Misty Hidden Sect. The Misty Hidden Sect, the most formidable bandit group in the Barren Mountains, boasts 3 Emperor-level cultivators and over a dozen martial kings. Although the number of Misty Hidden cultivators is limited, each possesses remarkable prowess. Upon mastering the Misty techniques, they can summon colossal giants, wielding power that is truly astonishing. Chapter 166. The Misty Divine Lord. 13 martial kings submit. Due to their formidable abilities, the Misty Hidden Sect has remained unconquered by any external forces for over 10,000 years. Situated on the southern border of the Barren Mountains, the Misty Hidden Sect is regarded as a deity by bandits and an eternal nightmare by countless cultivators from the southern region. However, despite their strength, the Misty Hidden Bandits faced a formidable opponent today, Han Fei, who can unleash the Dragon God domain and control demonic giants. The ability of the Misty Hidden Sect to manipulate misty giants has rendered them invincible in these mountains, causing headaches for numerous emperors and saints. Yet, before Han Fei, these misty giants were merely an ephemeral presence. With a simple invocation of heavenly mist, Han Fei can firmly imprison these misty giants. Furthermore, the ancient demonic entities at Han Fei's disposal, such as the Eye of the Demon God and the Demonic Hammer, are terrifyingly potent. Each of these divine powers is a natural nemesis of the Misty Hidden Sect. Thus, within a few short days, the Misty Hidden Sect, entrenched in the southern side of the Barren Mountains, was eradicated. Meanwhile, to stabilize the remaining followers of the Xiantian treasure ship, Han Fei's avatar arranged for the people of the Xiantian sect to halt and rest overnight in the depths of the mountains. In this manner, the remaining dozen or so martial kings of the Misty Hidden Sect could no longer contain themselves. Under the cover of night, they boldly emerged, first slaying several disciples of the refining hall who were laboring outside the ship, and then clashing with the Empress and Gongsun Man. However, they soon found themselves enveloped by Han Fei and the demonic forces. In an unexpected turn of events, amidst the darkness, facing the black mist giant immobilized by the eye of the demon god, Han Fei's dragon eyes opened wide, and he activated the formidable heavenly mist at level 31. This great mist transformed into a 50-foot giant, whose powerful arms tore the black mist giant apart. Under the might of this extraordinary mist technique, the black mist giant struggled to heal, and soon, one by one, the martial kings of the misty hidden sect fell, under the overwhelming might of the dragon's wrath. As several martial kings attempted to escape, a colossal black mist giant, nearly identical in stature to the ancient demon god and clad in heavy armor, suddenly appeared within the vision of the misty hidden sect. This imposing black mist giant bore a fierce countenance, reminiscent of an ancient sage, wielding a sharp sword over 100 feet long, which loomed before the onlookers like a mountain. Upon witnessing this black mist demon god, the misty hidden cultivators were struck with profound terror, and any thoughts of escape vanished from their minds. The multitude harbored a profound understanding. This fearsome giant of black mist was none other than the treasured guardian of the Mist Concealment sect, the Mist Concealment Celestial. It had been over a century since its last appearance, following the demise of the previous sect leader. Now, this Mist Concealment Celestial had fallen into the hands of the White Dragon. What did this imply? It signified that the stronghold of the Mist Concealment sect had been utterly annihilated. Under such dire circumstances, was there any need for the dozen or so martial kings to flee? With their very sanctum laid waste. Even if these cultivators managed to escape the dragon's grasp tonight, where could they possibly find refuge? Thus, gazing upon the Mist Concealment Celestial, all the warriors relinquished their weapons. Gongsun Man, Li Mu, and others hastened forward to bind the captives of the Mist Concealment sect. Moments later, aboard the treasure ship of the Xiantian sect, facing the Xiantian Empress and the dragon god lurking outside, the members of the Mist Concealment sect chose to offer a fragment of their very souls, fully submitting to the Xiantian sect. Meanwhile, Han Fei, utilizing a simple divination artifact, recounted his experiences from the past few days. It was only at this juncture that the Empress and Gongsun Hao realized that the disciples of the Mist Concealment sect had stealthily followed the Xiantian sect's entourage 3 days prior. They also discovered that during these 3 days, the dragon god, intermittently visible amidst the thick mist, was not Han Fei himself, but merely a diminutive incarnation of him. Upon learning this, the disciples of the Mist Concealment sect were struck with terror. To be candid, throughout the previous 3 days, they had not even been aware of Han Fei's avatar, nor did they realize that a dragon had been shadowing the Xiantian sect's treasure ship, regardless of whether it was an incarnation or the true form. The grievous misjudgment of the Mist Concealment sect ultimately led to the tragic downfall of their entire stronghold. In the dead of night, the divination mirror displayed the moment Han Fei forcefully descended upon the Mist Concealment sect. When they discovered that Han Fei had dispatched 3 Emperor-level experts and the remaining dozen martial kings in just a single night, the participants in the assault on the Xiantian sect were overwhelmed with dread, unable to suppress their exclamations. This little white dragon of the Xiantian sect was nothing short of a demon, faced with such a terrifying opponent who commanded all the mist of the world. How could the Mist Concealment sect hope to prevail? Contemplating the dreadfully powerful four-eyed demon and the white mist attacks, the cultivators of the Mist Concealment sect broke into a cold sweat, gradually nurturing thoughts of submission. Previously, when a few cultivators had offered their souls to the Xiantian sect, it was out of sheer necessity. Now, having witnessed the destruction of their stronghold, several martial kings felt genuine admiration. In an instant, the voice of the system echoed in Han Fei's ear once more. Congratulations, host. You have gained the allegiance of 13 martial kings, 13 dragon god devotees, with a faith value of 150,000. Currently, the average loyalty of these 13 devotees is 50, with the highest at 70, and their evaluation is deemed ordinary yet reliable. In the realm of the dragon god, ordinary dragon chi techniques were automatically bestowed, alongside the technique known as Misty Heaven. Several martial kings experienced an enhancement in their mastery of black mist manipulation, while the power of the black mist giant surged dramatically by 100. Aboard the treasure ship, Upon the emergence of the bestowed dragon chi technique and the misty heaven, the martial kings were struck with awe, their faith value soaring once more. Such a pure essence of the dragon clan. This, misty heaven, is it not the method employed by the lord of the dragon god to manipulate the white mist giant? I have comprehended it. Ding, faith increased by 200,000. That night, after a brief respite, the group set forth again at dawn, amidst the boundless valleys. The figure of the celestial empress, Xiantian, gracefully appeared beside Han Fei. Xiaobai, the peril faced by the mist concealment sect truly owes its resolution to you. Had it not been for your intervention, I might have led our 300 cultivators of the Xiantian sect to annihilation. The previous night, after interrogating the cultivators of the mist concealment sect, the celestial empress had not slept. The terrifying nature of the crisis from the night before sent a chill through her heart. Meanwhile, facing the cautious expression of the empress, Han Fei smiled gently and reassured. Empress, there is no need for excessive self-reproach. In truth, those few cultivators from the mist concealment sect were not particularly formidable. The reason you did not detect their movements in the past few days was that before I departed from the fleet, I deliberately placed a concealed aura on them to prevent those individuals from contacting their sect. Chapter 167, Divine Might at Wuguan City. The heart of the dragon god, to be frank, had I not returned in time last night, relying on your and Gongsun Man's abilities, there would still have been a chance to eliminate those few cultivators from the mist concealment sect. Of course, our Xiantian sect cultivators might have had to pay a price, but a complete annihilation was utterly impossible. Against those 10 or so cultivators from the mist concealment sect, our chances of victory were quite favorable. Is that so? In the vast deep mountains, the Empress's heart eased slightly at Han Fei's comforting words. Han Fei continued, well, you need not be overly anxious. I have something that will surely bring you joy. Upon hearing this, the Empress's eyes widened, and a smile graced her delicate face. Gazing into Han Fei's imposing dragon-like eyes, she inquired, Xiaobai, what do you wish to convey? After flying for some distance, Han Fei finally spoke. Last night, after vanquishing the stronghold of the Mist Concealment sect, in addition to acquiring the title of Mist Concealment Celestial, I obtained several imperial weapons, over 1 billion spirit stones, and countless treasures. The Mist Concealment sect truly lives up to its reputation, overflowing with wealth. In the valley, upon hearing Han Fei's words, the Empress's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. Over 1 billion spirit stones? This Mist Concealment sect is indeed outrageous. Such a vast fortune nearly surpasses our entire stockpile in the Xiantian sect. Indeed, with a calm demeanor, Han Fei nodded. As we embark on our journey to the Ascendant Dragon Conference, I was initially concerned that our spiritual stones might fall short during the auctions. However, fortune has smiled upon us, and we have reaped considerable rewards. We can now be regarded as wealthy enough to rival nations. As he spoke, his enormous dragon form twisted amidst the dense fog, reminiscent of a young man returning home from work, reclining on his sofa and enjoying the air conditioning. Meanwhile, observing Han Fei's relaxed state, the Empress couldn't help but narrow her eyes slightly, a look of ease gracing her features. Time flowed gently. After vanquishing the formidable mist-hidden sect, situated in the desolate mountains to the south, Han Fei and his companions faced little resistance as they journeyed northward. Occasionally, a few top-tier mystical beasts, enticed by the flesh of cultivators, stealthily trailed behind their fleet, only to ultimately fall into Han Fei's trap, becoming sustenance for the Dragon Lord. As if in the blink of an eye, over 3 months had passed, and Han Fei and his companions arrived at the rugged mountains near the central continent, where a world of martial prowess and powerful cultivators gradually unfolded before them. On this day, they reached the martial pass city of the central continent. This city, the first major metropolis with a population exceeding 100 million, stood at the perilous northern entrance of the desolate mountains, established by the War Heaven Divine Court. In times of peace, it served as the final resting place for cultivators venturing into the endless mountains. During the tumultuous years of warfare, it had become a formidable stronghold for over 1 million years. Since the War Heaven Divine Court ascended to dominance in the central continent, this stronghold had never been breached. According to the court's regulations, any cultivator faction arriving at Martial Pass City from the desolate mountains must first undergo scrutiny by the court's cultivators in the valley, situated 100 miles from the city. Only after passing the inspection could the various factions navigate their treasure ships into the War Heaven Divine Court's territory. As the saying goes, every nation has its laws, and every family has its rules. Han Fei and the others from the Xiantian sect did not protest against the War Heaven Divine Court's procedure of detaining treasure ships and verifying the identities of the cultivators. 4. In the southern region, any large faction unexpectedly entering the territory of the Xiantian sect was equally subject to inspection. Previously, numerous cultivators from the underworld sect had entered the Xiantian sect's domain through the Tianjin mountain, bypassing this step due to the mountain's unique terrain, which had not been fortified at that time. However, as a faction that had clearly submitted to the Xiantian sect, the Black and White Ghost Kings ultimately presented a letter of allegiance to the Empress in person. This illustrates that in the Eastern Desolate World, every sect adheres to its own regulations. If one enters another's domain without willingness to comply with their rules, it could potentially incite sect wars. In the present day, the members of the Xuantian Gong have traveled thousands of miles from the southern region to the central continent, with the sole purpose of participating in the Ascending Dragon Conference. Confronted by the formidable Xiantian Divine Court, a top-tier sect, the Empress and her entourage have only one strategy in mind: to adhere to the established protocols of their sect. Meanwhile, outside the city of Wuguan, the scrutiny from the Xiantian Divine Court's cultivators regarding Xuantian Gong was rather straightforward. After Li Mu and his companions presented a sum of 10,000 spirit stones, it took barely a day for the members of Xuantian Gong to reclaim their treasured vessel. Upon hoisting the Xuantian Gong flag and displaying the Xiantian Divine Court's passage permit, they set sail towards the illustrious Wuguan city. Wuguan City stands as one of the 10 most renowned fortifications on the eastern wilderness continent. This sprawling metropolis, situated at the entrance of endless desolate mountains, spans an impressive area of 10,000 square kilometers, with 3 mighty rivers coursing through it and a population numbering in the hundreds of millions. On the day the Xuantian Gong's vessel entered Wuguan City, the expansive thoroughfares and towering city gates left the members of Xuantian Gong utterly awestruck. To them, the dozen cities under Xuantian Gong's dominion in the southern region seemed quite remarkable. However, they could not help but feel a sense of insignificance when compared to the grandeur of Wuguan City. Even the Empress, gazing upon the city's magnificent expanse, could not conceal the astonishment reflected in her eyes. Only Han Fei, standing beside the treasure ship and looking at Wuguan City, expressed a profound sentiment. A true man ought to possess such a world. 1, 2, or even thousands of such premier towns are necessary to exemplify the identity of the ancient dragon clan. At this moment, Han Fei's spirit soared, and as his words resonated, Li Mu, Gongsun Man, and the others were deeply moved, exclaiming, "We pledge our lives to follow the dragon god." Upon hearing this, Han Fei slightly tempered his fervor, turning to Li Mu and the others, saying, "I merely spoke in passing. There is no need for such exuberance." The group then composed themselves, nodding in agreement. They understood that the dragon god, with his formidable prowess, could not remain confined to the southern region indefinitely. Whatever plans the dragon god might harbor for the future, Li Mu and the others chose not to dwell on. They would unwaveringly follow him, regardless of his actions. Chapter 168. A temporary stay in Wuguan City. Faithful mission. As the Xuantian Gong's magnificent vessel made its grand entrance into Wuguan City, it stirred a certain commotion among the ordinary citizens of the city. After all, the sight of such an impressive ship, valued at over 10 million spirit stones, was a height unattainable for the common folk in Wuguan City. However, the astonishment of the citizens soon subsided, for the Ascending Dragon Conference, held once every century, was about to commence in the central continent. In the preceding period, the residents of Wuguan City had already witnessed numerous similar grand processions like that of the Xuantian Gong's vessel. Today, the Xiantian sect arrived with but a solitary treasure ship, a stark contrast to the 30 vessels that the citizens of Wuguan City had previously witnessed in grand processions, accompanied by over 100 smaller flying boats, which constituted a truly magnificent spectacle. In comparison to such displays, the Xiantian sect's fleet appeared rather modest. However, it was the figure of Han Fei that garnered considerable admiration from the populace of Wuguan City. In the land of Zhongzhou, although the sight of a dragon is not as rare as it is in the southern territories, for the average citizen, encountering a genuine dragon is a rare event in their lifetime. The dragon symbolizes majesty, authority, and even auspiciousness and wealth. Thus, as Han Fei advanced alongside the Xiantian treasure ship, a palpable excitement illuminated the faces of countless citizens who gazed upon him with silent prayers. As they journeyed, Han Fei unexpectedly amassed over 1 million units of faith and a multitude of ordinary followers. This clearly demonstrates that the belief in the dragon god is viable both in Zhangzhou and the southern regions. Upon entering Wuguan City, Han Fei and his entourage, grand in their numbers, arrived at a prominent tavern located to the west of the city. This establishment was connected to a major dock, capable of accommodating treasure ships. The tavern, known as Fantasy, is one of the principal gathering places for practitioners from various sects within Wuguan City. Many prominent figures from the eastern wilderness choose to rest at Fantasy Tavern, exchanging information in the process. The tavern is vast, extending from its entrance to encompass the entire dock, a sprawling territory that is impressive in such a precious area as Wuguan City, where land is of utmost value. Upon their arrival at the western part of the city, members of the Xiantian sect were received by the tavern's practitioners, who inquired if there was a need for docking the treasure ship. After expressing their intentions and paying over 3,000 spirit stones, several practitioners led the Xiantian sect to their docking area. Meanwhile, the Empress, Nangong Yao, accompanied by 10 martial kings and numerous disciples, also checked into the tavern. Fantasy Tavern is so large that even with the arrival of over 300 practitioners from the Xiantian sect, they would only occupy one of its many spacious courtyards. This reflects the relative affluence of their sect. Smaller, less financially endowed sects might find themselves residing directly within the dock, as their own treasure ships are equipped with everything they need, rendering a tavern unnecessary. After a series of preparations, the disciples of the Xiantian sect temporarily settled in Wuguan City. Once comfortably accommodated, the Empress swiftly delegated tasks. Nangong Yao instructed the disciples of the Xiantian sect to swiftly ascertain the significant changes that have transpired in Zhongzhou over the past decade or two, while also seeking to establish connections with sects in Zhongzhou that could facilitate mutual exchanges. On this journey, although the Xuantiangong seemed to be heading towards the Ascending Dragon Conference, its limited power made it difficult to shine as a top contender. Therefore, for the Xuantiangong, the more pressing matters involve training disciples and exchanging cultivation materials and martial arts insights with other sections. With over 100,000 years of accumulated heritage, figures such as the Empress and the Martial King, upon their arrival in Zhangzhou, naturally had to reconnect with some of the old channels and partners of the Xuantiangong. The remaining circumstances would require the disciples of Xuantiangong to forge their own paths. This time, the disciples brought by Nangong Yao were all intersect elites. If these elites could forge new friendships and gain fresh opportunities during their brief stay in Wuguan City, it would be a testament to their abilities and talents. Many years ago, Nangong Yao's master had seized opportunities at the Ascending Dragon Conference, gradually breaking through to become the youngest emperor-level elder within the Xuantiangong. On the other hand, for Han Fei, the vast Wuguan City was indeed a promising venture. However, compared to the conservative mindset of the Empress and her companions, Han Fei's perspective was considerably broader and his ambitions more fervent. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully entering the Eastern Wasteland, Wuguan City in Zhangzhou. You have received a faith task, 1 million believers in Wuguan City. Task requirement, within 1 week. Spread the faith of the dragon god so that the number of your believers in Wuguan City reaches 1 million. Upon completion, you will receive 100 dragon scale enhancements and 1 diamond treasure chest. Failure will result in a 2-level reduction in dragon soul rank and a deduction of 500 million faith points. System note: for every dragon god temple established within Wuguan City, the host can attract approximately 1,000 believers. Spreading the Dragon Chi technique will assist the host in rapidly increasing the number of believers. Task countdown: 6 days, 23 hours, and 45 minutes. On that day, shortly after Han Fei entered Wuguan City, the Dragon God system promptly issued a faith task. Besides the faith task, the system also presented several requirements and random tasks regarding the Ascending Dragon Conference, such as successfully bidding for ancient imperial treasures at the auction and finding bargains at low prices. Achieving 10 consecutive victories in the Ascending Dragon Martial Arts Conference and earning 1 million shock points were also among the tasks. As Han Fei had yet to enter the Divine Court Imperial Capital, the tasks related to the Ascending Dragon Conference could be deferred for the time being. Instead, he could focus on executing some tasks within Wuguan City. On this day, after arranging for the disciples to go out to procure supplies and seek exchanges with other sects in Zhangzhou, Empress Nangong Yao approached Han Fei, who was meditating quietly in the courtyard of an inn, and said, "Xiao Bai, during our pause in Wuguan City, there is a task we need to undertake." At this point, a hint of concern appeared on the Empress's face. "Many years ago, my master visited a renowned alchemist within the city of Wuguan, seeking potent elixirs. Now, an esteemed elder of my clan is gravely ill. Should we garner the assistance of this master? There may yet be a chance to extend his life for a few more years. Chapter 169. The Alchemist, Essence of Fire and Smoke. Today, we shall venture into the city to pay our respects to this master. If fortune favors us with an audience, we may not only seek remedies for our elder, fulfilling our filial duty, but we could also procure some spiritual elixirs for the Xuanian Gong, striving to achieve greater success at the Ascending Dragon Tournament and astonish the Central Continent. Within the Fenglai Tavern, upon hearing the Empress's words, Han Fei, who had been reclining on the ground, gradually rose and spoke. Since the Empress has a visitation in mind, let us venture forth. Coincidentally, I also have a need to propagate faith. In the courtyard, the Empress was momentarily taken aback by Han Fei's statement. What could he mean by having a need to spread faith? Surely, he did not intend to share his belief in the dragon god with the alchemist. Though the Empress held unwavering trust in Han Fei's abilities and recognized his exceptional talents, one must not forget that the Central Continent is not the Southern Territories. In the Xuanian Gong, Han Fei's prowess is unparalleled. However, in the Central Continent, one must either coil like a dragon or lie low like a tiger. Under such circumstances, how could Han Fei possibly succeed in disseminating faith to the alchemist? It is known that within all of Wuguan, the alchemist is a godlike figure, a being sought after by countless cultivators in the Central Continent, yet rarely encountered. If he were to agree to meet the members of Xuanian Gong, it would already be an extraordinary feat in this context. How could Xiao Bai claim to spread faith? The Empress was momentarily flustered. Meanwhile, in the courtyard, as the task of gathering 1,000,000 believers rapidly approached its deadline, Han Fei rose to his feet and turned to the petite Empress beside him. There is no time to waste. Let us depart. Seeing Xiao Bai prepared, the Empress felt a sudden flutter in her heart. In an instant, Han Fei's dragon feet stirred the clouds, and without further ado, the Empress leaned closer to Han Fei, falling into step with his rhythm. On this day, when the Empress sought Han Fei, the sky had already dimmed. As they ascended into the air, the night quietly enveloped them. The evening in Wuguan was ablaze with lights from myriad homes, bustling with life. In certain districts, joyous celebrations ignited fireworks, filling the air with the warmth of human existence, stirring one's spirit. Having ascertained the direction of the alchemist, Han Fei guided the Empress swiftly towards the northern foothills of the city. This area, embraced by mountains, was not steep, but rather resembled a prosperous enclave compared to the densely populated urban center. Upon arrival, Han Fei could distinctly sense that the various mystical energy formations here were far more concentrated than in other parts of the city. In certain regions, the energy of the Earth's veins has intensified, affecting any ordinary cultivator or mystical beast that ventures through. Such areas are decidedly inhospitable for colossal creatures like Han Fei. However, under the formidable gaze of his level 31 golden gaze, these energy fields pose no hindrance to his passage. Even if Han Fei inadvertently stumbled into the formation set up by the cultivators of Wuguan City, he could effortlessly retreat at will. Thus, after approximately a quarter of an hour, Han Fei and the Empress traversed from the Fenglai Tavern in the western part of the city to the mountainous region in the north. Although the buildings here were not as densely packed as those in the western sector, the area remained bustling with activity amidst the throngs of Wuguan City. As Han Fei's formidable dragon form soared above the northern part of the city, numerous citizens looked up in awe, unable to suppress their admiration. What a magnificent little white dragon! It dares to roam so boldly in the northern district. Surely this white dragon must be a favored divine beast of some prominent figure. The last time anyone dared to traverse the northern district with such audacity was during the previous Ascendant Dragon Conference. These cultivators from beyond the Central Continent are remarkably courageous. Do they not fear offending the powerful figures within our Wuguan city? Indeed, though this little white dragon is quite audacious, it exudes an undeniable majesty. Just look at its gaze and demeanor. It is rare to encounter such a splendid little white dragon in our Wuguan city. Amidst the astonished exclamations of the citizens, Han Fei and the Empress soon landed upon a broad thoroughfare. That evening, as dusk fell, the sky took on a golden hue. Oil lamps cast a warm glow along the sides of the long street, paved with countless blue stones, stretching over several kilometers. A gentle rain began to fall, and the interplay between the dimly lit lamps and the puddles on the cobblestones created a unique beauty reminiscent of an ancient city. This is precisely what distinguishes the entire Eastern Wilderness world from Earth. As Han Fei and the Empress stepped onto the stone street, observing the comings and goings of pedestrians and numerous vendors, Han Fei felt a stir within and mused aloud. The rain could afford to be a tad heavier, but not excessively so. To anyone else, this request amidst the gentle rain would seem rather peculiar. Yet, as if in response to his words, the rain intensified slightly, with droplets pattering against the stones and echoing through the alleyways. Passers-by, sensing the change in the weather, merely quickened their pace, remaining largely unaffected. The small shop selling buns had a roaring fire, and the aroma of meat wafted from the steamer atop the stove, while various noodle shops and tea houses buzzed with activity. This drizzly evening, coupled with the warm glow of the street lamps in the Eastern Wilderness, was simply perfect. As a master of rain control, Han Fei surveyed the misty thoroughfare with great satisfaction. On the opposite side of the Qingstone Avenue lies an immense manor, flanked by imposing walls that exude a sense of solemnity, devoid of any vendors. At the entrance of the estate, a multitude of servants stand guard, while the grand red gates remain firmly shut, save for a small side entrance that offers passage. However, this modest threshold has unexpectedly drawn a long queue, astonishingly populated by formidable cultivators from the martial king and emperor realms. This is indeed the residence of the renowned alchemist, as mentioned by the Empress. As Han Fei gazes upon the serpentine line of waiting individuals, he cannot help but chuckle, remarking, "Empress, when you spoke of the alchemist, I envisioned a reclusive figure dwelling in the remote mountains, not someone whose presence is so vibrantly palpable, establishing his abode in such a bustling district." Conversely, the Empress shares his bewilderment. Being a young leader of a sect, this is her first visit to Wuguan City, and she never anticipated that the abode of the alchemist would be so lively. "Little White, are we certain we are at the right place? Should we explore further?" "No need," Han Fei calmly replies, gazing at the estate emanating a unique aura of alchemical energy. "This is indeed our destination. There are certainly individuals engaged in alchemy here, and their skills are noteworthy." With that, Han Fei strides forward with an air of authority, his colossal dragon form commanding attention as he traverses the street. All the martial kings and emperors reveling in festivities are left astounded at the sight. Where did this little white dragon come from, with such a massive physique? "You ought not to squeeze into the crowd," one among them exclaims. "Which sect's guardian beast are you? Do you not understand the principle of order?" Amidst the admonitions of the martial practitioners, Han Fei approaches the grand entrance of the manor. For a being of the ancient dragon lineage, he strides in with dignity, unfazed by the queue at the side entrance that the others occupy. As the assemblage of martial kings and emperors witnesses Han Fei glide through the throng to reach the manor's entrance, laughter erupts among them. A dignified emperor, radiating a formidable presence, cannot restrain himself from teasing, "Little white dragon, do you truly believe your mere draconic form grants you any semblance of nobility? To pay homage to the esteemed alchemist, even a cultivator of my status must humbly present my credentials at the side entrance. Whether the alchemist chooses to receive us is uncertain. And you, seeking to stride through the grand gates of the alchemist's abode? You unrefined little dragon, do you hold the alchemist in disdain, or do you look down upon us, the assembled emperors and martial kings?" As the words of the emperor-level martial artist resonated, Han Fei, standing calmly before the Crimson Gate, slowly lifted his regal dragon-like gaze to regard the formidable figure. To be candid, had this encounter occurred merely a few months prior, the presence of so many martial kings and emperors would have undoubtedly stirred a degree of awe within Han Fei. However, having successfully condensed 108,000 dragon scales and transformed into a true dragon, the titles of martial king and emperor now hardly evoked any stirrings in his heart. Gazing at the emperor-level martial artist, Han Fei boldly proclaimed, "The places you cannot enter do not signify that I cannot. Your own inadequacies should not diminish the stature of my Xiantian sect." These words struck the emperor-level martial artist with profound astonishment. As a prominent figure in the central region, he had never encountered anyone bold enough to address him with such audacity. "Xiantian sect, you say? What audacity comes from such a minor sect?" The emperor-level warrior seethed with fury. Meanwhile, the empress approached Han Fei with a look of horror, whispering softly in his ear, "Little Bai, do not rashly offend those beyond our reach. Our relationship with the esteemed Dan God is not as close as you presume." Han Fei, instead of displaying embarrassment as one might expect, merely shifted his dragon-like gaze slightly. as if he had grasped some pivotal information upon arriving at the residence of the Dan god. In response to the Empress's well-intentioned warning, he chose to say nothing further. As long as I, Han Fei, am here, no chaos will ensue today. At that moment, the Emperor-level martial artist unleashed his formidable energy, wielding a long sword of jade color that emanated a terrifying aura capable of cleaving mountains and rivers. It was evident that a fierce confrontation was imminent. Just then, several martial king realm cultivators emerged from the crowd, led by a young and striking beauty followed closely by a few attendants. Upon stepping forward, the group stood resolutely before the Emperor-level expert and stated, "Elder Wang, this Xintian sect is one of the top 10 sects of the southern region. If I am not mistaken, this little white dragon is the current guardian beast of the Xintian sect." They continued, "This white dragon, having just risen to prominence a year ago, is merely an ordinary dragon beast in its initial stages and poses no threat." Upon hearing these words, the Emperor-level expert's eyes gleamed with amusement, and he laughed heartily. "Ah, so we have some short-sighted individuals from the southern region. It is no wonder you dare to be so brazen before me, Wang Chang." He continued, "A mere initial stage dragon beast, with a cultivation level only at mid-martial king. And you still presume to act arrogantly in my presence?" With that, Wang Chang raised his jade sword, which resonated with a thunderous sound, and unleashed a colossal swordlight that surged forth with lethal intent. His initial strike was extraordinarily powerful as the sword energy transformed, multiplying exponentially, intent on cleaving Han Fei's seemingly ordinary dragon form into myriad pieces. Witnessing this scene, even Nangong Yao, who had already entered the Emperor-level realm, was taken aback by Wang Chang's astonishing speed. Such swiftness would undoubtedly rank among the pinnacle in the southern region. In the Central Plains, such a formidable figure is merely a seeker of medicine before the esteemed alchemist. Ah, the martial prowess of this land is indeed astonishing. Meanwhile, confronted with the powerful strike from Wang Chang, a martial king, the emperor's countenance revealed a veneer of indifference. To the assembled martial artists, this little white dragon from the southern regions appeared excessively arrogant. Today, should he fall victim to Wang Chang's might, it would be a consequence of his own reckless behavior, and he could hardly blame others for it. Humph, daring to be so audacious before the alchemist's residence, this little white dragon must be courting death. Under the formidable assault of Ming Yu's catastrophic technique, time seemed to stand still. However, just as all believed the outcome was sealed, Han Fei slowly raised his right foreclaw, casually pressing it against the blue stone, while an astonishing dragon's roar erupted from his mouth. Amidst this roar, a terrifying dragon tornado surged skyward, manifesting as a colossal water dragon composed of vapor, its strength rivaling that of diamond. This fierce water dragon ensnared the Emperor-level martialist, constricting him with tremendous force. Subsequently, the water dragon solidified into ice, instantaneously freezing Wang Chang. Witnessing this spectacle, the crowd of martial kings and Emperor-level cultivators stood in stunned silence. Initially, they had presumed that under the overwhelming assault of an Emperor-level expert, the little white dragon could not possibly endure a single exchange. Yet, who would have anticipated such a remarkable reversal in fortune? As the white dragon from the southern realm effortlessly subdued the Central Plains Emperor with but a single technique? What extraordinary cultivation was this? In their astonishment, several martialists from the Central Plains, close to Wang Chang, emerged with expressions of fury. Addressing Han Fei, they exclaimed, "Impudent dragon! How dare you harm our cultivators of the Central Plains? Prepare to meet your end." In their rage, several martial kings and emperors joined forces, their assault 100-fold stronger than Wang Chang's sword strike. This time, little white dragon, you shall not escape. Chapter 171. You should hurry to pay homage to the dragon god before the alchemist's residence in Martial King City. Conflicts had rarely erupted over the past decade. After all, those who could come here were invariably seeking the favor of the esteemed alchemist. Under such circumstances, how could anyone dare to act recklessly before the venerable alchemist? Typically, the cultivators at the alchemist's doorstep maintained a demeanor of politeness and restraint. Yet today, after witnessing the Central Plains Emperor subdued by the little white dragon in a single move, the crowd could no longer contain their impatience. In the eyes of the martial kings and emperors, today they believed that if they united to suppress the little white dragon and presented its dragon tendons in essence to the alchemist, the esteemed alchemist would surely appreciate their devotion and grant them an audience, bestowing upon them a modicum of opportunity. Meanwhile, facing the coordinated assault of over a dozen martial kings and emperors, the street vendors and passers-by watched with bated breath. An emperor-level adept could easily obliterate an entire large town. At present, before the residence of the esteemed Elder Dan, although the martial experts exhibited some restraint, the indiscriminate nature of blades and swords posed a grave danger. Under such terrifying spiritual energy, the small vendors, if caught in the crossfire of those formidable moves, had little hope of survival. Observing the martial kings and emperors joining the fray, the vendors hastily took to their heels. However, no matter how swiftly ordinary mortals might run, they could hardly match the speed of the martial king's strikes. Just as the vendors turned to flee, the powerful attacks of the martial kings and emperors had already been unleashed upon Han Fei. The martial practitioner's strikes were directed with utmost precision, aiming to slay the dragon and obliterate Han Fei in an instant. Yet, as the collective onslaught surged toward Han Fei, an unexpected sensation enveloped the emperors and martial kings. They felt a sudden heaviness, as if the very fabric of space-time around them had been severely distorted, accompanied by an intense pain coursing through their bodies. Was this a distortion of space-time? How could that be? Their eyes widened in astonishment, and as they surveyed their surroundings, it appeared that the distortion had dissipated. All their formidable strikes landed squarely upon Han Fei's colossal dragon form. He trembled violently, but then, with a slight movement of his dragon head, an icy luminescence erupted from his body, accompanied by a resounding dragon roar. When the onlookers beheld the scene again, they were astounded to find Han Fei completely unscathed. How was this possible? 6 or 7 martial kings and emperors had joined forces, yet could leave not a single mark upon the diminutive south border white dragon. Could this small white dragon possibly be of saintly caliber? They were utterly astonished. On the bluestone pavement, as the terrifying dragon roar reverberated from Han Fei's mouth, countless panicked vendors halted in their tracks, turning back to witness the sight before Elder Dan's residence. A massive silver dragon, towering as high as 10 stories, occupied the entire street, its majestic and indifferent demeanor exuding an air of authority as it raised its dragon head, gazing imperiously toward the red gates. In the dragon's eyes, there seemed to be only the Dan residence, disregarding the martial kings and emperors who dared to provoke it. What a display of arrogance! Had they been obstructed? Despite the multitude of powerful strikes from the martial kings and emperors, the Dragon Lord had effortlessly thwarted them without a hint of disturbance. This dragon possessed considerable might. The crowd was left in shock, their faith bolstered to an astonishing 999. Meanwhile, as they beheld the small white dragon emanating an aura of dominance, the martial kings and emperors felt an inexplicable sense of dread enveloping their hearts. This small white dragon was truly formidable. Should it choose to retaliate? How could they possibly defend themselves? Just as the martial kings and emperors' hearts raced, Han Fei spoke coldly. Elder Dan, I have been waiting at your doorstep for quite some time. Won't you come out to greet me? Upon hearing this, the crowd was further astounded. The Dan god of Wuguan City was a terrifying presence, one that even the Battle Heaven Divine Court dared not underestimate. The divine-grade Xian Yuan pill he concocted could fetch an astonishing price, even a single one. Within the confines of Wuguan City, no one dared to display such disrespect towards the esteemed Dan god. Outside the Crimson Gates, gazing at the indifferent Han Fei, several cultivators from the southern region could no longer restrain themselves, exclaiming, "Little white dragon, do you truly believe you possess such influence? Creatures like you, akin to a flood dragon, number in the thousands across the entirety of Zhongzhou. Not only here, but even in our southern region. There are scarcely a handful willing to acknowledge the prestige of your Xintian sect. And yet, you wish to summon the Dan god from his secluded abode? How utterly ridiculous! Spare us your daydreams." As these southern cultivators spoke, the previously shut gates of the Dan god's residence creaked open, revealing a venerable elder in a wheelchair, adorned with an oiled paper umbrella, exuding an aura of quasi-saintliness. His expression was one of cold indifference, as he was pushed forth by a young man and woman from behind the crimson doors. Upon sighting the elder, the assembly of martial kings and emperors gasped in astonishment. Dan god, what brings you here personally? Could it be that this little white dragon has disrupted your alchemical endeavors? Please, grant us a word, and we shall personally deal with this wretched dragon for you. No sooner had their words fallen than the aged quasi-saint had already summoned his internal energy, hastening his wheelchair to Han Fei's side. Bowing respectfully to the imposing figure of Han Fei, he declared, "I was unaware that the dragon god was present. I, Wang Wu, regret my inadequate welcome and beseech your forgiveness." At this point, The elder, wearing a troubled expression, added, "Dragon god, please forgive my physical ailment, which prevents me from kneeling in welcome." Unmoved, Han Fei regarded him without a response. Perceiving this, the elder grew agitated, urging his attendants. "In the presence of the dragon god, you all should kneel without delay." As his command echoed, the two young cultivators, initially startled, recognized the authority of their elder and complied without protest. They raised their eyes towards Han Fei, their expressions filled with reverence, proclaiming, "We, disciples Wang Zhixian and Wang Zhiling, bow before the dragon god." Their knees met the cold, drenched ground, leaving the gathered cultivators seeking elixirs utterly dumbfounded. Meanwhile, the elder in the wheelchair remained unsatisfied. Turning to the astonished martial kings and emperors at the entrance, he admonished, "You lot, do you not understand the command to kneel? Each of you seeks my assistance in your affairs, yet now you disregard even this simple request of mine. Should you refuse to bow today? Do not expect to approach my doors for remedies in the future." With these words, the crowd of martial artists awaiting their turn was left in a state of shock. How could a mere flood dragon from the southern region command such deference from so many elite cultivators of Zhongzhou? Was he truly deserving of such reverence? Anger surged through the onlookers as they cast glares at Han Fei. Yet, contemplating the invaluable elixirs of the Dan god, they hesitated to squander this opportunity, gritting their teeth. They ultimately knelt, begrudgingly uttering, "Great dragon god, we beseech you to accept our bow." Indeed, it was an exquisite moment. Chapter 172, The Dragon God's Elixir Technique. The Near Divine Elixir. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your actions have successfully astonished the citizens of Qingstone Long Street. Your number of followers has reached 100. Your faith value stands at 300. At the entrance of the Elixir God's residence in Wuguan City, the sight of numerous martial kings and emperors kneeling before Han Fei left the populace utterly astounded. In their astonishment, they recalled the moment when the dragon god valiantly shielded them from the overwhelming might of the martial kings and emperors. These figures, who often congregated before the venerable elixir god, appeared courteous and benevolent, yet in the heat of battle, they regarded the ordinary citizens of Wuguan City with utter disdain, ruthlessly claiming lives without hesitation. Contrastingly, the dragon god, faced with such an onslaught from numerous masters, preferred to endure personal injury rather than relinquish his position, ensuring the safety of the citizens behind him. Such a dragon god is truly rare to find. Thus, in that moment, countless vendors along the street knelt down, sincerely bowing their heads in reverence. Han Fei swiftly reaped a wave of faith. On Qistone Street, amidst the rainy night, witnessing the throng of cultivators and citizens sprawled on the ground in submission, Han Fei acquired the faith value he sought. With a flicker in his dragon eyes, he extended his claw, its sharp tip pressing against the knee of the elixir god. Instantly, an extraordinarily pure golden aura surged forth from Han Fei's claw, infusing itself into the body of the elixir god. The elderly figure felt this potent energy coursing through him, and an intense pain erupted throughout his body, beads of sweat forming rapidly upon his forehead. Compared to Han Fei's formidable dragon claw, the elder in the wheelchair appeared as fragile as a mere piece of tofu. Even though he once possessed the cultivation of a quasi-saint, under the pressure of the dragon claw, he could not suppress a wretched cry of agony. The scene left Wang Zhishuan and Wang Zhiling, the descendants of the elixir god, along with the assembly of martial kings and emperors, utterly dumbfounded. Instinctively, they tightened their grips on their weapons, ready to strike at any moment. Yet, just as the crowd was engulfed in shock, Han Fei withdrew his claw, slowly retracting it. His massive head turned slightly, casting a glance at the Empress beside him, and he said, "Let us depart." After uttering these words, Han Fei turned his attention back to the elder, stating, "You may rise and move about now. I shall inspect your alchemical chamber. When you are ready, follow me." With that, Han Fei disregarded any potential formidable formations or prohibitions within the elixir goddess residence. With a resounding dragon roar, he entered the grand estate, gradually descending before an alchemical chamber where the energy of the earth surged, an alchemical aura filled the air. The alchemical chamber was spacious, though not as grand as Han Fei himself. Upon arrival, Han Fei moved his dragon claw, effortlessly lifting the roof of the chamber. Before him stood 6 or 7 massive alchemical furnaces, showcasing the exceptional prowess of the elixir god. The floor was paved with exquisite white jade bricks, and the main beams were crafted from rare millennia-old timber, all of which testified to the elder's extraordinary capabilities. On the other side, After being infused with profound energy by Han Fei through the dragon claw, the alchemist, who had suffered for many years, gradually ceased his agony. Then, the onlookers were astonished to witness a miraculous event. The alchemist, who had been confined to a wheelchair for nearly 40 years, astonishingly rose to his feet. Initially, his steps were unsteady, but as he continued forward, the venerable alchemist moved with remarkable agility. This affliction of his legs had originated long ago when he was still a martial king, a remnant of an old injury. It is often said that a healer cannot heal himself. Despite numerous attempts over the decades, the alchemist had been unable to stand until today, when this young dragon from the southern region resolved his ailment in but a fleeting moment. This was nothing short of a miracle. In an instant, the citizens of Wuguan City were filled with awe, bowing repeatedly in the direction where Han Fei had just departed. Han Fei's faith value soared to 9,999. Meanwhile, the martial kings and emperors present were left in sheer astonishment as they beheld the rapidly departing figures of the alchemist and his companions. Those who had previously dared to confront Han Fei now found themselves gripped by regret. The emperors encircled the southern region cultivators who had earlier revealed Han Fei's identity and incited the crowd to act against him, their eyes ablaze with fury. How foolish you are! Did you not claim that this young dragon had no background? If he truly lacked significance, why would the alchemist show him such reverence? How could he cure the alchemist's hidden ailment in an instant? Today, we have offended this young dragon gravely. How could the alchemist ever look favorably upon us after this? You southern region cultivators have truly led us to ruin. Within the encirclement of the martial kings and emperors, the young girl from the southern region and her few attendants gazed at the crowd, their hearts racing. They could not help but exclaim, "Esteemed seniors, we acknowledge our error. Please spare our lives." On Qingshi Street, an unprincipled brawl was unfolding. Inside the alchemist's residence, an elderly man hurriedly approached Han Fei. Upon seeing the roof of the alchemy chamber that Han Fei had removed, the elder showed no sign of anger. He addressed Han Fei with respect. "Junior Wang Wu pays his respects to the dragon god." At this moment, as Han Fei inspected the alchemy chamber, he slowly turned to Wang Wu and remarked, "Your alchemy chamber is competent, yet it still lacks in layout." This statement caused the expressions of the Empress and Wang Zhishuan to shift in surprise. In Wuguan City, aside from Han Fei, who would dare speak so boldly to the alchemist? This dragon god truly possesses extraordinary courage. Simultaneously, as Han Fei spoke, the massive alchemical furnace within Wang Wu's chamber, weighing several tons, began to shift position. The angle altered slightly, yet the atmosphere within the chamber transformed entirely, as several furnaces aligned harmoniously, subtly forming a celestial configuration. In an instant, the air in Wuguan City filled with the essence of life, manifesting as luminous points swirling forth. The seven stars conjunction. Originally the configuration within Wang Wu's alchemical chamber, now witnessed Han Fei channeling his mystical energy. With minimal movement of the seven alchemical furnaces, he executed only the most subtle adjustments. Yet, this slight modification yielded profoundly different results. This illustrates that Wang Wu's previous arrangement of the seven stars conjunction in the alchemical chamber merely skimmed the surface, resembling the form but lacking the essence. The phrase, "gathering the essence of the world to concoct the near-divine elixir," elucidates why Wang Wu's alchemical chamber was established in the densely populated city of Wuguan rather than in the remote wilderness, a crucial reason for the efficacy of Wang Wu's elixirs, which far surpass those of ordinary cultivators in Zhongzhou. The near-divine elixir is a unique ancient alchemical creation chronicled in the dragon god alchemy technique. Initially, when the eastern wilderness was being settled, the ancient dragon clan devised the method for producing the near-divine elixir to propagate faith among the human race. However, after millions of years of evolution, the legendary technique for concocting the near-divine elixir has long been lost. It was only decades ago that Wang Wu fortuitously stumbled upon an ancient relic and discovered the existence of the near-divine elixir through the notes of a bygone alchemist. Chapter 173, Collaboration with the Wang family, the pre-saint level follower. Decades ago, during a serendipitous encounter, Wang Wu obtained an ancient manuscript. After years of exploration, he mastered the art of alchemy, ultimately astonishing the entire Zhongzhou. With years of development, Wang Wu's status in Wuguan City has become unassailable, earning him the revered title of alchemy deity. In terms of alchemical skills, Wang Wu possesses a certain level of expertise. However, for Han Fei, who has grasped the true essence of the dragon god alchemy technique. Wang Wu's near-divine elixir represents only a superficial understanding. Previously, during encounters with various martial artists, Han Fei effortlessly unleashed the aura of the near-divine elixir, profoundly shocking Wang Wu, who was ensconced within his grand estate. Consequently, Han Fei was confident that upon his summons, Wang Wu would dutifully emerge to greet him. Meanwhile, observing Han Fei's slight adjustments that resulted in astonishing changes within the 7 stars conjunction in the alchemical chamber, Wang Wu, Wang Zhixian, and Wang Zhiling stared in astonishment, their eyes wide with disbelief. They had never anticipated that the already intricate technique of arranging the 7 stars conjunction could evolve to such an extent. Before Han Fei's arrival, the Wang family had been diligently concocting the near-divine elixir for a full 21 years in this populous city of Wuguan. This near-divine elixir is a distinctive alchemical art from the ancient dragon god alchemy technique, emphasizing the integration of the essence of earthly vitality into the elixir, thereby amplifying the potency of ordinary potions. Under such circumstances, whether it be the most mundane low-tier blood vitality pills or the more advanced spirit source pills and fiery sun pills, once infused with the aura of the near-divine, their efficacy could surge tenfold to 100-fold. A premium high-tier elixir, in numerous life and death duels, has the potential to instantly alter the course of battle. Afflictions and hidden ailments that ordinary elixirs could not remedy may find resolution through the assistance of Wang Wu, allowing practitioners to continue their paths of cultivation. For this reason, the elixirs produced by Wang Wu's family are immensely sought after, to the extent that even the heavenly battle divine court dares not underestimate him, treating Wang Wu as an esteemed guest. Initially, after obtaining the method to concoct the near-god elixir, Wang Wu believed he had reached a certain pinnacle in alchemy, thinking it would be challenging to make further advancements in his lifetime. However, the appearance of Han Fei today has completely overturned Wang Wu's understanding of the near-god elixir. In comparison to the seemingly omnipotent Han Fei, Wang Wu felt that his previous mastery of alchemy was utterly insignificant. For instance, within the alchemical chamber, the 7 stars convergence far surpassed Wang Wu's abilities, as he sensed the overwhelming essence of worldly fireworks surging towards the alchemical furnace. Wang Wu wore an expression of astonishment and respectfully addressed Han Fei. "Lord Dragon God, my skills are lacking, and I have disgraced the art of the near-god elixir. Your demonstration today has truly opened my eyes." While praising Han Fei, Wang Wu could not help but inquire, "I wonder why Lord Dragon God has come to my humble abode today. If you have any commands, please do not hesitate to let me know. I shall certainly comply." Upon hearing this, Han Fei's imposing figure stirred slightly. He turned his dragon head to glance at the Empress and then looked back at Wang Wu, saying, "This is the Empress of my Xiantian sect, who has brought me here today to seek the counsel of the alchemy god." Wang Wu, the alchemy god, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He raised his eyes to Han Fei and could not help but smile. "Lord Dragon God, your alchemical prowess far exceeds that of my Wang family. The notion of seeking elixirs truly humbles us." To this, Han Fei replied with an indifferent expression, "It is not so remarkable. If I had not come in person, how would I know your skills were inferior to mine? Indeed, Lord Dragon God possesses an innate gravitas. Conversing with this ancient dragon clan could be exasperating. Oh, Dragon God, while it is an undeniable truth that your alchemical skills are divine, could you not be a touch more modest in your speech?" Wang Wu and the others felt quite awkward. The Empress too wore an expression of helplessness, as she reminisced about a recent encounter at the Fonlai Tavern, where she had informed Han Fei of a critical situation regarding an elder in her family who needed to seek elixirs from the alchemy god of Zhongzhou. She recalled how Han Fei had readily agreed to accompany her to visit the alchemy god. Who could have anticipated that, in comparison to the alchemy god, her little boy was the true master of alchemy? To speak candidly, had the Empress known earlier of Han Fei's astonishing alchemical skills, she would not have sought help elsewhere. Instead, she could have directly requested Han Fei to concoct several batches of spiritual elixirs during her time at the Xiantian sect. At this moment, the Empress felt not only helplessness but an overwhelming sense of astonishment. It is essential to note that the alchemy god Wang Wu, standing before her, is a renowned figure throughout Zhongzhou. If even his alchemical skills cannot compare to her little Bai, then surely Bai's alchemical abilities must be transcendent. All along, the Empress has been aware of Xiaobai's formidable strength. Yet, she never anticipated that Xiaobai's prowess would repeatedly shatter her understanding of limits. The Empress was astounded. her faith soaring to unprecedented heights. Meanwhile, as the Empress and Wang Wu were left in a state of astonishment, Han Fei continued, "Old Wang, the 7 stars aligned in your courtyard is quite impressive. With a slight adjustment in perspective, the collection speed of its human fire has surged over 300-fold. Next, I shall overlay a dragon clan's fortune upon your 7 stars align, greatly enhancing the divine elixir output from your furnaces. Furthermore, I will impart some alchemical techniques to you, and with a modest investment, enable you to expand your territory and establish alchemical chambers in Zhongzhou. In this scenario, is it unreasonable for me to request 70% of the profits from your elixir production?" Upon hearing Han Fei's words, Wang Wu and the others were momentarily taken aback. They did not expect this dragon god, after a brief introduction, to speak so candidly. However, as the initial shock wore off, they calculated that if the collection speed of their 7 stars aligned furnace human fire were to increase 300-fold, coupled with the dragon clan's fortune, Wang Wu's alchemical enterprise could potentially become a premier establishment across Zhongzhou, even extending to the eastern wilderness. At that juncture, even the slightly weaker sects with a history of 1,000,000 years would hesitate to act recklessly before the Wang family. Such a remarkable enhancement. And the dragon god was only asking for 70% of the profits. This proposition seemed quite reasonable. Thus, Wang Wu's eyes brightened as he declared, "The grace of the dragon god bestows upon us an incredible opportunity. We pledge our unwavering allegiance to the dragon god and shall serve you faithfully." Ding. As Wang Wu uttered these words, a voice resonated in Han Fei's ear. "Congratulations, host. You have successfully acquired a fervent, quasi-saint level believer. Unlocking the milestone task, Quasi-Saint Believer 110. Chapter 174, Task Accomplished, Establishing the Dragon God Alchemy Workshop within Wang Wu's residence. As Han Fei casually struck a deal with the renowned alchemy god of Zhongzhou, the Empress felt a sudden stir within her heart. The fact that a top-tier alchemist, well known throughout Zhongzhou, would personally join Han Fei's ranks to concoct elixirs and supply 70% of the profits annually was astonishing. This event signified the expansion of Han Fei's influence across the entire Zhongzhou region. Before this encounter with the alchemy god, Han Fei's dragon god faction had nearly no foothold in Zhongzhou, even considering the couple of outposts belonging to the Xintian sect, which were merely insignificant glimmers in the vast sea of stars. Now, however, Han Fei's actions have allowed the Dragon God faction to spread like wildfire across Zhongzhou. With the Wang family's long-established reputation throughout the region, combined with Han Fei's astonishing wealth acquired after plundering the mist-hidden sect, it would not be long before 300 to 500 Dragon God alchemy workshops sprang up within the city of Wuguan, and the name of the Dragon God would echo throughout Zhongzhou. Han Fei, when he chooses to act, does so with astonishing prowess. Upon sensing Wang Wu's unwavering loyalty, Han Fei nodded in satisfaction. Wang Wu, a warrior of the quasi-saint realm and a 9-star alchemist skilled in the art of pill concoction, possesses the near-god pill formula and the dragon god ancient pill. His current loyalty rating stands at 90, with an assessment of fervent reliability. After a brief review of Wang Wu's information, Han Fei spoke with authority, stating, "Dan Lao, I perceive your heartfelt allegiance. Our meeting today is fated. Before I bestow upon you the new dragon god pill formula, I have a task for you. Once you complete this task, your legs shall no longer suffer from the confinement of heavenly principles due to the excessive accumulation of worldly essence." At these words, Wang Wu was profoundly shaken. Truth be told, had Han Fei not revealed this, Wang Wu would have remained oblivious to the fact that the hidden ailment afflicting his legs was a consequence of gathering too much worldly essence, resulting in harm from the heavenly principles which had remained unhealed. The constraints of heavenly principles are a terrifying force that even the ancient saints dared not overlook. Under heavenly principles, no sage can endure. Contemplating this, a wave of trepidation washed over Wang Wu. He had never considered that his previous endeavor in refining the near-god pill was fraught with such peril. Recalling the moment not long ago on Qingshi Street, when the immense aura of the dragon god dispelled the heavenly confinement upon him, Wang Wu could not help but kneel and implore, "Great dragon god, please command me. I, your disciple Wang Wu, shall dutifully comply, sparing you any concern." Han Fei nodded silently in response. He then continued, "In the ancient dragon god pill formula, the refinement of the near-god pill emphasizes the clash and interplay between heavenly and human principles. It is said that the way of heaven diminishes the excess to replenish the deficiency, while the way of man, conversely, depletes the deficient to offer to the excess. You, having gathered a substantial amount of worldly essence from Wuguan City, have failed to provide any feedback to this realm. In this scenario, your excessive demands yield minimal returns. And over time, you shall inevitably face the retribution of heavenly principles. In light of this, I possess a method to assist you in returning the worldly essence you have extracted to the populace, which is to propagate the faith of the Dragon God. For all that your Wang family has drawn from the realms of heaven and humanity, my Dragon God faith serves as a vast reservoir. As you accumulate more worldly essence from Wuguan City, you shall utilize my Dragon God aura to benefit the people. This virtuous cycle ensures that your family shall no longer dread the confinement of heavenly principles. To disseminate the faith of the Dragon God in the Grand Estate, upon hearing Han Fei's proposition, Wang Wu and others were invigorated. Collecting worldly essence is the desire of the Wang family, while the constraints of heavenly principles represent their greatest fear. If the propagation of the Dragon God faith can flawlessly resolve the conflict between these two matters, the Wang family would have every reason to embrace it with enthusiasm. In the days following Han Fei's arrival, Wang Jiadan disseminated a proclamation. Any cultivator from the Central Plains wishing to procure elixirs from the Wang family could do so. However, those at the Martial King level were required to donate a Dragon God temple occupying 30 acres, with the statue of the Dragon God crafted entirely from pure gold. For those at the Emperor level seeking pills, the requirement was a 100-acre Dragon God temple, with the statue adorned with both glazed tiles and agate. Only under these conditions could individuals qualify to purchase superior spiritual elixirs from the Wang family, though many cultivators were perplexed by such arrangements. They found them trivial compared to the exorbitant sums previously spent in vain attempts to gain an audience with the pill god. After all, what was a mere 30 or 100 acres for a Dragon God temple? It was a simple task. Consequently, after numerous martial kings and emperor-level cultivators began to invest generously, within a week, Dragon God temples began to rise across Wuguan City. Moreover, during the construction of these temples, followers of the Dragon God, such as Li Mu and Gongsun Man, tirelessly addressed various pressing tasks for the citizens of Wuguan City, leading to a rapid surge in Han Fei's Dragon God faith. On one particular day, Han Fei heard the voice of the system chime in his ear. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your loyal followers, Li Mu, Gongsun Man, and others, have spread the faith of the Dragon God in Wuguan City, slaying a Martial King-level ghostly fiend. You have gained 3,000 followers. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully completed the task of amassing 1 million followers in Wuguan City, earning you 300 million faith points. You have received a task reward, 100 dragon scale enhancements, and 1 diamond treasure chest. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have completed the milestone task of having 10 Emperor-level followers, earning you another diamond treasure chest. Ding! After a week of development, your first Dragon God Alchemy Workshop in Wuguan City has been restored, granting you a special system reward of 10 level 9 Dragon God Alchemy Workshops. You have also received a milestone task, sell 500 million ordinary spiritual pills within 1 year. Completing this task will grant you the achievement, Alchemy as Divine, enhancing your alchemy effects by 100-fold. Should you sell over 1 billion ordinary spiritual pills within a year, the milestone achievement will double. Current sales progress stands at 100 pills. On this day, having fulfilled the task of gathering 1 million followers in Wuguan City, the time for Xiantian's sect to conclude its stay and rest was nearly at hand. The weather was fair, and at the Fantasy Tavern near the Great River, an extraordinary figure adorned in fine silk approached Han Fei and his companions, flanked by a cadre of attendants carrying a box of spiritual stones. He had personally come to refund the expenses incurred by Han Fei and his companions over the past 7 days at the Fantasy Tavern. In total, the Xiantian sect had spent over 10,000 spiritual stones, which the tavern generously returned in full without retaining a single coin. Chapter 175, The Divine Court's Imperial Capital and the Ascending Dragon Rankings on this day, within the bustling confines of Wuguan City, the proprietor of Fantasy Tavern, although not yet a devotee of the Dragon God, had witnessed the formidable prowess of the disciples from Zuaniansong over the past few days. The owner held a favorable view of this sect that had journeyed from the southern realms. With merely a modest cultivation in divine abilities, he had managed to establish such a grand tavern in Wuguan City. The dock owner regarded Han Fei as a significant figure worthy of investment and engagement. Thus, prior to Han Fei and his companion's departure, the elegantly attired owner made a personal appearance to return their expenses. For Han Fei, who was well versed in various business dealings from his previous life, the tavern owner's visit was not surprising. He simply expressed his gratitude for the warm hospitality, promising to stay at their establishment upon his next visit to Wuguan City, which brought a radiant smile to the proprietor's face. Meanwhile, Li Mu and the Chun brothers were utterly astonished. They had enjoyed a complimentary week-long stay and were taken aback to learn that the tavern owner was delighted to hear that the freeloader intended to return. After a moment of bewilderment, the Xuanian Song disciples realized that the tavern owner was keenly aware of the dragon god's growing influence and hoped for future collaboration with the sect. The reimbursement of their expenses was a gesture of goodwill, signifying the stature of the dragon god. Li Mu and the Chun brothers had ventured not only to experience the grandeur of the Ascending Dragon Conference, but also to learn and refine their skills. Through this endeavor, they accumulated valuable experience, laying a foundation for future undertakings to manage the Dragon God's enterprises. On this day, as news spread of the Dragon God's impending departure, a throng of over 100,000 devotees gathered by the riverbank to bid farewell. Among these followers were those who had received assistance from the Xuanian Song disciples in recent days, as well as individuals rewarded with the Dragon Chi technique after venerating the Dragon God. For the ordinary citizens of Wuguan City, the arrival of the Dragon God had infused their mundane lives with vibrant hues. The emergence of the Dragon Chi technique offered many, previously unremarkable in talent, the possibility of advancing as martial artists. Thus, as they watched the Xuanian Song fleet sail away, the multitude of devotees felt a profound sense of reflection. In just a week, the number of Dragon God devotees in Wuguan City had soared to 1 million. Though this figure represented less than 1% of the total population of the city, it was a spark that could ignite a conflagration. As Han Fei departed Wuguan City, he garnered over 1 million faith points, with the number of followers surging by an additional 100,000. It is anticipated that in the coming years, as long as the alchemical endeavors of the Dan Godwang family remain unscathed, Han Fei's followers in Wuguan City could swell to 10 million or even more. Thus, the group journeyed through the vast landscapes of the central continent for over half a month, until they finally beheld the resplendent city of the Divine Court's imperial capital. After the members of the Xiantian sect experienced the grandeur of Wuguan City, their journey to the imperial capital allowed them to further appreciate the rich cultures and customs of the Central Plains. With a newfound understanding of the region, they initially believed that the imperial capital, where the War Heaven Divine Court was located, would fail to astonish them. However, as the imposing city walls, towering over 200 zhang, came into view, the disciples of Xiantian sect could not help but express their awe. Even Han Fei, gazing at the colossal city that seemed to transcend human imagination, felt a sense of astonishment. The Divine Court's imperial capital, the largest city in the Central Plains, spans an area of 200,000 square kilometers and boasts a population exceeding 1 billion. Excluding the sacred grounds of the War Heaven Divine Court, the city's expanse is nearly 20 times that of Wuguan City. In the southern region, the area occupied by the Xiantian sect is considered quite impressive. Yet if all the sect's buildings were to be placed within the imperial capital, they would occupy merely a fraction of its vastness, underscoring the enormity of the capital. Here, a single city could rival 10 nations. The astonishing blend of celestial energy and vibrant human life creates an unparalleled aura that protects the sect. The War Heaven Divine Court truly deserves its reputation as a millennia-old sect. Even the superficial manifestations within this imperial city are enough to leave one in awe. As the Xiantian sect's treasure ship gradually approached the formidable city walls, a well-equipped battalion, reminiscent of celestial soldiers, intercepted them about 10 kilometers from the walls. A martial king stepped forward and declared, "This is the imperial capital of the War Heaven Divine Court. Please announce your names." In response, the Empress and her companions disembarked from the ship, observing the sect's formal etiquette, and presented their credentials to declare their identities. Upon learning that the Empress and her party had come from the southern region to participate in the Ascending Dragon Conference, the celestial soldiers nodded with indifference. The leader then spoke, "Friends from Xiantian sect, follow me. I will lead you to the Ascending Dragon rankings." At this announcement, the hearts of the Empress and her companions stirred with excitement. The Ascending Dragon rankings, one of the most ancient and prestigious artifacts on the Eastern Wilderness continent, primarily serves to evaluate the foundational strength of cultivators and the quality of divine weapons, ranking all participants in the Ascending Dragon Conference according to their merits. Divisions such as the Celestial Prodigy List, Divine Weapon List, Mystical Beast List, Heavenly Book List, and New Talent List are formed. It is said that after years of obscurity, one can achieve fame overnight. In the Ascending Dragon Conference, any cultivator who manages to secure a position within the top 100 of the rankings, regardless of their previous anonymity, will instantly gain widespread recognition and become the object of pursuit by numerous sects and powers. However, for the members of the Xiantian sect, such as Gongsun Hao and the other 10 martial kings, their qualifications and abilities were already well established, leaving them little chance to contend for the top 10 positions in the various rankings. Yet, for the Empress Negong Yao, endowed with the pure glazed divine king physique, and Gongsun Man, who possesses the stature of an ancient sage, several lists within the Ascending Dragon rankings present a viable opportunity for contention. The Xiantian sect has traveled a considerable distance from the southern region, displaying little interest in the competition for rankings at the martial arts tournament. However, should the Empress and Gongsun Man secure notable positions on the Ascendant Dragon list, it would indeed be advantageous for the sect's overall prestige. It is precisely for this reason that upon hearing the announcement of the War Heaven Divine Court's generals leading the assembly towards the Ascendant Dragon list, the crowd's hearts quickened, stirred with excitement. Yet, amidst the entire Xiantian sect entourage, there stood one individual, unperturbed and detached, lingering beside their treasure ship, none other than Han Fei. For the Xiantian Empress and Gongsun Man, the Ascendant Dragon list may represent a commendable contest. However, for Han Fei, it posed a vexing dilemma. The emergence of the divine list would inevitably reveal the abundance of his divine artifacts and the secrets of his extraordinary talents. Chapter 176, The Talented Ranking, The Enchanting List. Fame achieved in one stroke in the imperial city of the War Heaven Divine Court, where the walls rivaled colossal mountains. Upon securing their treasure ship, a group of well-equipped disciples approached to manage the vessel, transporting it to the city walls. This ship would be returned to the Xiantian sect following the conclusion of the Ascendant Dragon Conference. For the duration of the next month or two, while the conference unfolds, large treasure ships are prohibited from flying within the Divine Court's imperial city, with the exception of exceptionally esteemed guests. Although the Xiantian sect, a 10,000-year-old sect ranked among the top 10 of the southern region, may seem somewhat inferior in status compared to a top-tier sect like the War Heaven Divine Court, the practitioners of the latter displayed a degree of courtesy towards the members of the Xiantian sect upon their arrival. Guided by the divine warriors of the War Heaven Court, the assembly swiftly ascended to the city walls, entering a grand and spacious palace. Within the palace, a colossal teleportation array connected to the ancient artifact, the Ascendant Dragon List, materialized before them. Addressing the Xiantian sect's Empress and her companions, the leader of the War Heaven Court's divine warriors spoke. Esteemed guests, before you lies the Ascendant Dragon List. Beyond this list, you shall gain direct access to the sacred grounds of our War Heaven Divine Court. We have prepared a magnificent estate for your stay over the coming months, where you may reside temporarily as we host various events, including the martial arts tournament, meetings, and auctions. We shall keep you informed of all proceedings through the sky-peering mirror. In addition to the activities your esteemed sect voluntarily participates in, we will extend certain invitations to your practitioners based on your sect's performance at the Ascendant Dragon Conference. Outside of these matters, you are welcome to roam freely within our sacred grounds and partake in the various large markets composed of practitioners from various sections. As long as you adhere to the laws and regulations of the War Heaven Divine Court, you shall be regarded as our most esteemed friends. Upon concluding his remarks, the divine warrior leader bowed respectfully to the Empress and her companions, subsequently guiding them to the teleportation array of the Ascendant Dragon List. In a moment of heightened anticipation, the emotions of the disciples of the Zhantiangong surged once more, their faces betraying an air of tension. The Ascension Dragon Conference drew together countless exceptionally gifted cultivators from across the realm, and for many, the opportunity to ascend any position on the Ascension Dragon rankings represented a chance for fame and fortune, an unparalleled opportunity to make a name for oneself. Leading the group, the Zhantiangong Empress, with her calm demeanor, advanced slowly. The esteem she had cultivated over the years within the sect rendered her far more composed than the average disciple as she approached the Ascension rankings. Her intention today was to set an exemplary standard for her fellow cultivators. After all, it was merely a test of potential. There was no reason to feel anxious. Upon reaching the Ascension rankings, an ethereal light erupted from the ancient legendary array of the demon and god battlefield, a beacon of special detection. With a subtle shift of her spiritual energy, the Empress was drawn into the array. Within its confines, she heard the voice of the stone tablet. Ding! Detected the pure, glazed divine physique, currently ranked 97th in this session's talented individuals list. Ding! Special dragon aura detected. The pure glazed physique has been enhanced, now ranked 61st. The influence of the dragon goddess domain, previously merged within her, had propelled her physique up the rankings by over 30 positions. Such an elevation was truly astonishing. As the leader of the Xuantian Gong, the Empress understood all too well that any shift in ranking on the talented individuals list represented an insurmountable chasm in capability. The difference between the 61st and the 97th position might seem minimal at a mere 36 ranks, yet this disparity could alter the course of many destinies. Historically, it was nearly unheard of for lower-ranked prodigies to triumph over those ranked significantly higher, especially with a gap of 30 positions. The Dragon Goddess domain, bestowed by Han Fei, had remarkably widened the gap between the Empress, Nangong Yao, and most of the other prodigies at the Ascension Conference. As the ranking of the Xuantian Gong Empress was announced, a ripple of change swept through the sacred grounds of the War Goddess Court, far removed from the scene. When the elite cultivators noted that a practitioner with the pure glazed physique had ascended from the 97th position to 61st upon entering the list, they were momentarily taken aback. In an instant, the various factions within the War Goddess Court buzzed with speculation. Although the pure glazed physique was indeed one of the rare divine physiques on the Eastern Wilderness continent, such physiques were not uncommon across the entire expanse of the Eastern Wilderness. Each year, similar physiques could be discovered among the top sections. In this context, how could a practitioner from a 10,000-year-old sect in the southern lands possibly ascend to the 61st position solely based on the pure glazed physique? Was there something uniquely exceptional about this individual? Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, a shift occurred in the rankings of the Shenglong list, specifically within the Enchanting Beauty list, also known as the Qingqing list. This list is curated by the Shenglong Divine Steel based on the aesthetic appeal of cultivators. To the astonishment of many, as soon as the Xiantian sect's Empress made her debut on this list, she soared to an impressive 7th position. With the announcement of her rank, her visage was unveiled on the list. The Empress's eyes, reminiscent of tranquil waters, exuded an air of cold majesty while simultaneously radiating a captivating confidence. Her cascading hair resembled a waterfall, and her skin, as delicate as cream, bore a youthful blush that suggested a touch of fragility, as if one could draw forth moisture from her porcelain complexion with the slightest pinch. Observing her beauty within the sacred grounds of the Zhantian Divine Court, many cultivators were left in awe. This woman, with skin whiter than snow and a visage of unparalleled beauty, possessed a serene gaze that concealed an ineffable authority, an emblem of someone accustomed to holding power. Despite her youth, she held the 61st position on the Tianjiao list and commanded such stunning beauty. I assert that the Xiantian sect's Empress will undoubtedly become the focal point of attention during this Shenglong conference. Her serene smile is utterly enchanting. As the crowd engaged in animated discussions, several young prodigies found themselves stirred by the Empress's beauty, their breaths becoming noticeably heavier. The Shenglong Conference serves as a splendid opportunity for many exceptional talents to seek companions, and upon witnessing the Xiantian Empress, numerous young cultivators felt a rush of longing in their hearts, their gazes betraying an eagerness akin to that of first love. Meanwhile, within the Shenglong list, the Empress herself was taken aback upon realizing her appearance had graced the Qingqing list. She had never anticipated that merely her beauty could earn her such a distinguished ranking on the Shenglong list. Chapter 177, Gongsun Man. The pinnacle prodigy outside the teleportation array, in light of the Xiantian Empress's achievements on both the Tianjiao list and the Qingqing list, the disciples of Xiantian were filled with admiration. The martial King Gongsun Hao could not help but exclaim, 61st on the Tianjiao list, 7th on the Qingqing list. Our Xiantian sect Empress truly deserves the title of the most beautiful among the foremost sects of the southern region. Today, with the Empress setting such a remarkable precedent, our Xiantian sect has indeed made a grand appearance at this Shenglong conference. Indeed, it comes as no surprise that our Empress ranks among the top 10 on the Qingqing list. Her beauty is exceptional, in my opinion. The top contenders on this list possess comparable allure, although if one were to impose a ranking, it could be a challenge to distinctly identify the first, second, and third positions. As Gongsun Hao spoke, the disciples of the Xiantian sect expressed their sentiments. Even before the Empress's emergence on the Shenglong list, it was well understood among them that her prowess was extraordinary, and they had long admired her beauty. Now, with the Shenglong list unveiled, the Empress was further cloaked in an aura of idol-like reverence, her already lofty status rendered even more celestial and unattainable. On the other side, regarding the results achieved by the Empress on the ascending dragon rankings, Han Fei displayed no semblance of shock upon his imposing dragon throne. To Han Fei, the Xiantian Empress indeed possessed an unparalleled beauty, not only in the southern region but throughout the entirety of the eastern wasteland. Her visage was undeniably competitive. With a countenance that could captivate hearts and an extraordinary aptitude, such a stunning figure would undoubtedly be the object of admiration for young cultivators, no matter the location. It was only someone like Han Fei, who had lived 2 lifetimes without ever having experienced romance, and who lacked the understanding of how to pursue a woman, that remained utterly indifferent, showing no initiative whatsoever. Within the teleportation array of the ascending dragon rankings, after completing several listings, the Empress was transported by the ascending dragon formation to the estate that the War Heaven Divine Court had long prepared for everyone. After a brief wait within the estate, Li Mu, who possessed the ancient battle body and the heavenly dragon's sacred physique, entered the array. Following an assessment, Li Mu's heavenly dragon sacred physique ranked 97th on the talents list, barely making a mark on the ascending dragon rankings. Given the recent influx of young cultivators heading to the War Heaven Divine Court, those at the lower end of the talents list could easily be supplanted. Hence, Li Mu's ranking did not elicit much astonishment among the cultivators. Even within the Xiantian sect, the majority of cultivators responded with indifference. Only Han Fei smiled faintly. Despite Li Mu's ancient battle body only managing to secure 97th place in the talent-rich central continent, Han Fei recognized that as a battle-hardened cultivator, Li Mu could one day command 1,000,000 divine soldiers. In the true theater of war, a cultivator capable of leading 1,000,000 troops was far more valuable than most who shone through individual prowess. Following Li Mu, the Qin brothers, Qin Yi and Qin Ding, entered the ascending dragon rankings one after another. Regrettably, the Qin siblings possessed only average talents, even after receiving substantial enhancements from dragon energy. Their less than a year of training under Han Fei's tutelage did not suffice to break into the top 100 of the talents list. Even their meticulously fortified weapons found themselves ranked over 1,700 on the divine weapons list, still a considerable distance from the elite top 100. In the internal competition of the Xiantian sect, the top 3 disciples struggled to even penetrate the upper echelon of the talents list, highlighting the stark disparity between the Xiantian sect and those ancient sects of the central continent, which had flourished for millions of years. The members of the Xiantian sect were well aware of this reality. Although the entire process lacked significant surprises, it did not lead them to feelings of inferiority. Yet, one individual began to feel a pang of impatience as the disciples of the Xiantian sect continued to be unable to make the rankings. This individual was none other than the esteemed scion of the Gongsun family, Gongsun Man. After Qin Ding, over 100 disciples from the Xiantian sect entered. Yet their rankings remained mediocre, and finally, Gongsun Man could no longer contain his impatience. In the Grand Hall, Gongsun Man erupted with a terrifying aura, manifesting 3 heads and 6 arms, baring his fangs as he approached a senior brother in line for the ascending dragon rankings. With a commanding tone, he declared, "Step aside. I shall take my place," and forcefully inserted himself into the queue. The onlookers, well aware of Gongsun Man's formidable prowess, refrained from obstructing him. Instead, they were taken aback by his sudden appearance, their minds momentarily shaken. Before long, Gongsun Man entered the ascending dragon rankings. The moment he did, a resounding dragon's roar emanated from the rankings, causing the entire War Heaven Divine Court to tremble. What an astonishing dragon's roar! What could this signify? Could it be that someone within the Xiantian sect has surpassed the top 10 of the talented rankings? Surely, that is inconceivable. Just recently, the Xiantian Empress, who ranked 61st, was believed to be the pinnacle of the sect's achievements. Within the War Heaven Divine Court, 1,000,000 cultivators were left in shock. Soon after the dragon's roar, the results of the rankings were revealed. Gongsun Man of the Xiantian sect, possessing the barbarian god battle body and ancient sage potential, ranked 10th on the talented rankings. At the astonishing age of merely 1 year. This is unbelievable. The revelation of Gongsun Man's rank sent ripples of astonishment throughout the War Heaven Divine Court. A prodigious talent with the essence of an ancient sage, yet only 1 year old? What is the origins of this little barbarian god? The Xiantian sect's endeavors this year are truly remarkable. I must inquire, where has the Southern Sect's base been established this year? I must promptly arrange for our cultivators to pay their respects. A future ancient sage is certainly worth cultivating relations with. On the Eastern Emperor continent, cultivators are categorized by their levels of cultivation: body refinement, Qi, purple mansion, divine ability, martial king, semi-emperor, great emperor, as well as semi-saint, saint, great saint. An ancient sage. Upon reaching the great emperor level, one can become a sovereign of a realm. Attaining the saint level allows one to instill awe across the land. An ancient sage is considered the pinnacle of existence in the entire Eastern wasteland, and even in a prestigious sect like the War Heaven Divine Court, which boasts a history of 1,000,000 years, there are but a few ancient sage figures within its ranks. In the Eastern Wasteland, an ancient sage is a being of nearly divine terror. According to the customary practices of past ascending dragon gatherings, it is generally observed that any cultivator who manages to secure a position within the top 10 of the talented rankings possesses the potential of an ancient sage. Among these prodigious talents, over 70% ultimately evolve into top-tier figures. The Ascending Dragon Gathering serves, for many peripheral sects, as an opportunity for information exchange, trade, or simply to observe the spectacle. However, for truly elite sects, the focus is on the unparalleled talents within the talented rankings, those who have the potential to become top-tier saints. At this moment, from the southern fringes, the Xiantian sect has produced a child bearing the essence of an ancient sage, igniting a flurry of interest among the million-year sections. This child, ranked 10th in the talented rankings, is indeed a prospect worth pursuing. Chapter 178. The Supreme Leader of the War Heaven Divine Court, Gongsun Longyuan within the War Heaven Divine Court. Amidst the astonishment of the crowd, the image of Gongsun Man, with 3 heads and 6 arms, displaying a frenzied demeanor, was unveiled on the talented individual's ranking. Gazing at the list, the remarkable aura emanating from Gongsun Man prompted numerous formidable figures from elite sects to exclaim in admiration. They urged their companions, quickly, within the span of an incense stick. I demand to acquire all information regarding Gongsun Man. Such a prodigy must be ours. A mere small sect from the southern territories, with a history of 100,000 years, was unworthy of possessing a transcendent talent like that of an ancient sage. Meanwhile, far away at the teleportation array in the War Heaven Imperial City, Gongsun Hao remained oblivious to the uproar his son had caused throughout the entire War Heaven Divine Court. However, when the results revealed Gongsun Man's ancient sage potential and his ranking as the 10th on the talented individuals list, Gongsun Hao could not restrain his tears, kneeling upon the ground and exclaiming fervently, 10th on the talented individuals list, my son has succeeded. The Gongsun clan is destined to rise. As Gongsun Hao rejoiced, over 100 disciples of the Xiantian sect were equally astonished. For so long, it was believed that the tales surrounding Gongsun Man's ancient sage potential were mere exaggerations. Who could have anticipated that this would be solidified as a fact, recognized by the Ascending Dragon list? If Gongsun Man truly possessed the qualities of an ancient sage, then the entire Xiantian sect was bound to ascend to greatness. As the saying goes, one finds comfort in the shade of a great tree. Should Gongsun Man ascend to the status of an ancient sage, then all who had persevered alongside him would undoubtedly rise in fortune as well. How marvelous indeed. On another front, within the Ascending Dragon list's teleportation array, following Gongsun Man's recognition as one of the top 10 on the talented individuals list, his artifacts, the Heavenly Flying Silk and the Fiery Wheel, also achieved the remarkable feat of ranking 90th on the Divine Weapons list. A sect from the Southern Territories with a history of 100,000 years managing to place 2 weapons within the top 100 of the Divine Weapons list clearly illustrated the profound heritage of the Xiantian sect. Indeed, any force capable of securing a top 10 ranking in their realm should not be underestimated. However, during the Ascending Dragon Conference, where experts were abundant, the listings of the Heavenly Flying Silk and the Fiery Wheel, while garnering some attention, did not evoke overwhelming shock. Soon after, Gongsun Man's testing on the Ascending Dragon list came to a conclusion. Upon exiting the formation, Gongsun Man anticipated being transported to the estate where the Empress and others awaited. However, as he slightly opened his 3 pairs of eyes, he discovered that he was not in the expected estate but rather within a magnificent palace hosting a grand banquet. At the center of this palace sat a dragon throne, occupied by a figure of extraordinary prowess, exhibiting a cold and proud demeanor. Though Gongsun Man had not tested this individual, he could still sense that this master possessed at least peak saint-level strength. The sensation was somewhat terrifying. Throughout his life, apart from his own master, he had never encountered anyone above the quasi-saint level. Looking around at the attendees of the banquet, it became clear that each one was a master with strength surpassing the quasi-saint level. What was the meaning of this situation? At present, Gongsun Man, despite possessing the intellect of a mere 3-year-old, is far from a fool. It was promised that after the conclusion of the Ascending Dragon ranking, the cultivators would be transported to a resplendent estate prepared in advance by the War Heaven Divine Court for their repose. However, upon stepping out of the teleportation array, instead of encountering the Empress and her entourage, he found himself surrounded by a throng of formidable individuals with enigmatic expressions. These beings, seated in their respective places, regarded him with smiles that resembled the gaze one might bestow upon a rare treasure. As Gongsun Man brandished his 3 heads and 6 arms, a flicker of astonishment could be discerned in their eyes. This unexpected admiration only heightened the unease within Gongsun Man. Were they regarding him as a mere commodity? Who did they think they were looking down upon? As he observed the scrutinizing glances of these esteemed figures, Gongsun Man's temper flared, and a surge of demonic energy erupted from him. The exquisite dancers who were gracefully performing in the hall were instantly affected, falling to the ground with a yelp. Meanwhile, the lavish banquet laid before the quasi-saint experts nearly toppled as Gongsun Man's minor outburst sent the opulent palace into disarray. His explosive temperament was nothing short of astonishing. On the other side, as the chorus of songstresses collapsed, the saintly master seated upon the dragon chair narrowed his eyes slightly, stroking his beard. With a smirk, he remarked, "Such a little child, yet with quite the temper." Following this, the formidable gaze of the master lifted, releasing an invisible pressure that immobilized Gongsun Man entirely. However, even when pinned down by the might of the one on the dragon chair, Gongsun Man was unwilling to yield. Under the immense pressure, his eyes widened with fury. He opened his mouth, unleashing an astonishing roar. Yet, the chasm between saint-level experts and those of the divine realm was immense. Despite his anger, Gongsun Man found himself utterly powerless to move. Listening to Gongsun Man's cries, the 20-odd quasi-saint and saint-level experts present could not suppress their smiles. To these top-tier masters, Gongsun Man appeared to be nothing more than a temperamental child. The overwhelming demonic energy that could astound even the emperor of the Shintian sect was, in the eyes of the assembled quasi-saints, insignificant. After successfully restraining Gongsun Man, the master on the dragon chair spoke slowly. "Little Gongsun, I am Gongsun Longyuan, the current leader of the War Heaven Divine Court. Upon our first encounter in the Ascending Dragon ranking, I felt an immediate affinity with you. Coincidentally, we both share the Gongsun surname. I wonder, dear friend, would you be interested in changing allegiances, departing from the Shintian sect to join under my tutelage?" Taken aback by this proposition, Gongsun Man paused for a moment before bursting into laughter, addressing Gongsun Longyuan on the dragon chair. "Ah, I see. You are the Gongsun sect leader. I beg your pardon for my earlier disrespect." However, his expression shifted slightly as he continued. "If you wish for me to change my allegiance, then grant me 100,000 spirit stones, and I shall recognize you as my father." 100,000 spirit stones to call you father? Upon the utterance of Gongsun Man's words, the entire grand hall fell into a momentary silence, leaving many in bewilderment. The audacity of the young deity was perplexing to those present. Meanwhile, upon hearing Gongsun Man's remark, the Lord of the Battle Heaven sect was taken aback. Regaining his composure only after a considerable pause, and with a squint and a smile, he inquired, "My young friend, what do you mean by that? Is it perhaps that you have grown up without a father, thus wishing for me to take on that role?" Upon hearing this, Gongsun Man furrowed her brow and retorted, "You are quite amusing. I shall ask you, can you produce 100,000 spirit stones? If you can, then indeed you are my father. If not, you had best let me go at once. If you delay any further, my master shall arrive, and I will have no words left to say." Chapter 179, Little Deity. Your master will not come to your aid within the resplendent palace of the Battle Heaven sect. Gongsun Man felt little concern in leaving the Xiantian sect and shifting her allegiance. Yet, as long as there existed that individual within the Xiantian sect, she would never consider betraying her own sect. The dialogue between Gongsun Man and the Lord of the Battle Heaven sect was merely a trivial exchange with Gongsun Longyuan. To think that mere words could persuade Gongsun Man to abandon her sect was a fanciful delusion. If Gongsun Man were truly to betray her master, she would undoubtedly be suppressed on the spot by her revered dragon god master. Though the pressure exerted today by Gongsun Longyuan was formidable in terms of inner reverence, Gongsun Man held a greater fear for her own master. At this moment, she was convinced that once her dragon god master completed the assessment of the dragon ascendance rankings, he would appear in this splendid palace to take her away. How dare you brazenly attempt to undermine my dragon god master? Do you seek death at the hands of the one who is destined to shock the entire world? In Gongsun Man's eyes, her dragon god master was indeed omnipotent. On the other side, as Gongsun Man radiated a surge of demonic energy, casting a scornful glance at the man seated upon the dragon throne, several top-tier experts in attendance furrowed their brows. Goodness, little deity, you truly show no fear whatsoever. Do you not realize that you find yourself in the Battle Heaven sect, conversing with the esteemed sage-level leader of the sect? What does this signify? Simultaneously, the mention of master by Gongsun Man captured the attention of the crowd. The Lord of the Battle Heaven sect, gazing at the stubborn Gongsun Man, slowly spoke. Which master are you referring to? Is it the Empress of the Battle Heaven sect? While her strength is certainly commendable, do you believe that she can accomplish anything in this hall filled with such formidable experts? At present, she is merely an ordinary cultivator ranked 61st on the talent rankings, and in terms of aptitude, she may even fall short of you. Gongsun Longyuan's expression revealed a hint of indifference, accompanied by a disdainful smile. In his view, Gongsun Man of the Xiantian sect had merely attracted the attention of the Battle Heaven sect by sheer fortune accumulated over generations. As a prestigious sect boasting a history of millions of years, today, the War God Court has taken Gongsun Man from the Xiantian sect, and naturally, they will not allow the Xiantian sect to suffer any losses. In due course, the War God Court is bound to offer the Xiantian sect an astonishing reward. For the Xiantian sect, rather than retaining an ancient prodigy who is beyond their control, it would be wiser to trade him with other ancient sects for monetary gain. In Gongsun Longyuan's view, all that he has done today is a commendation to the Xiantian sect, even a bestowal. In the Grand Hall, when Gongsun Longyuan mentioned the Empress, the little deity, Gongsun Man, couldn't help but chuckle. Senior Longyuan, the Empress you speak of is indeed remarkable, but to be my master, she still falls short, at best. She is merely a minor mentor to me. My master is the first dragon god in the history of the Eastern Wasteland. In the resplendent palace, Gongsun Man spoke with great boldness and infectious fervor, as if his master were the most formidable figure beneath the heavens. Such words, if uttered in the southern region, would undoubtedly captivate countless experts, especially considering Gongsun Man's own formidable prowess. However, at this moment, Gongsun Man finds himself in the central state, confronting dozens of top-tier experts, including the master of the War God Court. In the presence of such extraordinary individuals, even the most skilled expert from the southern region would struggle to evoke any sense of awe among the crowd. In this context, Gongsun Man's audacity to boast that his master is the first dragon god in the history of the Eastern Wasteland seems nothing short of ludicrous. Initially, Gongsun Longyuan and the other experts found Gongsun Man somewhat endearing, but now, they see him merely as a fool. Indeed, this young child of merely 1 year seems unable to grasp the gravity of the situation. In the mind of this little deity, perhaps even a mere martial king dragon is an impressive entity. Simultaneously, when the dragon god was mentioned, all the experts couldn't help but lift their gazes toward a celestial mirror in the Grand Hall. At this moment, the mirror revealed disciples of the Xiantian sect slowly traversing the ascending dragon array, leaving only Han Fei in the Grand Hall. As the crowd gazed through the mirror at Han Fei, he slowly raised his grand and imposing head, his icy gaze fixed upon Gongsun Longyuan and the others. His expression seemed to convey a silent warning: dare to touch my disciple, and await my swift return. The piercing gaze, stemming from the ancient dragon lineage, stirred an unshakable tremor within Gongsun Longyuan and the others in the War God Court, setting aside their cultivation levels. It must be acknowledged that Han Fei's gaze was indeed remarkable. After a brief moment of shock, Gongsun Longyuan spoke again from his dragon throne. Addressing Gongsun Man, Your master is merely a newly transformed dragon, and such dragons are not uncommon. Our war god court alone has thousands of them. Let us not even consider whether your master can detect your whereabouts in advance. Even if he truly discovers that this little goddess has been taken by me to the war heaven divine court, under the powerful and long-standing taboos of our sect, could he possibly traverse from that remote manor directly to our presence? What do you say, little goddess? Shall we make a wager? Let us bet on whether your master can find this place and rescue you before nightfall today. Upon hearing this, Gongsun Man, restricted within the hall, could not help but chuckle. He raised his eyes and looked at Gongsun Longyuan with a frenzied expression, declaring, "Very well. If you wish to gamble, then let us gamble. But should you lose, do not come crying to me." Observing the agitated demeanor of the little goddess, Gongsun Longyuan felt a sense of satisfaction. Having ascended to the sage realm for many years, he had been searching for a disciple with spirit, and this little goddess precisely met his criteria. Thus, turning to Gongsun Man, he said, "All right, little goddess, let us engage in a light-hearted wager. I shall bet 100,000 that your master will not arrive today." Oh. Upon hearing this, a dismissive expression once again crossed Gongsun Man's face. "Huh, Senior Longyuan, regardless of your esteemed position as the lord of the war heaven divine court, why are you being so stingy? If we are to gamble, let us wager larger. I will bet 1,000,000 spiritual stones. And once my master ascends the dragon ranking, he will undoubtedly come to rescue me. Not just you, Senior Longyuan, but all the esteemed experts present, if you are interested. Come and place your bets. I am merely wagering a mere 1,000,000 spiritual stones. Surely, none of you are afraid to take the plunge?" Gongsun Man looked around playfully, her large eyes already glinting with the allure of wealth. Chapter 180, Half-Step to Divinity, Unparalleled. A wager of 1,000,000 spiritual stones? In the Grand Hall of the War Heaven Divine Court, where Gongsun Longyuan was hosting his fellow practitioners, the atmosphere shifted when the little goddess suddenly proposed to wager such a sum. The prominent figures present were taken aback. For many formidable martial families, 1,000,000 spiritual stones represented an entire year's expenses. Thus, even among quasi-saint experts, many cultivators found it difficult to produce such an amount on short notice. It must be said, the little goddess from Xiantian's sect possesses quite a spirit. The hall fell silent momentarily, but then the esteemed figures regained their composure. Given the earlier conduct of the little goddess, she had already been perceived as a rather foolish individual among them. With the understanding that Gongsun Man's judgment was questionable, could they truly believe in her wager of 1,000,000? Consequently, a quasi-saint expert could not restrain himself and spoke up. "Child, 1,000,000 spiritual stones is no trivial sum. Are you truly willing to stake such a fortune against us? Have you considered that if you lose, you may end up unable to pay even with your very being?" Upon uttering those words, the master of quasi-saint level, Gongsun Man, scoffed with disdain and, with a decisive flourish, cast a bag brimming with spirit stones before the gathered assembly. Herein lies 10,000 premium spirit stones, sufficient to exchange for 1,000,000 ordinary spirit stones. I pose a simple query. Will you wager? If so, let us proceed without hesitation. Produce your spirit stones. Gongsun Man continued. "Esteemed elder, your vision is rather limited. I, Gongsun Man, am a certified prodigy of ancient sage level, recognized on the ascending dragon list. Is my worth truly not equivalent to 1,000,000 spirit stones? Huh, do you, an old curmudgeon, look down upon me? Is it I, Gongsun Man, whom you disdain? Or the ascending dragon list itself?" Upon hearing Gongsun Man's words, the quasi-saint level elders found themselves in an awkward predicament. The ascending dragon list was indeed not something that any quasi-saint would belittle. Moreover, Gongsun Man, despite his youth, possessed strength comparable to that of an imperial realm, undeniably embodying the stature of an ancient sage. In light of these circumstances, the quasi-saint elder found himself utterly speechless in response to Gongsun Man's assertions. It was remarkable that a youth could so casually produce 1,000,000 spirit stones. Gongsun Man was indeed extraordinary. Clearly, the Xiantian sect had invested considerable effort in nurturing such a talent. At that moment, the esteemed figures within the Grand Hall remained oblivious to the fact that the 1,000,000 spirit stones in Gongsun Man's possession were, in truth, A generous reward presented by his dragon god master following the plundering of the misty hidden sect. Was 1 million spirit stones a substantial sum? Huh. My dragon god master amassed a staggering 10 billion spirit stones following the obliteration of the misty hidden sect. Meanwhile, witnessing the young prodigy so nonchalantly toss aside a storage bag worth 1 million, the assembly was left in awe, compelled to place their bets. Those invited by the Lord of Lonyuan before the Ascending Dragon Conference were figures of prominence across the Central States. While some may have been financially constrained, the majority of the top-tier elders were unwilling to lose face before Gongsun Man. Thus, they too placed their wagers alongside Gongsun Man, each committing 1 million spirit stones. However, apart from Gongsun Man, the rest of the attendees placed their bets on the premise that his master would undoubtedly fail to locate the core palace of the War Heaven Divine Court today. Should Gongsun Man emerge victorious, the esteemed elders would collectively claim his 1 million spirit stones. Conversely, if Gongsun Man triumphed, he would seize all the wagers placed by the attendees. For the sect leaders accustomed to abundant resources, while Gongsun Man's million spirit stones held some allure, the collective share would amount to a trifling sum, merely a minor gamble for amusement. Ah, what a splendid day it is to amass wealth. Within the grand hall, Gongsun Man beamed with delight at the sight of the exquisitely crafted storage bags filled with spirit stones. Setting aside the 1 million spirit stones bestowed by his master, he still owed a considerable tuition fee to the Dragon Godmaster. If he could indeed walk away with all those storage bags brimming with spirit stones, he would be free from the burden of tuition for many years to come. Truly splendid. Meanwhile, in the imperial capital of the Divine Court, before the transmission array of the Ascending Dragon ranking, as all the martial kings and disciples of the Xiantian sect had been teleported away, Han Fei, who had previously appeared indifferent and somewhat languid, slightly raised his head. He then dragged his massive form forward, each step resonating with a thunderous sound as he approached the transmission array. With each movement of Han Fei, the entire hall trembled. Observing this scene, the attendant responsible for welcoming the celestial soldiers of the Battle Heaven Divine Court couldn't help but smile derisively. Looking at Han Fei's imposing figure, he scoffed, "Huh? Just a diminutive dragon from the outskirts of the southern border. How dare you act so arrogantly in our Battle Heaven Divine Court? Surely, you do not believe that this ancient monument known as the Ascending Dragon ranking has any connection to you, a mere little dragon? The fact that your Xiantian sect could produce a peerless talent within the top 10 of the talent ranking in 100,000 years is already a stroke of good fortune. As for you, I wager you will never make it into the top 100 of the talent ranking. If you do, I shall chop off my own head and present it to you as a ball to kick." As the celestial soldiers looked upon Han Fei, who strode into the Ascending Dragon array with an air of majesty, they erupted into derisive laughter. Little did they know that in just 1 second, they would face an utterly humiliating turn of events. On the other side, as Han Fei gradually stepped into the Ascending Dragon ranking, a series of chimes resonated, signaling the activation of both the detection system and the ranking system. Ding! The system announced. Detection confirms that the host's dragon physique is experiencing an inexplicable probing. All subjective information has been automatically shielded for the host. Next came the voice of the Ascending Dragon ranking. Ding! Detection identifies ancient dragon lineage with a purity of 100. Physique: Panga's undying body, Emperor's battle body, Sun God body, Xiantian battle soul. Technique: Primordial dragon god's art. Ding! Generating ranking for the Ascending Dragon. Detecting unknown shielded information. Recalibrating detector information. Physique: unknown. Technique: unknown. Evaluation: matchless. Note: this detector is the most gifted individual in the past 100,000 years of the Ascending Dragon Conference, with potential rivaling that of the ancient dragon lineage. Ding! Detection reveals an abundance of top-tier divine weapons, divine artifacts, map of mountains and rivers. Ranked among the top 10 divine weapons, ranked first in the Ascending Dragon ranking. 24 sea-calming pearls, ranked among the top 10 divine weapons. Ranked second in the Ascending Dragon ranking. Battle Spear of the God-Slaying Heavenly, ranked among the top 30 divine weapons. Ranked third in the Ascending Dragon ranking. Netherworld Divine Pearl, ranked 100 among divine weapons. Ranked 7th in the Ascending Dragon ranking. Xianlong Tsangpa, ranked 100 among divine weapons. Ranked 8th in the Ascending Dragon ranking. Overall evaluation of divine weapons, matchless. Note: The number of divine artifacts possessed by this detector is the highest in the past 100,000 years of the Ascending Dragon Conference. Final evaluation of the Ascending Dragon ranking. This detector is half a step from the divine. Ding. Detection of unknown shielded information. Details of the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 7th, and 8th rank divine artifacts are all shielded. The final evaluation of the Ascending Dragon list has been altered to a generation of prodigies. Chapter 181. Unparalleled Talents. Suppressing an Era. On the day when Han Fei ascended the Ascending Dragon list, the entire War Heaven Divine Court resonated with celestial music. Hundreds of dragon-like entities spiraled around the protective mountain array, their roars echoing as if to honor the sovereign. The core of the War Heaven Divine Court was constructed atop the towering mountains, where ethereal palaces floated in midair, harmoniously responding to one another, resembling a celestial realm. At this moment, due to the eruption of the Ascending Dragon list's mystical energy, auspicious clouds enveloped the area, and flowers bloomed abundantly. The millions of cultivators scattered across the mountain forests and the divine palaces displayed expressions of astonishment. Such a breathtaking spectacle had not been witnessed by the people of the War Heaven Divine Court in a long time. Reminiscent of the legendary ancestors of the Divine Court stepping beyond the ancient sacred realm, affirming the Tao, and nearing divinity, which once sent shockwaves through the eastern wasteland. Meanwhile, within the celestial palace, Gongsun Longyuan, who was hosting a banquet for his friends, furrowed his brow in perplexity. The sudden appearance of auspicious clouds and blooming flowers was a grand phenomenon that could only manifest in the War Heaven Divine Court upon sensing the aura of a near-divine being. A tradition established to welcome celestial realm cultivators. Though the Ascending Dragon Conference is a premier gathering of top cultivators held once every 100 years in the Eastern Wasteland, such a scale should not be sufficient to draw down celestial realm practitioners. Unless, of course, this year's conference unveiled a superlative powerhouse nearing divinity. It was inconceivable for the sect's grand formation to be stirred, let alone the long-dormant Ascending Dragon list, which now erupted with a terrifying radiance piercing the heavens. Within the War Heaven Divine Court, as Han Fei's qualification assessment progressed, millions of cultivators within the sacred grounds were left in stunned silence. Time seemed to stand still. No one knew what had transpired with the Ascending Dragon list, except for the lively Gongsun man, who burst into laughter within the main hall. How astonishing. I told you my master is extraordinary. Prepare to lose, everyone. At Gongsun Man's proclamation, no one paid her any heed. Clearly, including Gongsun Longyuan. Everyone present doubted that the remarkable phenomenon unfolding in the War Heaven Divine Court was attributable to Han Fei on the Ascending Dragon list. They believed that the sudden anomaly within the court had an entirely different cause. It was at this moment that the results of the Ascending Dragon list were announced. Han Fei, a dragon of the Qi-Si realm, the helmsman of the Xiantian sect, was listed on the Prodigy list, Divine Armament list, Mystical Formation list, Beast list, and Alchemy list, with a comprehensive evaluation, suppressing an era, unparalleled talent. As the results were revealed, Han Fei's ranking surged from the lowest tier of several lists on the Ascending Dragon list, ascending continuously, radiating a resplendent and divine seven-colored brilliance. Han Fei reached the pinnacle of the Prodigy list, pausing momentarily. Instantly, the Prodigy list descended by an entire tier from its original first place. While the previous first place holder remained unchanged, Han Fei stood alone at the top, marked, unmatched in a generation. The intent behind the Ascending Dragon rankings is abundantly clear. The cultivators of this generation in the Eastern Wilderness are invited to partake in the ranking. Yet they are on a distinctly lower tier compared to the current formidable dragon. As long as it remains atop the list, all of you must descend a rank. As for those who find themselves lowered, let the competition for the top spot commence among those who desire it. Concurrently, the Divine Weapon rankings, Mysterious Array rankings, and Fierce Beast rankings have all undergone transformations. Upon the revelation of Han Fei's evaluations, the original top 3 positions on the Divine Weapon rankings have been usurped, replaced by several divine weapons in his possession, claiming the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 7th, and 8th spots, thereby occupying half of the top 10. Furthermore, once Han Fei's divine weapon rankings were established, each of his weapons was designated as unknown artifact, presenting a striking contrast to the well-documented and celebrated divine weapons on the list. On the Mysterious Array rankings, Han Fei's Celestial Star Formation, the Ancient Array of the Xianming sect, and the 9 have all surged into the top 3. The celestial star formation, with its formidable power to alter the cosmos and slay gods, has even ranked among the top 10 in the Eastern Wilderness, reigning as the first in this ascending dragon rankings, marked as Unknown Array. On the Fierce Beast rankings, the Thunder Fury, which Han Fei recently introduced through the map of mountains and rivers, is currently in the incubation phase, positioned at 9th place. Once this Thunder Fury hatches and matures slightly, its ranking could very well ascend to the top of the ascending dragon rankings. The being known as Han Fei, a dragon of the Qi Si realm, has entered the ascending dragon formation and utterly decimated the entire talented rankings, rather than merely entering the Fierce Beast rankings as a divine beast of the Xintian sect. Thus, in the eyes of the ascending dragon rankings, Han Fei's persona seems to eclipse that of a beast. Otherwise, what justifies his classification as a prodigy? Within the War God Court, as Han Fei dominated multiple lists, occupying them completely on the ascending dragon rankings, a simultaneous uproar erupted among the millions of cultivators in the Holy Land. This mere Qi Si realm dragon not only forcibly subdued the entire talented rankings, but astonishingly carries 6 top-tier artifacts, wields 4 sets of mysterious formations, and possesses a guardian beast capable of entering the top 10 of the Fierce Beast rankings. Moreover, his alchemical secrets rank among the top 10? What kind of celestial prodigy is this? Is it even real? Such formidable prowess is not only rare in the southern region, but is scarcely found throughout the entire Eastern Wilderness. At this ascending dragon conference, numerous top sects, some having existed for 1,000,000 years, are prepared to spare no expense in allowing their own prodigious disciples to gain renown, temporarily bestowing upon them 1 or 2 artifacts to enhance their standings in the talented rankings. Each sect has exerted great effort. Merely enabling their prodigy to carry a top-tier artifact into the ascending dragon rankings is already a remarkable feat. Who could have anticipated that this dragon from the southern region would possess 6? This individual, could it be that he has robbed several million-year-old sects? A single weapon capable of causing a sensation on the ascending dragon list signifies the profound heritage of a formidable sect. Thus, do the 6 items in Han Fei's possession represent the essence of the 6 ancient sects? What terrifying background does he possess? A generation's prodigy, unparalleled in the realm. This is an unprecedented superlative evaluation in the past 100,000 years of the ascending dragon conference. Astonishing, utterly astonishing. Within the grand hall of the divine court, as Gongsun Longyuan and others stared in bewilderment, the laughter of the little barbarian goddess grew ever louder. So, have you all been rendered speechless? Ha ha, I knew my master was remarkable, but I never anticipated he would be this extraordinary. Now, do you believe my master will come to rescue me? In the Eastern Wilderness, there is nothing my master cannot accomplish. Chapter 182, Esteemed Senior, is it amusing to detain my disciple? Inconceivable. On this day, within the War Heaven Divine Court, facing the results of Han Fei's ascent on the dragon list, Gongsun Longyuan and the others were utterly astounded. No one could have imagined that a diminutive dragon from the southern realm would crush all other prodigies of the Eastern Wilderness in the assessment and emerge as an unparalleled master. Simultaneously, within the sacred grounds of the Divine Court, numerous prodigies and holy sons were left dumbfounded, struggling to accept this astonishing reality. Each of these prodigies and holy sons had trained diligently since childhood, basking in the adoration of many. Yet none had anticipated that one day they would be so overwhelmingly surpassed in the rankings of divine physique. This is simply preposterous. In an instant, an inexplicable sense of threat surged within many prodigies and holy sons, as they gazed upon the singularly unmatched master at the pinnacle of the rankings. Dissatisfaction and anger flickered in their eyes. Just wait, within my Eastern Wilderness, no one can truly claim to be the unrivaled first. Soon, at the Martial Arts Assembly, some prodigies will strip away your facade, revealing your true nature. While the prodigies and holy sons were still reeling from the results of the ascending dragon list, the brilliance of the list dissipated. Upon witnessing this scene, for reasons unknown, Gongsun Longyuan, seated upon the dragon throne, felt an inexplicable sense of relief. Only when the aura of the ascending dragon list had entirely vanished did the audience hear Gongsun Longyuan casually remark, "The assessment of the ascending dragon list has concluded. As per tradition, your master will be transported to the residence of your Xintian sect. It seems he will not be coming." As Gongsun Longyuan spoke, he slowly rose from his throne and ambled towards the little barbarian goddess. While approaching, he added, "Little one, I must say, the surprises you and your master have bestowed upon us are truly monumental." Before this ascending dragon conference commenced, we never could have anticipated the emergence of such an extraordinary prodigy. However, your master, though a prodigy, remains merely a dragon of the Chi realm until he has truly matured. It is said that a common man bears no guilt, yet the possession of treasures brings about his demise. Your master, with such meager cultivation, parades through the streets adorned with numerous divine artifacts. His actions exude an air of recklessness akin to courting death. As Gongsun Longyuan articulated this sentiment, a cold smirk crept upon his visage, his gaze towards the little barbarian imbued with a hint of cunning. This expression starkly contrasted with his usual solemn and imposing demeanor, leaving the little barbarian momentarily stunned. Meanwhile, observing Gongsun Longyuan's demeanor, many quasi-saints and saints present began to entertain their own thoughts. Indeed, the little dragon, having just ascended the dragon ascension ranking, appeared formidable, yet, wielding 6 divine artifacts, he resembled a child flaunting an immense fortune. With only the cultivation of the Chi realm, could he truly safeguard such an abundance of supreme artifacts? The current adulation on the dragon ascension ranking was not a commendation, but rather a push towards an endless abyss for that little white dragon. In the eastern wilderness, divine artifacts are rare. Even those esteemed masters worthy of being guests at Gongsun Longyuan's table find it arduous to procure even a couple of supreme artifacts within their own sections. Sensing Gongsun Longyuan's piercing gaze, many unparalleled experts in attendance began to contemplate. On the other side, feeling the malicious stares of Gongsun Longyuan and his entourage, the little barbarian became increasingly incensed. As Gongsun Longyuan approached, the oppressive aura surrounding her intensified. Gritting her teeth, she continued, "Gongsun Longyuan, what brings you here? I command you to halt immediately, or my master will have words with you." At this moment, her greatest fear was the prospect of being directly apprehended by Gongsun Longyuan. In response to the little barbarian's outburst, a disdainful smile appeared on Gongsun Longyuan's face. He then declared, "Little one, I have stated before, the war god court is steeped in taboos. Your master cannot possibly find this place. If he were to arrive, I, Gongsun Longyuan, would change my surname on the spot." The moment those words left his lips, an overwhelming surge of profound energy was poised to subdue the little barbarian. It was at that instant that a violent tremor rocked the divine court hall. Amidst the quaking earth, a blinding golden light erupted, and with its emergence came a voice of cold authority. "Who dares to claim I would not come to this modest palace?" The speaker was none other than Han Fei. As soon as he finished speaking, a resonant dragon's roar echoed within the hall, and Han Fei's colossal dragon form, measuring an astounding 150 zhang in length and as formidable as a mountain, descended into the hall. With a thunderous crash, the hearts of countless powerful cultivators present were shaken. As they raised their eyes, a silver dragon of formidable presence, with an imposing visage and prominent features, materialized before them. Every muscle and scale of the dragon emanated an extraordinary and awe-inspiring aura, causing the crowd to widen their eyes in astonishment at the spectacle before them. Within the divine court of the war heaven, the presence of fearsome serpents was not uncommon. However, it was the first time that Gongsun Longyuan and his companions felt a profound sense of pressure and tension due to the emergence of a single dragon. How could this be possible? It should be noted that according to the assessments of the ascending dragon rankings, this petite white dragon possessed merely the cultivation of the Chi realm. No matter how formidable its physical form, its cultivation was ultimately limited. What could possibly justify this dragon's ability to evoke such astonishment among numerous quasi-saints and saints? The crowd found themselves momentarily perplexed. In the grand hall, Han Fei's authoritative gaze fixed intently upon Gongsun Longyuan. Addressing the master of the war heaven, Han Fei began, "Is it truly amusing for you, esteemed elder, to detain my disciple?" Upon hearing these words, Gongsun Longyuan felt an inexplicable stirring within, his eyes betraying a semblance of shock. The fact that the little white dragon from the Xiantian sect could locate the grand hall where Gongsun Longyuan hosted guests indicated the dragon's extraordinary power. Furthermore, the dragon's immediate reference to the matter concerning the little barbarian signified its prior knowledge of all that transpired within the hall. This was utterly incomprehensible to Gongsun Longyuan. The war heaven, a formidable sect with a lineage spanning 1,000,000 years, surely possessed top-tier protective formations. How could these formidable defenses appear as fragile as a cicada's wing before this dragon? Otherwise, how could the dragon possess such intimate knowledge of events occurring within the hall? And how could it manifest before him without triggering any taboos or formations? What hidden intricacies lay behind this? Little white dragon, reveal the method by which you traversed the protective formations of my War Heaven sect, or face dire consequences. Within the hall, Gongsun Longyuan coldly raised his head to gaze at Han Fei, unleashing a terrifying aura befitting a saint. The might of imperial-grade techniques and unparalleled thunder crackled in his grasp. Chapter 183. If you wish to strike, let us broadcast live. Is this your etiquette in receiving guests at the War Heaven? It appears that my fellow cultivators from the Eastern Wilderness are not safe at your gathering for the Ascending Dragon Conference. In the Grand Hall, observing Gongsun Longyuan's furious countenance, Han Fei maintained a calm demeanor and smiled gently, continuing, "Esteemed elder, you are a formidable saint. Should you truly wish to take action against me, I shall have no rebuttal. However, our meeting is currently being broadcast live throughout the War Heaven, and millions of Eastern Wilderness cultivators can witness everything that unfolds here. If you truly intend to strike, you must act swiftly." As Han Fei spoke, his gaze remained locked on Gongsun Longyuan, choosing not to elaborate further. Upon hearing this, Gongsun Longyuan felt another jolt of realization, and as he lifted his head, he indeed observed that the celestial mirror within the hall was broadcasting the encounter between himself and the little white dragon. Witnessing this scene, the murderous intent emanating from Gongsun Longyuan diminished significantly. When he looked back at Han Fei, a hint of friendliness graced his expression, and the terrifying thunder in his palm dissipated into nothingness. The current Ascending Dragon Conference marks the first grand event hosted by Gongsun Longyuan since his elevation to the position of Sovereign of the War Heaven Divine Court. In such a prestigious gathering, Gongsun Longyuan cannot afford to tarnish his reputation by slaughtering esteemed guests. Otherwise, the illustrious legacy of the War Heaven Divine Court, which has stood for over 1,000,000 years, would be jeopardized by a momentary lapse of judgment. Today, despite harboring 1,000 reasons to eliminate Han Fei, he must exercise restraint for the time being. Meanwhile, within the War Heaven Divine Court, millions of cultivators gazed in astonishment at the unfolding scene, collectively gasping in awe. Within the sacred grounds, it was evident to anyone with a modicum of intellect that Gongsun Longyuan had been thoroughly outmaneuvered by Han Fei, who had cunningly utilized the sky-viewing mirror to gain the upper hand. One cannot help but admire the audacity of this young dragon from the Shantian sect. Is this what it means to be unparalleled? The moment Han Fei made his entrance, he indelibly etched his name into the memories of the millions present within the War Heaven Divine Court. It is crucial to recognize that Gongsun Longyuan is the sovereign of the War Heaven Divine Court, which has dominantly ruled Central State for over 1,000,000 years. In the past millennium, only a handful of formidable figures have managed to cause such discomfort to the court. Observing the sky-viewing mirror, the young dragon exuding an extraordinary aura left many low-ranking cultivators in a state of awe, compelled to acknowledge his prowess. In the Grand Hall, although Gongsun Longyuan appeared to have momentarily ceased hostilities, he could not simply dismiss the matter of how Han Fei had traversed the protective formations of the War Heaven Divine Court. For someone who posed a significant threat to the sanctity of the court's mountain gates, it was imperative that the War Heaven Divine Court uncover the truth. In the presence of millions of onlookers, Gongsun Longyuan could not directly act against Han Fei. Yet he was determined to extract a reasonable explanation from him before the Shantian sect departed Central State. After a brief silence, Gongsun Longyuan addressed Han Fei once more. "Young friend, to traverse my War Heaven Divine Court and manipulate my sect's sky-viewing mirror is a bold endeavor indeed. Are you not fearful of the repercussions from the War Heaven Divine Court? How did you come to be in this place?" Faced with the wrath of Gongsun Longyuan, Han Fei slowly directed his gaze toward the petite deity known as Xiaoman. He then responded, "It is well known that this ancient holy figure, Xiaoman, is a disciple of my Shantian sect. When you inquired how I arrived here, my answer is quite simple. I came as my little apprentice did. As far as I am aware, she did not come here of her own volition, did she?" Upon hearing Han Fei's words, the millions of cultivators within the War Heaven Divine Court suddenly realized that the recently recognized top prodigy, ranked 10th on the Ascending Dragon list, the ancient holy figure Xiaoman, was indeed present within the Grand Hall of the War Heaven Divine Court. This matter, when spoken of, becomes quite intriguing. You, the Battle Heaven Divine Court, as the host of this year's Ascension Dragon Conference, have inexplicably summoned the newcomer ranked 10th on the Heavenly Talents list into the Grand Hall. What exactly is going on? Could it be that the Battle Heaven Divine Court, perceiving the Xiantian sect as a mere minor sect of the southern region, intends to secretly maneuver to poach its disciples? To snatch away the little barbarian goddess, a thought that had crossed the minds of many esteemed leaders within the Battle Heaven Divine Court not long ago. Yet, while many contemplated such an action, none had taken the initiative. And here you, the Battle Heaven Divine Court, as the esteemed host, audaciously acted first, whisking away the little barbarian goddess immediately after the results of the Ascension Dragon list were announced. Such a blatant act of poaching seems to disregard all decorum. Within the hall, confronted by Han Fei's inquiry, Gongsun Longyuan found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Meanwhile, emboldened by Han Fei's support, the little barbarian goddess rushed towards him, exclaiming in distress, "Whoa, master, you have finally arrived. This fellow named Gongsun Longyuan not only wants me to change my allegiance, but also wishes to claim the role of my father." Whoa. I was utterly terrified at that moment. Upon hearing these words, a hint of disdain crept across the faces of numerous cultivators within the Battle Heaven Divine Court. Remarkably, prior to arriving at the Battle Heaven Divine Court, they had heard that Gongsun Longyuan was a formidable figure of great stature and authority. Yet, who would have imagined that he would be so impatient in his pursuit of recruits from the minor sects of the southern region? Not only does he wish for them to switch allegiances, but he also aspires to become the father of the little barbarian goddess. Although the cultivators of the eastern desolate continent may appear youthful due to their cultivation, Gongsun Longyuan, as a distinguished sage, must be at least 120 years old. And still, he wishes to take on the role of a father to the little barbarian goddess? Surely, he must possess some peculiar inclinations. On the other side, faced with the little barbarian goddess's whimsical declarations, Gongsun Longyuan furrowed his brow. Earlier, within the Grand Hall, he had not mentioned the matter of claiming fatherhood at all. However, he had tacitly acknowledged the notion of such a relationship. At this moment, he was well aware that the little barbarian goddess was a rather peculiar child with a somewhat troubled mind. Given his own status and dignity, Gongsun Longyuan naturally could not engage in frivolous banter with her. Thus, when the little barbarian goddess spoke nonsensically, he refrained from responding immediately. After a brief moment, he finally spoke. "Little white dragon, you two need not overthink this. The reason I, Gongsun Longyuan, summoned the little barbarian goddess was merely because I found her endearing and wished to inquire further. There was no intention of poaching." "Is that so?" Upon hearing this, Han Fei couldn't help but smile inwardly. He hadn't expected Gongsun Longyuan to be so brazen. Glancing at the pile of over 10 million spirit stones beneath him, Han Fei added, "Senior Gongsun, since you claim to have no intention of poaching, then what about these spirit stones I possess?" Chapter 184, 20 million spirit stones, gratefully accepted. Awkwardness ensued, an overwhelming sense of embarrassment, within the hallowed halls of the Battle Heaven Divine Court. Prior to the decision to summon the little barbarian god from the Ascending Dragon list, Gongsun Longyuan could never have anticipated that he would be left in such an embarrassing predicament by Han Fei and his disciple, Gongsun Man. Indeed, no matter how imaginative Gongsun Longyuan might be, he could not have foreseen that the formidable mountain gate formation of the Battle Heaven Divine Court, which had stood for over 1,000,000 years, could be breached by a mere insignificant dragon from the southern borders. Furthermore, he would never have imagined that the celestial mirror, which could only be wielded by cultivators of the rank of deputy sect master or higher, would suddenly fall into the hands of this small dragon from the Xiantian sect. Such a dire crisis could not be said to be unprecedented in the history of the Battle Heaven Divine Court, which spans over 1,000,000 years. But it certainly ranks among the most shocking crises in the past millennium. If the diminutive white dragon truly possessed the ability to control the formations and the celestial mirror for an extended period, then the Battle Heaven Divine Court might as well forego its defenses and simply surrender, welcoming this small dragon as the new sect master. At this moment, confronted with inquiries about the millions of spirit stones, Gongsun Longyuan found himself at a loss for words. Before he could formally respond to Han Fei's question, he lifted his gaze to glance at the little barbarian god, suspended in midair, and summoned a surge of potent, profound energy to restrain him, preventing any further indiscretion. After a brief pause, Gongsun Longyuan generously declared, "Little white dragon, it is nothing more than our esteemed elders taking a liking to the little barbarian god and generously collecting this sum for him." "Oh, is that so?" Han Fei replied with a serene smile, unimpressed by Gongsun Longyuan's far-fetched explanation. As the bearer of the 001 heavenly will, Han Fei had already grasped the circumstances surrounding the little barbarian god prior to entering the ascending dragon list. Knowing full well that this sum of money was a result of a gamble between the little barbarian god and Gongsun Longyuan and the others, these individuals firmly believed that the myriad taboos of the Battle Heaven Divine Court would prevent Han Fei from traversing the divine formations and appearing before them, which is why each of the top-tier figures had wagered over 1 million spirit stones to participate in the gamble. Had Han Fei not seized control of the celestial mirror, Gongsun Longyuan would have had little need to elaborate on the spirit stones, as a few casual words could have dismissed Han Fei. However, with so many witnesses present within the sacred grounds of the sect, Gongsun Longyuan could not dare to bring this matter to light, lest he and his companions suffer humiliation. As a sage-level expert, it would not have been an issue to gamble against a 1-year-old cultivator, but losing would certainly be quite embarrassing. Thus, before offering any explanation, Gongsun Longyuan felt compelled to restrain the little barbarian god, ensuring that he would not utter a word further. Meanwhile, Han Fei was acutely aware of Gongsun Longyuan's intentions. Observing the latter's firm grip on his disciple, preventing the little barbarian god from speaking, Han Fei calmly remarked, "Since these several million spirit stones were generously provided by the esteemed elders as a gift for the little barbarian god, allow me, as his master, to express our gratitude on his behalf." As he spoke, Han Fei proceeded to collect all the spirit stone storage bags into the Mountains and Rivers Nation map. Once these spirit stones enter the realm of the state map, unless one's dragon soul is damaged, even a nascent deity would find it exceedingly difficult to retrieve them. This sum of money was won by Gongsun Man, and Han Fei would not embezzle it. Once the current turmoil subsides, Han Fei will naturally return it to Gongsun Man. As for whether this lad will use the money for tuition or spend it temporarily, Han Fei did not dwell upon it. As a billionaire, he is not in one of such trifles. After accepting the spirit stones, Han Fei lifted his gaze back to Gongsun Man. Following a surge of potent dragon energy, Gongsun Man regained his mobility. He directed his ire towards Gongsun Longyuan, exclaiming, "You shameless scoundrel! This spirit stone was clearly won by me. How dare you claim it as a gift?" Just as he was about to unleash further invective, a resounding commotion erupted throughout the Grand Hall. 2 extraordinary Emperor-level warriors entered, bowing respectfully to Gongsun Longyuan, stating, "Master, the celestial mirror of the Battle Heaven Divine Court has been restored by us, and for the foreseeable future. It cannot be controlled by any outsiders." As the 2 emperors concluded their report, their icy gazes fell upon Han Fei and Gongsun Man, indicating that the restoration of the celestial mirror was directly aimed at them. The Battle Heaven Divine Court, being the most prestigious sect of the Eastern Wilderness, had disciples of emperor-level prowess surrounding its leader. In the hall, upon sensing the formidable aura emanating from the 2 emperor-level experts, Gongsun Man's expression shifted slightly, and an ominous thought crossed his mind. The words he had intended to voice were abruptly stifled. Meanwhile, upon realizing that the control of the celestial mirror had reverted to the Battle Heaven Divine Court, Gongsun Longyuan immediately changed his demeanor and turned to Han Fei, stating, "Little White Dragon, can you now elucidate your alterations to the ascending dragon rankings and your traversal of our Divine Court's formation? If you fail to clarify these matters today, do not expect to leave here alive." Previously, with the celestial mirror in play, Gongsun Longyuan refrained from appearing as a hostile host, unwilling to tarnish the reputation of the esteemed guests. Now, with the obstruction of the celestial mirror removed, Gongsun Longyuan could rightfully unleash his measures. You, Han Fei, and Gongsun Man, are but 2 young prodigies not even at the martial king realm on the ascending dragon rankings. I have an entire hall of saints and quasi-saints who could easily deal with the 2 of you. To challenge a tiger is a bold endeavor, yet for you too, the advantage of the weak is eternally fleeting. Everything you have done today has severely infringed upon the security and dignity of the Battle Heaven Divine Court. Do you truly believe you can depart the Grand Hall unscathed? Even if you were to perish here today, as long as no substantial evidence remains, the Battle Heaven Divine Court could ultimately spin the narrative to their favor. As Gongsun Longyuan's authoritative voice resonated throughout the hall, the atmosphere became suffocatingly oppressive. Faced with this overwhelming pressure, Gongsun Man was the first to falter, the demonic energy radiating from his face causing veins to throb visibly. Before long, A piercing scream escaped Gongsun Man's lips. "Master, save me." It was abundantly clear that this little creature could no longer endure the situation. Meanwhile, as the members of the Battle Heaven Divine Court prepared to strike again, Han Fei's figure shifted, and a formidable aura of dragon energy manifested around him. Subsequently, Gongsun Longyuan and the others heard Han Fei's cold voice. "Esteemed guests, our Xiantian sect has come to the Ascending Dragon Conference to engage in exchanges with fellow cultivators. As a dragon of the Qi realm, I do not possess the means to instantly vanquish all the formidable experts present. Thus, I have no intention of engaging in any conflict with my esteemed seniors. Let us each take a step back. I will not pursue the matter of your forcible detention of my disciple, and I implore you not to take further action. What are your thoughts on this?" In the grand hall of the Battle Heaven Divine Court, while Han Fei spoke with a tone of utmost courtesy, considering his own cultivation level, his words bore an edge of impertinence. What ordinary Qi realm cultivator would dare to speak in such a manner to a saint-level expert? Han Fei had just claimed he lacked the certainty to obliterate all the experts in an instant. "So, do you believe you have the chance to slay any saint-level expert? Huh, little white dragon, who do you think you are?" Within the hall, as Gongsun Longyuan and the others seethed with rage, a potent aura of time and space manipulation erupted from Han Fei, coupled with the heavenly will of 001. The entire hall of the Battle Heaven Divine Court fell under Han Fei's dominion. The terrifying aura of slaughter was akin to that of a nascent divine child. Upon sensing this presence, Gongsun Longyuan and the others' expressions changed dramatically. They had never anticipated that such an astonishing aura could emanate from a mere Qi realm dragon. This dragon's ability to ascend to the pinnacle of the ascending dragon rankings as the unparalleled first was not without reason. Its extraordinary demeanor not only exerted pressure on all the young cultivators at the conference, but also on countless saints and quasi-saints. In the view of the ascending dragon rankings, Han Fei was poised to become a terrifying presence that would dominate the entire era in the coming centuries. Such a judgment was not without its foundation. Just as several great saint-level powerhouses displayed expressions of astonishment, a voice suddenly resounded in the hall. "Master, it's bad. Our sky-peering mirror has been seized again." At these words, Gongsun Longyuan's heart surged with renewed fury. Before the eyes of millions of cultivators, he maintained the last vestiges of restraint. Addressing Han Fei, he spoke with a decidedly unfriendly tone. "Little white dragon, although you are a guest of our Battle Heaven Divine Court, your repeated seizure of our sky-peering mirror constitutes an act of war. If your Xiantian sect wishes to avoid enmity with my Battle Heaven Divine Court, you must release it at once. The first time you took control of our sky-peering mirror, we, as hosts, extended you courtesy. Now, should you persist in ignoring my admonitions, I, Gongsun Longyuan, shall take it upon myself to eliminate you on the spot." At this moment, Gongsun Longyuan clutched Han Feilong, secretly controlling the matter of the Battle Heaven Divine Court's sky-gazing mirror, thus gaining the initiative in public opinion. As Gongsun Longyuan aptly stated, no sect on the Eastern Wilderness continent could tolerate the alteration of their sky-gazing array by outsiders. Under such circumstances, it was somewhat justifiable for the Battle Heaven Divine Court to take action against the little white dragon. Meanwhile, within the Grand Hall, upon hearing Gongsun Longyuan's ultimatum, Han Feilong slightly widened his eyes and immediately spoke. "Senior Gongsun, there exists a significant flaw in your Battle Heaven Divine Court's sky-gazing mirror. I have reminded you of this several times. Do you still not comprehend? The reason I dare to assert my control over the Battle Heaven Divine Court's sky-gazing mirror before millions of cultivators today is to convey that my heart is open and unreserved. Should your Battle Heaven Divine Court wish to understand the flaws, I am more than willing to discuss this in detail." At this point, Han Feilong let out a cold smile. "Of course, if you are disinterested in this matter, I can simply turn away and disclose the flaws of your Battle Heaven Divine Court to the world, thereby demonstrating my complete lack of interest in your sect." Upon hearing these words, a bead of cold sweat trickled down Gongsun Longyuan's forehead. The Battle Heaven Divine Court, although a prestigious sect in the Central State for 1,000,000 years, could face catastrophic ruin should any significant flaw in its protective arrays be exposed. "Little white dragon, you are inciting an unexpected storm." As the dignified master of the Battle Heaven Divine Court, Gongsun Longyuan could not permit such a situation to unfold. After the initial shock, he lifted his gaze again towards Han Feilong, finally sensing the distinctiveness of the latter. This young dragon, daring to confront over 20 quasi-saint level experts with merely his Qi realm cultivation, indeed possessed remarkable strength. If he had truly identified a flaw in the protective array of the Battle Heaven Divine Court, it would elucidate how he managed to ascend from the ascending dragon rankings to the Grand Hall. It was evident that this individual was exploiting the Battle Heaven Divine Court's array. With this thought, Gongsun Longyuan once again wore a smile and politely addressed Han Feilong. "Brother Little White Dragon, please do not rush. Let us discuss matters thoroughly. Your Shantian sect is a guest of my Battle Heaven Divine Court. I assure you, as long as I, Gongsun Longyuan, am present, no one within the Battle Heaven Divine Court shall harm you." Upon Gongsun Longyuan's declaration, Han Feilong fell into silence. What does this mean? For a moment, Gongsun Longyuan found himself perplexed. It was at this juncture that little man Shin suddenly interjected. "Senior Longyuan, your words now seem rather insipid. Just moments ago, when the sky-gazing mirror malfunctioned, you threatened to kill us. What? Now our Shantian sect and your Battle Heaven Divine Court are best friends. I understand that your intent in saying this is merely to deceive my master into revealing the flaws in your protective array. And once my master mistakenly discloses a flaw, will your Battle Heaven Divine Court promptly repair it and then turn around to eliminate us? Ah, as the saying goes, one can know a person's face, but not their heart. Those from the War Heaven Divine Court are indeed quite treacherous." Within the Grand Hall, the loquacious little man god articulated an extensive array of words, momentarily leaving Gongsun Longyuan at a loss. To speak candidly, he had indeed contemplated deceiving Han Fei into revealing vulnerabilities, subsequently seizing the opportunity to eliminate the little white dragon. After all, regardless of the circumstances, Han Fei had caused Gongsun Longyuan considerable humiliation today. Thus, even if Han Fei's intentions were genuinely benevolent, aimed at rectifying the flaws within the War Heaven Divine Court, Gongsun Longyuan would still seek retribution against him once the matter of vulnerabilities was addressed. At this moment, as the little man god chattered incessantly, exposing Gongsun Longyuan's ulterior motives, he found himself in an embarrassing predicament. After much deliberation, this sagacious figure, renowned for his astuteness, ultimately conceded. "Han Fei, little man god, I possess a token of the War Heaven Divine Court. With this token in hand, I assure you both that within the bounds of Zhongzhou, you shall be safeguarded from any reprisals by the War Heaven Divine Court. Under these circumstances, little white dragon, would you be amenable to discussing the matter of vulnerabilities with me?" As he spoke, Gongsun Longyuan retrieved a token crafted from the finest bright jade from his storage pouch. Upon sighting this token, the hall resonated with exclamations of awe from numerous cultivators. The War Heaven token, indeed one of the most coveted tokens in the entire Zhongzhou realm, enables cultivators to exchange it for countless exquisite martial arts techniques and resources within the War Heaven Divine Court. Merchants can leverage it to swiftly expand their territories across Zhongzhou. In many instances, even emperors and saint-level experts are compelled to show deference to the War Heaven Divine Court, thus underscoring its immense utility. Chapter 186. 100 million spirit stones for the method of restoration. The presentation of the War Heaven token by Gongsun Longyuan signified the War Heaven Divine Court's commitment not to act against the Shantian sect within Zhongzhou. Gazing at the War Heaven token offered by Gongsun Longyuan, Han Fei slightly lifted his gaze, his dragon whiskers twitching ever so slightly. After a brief moment, he relinquished his control over the War Heaven Divine Court's heavenly insight mirror, causing millions of cultivators within the sacred ground to lose their view of the Grand Hall. It was at this juncture that Han Fei accepted the War Heaven token and remarked, "Senior Gongsun, my purpose in coming here today is simply to retrieve my disciple. The situation is not as complex as you presume." Upon hearing this, Gongsun Longyuan's heart surged with tumultuous thoughts, akin to a stampede. Internally, he could not help but think, "You insolent wretch. If Little White Dragon had merely come to take away his disciple, the matter indeed would not be so intricate. But your frequent interference with the various formations of the War Heaven Divine Court complicates everything." In Gongsun Longyuan's perspective, Han Fei's control over the formations was a cataclysmic concern. Yet, he had never contemplated that had he not harbored murderous intentions towards Han Fei from the outset, there would have been no need for such convoluted circumstances to arise. For Han Fei, his participation in the Ascending Dragon Conference in Zhongzhou was governed by a singular principle: one does not provoke unless provoked. Today, as Gongsun Longyuan sought to stir the pot, Han Fei was more than capable of inciting turmoil himself. Fierce and combative, He could easily command the situation even in the presence of sage-level masters. Such is the essence of the dragon. Over the past year, Han Fei had transformed from an ordinary serpent into an extraordinary flood dragon, gaining not merely in stature, but also in dragon's courage and spirit. In the world of Zhongzhou, apart from the pinnacle masters wielding the power to annihilate gods, who could compel an ancient flood dragon to bow, it is noteworthy that in the original evaluations of the ascending dragon rankings, Han Fei was regarded as a near-divine master. After all, the fusion of the 001 heavenly will was an endeavor even sages could not accomplish. Within the Grand Hall, the live broadcast of the sky-peering mirror had been withdrawn. Observing the displeasure etched on Gongsun Longyuan's face, Han Fei continued, "Elder Gongsun, name your price. How much are you willing to offer to mend the vulnerabilities of your War Heaven Divine Court?" Upon hearing this, Gongsun Longyuan was momentarily taken aback. Raising his gaze to Han Fei, he could not suppress his astonishment. "Little white dragon, you dare to demand payment from my War Heaven Divine Court regarding the matter of the Mountain Gate formation? Do not forget, I have just bestowed upon you the War Heaven token in front of millions of cultivators within the Divine Court. This token brings only benefits, not detriments, to your Shantian sect." "Indeed," Han Fei replied, observing the visibly agitated Gongsun Longyuan. "The War Heaven token offsets the forcible detainment of my disciples, does it not? Elder Gongsun, if you deem the vulnerabilities of the War Heaven Divine Court's formation to be of little value, I shall not insist. I am confident that many within this sacred domain would find this matter quite intriguing." As he spoke, Han Fei glanced around the hall filled with quasi-sages and sages. These top-tier masters, most of whom were esteemed guests and former friends of Gongsun Longyuan. Yet, as a leader of a sect, there was palpable interest among them regarding the potential vulnerabilities of the War Heaven Divine Court's Mountain Gate. On the other side, noticing the eager expressions of his friends ready to bid, Gongsun Longyuan realized that, with the limited means at his disposal, he could no longer pose a significant threat to Han Fei. Reluctantly, he conceded, "Very well, let us discuss terms. How much do you seek?" Upon hearing this, Han Fei seized the opportunity, stating 100 million spirit stones to resolve all issues. The moment those words escaped his lips, a collective gasp resonated within the hall. 100 million spirit stones equated to several years' yield from a medium-sized mine, sufficient to sustain an entire sect for years in many regions. No one had anticipated that when Gongsun Longyuan invited Han Fei to name his price, this young man would dare to make such an exorbitant demand. The Grand Hall fell into a profound silence, with Gongsun Longyuan casting an irate glare at Han Fei. As a saintly master, Gongsun Longyuan possesses countless dragon-slaying techniques. However, upon contemplating the immense influence wielded by the young white dragon over millions of cultivators, Gongsun Longyuan reluctantly refrains from taking action. Had it not been for his numerous reservations, he would have long since enacted his dragon-slaying plans. After enduring a lengthy silence, he finally spoke. 100 million spirit stones it shall be. If you provide the flaws and remedies of the Battle Heaven Divine Court's formation, your Battle Heaven token will grant you access to 100 million spirit stones. This privilege can be redeemed at any of the Divine Court workshops in my central continent. Of course, at the upcoming Rising Dragon auction, you may also try your luck. This sum is not insignificant for your Shantian sect. By then, you can use the Battle Heaven token to offset your bids for any desirable items you secure at the auction." Upon hearing this, Han Fei nodded silently. He then harnessed the dragon's soul, coalescing a thought, while retrieving a black obsidian inscribed with a special formation from his storage space. He continued, "This is an ancient array stone from 1,000,000 years past, and within this obsidian is also stored unique spiritual essence. You may let the cultivators of the Battle Heaven Divine Court study it. Before I utilize the Divine Court, if your cultivators can comprehend this formation, they will naturally identify and rectify the flaws. If they cannot, I shall take matters into my own hands after expending 100 million spirit stones." Han Fei added, "However, I trust that a venerable sect like the Battle Heaven Divine Court, with its multitude of experts, will not trouble me further." With that, Han Fei's colossal dragon form stirred slightly, leading Gongsun Man beside him to say, "Esteemed elders, thank you for the spirit stones today. In the coming months, we shall reconvene at the Rising Dragon Conference." Upon finishing, Han Fei disregarded the emotions of Gongsun Longyuan and the others, accompanied by Little Man Shun, transforming into a beam of golden light and vanishing from the Grand Hall. Once Han Fei's formidable figure of 150 feet disappeared, the hall became spacious and vast. Gongsun Longyuan and the others stood in stunned silence until, after a considerable time, they heard Gongsun Longyuan command, "Go. Immediately dispatch someone to investigate how the Xiantian sect arrived in the central continent during this past period, and ascertain what actions its members undertook prior to their arrival at the Divine Court. Scrutinize the Rising Dragon list. I wish to have a comprehensive understanding of all representatives sent by the Xiantian sect to participate in the Rising Dragon Conference." Chapter 187. Explosive Popularity, Cultivators Galore Roar. In a valley far removed from the Heavenly Palace, within the Battle Heaven Divine Court, accompanied by a powerful dragon's roar, a silver-scaled dragon descended from the heavens, gracefully alighting in the courtyard. Witnessing this dragon, countless cultivators within the expansive valley erupted in awe, rushing forward as they shouted in unison, "Everyone, hurry. We have located the estate where the Xiantian sect resides." The dragon deity's descent was indeed magnificent. In the valley, as a multitude of cultivators surged toward the estate like a rising tide, within the manor, the resplendent Empress, draped in flowing garments and exuding an unparalleled beauty, approached with measured steps, her gaze filled with concern for Han Fei. After a prolonged silence, the Empress spoke, "Little Bai, are you all right? The events that just unfolded in the celestial mirror were quite terrifying. If I recall correctly, the Master Gong, son of the War God Court, is a sage-level expert. Is he not?" Upon hearing this, Han Fei merely responded with a nonchalant However, Gongsun Man burst into hearty laughter. "A sage-level expert? What of it? To be honest, my master did not wish to engage. Otherwise, what could that room full of sages and quasi-sages do to him?" At this proclamation, even the disciples of the Xiantian sect displayed expressions of astonishment. Meanwhile, Han Fei simply chuckled coldly, saying, in a short span, "I am not capable of slaying so many sages. At best, I can only manage to escape amidst such a multitude of formidable adversaries. If I were truly able to defeat those fellows, why would I have resorted to the celestial mirror just now? Is that so?" Gongsun Man, who had previously regarded Han Fei as a deity, was suddenly taken aback. As he gazed at Han Fei, a sense of dread washed over him. "Master, does this mean you genuinely could not contend with them? So we truly escaped by the skin of our teeth? That is about the gist of it." Han Fei replied serenely, "Otherwise, do you think I would have pointed out the flaws in the formation? It was to afford us the time to escape." "Escape?" Gongsun Man felt a chill run down his spine, beads of sweat cascading down his face. At that moment, having regained his composure, he resembled an ordinary child. In the courtyard, as Han Fei reunited with the Xiantian sect disciples, several elite students approached with urgent reports. "Dragon, Lord Dragon, it's bad. There are over 10,000 cultivators gathered outside our estate, and they wish to see you." Over 10,000 cultivators? Upon hearing this, the expressions of the Xiantian sect members shifted dramatically, their eyes betraying a palpable fear. At that moment, no one knew the intentions of the cultivators gathered outside the estate. However, those who had come from the East Wilderness to participate in the Ascending Dragon Conference at the War God Court were all top-tier experts in the realms of divine power and martial kings. With so many elite warriors assembled, it was clear that even a single droplet of their disdain could be immensely uncomfortable for the Xiantian sect. Were a confrontation to arise, the mere 300 elite disciples of the Xiantian sect, including 10 martial kings, would stand no chance against the overwhelming forces of over 10,000 cultivators in the valley. Within the courtyard, as the Xiantian disciples were engulfed in shock, Han Fei, possessing formidable spiritual awareness, had already discerned the intentions of the more than 10,000 cultivators outside the estate. These individuals had come to meet him and present gifts. In the eyes of many ordinary sects in Zhongzhou, Han Fei, who ascended to the top of the Ascending Dragon list, is undoubtedly a figure worthy of acquaintance. Even if it were not for Han Fei himself, the likes of Gongsun Man, ranked among the top 10 on the talented heroes list, and the renowned Empress of the Xiantian sect, are individuals most ordinary cultivators in Zhongzhou aspire to befriend. To be frank, had it not been for the immense commotion stirred by Han Fei within the War Heaven Divine Court today, numerous sects would have been concerned about offending the court. Outside the Xiantian sect's manor, it is likely that even more visitors would have gathered. Upon lifting his gaze, Han Fei observed the enthusiastic crowd of cultivators outside the manor and spoke. "The presence of cultivators in this valley coming to meet us is a testament to our esteem. Our purpose for attending the gathering at the War Heaven Divine Court is to forge new friendships. However, after the recent uproar, I find myself rather fatigued. Li Mu. Wang Zhishuan, Qin Ding, Qin Yi, you shall represent me and the Empress in meeting our guests. To those bringing gifts, there is no need for formality. Accept everything without hesitation. In return, simply distribute the dragon chi pills I had prepared. Upon hearing this, Li Mu and the others promptly stepped out from the ranks of cultivators, acknowledged Han Fei with a respectful nod, and swiftly departed with a group of Xiantian sect disciples. Meanwhile, Gongsun Man, gazing at the imposing figure of Han Fei, could not restrain herself from speaking. Master, what about me? In response, Han Fei's gaze settled on Gongsun Man as he casually inquired, how have you fared with the control of the Gung metal fire I previously taught you? Have you prepared the divine beast cultivation liquid today? He continued, in the near future, the number of cultivators visiting our manor is bound to increase. When that time comes, our supply of dragon chi pills will surely be insufficient. If you have the cultivation liquid ready, bring your father along to refine pills. You must produce 5 cauldrons of pills today, otherwise, sleep will elude you. For an ordinary cultivator, producing 5 cauldrons of pills in a single day is an arduous task. Yet, upon hearing Han Fei's words, Gongsun Man's eyes sparkled with excitement. Yes, master. I will get to it at once, she exclaimed, eagerly nodding at Han Fei before unleashing her 3 heads and 6 arms, turning swiftly to depart. Just as Gongsun Man left, a voice echoed in Han Fei's ears, announcing, Ding, congratulations, host, on successfully completing the task rescue Gongsun Man. You have earned 1 million energy points and 1 diamond-level treasure chest. Ding, congratulations, host. Your dragon chi pills have garnered the admiration of cultivators at the Ascending Dragon Conference. You have received 100 points of faith value. Ding. Your collaboration with the Wang family of Wuguan City has also impressed the cultivators at the conference, yielding 900 points of faith value. Since entering the War Heaven Divine Court, you have accumulated a total of 720,000 faith points. You are still some distance from the 10 million faith points harvesting task. Please continue your efforts to gain prestige. Within the War Heaven Divine Court, as a throng of ordinary cultivators surged towards the Xiantian sect's manor like a tide, numerous top-tier sects within the Holy Grounds remained in a state of observation. In the illustrious rankings, the Ascending Dragon list stands as the epitome of excellence, with the extraordinary breakthrough of the Celestial Court's formation marking a profound transformation that cannot be assimilated by many prominent sects in merely a day or two. Chapter 188, titled Expansion of the Dragon God, may very well incite a sectarian conflict. Figures such as Han Fei, Gongsun Man, and even the Empress are naturally captivated by the leading sects at the Ascending Dragon Conference. However, until they thoroughly ascertain the foundational strength of the Xiantian sect, these eminent sects are unlikely to make an overt visit to the Xiantian estate. Instead, they will opt for covert reconnaissance. What prowess does the little white dragon, journeying from the remote southern territories, possess to attain such unparalleled supremacy? This matter is indeed intriguing. On the day when Gongsun Longyuan dispatched a multitude of cultivators to investigate Han Fei's origins, a significant number of renowned prodigies from the Ascending Dragon list also mobilized to seek information. Meanwhile, after instructing Li Mu and others to entertain the visiting cultivators, Han Fei retrieved over 10 million spirit stones from his storage space and presented them to the Empress, stating, "Please take this sum for now. In the coming days, if any cultivators arrive, we must extend our hospitality regardless of the circumstances." In the courtyard, the Empress accepted the storage bag from Han Fei and, upon releasing her divine sense to inspect the spirit stones within, was taken aback. "So many spirit stones. Are we to expend all of them?" she exclaimed, her expression one of astonishment. It is worth noting that the initial budget for their journey to the Xiantian sect to attend the Ascending Dragon Conference was merely a little over 10 million spirit stones. This amount encompassed the maintenance and consumption of the Xiantian treasure ship and the annual cultivation needs of over 3 million disciples. As a small sect in the southern region, a budget of 10 million spirit stones was already quite substantial. Previously, after having plundered the mist-hidden sect, the Empress was aware of Han Fei's considerable wealth. However, the casual allocation of 10 million solely for the entertainment of visiting cultivators was still astonishing to Nangong Yao. Sensing Nangong Yao's incredulous gaze, Han Fei smiled gently and replied, "Earlier, in the Heavenly Palace, I secured 100 million from Gongsun Longyuan. Rest assured, we have ample spirit stones at our disposal, and it will be quite some time before we exhaust them." Upon hearing this, The Empress's eyes widened in disbelief. 100 million spirit stones, such a sum. Could the celestial court truly afford to provide this? It was indeed remarkable. Yet, considering that this little white dragon had achieved unparalleled greatness, what could he possibly be incapable of within this sacred domain? After a brief moment of astonishment, the Empress continued, "Since you possess such abundant spirit stones, I shall not hesitate to utilize this sum. Rest assured, with these spirit stones, I will ensure that our hospitality for the Xiantian sect is impeccably arranged, so that our southern sect will not be regarded with disdain." Indeed, Han Fei affirmed. Upon hearing these words, Han Fei nodded thoughtfully and continued, "In the coming months, during the Ascending Dragon Conference, numerous changes will unfold. As long as we consistently showcase our strengths at the conference, I am confident that more cultivators will be inclined to forge alliances with my Xiantian sect." As he spoke, his tone bore a natural, commanding presence reminiscent of a dragon deity. The Empress, taken aback by his statement, gazed at Han Fei with a mixture of surprise and curiosity. Little White, while establishing connections with cultivators from all corners of the world is indeed our primary objective for this journey to Zhangzhou, do you think we are acquiring too many allies given the substantial expenditure of spirit stones? Once we return to the southern region, won't our influence in Zhangzhou diminish? It seems as though you are orchestrating a grand strategy. Are you intending to use the Ascending Dragon Conference to disseminate our dragon deity belief across the vast lands of Zhangzhou? In the courtyard, upon hearing the Empress's words, Han Fei subtly shifted his gaze and replied, "From what I understand, the ancient dragon deities required an expansive realm and a wealth of resources for their growth. Although I have successfully advanced to a flood dragon, I still have a considerable distance to traverse before becoming a true dragon. In the southern region, based on our current prestige, I could indeed continue to ascend. However, this path inevitably demands the appropriation of countless lands and resources. Under such circumstances, it is challenging for the multitude of sects in the southern region to accommodate my ambitions. This issue will only intensify once I evolve into a level 1 true dragon. Therefore, rather than struggling desperately in the limited confines of the southern region for scarce resources, it would be more advantageous for us to expand our territory in Zhangzhou and leave a more significant impact there. This way, we could traverse freely between the southern region, Zhangzhou, and the desolate mountains." Han Fei's words, though straightforward, left the Empress momentarily stunned. Could the process of transforming from a flood dragon to a true dragon indeed spark a resource contention in the southern region? Little White, how much resource energy do you require for your transformation? In response to the Empress's inquiry, Han Fei promptly answered, "Not much. Approximately the resources needed for 33 Emperor-level cultivators would suffice for me to transform into a level 1 true dragon." At this revelation, the Empress's eyes widened in astonishment. 33 Emperor-level cultivators may not seem excessive, yet the implications behind this figure were staggering. It is noteworthy that within the top 10 sects of the southern region, such as the Xiantian sect, there are only about 10 Emperor-level cultivators. Thus, if Han Fei's advancement necessitated the resources equivalent to those of 33 emperors, it would essentially mean forcibly introducing 3 sects of 10,000 years into a region that was already saturated with sections. This would indeed spell disaster for the already overpopulated southern region. When the time comes, as long as Xiaobai begins to rise and expand outward, it will inevitably encroach upon the interests of other top-tier sections. In such a scenario, a great conflict may become unavoidable. Upon realizing this, the Empress finally understood why Xiaobai had incessantly commenced the expansion of the dragon god influence upon arriving in Zhangzhou. Although the density of sects in Zhangzhou is even more terrifying than in the southern region, the population here is relatively prosperous. Here, relying solely on alchemy and faith, Han Fei can achieve significant advancements, as long as he does not intentionally infringe upon the interests of powerful sects like the War God Court. For the foreseeable future, the Dragon Goddess power can still flourish in Zhangzhou. Xiaobai, regardless of the circumstances, I will always support you. Our objective at the Ascending Dragon Conference is clear: to make everyone recognize that our southern region dragon god possesses astonishing strength and backing. 10 million spiritual stones are merely the beginning. The Empress gazed at Han Fei with palpable excitement. Meanwhile, in the presence of the remarkably capable Empress, Han Fei nodded in trust. Subsequently, Han Fei shifted his gaze and opened the map of mountains and rivers he carried with him, stating, after a period of nurturing, "Many of the celestial crops in this map have matured. I shall return shortly. I entrust the matters outside to you." Chapter 189. Random events, Phoenix Beast Egg Ding. Congratulations. Host. After 100 days of cultivation, the Showu Celestial, Golden Thread Grass Celestial, and Vermilion Fruit Celestial you planted have matured. Please promptly proceed to harvest in the spiritual fields. During your absence from the map of mountains and rivers, your servant, the white-scaled mysterious serpent, has captured 500 spiritual beasts and obtained 800 King Warrior Realm beast cores. The white-scaled mysterious serpent has opened 25 teleportation passages within the desolate mountains. The celestial rice you cultivated has matured. Please hasten to harvest. While you were away from the map of mountains and rivers, the spiritual energy in the valley attracted a divine beast, resulting in you acquiring a mysterious flame beast egg. Currently, the beast egg is causing a fire in the valley. Please check on it as soon as possible. Ding. Congratulations, host. The juvenile form, Thunder Fury, you nurtured has absorbed the dragon race's blood essence and comprehended the divine abilities, Cloud Treading, and Thunder Fire. On this day, as Han Fei re-entered the map of mountains and rivers, he was astonished by the multitude of messages awaiting his attention. At that moment, outside the valley cottage, numerous celestial crops had matured, while the minor rain technique he had previously set up continued to operate methodically, extracting pure spring water from the divine well daily to irrigate the entire valley. Upon re-entering the valley, Han Fei first encountered the juvenile Thunder Fury, being attended to by the white-scaled mysterious serpent, gnawing on a King Warrior Realm beast. The newly emerged Thunder Fury stands at approximately 10 feet tall, its entire body resembling jade, green, and translucent. Even the bronze panel atop its head appears remarkably youthful, in comparison to the colossal divine beast that once rivaled a deserted island. The current Thunder Fury seems rather diminutive. Upon entering the valley, Han Fei first circumnavigates the entire area, harvesting mature spiritual herbs and rice. Subsequently, accompanied by the young Thunder Fury and a multitude of mysterious serpents, he follows the flickering flames within the valley to arrive before the flame beast egg. As the group approaches the egg from several kilometers away, a scorching heat assaults them, and the white mysterious serpents, alongside Thunder Fury, confident in their formidable cultivation, believe they can traverse the valley unharmed. However, upon encountering the intense flames, the mystical beasts are taken aback. The terrifying high temperatures, capable of inducing horrific mutations in all weapons and armor, create a formidable wall of fire, barring the serpents and Thunder Fury from advancing into the inferno. Even Han Fei, with his robust physique, reveals a hint of astonishment in his gaze when confronted by the searing heat. Before he can take further action, the system's voice resonates once more. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have discovered the Phoenix Beast Egg. Description: an egg from the ancient divine realm, with a certain probability of hatching a Phoenix divine beast. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received a special mission to hatch the Phoenix divine beast. The Phoenix's rebirth requires 1 billion fire-type crystal cores. Current progress, 0. Hatching the Phoenix divine beast will reward the host with divine-level rewards and a chance to comprehend the Phoenix clan's divine powers. Ding. It has been detected that your backpack contains high-quality Phoenix tree wood. Would you like to refine the wood in the Phoenix flames? Refined Phoenix tree wood has a certain probability of producing divine tree seeds. On the edge of the fiery sea, upon hearing the series of system notifications, Han Fei's heart stirred slightly. Without further contemplation, he cast the majority of the Phoenix tree wood he had obtained during the tumultuous banquet of Gong Sun Hao into the sea of fire. Han Fei had long recognized the exceptional nature of this wood. However, due to the rarity of divine beasts in the southern region, he had never found an opportunity to utilize it. Unexpectedly, after examining the map of mountains and rivers, the Phoenix tree would prove to be of great utility. The Phoenix tree wood, once refined by the Phoenix divine flames, becomes an excellent material for crafting divine weapons. Should this would give birth to divine tree seeds amidst the flames, those seeds would undoubtedly become a formidable presence capable of shaking the entire eastern wilderness. It is astonishing that this spatial artifact, the map of mountains and rivers, harbors such random events as the birth of a phoenix. It seems that over the past period, Han Fei has underestimated the might of the map of mountains and rivers. Within the valley, confronted by the endless sea of flames, Han Fei opened his mouth, unleashing a powerful dragon roar that reverberated throughout the area. Accompanied by a resonant roar akin to that of a dragon, the Phoenix Beast Egg, originally nestled within the valley, was elevated high into the air through the formidable power of the Zhou Tian Xing Chun formation. At this moment, surveying the valley, the area scorched by the flames of the phoenix beast egg had transformed into a shimmering expanse of crystal-like glass, a substance both resilient and widespread in its distribution. With a mere thought, Han Fei summoned a small hill of this glass, which instantly rose from the ground and fell into his storage bag. While the location it once occupied was replenished by a surging influx of celestial energy, filling the void with abundant soil. In the valley, with the absence of the phoenix flames, a gentle breeze began to blow, restoring the entire locale to a state of refreshing coolness. Soon after, a gathering of dark clouds brought forth a gentle rain, and the once scorching valley began to cradle new life. Witnessing this scene, Han Fei, who initially sought merely to collect the phoenix glass for some extra profit, found himself taken aback. The celestial energy within the Shan He Shi Ji 2 could autonomously mend the damaged layers of earth in the valley, while the true flames of the phoenix could refine these layers into exquisite glass. Thus, if Han Fei could ensure a continuous supply of celestial energy within the Shan He Shi Ji 2, then it seemed plausible that premier phoenix glass crystals could be produced in abundance. Presently, as Han Fei understood, the refining of spirit stones, the arrangement of formations, and the completion of tasks could all contribute to the ongoing generation of celestial energy within the Shan He Shi Ji 2. Furthermore, should the value of the phoenix glass crystal surpass the cost of repairing the valley's soil, Han Fei could continuously manufacture these crystals for profit. Consequently, the short-term efficacy of the Shan He Shi Ji 2 would see a significant enhancement. Lifting his gaze to the phoenix beast egg, which hung in the sky like a sun, Han Fei felt a stir within his heart. He then mused aloud, "Until I ascertain the market value of the phoenix glass. You may remain as a sun, suspended above this valley, but do try not to scorch my spiritual herbs." At this moment, propelled by the Zhou Tian Xingchen formation, the descending phoenix beast egg began to emanate a powerful flame, hovering above the valley. Once the divine fire of the phoenix established a safe distance from the valley's crops, all newly planted spiritual grains began to absorb a trace of the phoenix's divine power. Concurrently, as Han Fei activated his dragon god domain, a multitude of celestial seeds thrived silently under the nurturing influence of the dragon and phoenix clans. Chapter 190. The Secret of the Shielded Ascending Dragon Rankings. The mustard seed of Xiumi on this particular night, within the War Heaven Divine Court, in the Celestial Palace. The esteemed and aloof Gongsun Longyuan sat high upon the dragon throne, surveying the dozens of emperor-level experts within the hall. His first inquiry was, "Well, after a full day of investigation, have we discerned the anomalies on the ascending dragon rankings? What methods did that little white dragon named Han Fei employ to obscure the rankings from scrutiny, and what exactly are those divine weapons in his possession?" Faced with the inquiry from Gongsun Longyuan, the expressions of the dozen or so emperor-level experts in the hall turned awkward, their foreheads beaded with perspiration. After a considerable pause, one of them finally replied, reporting to the sect master, "We have yet to ascertain the means by which that little white dragon has shielded the ascending dragon list from investigation." Upon hearing this, Gongsun Longyuan's displeasure was palpable, and he immediately rebuked the assembly, saying, "You lot, how do you conduct your affairs? The Ascending Dragon Conference is a grand event that occurs once every century in our eastern wilderness continent. You have held the Ascending Dragon list for so many years, and this is the response you provide me?" Noticing Gongsun Longyuan's mounting ire, one of the emperor-level cultivators spoke up, "Sect Master, based on our previous experiences, the Ascending Dragon list is an ancient supreme artifact. Unless it is a deity-level existence, no one can alter it. Therefore, I ponder, could there be a divine being behind that little white dragon?" As these words left his lips, a collective gasp echoed through the hall. Ever since the cataclysmic battle between gods and demons 1,000,000 years ago, news of deities had been conspicuously absent from the eastern wilderness continent. The sudden emergence of the little white dragon raised the question, could this truly be related to divine beings? If news of deities were to resurface in the eastern wilderness, would it not herald the advent of a new calamity? Within the temple, as the warriors held their breath and exchanged astonished glances, an elderly man with white hair, hailing from the Battle Heaven Divine Court's array hall, slowly stepped forward. The old man leaned on a cane, his frail form accentuated by a mane of silver hair and a lengthy beard. In his right hand, slightly elevated, he held a peculiar black obsidian that floated in midair. This obsidian was none other than the special artifact left behind by Han Fei in the Battle Heaven Divine Court not long ago. The inscriptions on the obsidian elucidated the vulnerabilities present in the Battle Heaven Divine Court's mountain gate. As a top-tier expert of the Array Hall and a powerful figure of Gongsun Longyuan's senior generation, the old man had immediately gathered over 100 array cultivators from the sect to study the obsidian upon acquiring it. After a full day of exploration, the elder finally discerned the internal structure of the obsidian and gradually uncovered the precise locations of his sect's vulnerabilities. The various array models proposed by Han Fei on the obsidian profoundly shocked the over 100 experts of the Array Hall, even eliciting waves of admiration from the Hall Master, who possessed saint-level cultivation. At present, the research on the obsidian had reached a temporary conclusion. As a throng of juniors in the hall deliberated on Han Fei's manipulation of the ascending dragon list, the elder stepped forward and spoke. Esteemed colleagues, have you heard of the ancient divine weapon known as the Shumi'd that existed in our eastern wilderness during ancient times? Shumi'd? At the mention of this by the elder, a look of perplexity spread across the faces of all present, including Gongsun Longyuan. The elder appeared to have anticipated the reactions of those present, offering a cold smile before continuing. The Shumi mustard seed, a unique storage ring forged by ancient deities, possesses not only an infinite space but also a remarkable feature: its ability to conceal one's presence. Previously, while examining the obsidian left by the little white dragon, I was perplexed by a particular matter. Although our War Heaven Divine Court's formation possesses certain vulnerabilities, the ancestors of our court had long prepared for such weaknesses. Thus, even if ordinary cultivators were to discover them, traversing unnoticed would be exceedingly difficult. If that were the case, how did the little white dragon manage to infiltrate this divine hall without alerting our court's formation? Upon revisiting the ascending dragon list, I came to realize that the little white dragon's ability to exploit the vulnerabilities of our War Heaven Divine Court's formation to traverse silently was due to the Shumi mustard seed. Its capacity for concealing aura is potent enough to astonish all cultivators in the realm. A dragon of Han Fei's stature, once adorned with the Shumi mustard seed, would be nearly undetectable even by sage-level experts amidst a somewhat complex battlefield. With this ring, the little white dragon could effortlessly evade the scrutiny of our War Heaven Divine Court's formation. And since the Shumi mustard seed in the possession of the little white dragon can elude our court's formation, what obstacle would there be in deceiving the ascending dragon list? Thus, in my view, the concealment of various information regarding the little white dragon on the ascending dragon list is undoubtedly related to the Shumi mustard seed. In the Grand Hall of the War Heaven Divine Court, as the formation elder spoke with conviction, many Emperor-level cultivators hurriedly revisited the ascending dragon list. Upon inspection, they noted that the Shumi mustard seed was indeed the possession of Han Fei, ranked 36th among the artifacts. This individual not only dominated the artifact rankings with a plethora of divine items, occupying a significant share of the top 10, but his name frequently appeared even within the top 100. Alone, he swept through the rankings. To be honest, in this ascending dragon conference, the War Heaven Divine Court dispatched over 500 disciples to partake in the ascending dragon list trials, among whom were several astonishing prodigies. Yet, in comparison to the formidable rise and worldwide astonishment brought forth by Han Fei, the depth of the current disciples of the War Heaven Divine Court appeared rather dim. Just how much astonishing potential does Han Fei possess? It is truly beyond the imagination of the members of the War Heaven Divine Court. Could it be that the little white dragon concealed its presence from the ascending dragon list using an ancient ring? Is the Shumi mustard seed truly so miraculous? Gazing at the list, Gongsun Longyuan, seated upon the dragon throne, fell into contemplation before declaring, "Esteemed colleagues, the sudden rise of this little white dragon may very well influence the dynamics of the eastern wilderness for the coming millennia. Furthermore, through our previous encounters, we have discerned a crucial fact. This little white dragon possesses a proud disposition, making it difficult to tame. I have a plan for the upcoming period. Continue to send people to Xiantian's sect for probing, compelling Han Fei to temporarily relinquish the Shumi seed and unravel the enigma surrounding the top 5 artifacts on Han Fei's divine weapon list. The long-term objective is to ascertain Han Fei's overall strength and determine whether this little white dragon is a foe or a friend." Chapter 191, Beneath the Night's Veil. The valley's aura of slaughter on this very night, within the War Heaven Divine Court, an eerie silence envelopes the atmosphere. Even during the day, When the Xiantian sect's estate bustled with crowds of cultivators, it now appeared somewhat desolate. Under the shroud of night, an inexplicable aura of malevolence pervaded the surroundings. At this moment, in a certain part of the valley, several remarkably striking young cultivators of considerable strength moved with deliberate grace, standing tall upon the mountain's peak. From this vantage point, they beheld the entirety of the Xiantian sect's valley spread out before them. Atop the mountain, over 200 cultivators gathered. The most powerful among them at mid-emperor realm, while the least possessed high-tier martial king prowess. As these exceptional young cultivators reached the mountain's edge, one of the martial kings spoke. Esteemed colleagues, the night has deepened, and the majority of cultivators who visited the Xiantian sect earlier today have departed. If we are to strike against the Xiantian sect, now presents the most opportune moment. This martial king, appearing in his 40s, spoke with an air of sycophancy. In response to his message, the reactions of the few striking young cultivators were rather subdued. Among them, the leader donned the attire of a true disciple of the War Heaven Divine Court, ranking prominently among those participating in the Ascending Dragon Conference, possessing mid-emperor realm cultivation. Beside him stood disciples from several major sects of Zhongzhou, including Tianyin Pavilion, Fenga sect, and Longxiatang. These individuals were the meticulously nurtured elite from various sects within Zhongzhou, having gained immense fame during the recent Ascending Dragon rankings, inciting fervent admiration among millions of cultivators within the War Heaven Divine Court. For these young disciples, the feeling of being exalted and respected was truly remarkable. However, earlier today, Han Fei's emergence altered everything. The unparalleled first place on the heroic rankings and the 5 divine weapons dominating the artifact rankings placed immense pressure on these prodigies, leaving them perplexed. How could such an extraordinary talent arise from the mere southern border, a seemingly insignificant region? Was that little white dragon named Han Fei perhaps cheating during the Ascending Dragon rankings? At this moment, the disciple of the War Heaven Divine Court, a quasi-emperor level powerhouse who led the group, possessed a profound understanding of the events that transpired earlier in the Divine Court's Grand Hall. He was also aware that Han Fei wielded an ancient artifact known as the Exhilarating. To uncover the true secret behind Han Fei's ascent in the Ascending Dragon rankings, and to comprehend the nature of the divine weapons he possessed, the quasi-emperor level expert from the War Heaven Divine Court, accompanied by numerous prodigies from Zhongzhou, ascended into the valley's heights. Gazing into the valley, the aspiring emperor-level cultivator recalled the recent admonition from his master. Disciple, remember this, that little white dragon, despite possessing extraordinary talent, is fundamentally just an ordinary flood dragon at the pinnacle of the Qi-Si realm. His position at the top of the talented rankings is solely due to the 7 or 8 divine artifacts in his possession. Without those artifacts, he would never breach the top 100 of the rankings as merely a small Qi-Si flood dragon. In the valley, this emperor-level expert wholeheartedly agreed with his master's assessment. Ranking 21st among the elite, he believed that had he access to weapons akin to those of Han Fei, he too would ascend to the top. Moreover, he required not 6 such weapons, but merely 1 to claim the crown. This exemplifies the disparity between the heavenly talents of the War Heaven Divine Court and the little white dragon. Dear disciple, keep this in mind. Although the little white dragon possesses unparalleled potential, controlling any divine artifact in our eastern wilderness is exceedingly challenging. No matter how formidable the little white dragon may become, he can at most harness only a fraction of the artifact's true power. This time, bring more allies with you. If everyone strikes together, the little white dragon will surely be caught off guard. At that moment, the 7 or 8 artifacts in his hands will undoubtedly reveal their flaws. Not only will they fail to harm you, but he might even abandon them, benefiting everyone. At the mountain peak, reflecting on his master's instructions, the aspiring emperor-level expert could not suppress a smile of excitement. This gifted cultivator, who had broken through the limits of the aspiring emperor at such a young age, was idolized by numerous newly initiated disciples within the War Heaven Divine Court. Under the moonlight, a thin veil of mist enveloped the valley. As the middle-aged martial king obsequiously reminded him, the aspiring emperor-level expert recalled another piece of wisdom from his master. Dear disciple, remember this. While the little white dragon's Qi-Si cultivation may not be fearsome, there exists a circumstance that warrants your astonishment. He may possess some special scroll or fortune that enables him to unleash the artifacts to their 2nd or 3rd layer of effectiveness. In such a case, his combat prowess could approach that of a high-level emperor. If the little white dragon can achieve this, you and your companions must tread carefully. Chuckling within the valley, The aspiring emperor-level expert mused over his master's words. Master, are you perhaps being overly cautious? How could there be anyone in the eastern wilderness with the supreme fortune to control top-tier artifacts? If that were the case, wouldn't he, the little white dragon, be the child of destiny? That is simply impossible. In the tranquil valley, gazing at the increasingly silent Shantian manor, even the emperor-level experts found themselves unable to contain their anticipation. Raising their eyes to glance at their fellow practitioners behind them, one finally spoke, esteemed members of Tian'in Pavilion. Shortly, I shall draw forth the little white dragon from that manor. I implore you to assist me in subduing the Shantian Empress. The remaining dozen or so martial kings shall engage that little barbaric deity, along with Li Mu, the Chun brothers, and others. As for the brothers of Longxiatang, your sect has long excelled in dragon slaying. Thus, you shall join me in vanquishing that little white dragon. How audacious of you, rebellious dragon. To wreak havoc in my Zhantian divine court and still harbor hopes of leaving alive. During the day, my sect's esteemed elder refrained from striking due to the presence of millions of cultivators worldwide. However, now, as juniors whose strength rivals that of your Shantian sect, we shall engage in a fair duel and subsequently annihilate your sect without a shred of doubt. Little white dragon, little white dragon. Allow me to reiterate, a man is innocent, yet possessing a precious gem brings forth peril. You, with your mere Chi-Si realm, leave me curious. Who bestowed upon you such audacity to parade so brazenly? Chapter 192. We are not ambushing. We are dueling under the night sky. The prodigies of Zhantian divine court lifted their gazes towards the serene manor of Shantian's sect. At that moment, an inexplicable voice of authority echoed from above the valley. Esteemed ones, what brings you to collectively observe my Shantian sect's abode at such a late hour? Are you perhaps intending to launch a surprise attack? These words stirred the prodigies of Zhantian divine court, who suddenly felt a sense of familiarity in the unexpected voice. Yet upon closer inspection, it remained distinctly unfamiliar. Within the Zhantian divine court, who could command such a potent and oppressive presence with mere words? They were certain that the speaker was not a familiar elder from their ranks. Thus, could this voice belong to a recent visitor from another sect attending the Ascending Dragon Conference? Filled with curiosity, the prodigies of Zhantian divine court slowly raised their heads, only to witness a colossal figure soaring through the clouds, exuding an aura of terrifying ferocity as it majestically hovered in the air. With a chilling gaze, it surveyed the crowd at the mountain's peak. Feeling the weight of that gaze, the prodigies could not help but tremble, murmuring, "What a magnificent creature! Such a colossal dragon!" This dragon, the prodigies had previously encountered before the sect's Tianjing mirror. Before them, the immense silver-white dragon loomed, its presence shattering the taboos of Zhantian divine court, leaving the sect's leader in a state of great embarrassment before millions of cultivators. Though they had sensed the dragon's extraordinary nature through the Tianjing mirror, they had only heard their esteemed elder refer to it as the little white dragon. Thus, they had never taken the white dragon depicted in the mirror to heart. However, now, witnessing it firsthand, the prodigies were rendered utterly astonished. The colossal white dragon, measuring at least 500 meters in length, soared majestically over the mountain peak, causing the entire mountain to tremble in response. No one would doubt that had the little white dragon chosen to collide forcefully with the summit, the peak might very well have crumbled. Such a formidable creature, how could it be deemed small? Upon the mountaintop, the celestial prodigies of the divine court gazed at Han Fei in utter astonishment. After a prolonged silence, one finally spoke. "Wretched dragon, how is it that you suddenly appear here? Should you not be nestled in the valley, slumbering at this hour?" In response to the inquiry from the divine court's prodigy, Han Fei could not help but smile, then replied, "Esteemed cultivator of the divine court, you have yet to respond to my previous question. I offer you one final opportunity to answer. Should you choose to remain silent, I shall suppress you on the spot." Han Fei's intentions were unmistakably clear. "Little prodigy, you are not entitled to question me." As he uttered the words of immediate suppression, the dragon god domain unfurled around him, instantly emanating an aura akin to that of an infant deity, infused with the formidable might of the heavens and the earth, forcefully descending upon them. This presence was one that even the master of the Battle Heaven Divine Court would not dare to underestimate. As the oppressive aura enveloped them, the faces of the gathered cultivators turned ashen, beads of cold sweat trickling down their brows. The wind blew chillily, and under the moonlight, the celestial prodigies of the Battle Heaven Divine Court, along with the cultivators from the Tianyin Pavilion and Dragon Cultivation Hall, appeared striking and spirited, yet the tension was palpable. They had never anticipated that this little white dragon from the southern region could possess such immense strength. Was it not said that this little white dragon was merely at the Qi stage, with a robust physique that allowed it to match the martial king realm? How could it thus render them immobile? After a prolonged silence, the prodigy of the divine court began to feel his heart race uncontrollably. The enormous form of the little white dragon in the sky seemed poised to pounce at any moment, ready to suppress everyone present with a single claw. Finally, unable to contain himself, the divine court prodigy exclaimed to Han Fei, "Little white dragon, we have come to this valley today to challenge your Shantian sect to the Ascendant Dragon Duel. What do you mean by ambush? As a dragon from the southern realm, you should not speak so recklessly. The Ascendant Dragon Duel is a common form of combat in the Eastern Wilderness Continent's Ascendant Dragon Assembly, designed to provide additional means to resolve conflicts among various sects outside of the martial arts tournament. This evening, the divine court prodigy had indeed come with his companions to launch a surprise attack on the Shantian sect, but before they could make a move, they had already been detected by the little white dragon. This little dragon had the power to stir the entire Battle Heaven Divine Court with its mere presence. In such circumstances, the prodigy's ambush had lost all significance. Thus, in the face of Han Fei, the divine court prodigy could only propose the Ascendant Dragon Duel to preserve some semblance of dignity for his sect. On the other side, as he faced the stammering divine court prodigy, Han Fei remained utterly unfazed within. The group of cultivators standing atop the mountain, gazing down upon the Shantian sect's estate, was discovered by Han Fei just after he departed from the map of mountains and rivers. These individuals, under the impression that their position was sufficiently distant from the estate, believed themselves concealed from any prying eyes. However, Han Fei, an entity imbued with the formidable essence of the 001 heavenly will, was not to be underestimated. Although this 001 heavenly will appeared merely as a trivial numerical value, it was potent enough to ensure that Han Fei, as the ancient dragon god's heir, would reign supreme within the vast valley. Thus, no matter how elevated or hidden the celestial prodigies of the divine court may have positioned themselves, their attempts at concealment were utterly ineffectual against Han Fei. At this moment, gazing at the hundreds of formidable cultivators atop the peak, Han Fei's dragon beard danced in the breeze, his expression cold and resolute, exuding an undeniable imperial aura. It was then that the voice of the system echoed in his ear. Ding! The host has successfully surrounded 215 cultivators, and a special mission has been granted. Engage in the Ascendant Dragon Duel against the celestial prodigies of the divine court, achieving victory in 3 or more matches. For each victory, the host will receive 1 golden treasure chest. However, for each defeat, the dragon's essence will be weakened by 30%, and 1,000 dragon scales will be deducted, along with random artifacts being destroyed. According to the rules of the Ascendant Dragon Tournament, there will be a total of 5 duels. Under the starry sky, upon hearing that losing a duel would result in the random destruction of an artifact, Han Fei couldn't help but chuckle wryly. The only artifacts of true worth he possessed amounted to 5. The rest were merely supreme imperial weapons. In such a precarious situation, the prospect of random destruction was alarming. If he were to lose the Tsanglong Xianyan or the God-slaying war spear, it might be bearable. But the potential loss of the map of mountains and rivers, which housed numerous spiritual herbs along with the forces of Thunder Fury, Phoenix, and the laws of time and space, would be catastrophic for Han Fei. Thus, he resolved that he could not afford a single defeat in the impending 5 battles. Chapter 193. The Azure Dragon's Manifestation, a guiding light. Though it was an ambush, they dared to call it a duel. I have never encountered such brazenly shameless individuals. As the system announced the mission within the Divine Court Valley, Han Fei understood that the conflicts of the night were now unavoidable. With that acceptance, he resolved to proceed. Beneath the moonlight, casting a cold gaze upon the celestial prodigies of the Divine Court, the Heavenly Sound Pavilion, and the Brahma Valley sect, Han Fei spoke with icy calm. As you have proposed, let us engage in the Ascendant Dragon Duel. Upon hearing this, the cultivators atop the peak felt an inexplicable sense of relief wash over them. The thought that defeating the little white dragon would elevate them to the status of the most accomplished disciple of this Ascendant Dragon tournament stirred the heart of one particularly ambitious prodigy. He looked towards Han Fei and declared, "Little white dragon, heed my words. I am Yi Tian, one of the youngest Emperor-level experts in the Divine Court of War. Today, I, in my personal capacity, challenge you and the Xuantiangong to a duel of ascending dragons. The duel shall consist of 5 matches, with victory granted to the first to win 3. The winning party shall obtain the loser's disciple's nameplate, and should we encounter each other again in the martial arts tournament, the party that has lost the nameplate shall be deemed defeated without contest. As a time traveler, Han Fei has cultivated the habit of meticulously studying the scriptures and texts of each place he visits. The Ascending Dragon Conference was established by Xuantiangong over 6 months ago, and en route to Zhongzhou, Han Fei had already familiarized himself with the various rules of the competition. Upon hearing Yi Tian formally propose the duel of ascending dragons, Han Fei calmly nodded and remarked, "Merely contending for nameplates lacks excitement. This evening, I am willing to wager the Battle Heaven token bestowed upon me by your sect's leader, along with an artifact of divine quality. This artifact, known as the Xianlong Tsangpa, is a unique treasure of my ancient sect, the Yuming sect, which has existed for over 1,000,000 years. When unleashed, Tsangpa manifests as a dragon, serving both offensively and defensively, proving to be immensely practical and powerful. Moreover, it is worth mentioning that this artifact recently ranked 8th on the newly updated Ascending Dragon list, making it the most ordinary piece in my possession. So what say you? Will you take the bet?" In this seemingly trivial duel, Han Fei demonstrated remarkable sincerity by wagering the Xianlong Tsangpa and the Battle Heaven token. However, upon his declaration, Yi Tian and those on the mountain peak were rendered utterly speechless. The Battle Heaven token and the artifact known as Xianlong Tsangpa were undoubtedly the most coveted treasures for Yi Tian and his companions. The Battle Heaven token represents the utmost status in Zhongzhou. Possessing it commands respect, even from sect leaders. With this token, any cultivator can swiftly rise within Zhongzhou, reaping substantial benefits from the numerous alchemy workshops and treasure pavilions scattered across the region. As for the Xianlong Tsangpa, the mere mention of its name evokes awe, and its 8th place ranking on the Ascending Dragon list is a testament to its significance. There exists a legendary tale surrounding the Ascending Dragon Conference in Eastern Wilderness. It is said that acquiring one of the top 10 divine weapons from the Ascending Dragon list grants one the opportunity to establish their own sect. Establishing a sect and becoming a founding ancestor is a dream cherished by countless cultivators throughout their lives. Divine weapons are the tools of deities, and only a select few are deemed worthy to possess them in the Eastern Wilderness. Since its inception 1,000,000 years ago, the Ascending Dragon Conference has seen the divine weapon list dominated by the top sects, with these artifacts typically borrowed from the personal vaults of the sect leaders for the use of their prodigies. In the Eastern Wilderness, it is a rarity for young cultivators to wield even 1 or 2 divine weapons. For many young elites, acquiring a Jidao Imperial weapon is already an extraordinary achievement. As Han Fei proposed to wager the Xianlong Tsangpa and the Zhantian token, the over 200 cultivators present were filled with excitement. The reason for their collusion to assault the Xiantian sect this evening was precisely to acquire the various magical artifacts in Han Fei's possession. Although Han Fei only suggested wagering 1 artifact, which still left a considerable gap from their collective objective, the mere mention of such divine instruments stirred exhilaration among them. Consequently, when Han Fei articulated his terms, the eyes of Yi Tian and the others sparkled with an unmistakable blend of excitement and greed. Yet, following the initial thrill, a wave of dejection swept over the crowd. The reasoning was simple. Despite the allure of Han Fei's wager, upon careful reflection, the cultivators atop the mountain realized that their combined resources, spirit stones, imperial weapons, and the like paled in comparison to Han Fei's Zhantian token and Xianlong Tsangpa. This created a rather awkward situation. The diminutive white dragon from the southern realm had finally mustered the courage to present an ancient artifact for a wager, yet, in this predicament, the esteemed sons and daughters present found themselves unable to offer anything of equal value. What a dilemma! Amidst the night, just as the array of exceptional talents wore expressions of helplessness, several imposing figures cloaked in profound energy suddenly materialized in the night sky. These individuals were familiar to Han Fei. At the forefront stood Gongsun Longyuan, the master of the Zhantian Divine Court. Following closely were the formidable experts who had appeared earlier in the Great Hall that day. For the top-tier beings at the quasi-saint and saint level, everything occurring in the valley where the Xiantian sect resided could not be concealed. From the moment Han Fei had made his appearance atop the mountain, Gongsun Longyuan and the others had begun to observe from the shadows. It was only after Han Fei proposed his wager that they could no longer refrain from revealing themselves. Upon witnessing Gongsun Longyuan and his entourage, Yi Tian and the others' expressions shifted slightly. They immediately clasped their hands before their chests and respectfully acknowledged their master and the sect leader. After everyone had paid their respects, Gongsun Longyuan slowly lifted his icy gaze towards Han Fei and said, "Little white dragon, I possess a guiding lamp, also an ancient artifact, which I can offer for this wager." Oh, Han Fei, gazing at the stern Gongsun Longyuan, felt a flicker of movement in his dragon-like eyes and could not help but inquire, "Master Gongsun, my contest with the younger generation of Zhongzhou has nothing to do with you. Why must you involve yourself in this murky affair? Should you lose your guiding lamp, it would indeed be quite embarrassing." Upon hearing this, Gongsun Longyuan's expression remained impassive, but he coldly retorted, "What, little white dragon, do you dare not wager?" "That is not the case," Han Fei replied, meeting Gongsun Longyuan's gaze in the moonlight. "However, Master Gongsun, I have proposed 2 items for the wager, yet you have only offered 1. Is this not rather inconsiderate?" Chapter 194, The 4 Methods of the Azure Dragon and the Perfect Dragon Pearl. In the stillness of the Midnight Valley, confronted by Han Fei's sudden proclamation, Gongsun Longyuan found himself momentarily taken aback. His countenance, typically characterized by sternness and aloofness, betrayed a rare hint of embarrassment. Much like Yi Tian and the others who wore expressions of helplessness moments ago, Gongsun Longyuan, despite his esteemed position as the master of the Battle Heaven Divine Court, could not summon the same ease as Han Fei, who casually produced several top-tier artifacts to wager against outsiders. The Zhaoshi Mingdang was only brought forth due to its long-standing collection over millennia without any discovered application. Gongsun Longyuan possessed a few artifacts himself, while a couple of enigmatic ancestors held 1 or 2, and this year's prodigies had borrowed a few as well. Under such circumstances, it was unthinkable for Gongsun Longyuan to stake his most prized artifact against Han Fei. He was not foolish enough to jeopardize his own standing for a disciple of Yi Tian's moderate caliber. Lacking sufficient artifacts, he could resort to using imperial weapons, but doing so would imply that the tokens of the Battle Heaven Divine Court were less valuable than artifacts, which could diminish the court's prestige in the future. For Gongsun Longyuan, the reputation of the Divine Court was paramount and could not be tarnished. Thus, how could the Ascendant Dragon duel proceed? Shall we wager something simpler? With this thought in mind, Gongsun Longyuan offered Han Fei a congenial smile, akin to that of an elder brother, and said, "Brother Han Fei, regardless of the circumstances, you are a distinguished guest of the Battle Heaven Divine Court. The token you hold represents our respect for your Xiantian sect. It would be inappropriate to wager it. Perhaps you might consider reclaiming it?" As the illustrious master of the Battle Heaven Divine Court, Gongsun Longyuan held a position of immense stature, rarely addressing even the most prominent figures of the Eastern Wasteland with such humility. His willingness to lower himself before Han Fei underscores the latter's exceptional nature in Gongsun Longyuan's eyes. Even now, Gongsun Longyuan had yet to devise a strategy to handle Han Fei. Upon hearing Gongsun Longyuan's words, Han Fei found merit in the argument. The Battle Heaven token had been bestowed upon him earlier that day, and to immediately use it as a wager might seem disrespectful. Thus, Han Fei rummaged through his storage space and soon retrieved an imperial weapon, the Sifizhong Qinglong, along with a dragon pearl he had cultivated for several months using dragon energy. This dragon pearl, roughly the size of an adult's fist, was crafted from the ordinary yet flawless pearls found in the Dragon God Lake, worth a few hundred taels of gold each. When the 10 martial kings of the Dragon God Lake had gifted Han Fei a plethora of pearls and agates, he had swiftly distributed much of the wealth among his followers, yet he retained several of the finer pearls for himself. At this moment, as the 4-law Azure Dragon emerged, Han Feilong exuded an overwhelming aura, and the 4-law Azure Dragon instantaneously erupted with terrifying mystical energy. Ice, thunder, fire, and wind, frost and freeze, never to decay. Thunderstorms, punishing the mortal realm, boundless in their fury. Raging flames, incinerating heaven and earth, heralding apocalyptic visions. Tempests, obscuring the sun and moon, sweeping away all existence. The emergence of this entity caused the celestial prodigies atop the mountain to be momentarily illuminated, their bodies trembling slightly. The 4-law Azure Dragon unleashed a dreadful presence, for magnificent dragons enveloped in distinctly different elemental powers. Although Han Fei did not direct it to attack anyone in the valley, The aura emitted by the four-law azure dragon was sufficient to stir endless waves within the hearts of the assembled prodigies. This longsword, such a pure essence of the four laws. This imperial weapon is undeniably at the level of a quasi-artifact. For those who wield true artifacts, we, as practitioners of our caliber, find them exceedingly difficult to control. However, this divine armament before us is one we can wield to its fullest potential. My esteemed peers, may I express that I am utterly captivated? As the celestial disciples atop the mountain gasped in admiration, a quasi-saint-level warrior suddenly addressed Gongsun Longyuan. Master Gongsun, is that dragon orb gliding beneath the small white dragon of flawless quality? Within my dragon cult, over 100 flood dragons cultivate day and night. Yet I have never witnessed such exquisite pearls. If I, Ouyang, could acquire this dragon orb, my chances of breaking through to quasi-saint and entering the saint realm would be within reach. Upon uttering these words, the eyes of the assembled prodigies gleamed with excitement. A single orb capable of enabling a quasi-saint expert to transcend their limitations and ascend to the saint realm. What fortune it must hold. In the eastern wilderness continent, the path of cultivation is exceedingly arduous, and those who achieve the great saint realm are few and far between. Even a quasi-saint, in most sects, is regarded as an unparalleled entity. The dragon cult, situated in Zhongzhou, stands as a formidable sect, second only to the War Heaven Divine Court. The leader of the dragon cult, Ouyang Fenghua, possesses astonishing combat prowess. Should this elder break through to the quasi-saint realm and enter the saint domain, his individual strength would send shockwaves throughout the eastern wilderness. Ouyang Fenghua, a superlative figure rarely encountered by many prodigies in Zhongzhou, unexpectedly found himself connected to the gathering today due to the rising dragon duel, igniting a fervor of excitement among the young talents, who now yearned even more for the dragon orb in Han Fei's possession. It was at this juncture that Ouyang Fenghua spoke. Young brother Han Fei, regarding the supreme imperial weapon you just summoned, we shall procure a worthy weapon to wager against you. As for the dragon orb you possess, how about my dragon cult offers 1 million spirit stones in exchange for a wager? 1 million spirit stones, you say? After careful consideration, Han Fei calculated that the orb in his possession, prior to its refinement, could fetch perhaps 1 or 2 spirit stones at most. Wagering 1 or 2 spirit stones against 1 million, even in the event of a loss, Han Fei would not suffer significantly. Observing Ouyang Fenghua's expression of exhilaration, Han Fei could not help but remark, very well, since the Lord of the Dragon cult is so fervently eager, I shall reluctantly present this dragon pearl for a private wager with you. I possess at least 100 more of such precious pearls within my storage space. I never anticipated that they could be worth so much. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Fenghua was momentarily taken aback, and after a considerable pause, the aspiring saint-level expert vehemently shook his head, exclaiming, "Impossible, absolutely impossible. As a descendant of the dragon cult, I understand the arduous process involved in nurturing a dragon pearl. Little white dragon, should you lose this pearl today, it would take no less than a century to cultivate another." He continued, "In all my years, I have never encountered a dragon pearl of such immaculate quality. You, a small dragon from the southern realms, cannot deceive me." Chapter 195, The Mysterious and Enigmatic Deployment of Forces. Very well. I speak the truth, yet you refuse to believe me. What can I do? On this particular day, within the shadowy valley, gazing at the awestruck Ouyang Fenghua, Han Fei found himself bewildered. At that moment, he felt a strong urge to pour out all the more than 100 dragon pearls from his storage space, to prove to Ouyang Fenghua that he was not boasting. For the vast majority of ordinary flood dragons in the eastern wilderness, nurturing top-tier dragon pearls is indeed a formidable challenge. However, Han Fei possesses the bloodline of true dragons flowing through his veins, and the aura emanating from within him is that of a dragon god. Given these circumstances, it is remarkably effortless for Han Fei to cultivate a substantial number of flawless dragon pearls. Meanwhile, atop the mountain peak, witnessing the wager between Han Fei and Ouyang Fenghua unfold, the sovereign of the heavenly battle divine court could not restrain himself from speaking up. Young brother Han Fei, are you truly unafraid of losing by presenting such a plethora of exquisite items for this wager? Have you prepared to give away all these treasures without hesitation? Upon hearing this, Han Fei chuckled. Who said I would give them away? The dragon duel has yet to commence. How can you be so certain of my defeat? The reason I am offering these treasures is to secure equivalent benefits from all of you. To be frank, were it not for your apparent lack of wealth, I would be willing to wager on whatever you desired. The truth is, are you not all simply drawn to the artifacts I possess? If you genuinely wish to acquire them, then you must present enough valuable items for a wager. In short, do not be timid. As these words left his lips, the likes of Gongsun Longyuan and Ouyang Fenghua fell silent. The esteemed figures of the Central Plains were either too intimidated or lacked the audacity to casually present 5 or 6 artifacts for a wager, as Han Fei had done. They raised their eyes, often gazing up at Han Fei, who exuded an imperial grandeur that obscured the clouds and moon. The elite of the Central Plains felt an urge to confront him. After a lengthy silence, Gongsun Longyuan finally spoke. Young brother Han Fei, it is getting late. We should not delay any further. Shall we commence the Dragon Ascension duel? This evening's Ascending Dragon duel will take place in aerial combat, right in the valley beneath us. What do you think? Very well, Han Fei replied. His agreement came swiftly. However, Gongsun Longyuan could not help but be taken aback. Brother Han Fei, do not blame me for not warning you in advance. In the land of Zhongshou, the disciples of my war god court are renowned as the heavenly soldiers, engaging in aerial combat. Your Xintian sect stands no chance of victory. Oh, Han Fei responded with a smile at Gongsun Longyuan's kind warning. It matters not. The purpose of our journey for the Xintian sect is to gain renown. If my subordinates can triumph over the disciples of the war god court in aerial combat, it would be truly splendid. At these words, Gongsun Longyuan felt a twinge of discontent. Very well, since you refuse to heed my advice, let us proceed. The Ascending Dragon duel will be a best of 5, according to the rules, regardless of victory or defeat. Once the match is concluded, the participants will switch for the next duel. Han Fei had no objections to this format, yet it appeared somewhat designed to restrain a top-tier powerhouse like himself, capable of single-handedly facing 5 opponents. Could it be that during the establishment of the Ascending Dragon duel, there had been numerous extraordinary prodigies present at the Ascending Dragon conference? Young individuals with the cultivation of an emperor, effortlessly able to engage in a 1-against-5 battle. Indeed, this world is rather intriguing. As the night deepened, noticing Han Fei's brief hesitation, Gongsun Longyuan spoke up. So, brother Han Fei, do you now have any new thoughts? To this, Han Fei raised his gaze slightly and replied directly, nothing of significance. Let us proceed with the best of 5. I intend to finish this duel and return home to sleep. At this, the assembled prodigies atop the mountain were momentarily stunned. You little white dragon. After engaging in the Ascending Dragon duel, you still have the leisure to think of sleep? Not to mention whether one can calm their breath immediately after an intense battle. Even if you could regain your composure before dawn, should you lose the duel, you would forfeit a treasured artifact, an imperial weapon. With that at stake, how could you possibly sleep? You truly are audacious. Meanwhile, facing the audacity of the little white dragon, Gongsun Longyuan gestured with his right hand, summoning a mystical mirror known as the Ascending Dragon List. Addressing Han Fei through the mirror, he said, Little white dragon, place the artifact, the imperial weapon, and the dragon pearl you mentioned into this mirror. Additionally, recite the list of opponents you have in mind. The Ascending Dragon List contains information on all the cultivators participating in this martial arts conference. Simply utter their names, and the list will arrange the battles accordingly. Oh, Han Fei responded, I didn't expect this Ascending Dragon List to be quite intelligent. It is rather interesting. Intelligent? The words left Gongsun Longyuan and the others perplexed. Here, Han Fei had already mentally prepared his list and placed his strategic arrangements onto the Ascending Dragon List. As Han Fei was about to finalize the list, the system's voice suddenly resonated. Ding! A low-tier algorithm from the Divine Realm was detected within the Ascendant Dragon List, and the system has automatically cracked it. Ding! The system has autonomously acquired the opponent list for the host's Ascendant Dragon duel, and, based on the rankings of the talented ones, has automatically rearranged the order of troops for the host. After arranging the troops, the order of appearance from the host's list is as follows. The first combatant is Han Fei, the second is Gongsun Man, the third is the Mist Concealer, the fourth is Casual, and the fifth is Casual. According to the calculations of combat power, the host is poised to achieve victory with this troop arrangement, ensuring a complete annihilation of the opponent with a victory probability of 100. Wait, is the victory probability for the first 3 rounds of the Ascendant Dragon duel truly 100%? Under the night sky, as Han Fei casually included the brothers Chun Ding and Chun Yi in the Ascendant Dragon duel, he raised his eyes to see that Gongsun Longyuan had also developed a preliminary list. Over the past 1 or 2 centuries, Gongsun Longyuan had undergone several ascendant dragon duels. His troop arrangements in these duels have always been renowned for their cunning. This evening, it was apparent to Gongsun Longyuan and his fellow prodigies from the Central Plains that Han Fei would undoubtedly deploy a formidable wave of strong contenders right at the onset, and he himself would certainly be among the top 3 to appear. Based on Gongsun Longyuan's historical prediction probabilities for the Ascendant Dragon Duel at 90, it was clear that Han Fei's group was destined to lose tonight. Little White Dragon, prepare to be utterly astonished by the upcoming match. Our esteemed Central Plains is not a remote region like the Southern Lands, where anyone can claim kingship. You are still too inexperienced. Chapter 196, Divine Court Armor. Shattering mountains and breaking peaks under the night sky, the Ascendant Dragon Duel was on the verge of commencing. Facing the ambitious Gongsun Longyuan and the talented disciples of the Central Plains, Han Fei spoke with a calm demeanor. Master Gongsun, shall we broadcast this duel live? Broadcast live? What does that mean? Gongsun Longyuan inquired, a look of confusion crossing his face. At that moment, within the Xiantian sect's estate, a swirling mass of demonic clouds surged into the sky, revealing a small demon child with 3 heads and 6 arms, wielding a divine fiery spear. He appeared before the crowd, gazing at Gongsun Longyuan, and exclaimed, "Dearest old man, it's rather pedestrian of you not to understand live broadcasting. Live broadcasting means opening the sky-watching mirror of your war god court to allow everyone in the Holy Land to witness our duel." Oh, so that's what it's called. Gongsun Longyuan finally comprehended. They were familiar with the concept of opening the sky-watching mirror to allow the Holy Land's people to observe the duel, but the term live broadcast was entirely foreign to him. Meanwhile, within the Xiantian sect's estate, following the small demon child were the Empress, Li Mu, and 10 martial kings. Upon hearing that Gongsun Man had once again carelessly referred to someone as an old man, Gongsun Hao's face darkened, and he felt a strong impulse to strangle the little demon child. Similarly, not only did the War God Court's members lack knowledge of what live broadcasting entailed, but Li Mu and the others were equally oblivious to this novel term. This matter, reminiscent of what the little demon once articulated about mountains not needing height but gaining renown with divine beings, and waters not needing depth but acquiring spirit with dragons, seems to echo teachings bestowed upon the little demon by the dragon god, rather than the traditional sayings of the Eastern Desolation realm. The influx of novel ideas into the minds of the dragon god and the little demon is indeed overwhelming. Meanwhile, as the little demon unveiled the true meaning of live streaming, Han Feilong stirred, and a resounding dragon's roar echoed through the heavens. In the next moment, every resonant bell within the War Heaven Divine Court harmonized with it. Before the millions of practitioners within the sacred grounds could fully comprehend the situation, many of the sky-watching mirrors in the War Heaven Divine Court had already commenced live broadcasts. Witnessing the intrusion of the little white dragon into their mountain gate's defenses, Gongsun Longyuan furrowed his brow slightly. However, he soon recalled that the elders of the formation hall were tirelessly repairing the mountain protection formation, possibly leaving behind terrible traps for future invaders during the process. Gongsun Longyuan steeled himself and refrained from further comments. Silently, he resolved, "Little white dragon, continue your reckless invasion of my War Heaven Divine Court's mountain gate formation. As long as you persist in this manner, it won't be long before we extract your dragon tendons and strip your dragon flesh." After a moment of silence, Gongsun Longyuan finally spoke again, addressing his chosen contender for the first Rising Dragon Duel. "Yi Tian, you shall commence the first battle. I believe your opponent will most likely be that little demon. Remember, although your potential ranking on the talented list may not match that of the little demon, your cultivation level surpasses his considerably. The current little demon has yet to reach the martial king realm, while you have already attained the emperor realm. When the battle begins, I urge you to give your all. No matter the circumstances, you must display the valor of our War Heaven Divine Court before the eyes of millions of practitioners. If I recall correctly, your Divine Court armor has reached the 9th level, hasn't it? With the 9th level Divine Court armor, you will descend like a divine weapon upon the Eastern Desolation. Few can withstand your defense, and none can penetrate your armor. Atop the mountain, Yi Tian, a true disciple of the War Heaven Divine Court, felt a spark of determination upon hearing Gongsun Longyuan's words. His eyes gleamed with fervor, and he felt invigorated. Turning to gaze at the little demon in the distance, he clenched his fists and then looked back at Gongsun Longyuan, stating, "Master, rest assured. If I do not possess absolute confidence tonight, neither I nor my fellow practitioners would dare enter this valley." Henceforth, you need only await my triumphant return. That night, in the valley of the War Heaven Divine Court, under a high moon and gentle winds, after conveying his final affirmation to Gongsun Longyuan, Yi Tian moved his right hand, and a fearsome weapon, deemed a supreme imperial artifact, materialized in his grasp. The bloodthirsty divine halberd, a celestial object, bathed in moonlight. The emperor-level expert Yi Tian exuded an aura of terrifying majesty, floating in the valley with his long halberd, exuding an imposing force capable of cleaving mountains. This awe-inspiring presence was nothing short of shocking. At that moment, within the sacred grounds of the War Heaven Divine Court, a large group of practitioners, recently awakened from their slumber, began to respond one by one. Gazing into the celestial mirror, I could not refrain from exclaiming, "My heavens!" The Ascending Dragon Conference has yet to officially commence, and already a dragon duel has erupted. The contenders, the illustrious talents of Central State and the Xiantian sect of the Southern region? Although the Southern region's Xiantian sect showcased remarkable prowess on the Ascending Dragon rankings earlier today, how could they possibly contend with the deeply rooted talents of Central State? In my estimation, even if the Xiantian sect were to fall to the Central State's champions tonight, it would be a defeat adorned with honor. What say you, esteemed colleagues? In a brief span, the fervor surrounding the duel between the Central State talents and the Southern region's Xiantian sect surged dramatically. Soon, another voice chimed in, "Esteemed fellow cultivators, have you heard? According to credible sources, the stakes of tonight's dragon duel involve divine artifacts. A brother of mine, present at the duel's venue, conveyed that the Celestial War Court had brought forth an ancient relic known as the illuminating lamp of the world, while the little white dragon had wagered a divine weapon called the profound dragon's soul. The prospect of such a grand wager with divine artifacts is nothing short of astonishing. Within the celestial mirror, I beheld Yi Tian, resplendent beneath the moonlight, clad in formidable celestial armor, a true deity manifesting behind him. At such a tender age, to possess such cultivation, the Celestial War Court is indeed remarkable. Yet, upon further reflection, I recalled that Gongsun Longyuan, the sect leader of the Celestial War Court, is known as the cunning strategist of the dragon duel. With the Xiantian sect gambling against such a fox, the odds may be heavily stacked against them. Meanwhile, within the valley, Gongsun Longyuan surveyed the duel site not far away and spoke once more. "Esteemed colleagues, I boldly assert that the Xiantian sect will undoubtedly dispatch one of their strongest contenders in the first duel tonight. And that contender is highly likely to be the little demon child. I assess this young one's cultivation within the grand hall of the Celestial Court today. Though his foundation is commendable, he could never match Yi Tian. Thus, the first round is assuredly ours." At this moment, the order of appearances for all cultivators in the dragon duel had been established. Neither Gongsun Longyuan nor Han Fei could alter the outcome, and thus Gongsun Longyuan had no fear of revealing his tactical arrangements. Here, I venture to speculate that the little white dragon may very well appear third. Chapter 197. The Emperor's Prodigy, unyielding in battle beneath the moonlight. As a seasoned strategist, Gongsun Longyuan remarked in anticipation of the impending dragon duel, "In my view, tonight, the little white dragon will seek to probe our depths and secure victory. Thus, in the first 3 duels, they will surely launch an offensive. The demon child, the little white dragon, and the Empress, these are the Xiantian sect's strongest contenders. I believe these 3 will likely take to the stage in the initial rounds. With the demon child, whose demonic aura is formidable, most suited for the first appearance, the Empress, whose demeanor is steady and authoritative, fitting for the second, and the little white dragon likely positioned third. In this manner, regardless of the outcomes of the first 2 battles faced by the Xiantian sect, the appearance of the white dragon as the third contender serves as a safety net. If my predictions are accurate, we merely need to make slight adjustments to our strongest combatant to secure victory. The strongest should take the lead, vanquishing the demon child and claiming our first triumph. For the second position against the Empress, we merely need to dispatch a formidable cultivator from our ranks who is on par with the celestial rankings, adopting a steady approach to ensure success. When the time comes for the third contender, once the white dragon takes the stage, we shall send forth our weakest participant to face him, willingly conceding that match, for none among us could prevail in this encounter. After sacrificing the opportunity of the white dragon, our intermediate competitors can then exert their strengths against the equivalent fighters of the Xiantian sect, guaranteeing victory for Zhongzhou. Under the moonlight, upon hearing Gongsun Longyuan's strategic deployment, many elite warriors present felt a stirring within. It is well known that Gongsun Longyuan is a seasoned strategist in the Ascending Dragon duel, and indeed, his depth of insight is far from ordinary. By confronting the White Dragon with the weakest contender from the duel list and forfeiting that match to secure the overall battles, one wonders what inspired Gongsun Longyuan to conceive such a plan. The realization that the leader of the War God Court, holding the central position of Zhongzhou, is a person of such profound cunning sent shivers down the spines of many venerable figures present. However, at that moment, the Xiantian sect sent forth its first dueling champion. Han Fei, to everyone's astonishment, the first cultivator to step into the arena for the Xiantian sect was none other than the White Dragon. The expectation was that the cultivators of Zhongzhou would dispatch their weakest contender to eliminate the White Dragon's opportunity to duel, yet here appeared their strongest representative instead. In the current situation, who among the cultivators of Zhongzhou could possibly defeat the White Dragon? What happened to Gongsun Man being the first to fight? Is this not a slap in the face? Suddenly, the atmosphere in the valley became remarkably awkward. Simultaneously, Gongsun Longyuan felt his heart race. As an ominous premonition surged within him, the nearby elite saints could hardly contain their amusement as they glanced towards Gongsun Longyuan, secretly acknowledging the brilliance of his earlier strategy. Yet, it appeared that the Xiantian sect's arrangement tonight diverged significantly from what he had anticipated. Little did he expect that this old fox of the Ascending Dragon duel could find himself in such a predicament. This evening's duel was bound to be intriguing. On the other side, as Han Fei's formidable figure approached with an imposing presence, he confronted Yi Tian, who had already anticipated the Xiantian sect's order of combat from Gongsun Longyuan. Unable to restrain his astonishment, Yi Tian exclaimed, "White Dragon, why are you the first to appear? With your strongest contender stepping up first, regardless of the outcome, how will the Xiantian sect handle the subsequent 4 duels? Who will serve as your backup? Are you intending to gift us the next 4 matches without a fight?" Confronted by Yi Tian's astonishment, Han Feilong subtly raised his gaze. His eyes filled with a disdainful authority. Addressing Yi Tian with a calm demeanor, Han Fei remarked, "The Rising Dragon duel is merely a casual affair. Do not concern yourself with my order of entry." Upon hearing these words, Yi Tian was consumed by fury, and the atmosphere crackled with impending conflict. "Little White Dragon, do you truly wish for your demise?" Under the night sky, Yi Tian was the first to act. With his long spear in hand, he unleashed a terrifying roar, a formidable surge of profound energy slicing through the darkness. At that moment, Han Fei slowly lifted his right foreclaw, standing at an imposing height of 150 zhang. His terrifying claw descended like a mountain, exerting immense pressure. Observing this scene, Yi Tian's expression grew stern. The long spear in his grasp erupted with a radiant light, enhancing both his attack and defense. "Divine Court Armor," he declared, his eyes igniting with a golden glow, firmly locking onto Han Fei's claw. "Little White Dragon, do not be arrogant. Today, I shall sever your claw and strip your bones." As soon as the words left his lips, Han Fei's fearsome claw crashed down ferociously, its tip making contact with Yi Tian's nearly solid, remarkably resilient Divine Court armor. In the next instant, the powerful armor shattered with a resounding crack as the claw struck Yi Tian's arms, causing his treasured protective gear to explode. With a thunderous bang, Yi Tian's body plummeted like a cannonball from the sky, crashing heavily into the valley below. The entire valley trembled violently from his descent, the tremors persisting for a full quarter of an hour before finally subsiding. Amidst the dust swirling in the valley, during the interval of Yi Tian's fall, the hearts of millions of cultivators within the sacred land were profoundly shaken. Did I not see incorrectly? The prodigy of the battle sky Divine Court was actually subdued by the little White Dragon with but a single claw? How can a dignified emperor-level cultivator be so easily vanquished by this creature? Was it not said that after the great war of gods and demons, the dragon race was in decline, and the Jiaolong lineage in Central State was devoid of strength? Is it not true that the Jiaolong of the same martial king realm cannot compete with human martial kings? If I recall correctly, this little White Dragon's displayed cultivation on the Rising Dragon ranking should only be at the Qi-Si realm, correct? How could a mere Qi-Si realm Jiaolong possibly annihilate an Emperor realm expert with a single strike? What hidden power supports this Jiaolong? I cannot comprehend. The shock reverberated through the valley, leaving over 1 million cultivators in the sacred land astounded, and it deeply unsettled Gongsun Longyuan's heart. I was mistaken. The little White Dragon has placed itself as the foremost contender of the Xiantian sect, despite being the strongest. How could the prodigy of the battle sky divine court be so feeble before Han Fei? As a masterful strategist, Gongsun Longyuan quickly fell into a state of anxious contemplation after the brief shock. Chapter 198. The second match at the Celestial Sound Pavilion. On this night in the valley, the Heavenly Battle Divine Court suffered a significant setback due to Han Fei's emergence, losing their strongest contender. The cultivator, originally designated as the second participant by Gongsun Longyuan, possessed only the initial strength of an emperor and ranked third or fourth among the 5 duelists he had selected. Gongsun Longyuan had intended to utilize this cultivator to counter the Empress. However, with the White Dragon entering the fray first, Gongsun Longyuan's anticipated little barbarian god did not appear. It was highly likely that this formidable being would take the stage second, aiming to confront the mid-tier contestant dispatched by the Central Continent cultivators, thus considerably enhancing the chances of victory for the Xiantian sect. In a moment of silence, Gongsun Longyuan found himself ensnared in contemplation. It was evident that the White Dragon had successfully predicted Gongsun Longyuan's strategy this evening. For the first time, this cunning old fox, well-versed in the art of dueling, faced such a troublesome opponent. In the second match of the Dragon Ascension duel, should Gongsun Longyuan's chosen cultivator fail to overcome the little barbarian god, it would merely be a minor concern. The crux of the matter lay in the fact that Gongsun Longyuan had assigned the weakest of his 5 cultivators to the third match. Under these circumstances, as long as the Xiantian sect's participant was not utterly ridiculous, they stood a strong chance of easily defeating the weakest contestant from the Central Continent. Before the second match of the Dragon Ascension duel had even commenced, Gongsun Longyuan could already perceive the shadow of defeat looming over him. Such was the nature of the Dragon Ascension duel, where strategic placement of participants was of utmost importance. One misstep could lead to successive failures, with the outcome often predetermined by the duel roster. Han Fei. Under the night sky, Gongsun Longyuan slowly raised his gaze to the not-so-distant figure of the White Dragon, its dragon whiskers flaring and its form exuding an untamed ferocity, stirring an inexplicable sensation within him. This young White Dragon, hailing from the southern region, was merely an inexperienced newcomer, yet Gongsun Longyuan felt an unwelcome pressure emanating from him. For reasons unknown, Gongsun Longyuan entertained the unsettling notion that even if he disregarded the reputation of his sect and directly attacked Han Fei, the likelihood of vanquishing him was slim. Such thoughts seemed somewhat absurd, considering Gongsun Longyuan's stature as a formidable sage, capable of obliterating towering mountains and traversing tumultuous waves with a mere strike. As he contemplated this chilling realization, the second match of the Dragon Ascension duel commenced. When Han Fei decisively declared that the little barbarian god would participate in the second duel, the once enthusiastic figure clad in fiery wheels and enveloped in celestial silk could hardly contain her eagerness. Grasping a long spear, she assured Han Fei, "Rest easy, master. I shall secure victory for you in this duel, my demonic aura soaring into the heavens, ascending into the skies above the valley." On the opposite side, Gongsun Longyuan's second contender was a female cultivator from the Celestial Sound Pavilion, a striking beauty with a refined figure, adept in the Guqing. As she soared into the heights, sensing the terrifying demonic energy radiating from the little barbarian god, and observing her 3 heads and 6 arms, her demeanor instantly turned icy. Confronted by the enchanting figure of the little barbarian goddess, a superlative newcomer ranked among the top 10 on the celestial talents list, the beauty of the Tianyin Pavilion dared not exhibit the slightest carelessness. As the battle commenced, the Tianyin Pavilion beauty coldly uttered, "Be cautious." No sooner had the words left her lips than an ancient